The howling winds whipped through the air, stirring up a menacing sandstorm. The imperial frontier, a crucial stronghold, resembled a colossal dragon poised to soar into the sky. In the dead of night, the skies were shrouded in ominous clouds, casting a heavy gloom. Inside a grand mansion, a young man lay in a chamber. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and he sat up abruptly, confusion etched across his face. Where am I? I am here. Qin Yu surveyed his surroundings, the antique decor strikingly unfamiliar. Just as he pondered his next move, an overwhelming torrent of memories surged into his mind, crashing down like a flood. The intertwining of dual memories brought forth a sensation that was both alien and familiar, engulfing him in an instant of agony. The tearing sensation rendered him trembling, and soon, the bed was soaked with sweat. Your Highness. The commotion from within the chamber prompted the guards stationed outside to inquire anxiously. I am fine. The great Qian Dynasty, the 18th Prince. I have traversed realms. After a considerable period, as Qin Yu assimilated the flood of memories, he came to the startling realization that he had indeed crossed over into another world. Moreover, his identity was far from ordinary. He was the 18th Prince of the great Qin Dynasty. The great Qin Dynasty lay in the eastern wilderness, a vast expanse teeming with complexity. The most formidable powers therein were the 10 nations and 7 sects, alongside numerous second- and third-tier countries and sections. In such a tumultuous environment, wars raged incessantly, and the scale of the eastern wilderness far surpassed Qin Yu's imagination. Any of the 10 nations boasted territories significantly larger than what he had known in his past life, a truly daunting prospect. The great Qian was one of these nations, wielding considerable might. However, this world was not an ordinary one. It was a realm where cultivators reigned supreme, capable of soaring through the skies and shattering the void with but a thought, wielding the power to obliterate worlds. The former emperor has passed, and now Emperor Qin Hai ascends the throne. Qin Yu began to untangle the current political landscape. It appeared that the former emperor had recently died, and without explicitly designating a successor, the new ruler Qin Hai declared his ascension in the imperial capital. Under normal circumstances, such a transition of power would pose no issue, yet the situation was anything but ordinary. The former emperor had numerous offspring, and in this fantastical realm, the lifespans of the powerful were often remarkably extended, leading to significant age disparities among siblings. At merely 23 years of age, Qin Yu was significantly younger than Qin Hai, who was decades his senior. Of course, for cultivators, age bore little relevance. Since childhood, Qin Yu had been immersed in military affairs, accompanying the former emperor in countless campaigns. By the age of 15, he had been dispatched to the frontier, standing alone against formidable foes. He was stationed at the Yulong Pass, a crucial defensive bastion in the northern reaches of the Great Qian. The importance of Yulong Pass could not be overstated. Beyond it lay the barbaric tribes of the north, making it a perennial battleground with over 100,000 troops stationed there year-round. In the Great Qian, even as a prince, one could not dwell perpetually within the confines of the palace. One must endure various trials and demonstrate sufficient prowess to have any hope of inheriting the throne. One could choose to be a failure, which would condemn them to a life of insignificance, forever excluded from the contest for succession. I learned that my predecessor took his own life, prompting my arrival here. Qin Hai issued 18 imperial edicts. Qin Yu now understood that the previous incarnation had succumbed to despair, granting him the opportunity to traverse realms. His excellence was the sole reason. At just 23, he had attained the realm of life and death, and barring unforeseen circumstances, ascending to the celestial realm was highly probable. Moreover, many believed that the 18th Prince was the most qualified individual to inherit the throne. The path of cultivation was categorized into various realms: body refinement, blood qi, qi refinement, wheel of qi, true spirit, return to origin, yin-yang, life and death, celestial and legendary. Within the eastern wilderness, the mightiest of the legendary realm were present in the Great Qian. Although the former emperor had previously designated an heir, that prince had long fallen. Most of the remaining princes were mediocre, with only a select few deemed worthy of ascending to the throne. The former emperor's demise was abrupt, occurring in the prime of life, seemingly without warning. Within his memories, Qin Yu recalled that he had arrived at Yulong Pass at the age of 15. By 18, the former emperor had ventured into the arid sea and vanished into seclusion, seemingly acquiring some enlightenment. Then, at the age of 23, he unexpectedly passed away in the imperial capital. Qin Yu speculated that the former emperor's death was linked to that fateful journey to the arid sea. Being stationed at the frontier, Qin Hai's swift ascension to the throne was undoubtedly orchestrated by a faction of court ministers. Rumors suggested that Qin Hai had fabricated the former emperor's final edict to seize the throne. However, this was also due to the substantial backing he enjoyed. As one of the 10 nations, the great Qian Dynasty was vast and complex, rife with factions vying for their own interests, engaged in both overt and covert power struggles. The intent was clear. They feared him. Having spent 8 years at the frontier, Qin Yu's accomplishments were monumental. He had led 7 campaigns against the northern barbarians, achieving resounding victories and slaying countless foes. Particularly during the 7th campaign, he had penetrated deep into barbarian territory, eliminating key figures among them, thereby securing the northern frontiers of the empire. His valor and unwavering dedication over the past 8 years had earned him immense respect among his troops. With no designated crown prince in the court, the soldiers naturally rallied around him. Given that the late emperor had not appointed an heir, Qin Hai's hasty ascension was merely the result of support from a faction of vested interests, lacking universal endorsement. Especially in the northern territories where Qin Yu was stationed. In the court, only Qin Yu possessed the highest esteem among the princes, bolstered by his commendable military achievements against the northern barbarians. Despite the age difference of several decades between Qin Hai and Qin Yu, the latter's cultivation was not in any way inferior. In such a scenario, the disparity in strength was evident. Should Qin Yu return to the capital, he would be relinquishing his greatest advantage, and even if Qin Hai did not seek his life, he would likely confine him to a life of imprisonment. There was a possibility of unforeseen consequences arising. Within the imperial family, there exists no affection, particularly when it comes to the contention for the throne. One is faced with the choice of either submitting to Qin Hai's will and allowing others to dictate their fate, or rising in rebellion to seize the imperial throne and command their own destiny. Yet, the memories of his predecessor revealed a harsh truth. Should he choose rebellion, regardless of success or failure, it would inevitably lead to civil strife, resulting in widespread suffering and the loss of countless lives, shattering families, and staining the great Qian with bloodshed. Moreover, it could potentially destabilize the very foundation of the great Qian. To be loyal to the emperor and love one's country is not inherently wrong. However, it would be a cruel betrayal of oneself. This understanding, coupled with an awareness of the royal family's ruthlessness, led him to reject the notion of being confined by Qin Hai. The only resolution he saw was through death, to put an end to this conflict. In the grand scheme of family and national duty, he chose his country over personal gain. Born into the imperial family, this was his tragic fate. This was the heartlessness of royal life. It appeared regal, adorned with countless accolades, yet the harsh reality lurked behind the facade. After digesting all the memories, Qin Yu leaned back against the bed, letting out a gentle sigh. Qin Yu affirmed his identity. Then, he slowly rose and gazed into an ancient mirror, where a handsome and dignified figure stared back at him. From this moment forth, I am Qin Yu, the 18th Prince of the Great Qian. As he spoke to his reflection, a mysterious voice resonated in his ear. The system has been activated. Qin Yu's expression shifted in surprise. The sovereign system is initializing. The sovereign system has been successfully activated. You have received the following rewards: the Undying Emperor Scripture, the Crimson Flame Spear, the Celestial Feather Armor, the 9-Dragon Jade Pendant, a bottle of 9 Revolutions Golden Elixir, a Life and Death Wheel Elixir, and 1 Summoning Opportunity. The rewards are stored within the system space and can be accessed at any time. As the notifications resonated, Qin Yu's eyes widened. He felt himself transported into a mysterious realm, where several items materialized before him. These are all rewards bestowed by the system, and here lies the realm of the system. Qin Yu gazed curiously in that direction. The imperishable Emperor Scripture. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a terrifying force surged into him, inundating his being with countless profound truths. There was no need for self-reflection. He instantly comprehended the cultivation method of the imperishable Emperor Scripture. The might of the celestial emperor, vast as the skies, unfathomable as the cosmos, stands unrivaled. This was a grand power, assaulting Qin Yu's very soul. He felt as though he had transformed into an immortal emperor, indestructible and eternal, wielding dominion over celestial beings and demons. The sensation of wielding such power was intoxicating. No wonder humanity is so enamored with authority. What a domineering, imperishable emperor scripture. As Qin Yu practiced the scripture, his soul became clearer, and he perceived a significant enhancement in his wisdom and bravery. And then there were the other rewards. The 9-turn golden pill. This was an extraordinarily precious elixir. 9 turns of nirvana forge an unparalleled divine body. The potency of the 9-turn golden pill would not erupt immediately once ingested. It would gradually nourish his entire being, laying the most solid foundation. What a marvelous treasure! Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though the 9-turn golden pill would not instantly elevate his cultivation, it could transform his constitution, subtly influencing his future training. The life and death nirvana pill was the most suitable elixir for cultivating within the realm of life and death. A vial contained 10 of these. The 9-dragon jade pendant. This was a jade pendant intricately carved with 9 dragons, housing immense energy capable of summoning 9 celestial dragons to encircle him. With 9 celestial dragons swirling about, not only could it provide defense, but it could also unleash dragon attacks. In a state of complete defense, even legendary beings would find it impossible to breach. The pendant's efficacy would only wane once all energy was expended. The Crimson Flame Spear. The Celestial Feather Battle Armor. Legendary grade divine weapons. Within the Qin Dynasty, there were indeed legendary grade divine weapons, yet each could be deemed a national treasure, and their numbers were few. Even in Qin, forging such items was no trivial task. It required the mobilization of a nation's might. Moreover, these 2 legendary artifacts were of exquisite quality. Qin Yu focused his awareness, gripping the Crimson Flame Spear in his hand, feeling its weight. With a gentle swing, it transformed into a sea of flames. What a magnificent spear! Qin Yu exclaimed. A summoning opportunity? Qin Yu's expression shifted. What can be summoned? By consuming a summoning opportunity, the host may randomly summon a powerful ally, entirely loyal to the host. Qin Yu nodded, then declared, Heavenly Sovereign System. Immediately, he beheld before him a dazzling spectacle of radiant lights forming a resplendent image. It was as if the heavens had been torn asunder and new lands created, revealing the entire map of the eastern wilderness. Most detailed was the map of the Qin Dynasty. This is the various counties of Qin, Qin Yu marveled. It felt so vividly real, as if he were truly present. Qin Yu could see every corner of Qin. Not only could he perceive the entirety, but with a mere thought, he could zoom in on each county, observing even the minutest details. Now, the location of Yulong Pass was laid bare before him, allowing him to survey the entire area. What is the purpose of the Heavenly Sovereign System? Qin Yu's curiosity piqued. To conquer lands and seize dominions, the more territories the host acquires, the greater the rewards. The system's voice remained cold and emotionless. Qin Yu fell into contemplation. His gaze sharpened with resolution. He comprehended the truth. The Heavenly Sovereign System would not issue tasks on its own. To earn rewards, one must conquer and battle, seizing dominion by their own hand. Qin Yu clenched his fists tightly. He was not his former self, burdened by excessive trepidation. Moreover, the most crucial point was that he had acquired the system, granting him newfound confidence. His current predicament bore resemblance to that of Fusu from historical lore. Originally the most exceptional prince, he had been distanced from the political center of power, and due to the sudden demise of the previous emperor, others ascended the throne prematurely, issuing imperial edicts. They sought his demise. It seemed that in any world, conflict remained an unchanging melody. To abandon the rightful position that should have been mine would be a foolish act. Since I have been brought here, I shall never do so. Qin Yu declared, System, activate summoning. Host consumes one summoning opportunity to summon Meng Tian. Chapter 2 The so-called Imperial Edict is merely a piece of useless paper. Meng Tian. General Meng Tian. Qin Yu's expression shifted, astonished that he had summoned Meng Tian. This was a figure of immense renown, celebrated for his military achievements, possessing both valor and wisdom. Not only could he lead armies, but he could also serve as a capable minister during times of peace. Crucially, in Qin Yu's recollection, the historical Meng Tian met his demise by imperial decree. Mirroring his own precarious situation, a sense of kinship stirred within him, igniting an eagerness to meet Meng Tian. In what manner would he manifest? The system did not leave him in suspense for long. Upon summoning Meng Tian, the atmosphere shifted abruptly, as if drawn into an alternate dimension, creating a barrier that seemed impervious from the outside. Yet, through Qin Yu's eyes, a distorted vortex of darkness emerged, and a towering figure clad in black armor stepped forth. Name, Meng Tian. Cultivation, 7th level of Celestial Realm. Domain, Storm Domain. Equipment, Black Dragon Sword, Legendary, Black Dragon Armor, Black Dragon Flag. Meng Tian's information materialized as a luminous screen before Qin Yu. 7th level of Celestial Realm. Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with recognition. Such prowess was undeniably formidable and would rank him among the strongest in the Eastern Wilderness. Furthermore, Meng Tian bore a legendary weapon, an asset potent enough to enable him to transcend several levels in combat. As the barrier dissipated, Meng Tian knelt before Qin Yu on one knee, respectfully proclaiming, "Meng Tian pays his respects to your highness." His voice resonated with strength. Meng Tian. Qin Yu scrutinized him, sensing the aura of a battlefield warrior. He felt a surge of joy. His current predicament was dire, yet the arrival of Meng Tian was akin to adding wings to a tiger. Moreover, the formidable beings summoned by the system were unwaveringly loyal, ready to follow his commands without question. Meng Tian, given the current state of Qian, what course of action do you propose? Qin Yu inquired. The late emperor has passed, and the new monarch has abruptly ascended the throne, issuing 18 imperial edicts to your highness. The intent is clear, to strip you of control over the borders. Should you return to the capital, you would be like a dragon stranded in shallow waters, vulnerable to slaughter. Meng Tian's brow furrowed, seemingly contemplating the implications. With his intelligence, he understood the ruthlessness of imperial power struggles. Should Qin Yu return to the capital, he could foresee the trials that awaited him. I dare not overstep. Let all decisions be made by your highness. Meng Tian, having perceived the determination in Qin Yu's eyes, understood his intentions. Qin Yu extended his hand and clenched it firmly. Though newly transported to this world, he grasped the principle that self-interest must prevail. Fang Xian, take this decree and summon all the generals to the council chamber at once. Qin Yu swiftly penned a message and sent it forth. Fang Xian, the captain of his personal guard, was also a formidable practitioner of the celestial realm. He had followed Qin Yu since the latter was 8 years old, demonstrating unwavering loyalty. Such a position was not afforded to just any prince. A missive flew from the chamber, landing in the hands of a man. In the council chamber, soon dozens of individuals arrived. They were all commanders stationed at the borders, and most importantly, they belonged to Qin Yu's faction, his trusted allies. Your Highness summoned us in the dead of night with such urgency. Is there a grave matter to discuss? One voiced. Qin Hai has usurped the throne while you are away at the borders. His claim is illegitimate. He cannot present the late emperor's edict and is clearly rattled. Indeed, what can Qin Hai achieve? He cannot replicate the victories of the 7 expeditions beyond the borders. Only your highness can. The generals engaged in fervent discussion, their military natures driving them to express dissatisfaction with Qin Hai's ascension. The late emperor had not named an heir nor issued a decree to designate Qin Hai as the successor, leading them to reject the new ruler and deem him a usurper. In their hearts, only the 18th Prince held the rightful claim to the throne. For 8 years, the 18th Prince had remained at the borders, sharing life and death with them, stained with the blood of battle, earning their respect for both his cunning and strength. Furthermore, the 18th Prince possessed the aura of a sovereign. Surely, there are those in the court who have manipulated the late emperor's will to elevate Qin Hai. A burly man with a beard exclaimed angrily. General Fan, tread carefully. A middle-aged man interjected. This man, known as Fan Yong, was known for his fiery temper and prowess on the battlefield. However, upon hearing the middle-aged man's warning, he simmered in silence, holding back his ire. Whatever the prince intended to do, they would await his arrival. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a short beard spoke, commanding instant silence in the chamber. His name was Yang Quan, the commander of the 1.5 million troops stationed at Yulong Pass, a 9th-level celestial realm practitioner safeguarding the borders of Qian. He was a figure of genuine authority, often engaged in skirmishes with the nomadic tribes beyond the borders. The troops he commanded were all cavalry, equipped with the finest steeds of Qian, making them the most elite iron cavalry. Without such strength, how could Qin Hai possibly harbor such trepidation towards him? Yang Quan mourned the late emperor's demise, having fought alongside him during their youth, before he had attained the celestial realm. They shared a bond as both ruler and friend. The 18th Prince greatly impressed him, reminiscent of the late emperor's demeanor. It was widely believed that the late emperor had groomed the 18th Prince for the throne during his years stationed at Yulong Pass. Yet, unexpectedly, Qin Hai's ascension ignited the discontent and wrath of these fierce generals. Your Highness, it was not long before Qin Yu arrived, striding with a steady and powerful gait, accompanied by Meng Tian. This individual, Yang Quan's piercing gaze shifted to Meng Tian. Upon locking eyes, he was startled to realize that Ming Tian was also a practitioner of the celestial realm, though they had yet to engage. He sensed a formidable presence that rivaled his own. Who is this formidable figure? How could I not be familiar with him? This is Ming Tian, and he shall henceforth be your comrade, unwaveringly loyal to me, Qin Yu elucidated. Ming Tian? Yang Quan nodded, refraining from further inquiry. The prince had not disclosed the details of his origins, clearly not wishing to dwell on that matter. The Qin had existed for millennia, its profound heritage concealing countless hidden experts. As Qin Yu took his seat, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the chamber. What troubles you? Speak plainly, Qin Yu commanded, surveying the assembled generals. Your Highness, the 19th edict is en route and will arrive at Yulong Pass by noon tomorrow, a middle-aged man reported. Fan Yong stepped forward, urgency in his tone. This Fan Yong dares to assert that Qin Hai harbors ulterior motives. Qin Yu chuckled, though somewhat brash and a bit of a brute. Fan Yong's words revealed his loyalty. The situation is complex and fraught with challenges, the middle-aged man continued. Now that Qin Hai has claimed the throne, he occupies the moral high ground. Your Highness will face difficulties in issuing commands from afar, especially with the need to remain vigilant against the nomadic tribes in the state of Yenzhou. This is a critical juncture. Perhaps you can leverage this as an excuse. Another general interjected, but how long can such an excuse endure? It merely buys time without altering the greater scheme. Zhou Tu shook his head. That's completely absurd, Fan Yong exclaimed. His words instantly startled the generals, articulating what they dared not voice directly. Indeed, the 18th Prince held considerable esteem within the realm. And following the former emperor's seclusion, many regarded him as the prospective heir apparent. Conversely, Qin Hai's ascension seemed somewhat dubious and lacking legitimacy. Yet, despite this, what could they do? They could not dare to step forward, for that would be tantamount to treason. Fan Yong's statement cast a pall over the gathering, and all eyes turned toward Qin Yu. The course of action lay solely in his hands. Furthermore, they were acutely aware that, as confidants of the 18th Prince, should Qin Yu fall from grace, they too would face exclusion, oppression, or even eradication. A new ruler inevitably brings new subjects. The strategically vital Yulong Pass could not remain unmonitored. However, should the 18th Prince ascend, they, as loyal supporters, would enjoy boundless glory. Of course, this path was fraught with peril. Failure could spell doom for their entire clan. They awaited Qin Yu's signal. Qin Yu stated, His Highness's intentions align with my own. Yang Quan expressed his support, his meaning clear. Even if Qin Yu wished to rebel, he would follow him to the death. With such a declaration from the great general, Qin Yu felt reassured. He smiled and nodded. Although the former Qin Yu had chosen to take his own life, he had left behind immense wealth and the unwavering loyalty of his border soldiers, as well as significant prestige within the country. Would such devoted soldiers remain loyal to a mere incompetent? Qin Yu spoke slowly, and Yang Quan's expression shifted. He perceived an unusual tone in Qin Yu's voice. Qin Yu cast a glance at Zhou Tuesday. The imperial decree? It is nothing more than a worthless piece of paper. I do not acknowledge Qin Hai's claim to the throne, Qin Yu declared, his voice sharp and resolute. Chapter 3 He, Qin Hai, does not acknowledge the so-called imperial edict. It is nothing but a piece of waste paper. What purpose does it serve? Qin Yu pays it no mind. He does not even recognize Qin Hai as the emperor. He understands well that in this terrifying world, where power reigns supreme, absolute martial strength is of utmost importance to gain dominion over the realm. Having traversed into this world and acquired a system, it is destined that he cannot live an ordinary life. Otherwise, he might as well take a sword and end his own existence. The generals, with solemn expressions, listened to Qin Yu's declaration, which outright denied Qin Hai's position. A nationwide conflict is on the brink of eruption. All shall heed His Highness's commands, proclaimed General Yang Quan, leading the others to rise in respectful unison. Recently, the court has been in turmoil. With Qin Hai's ascension disrupting the existing order, numerous regional governors and generals have been reassigned in a short span, replaced by his loyalists. Furthermore, many precious territories within the Great Qian have been redistributed. This has incited considerable discontent among the populace, particularly in the northern counties, where the frequency of such reallocations is alarming. It appears to be an effort to diminish the power of His Highness. At this juncture, Yang Quan proactively consulted with Qin Yu regarding the situation. Previously, he had awaited Qin Yu's stance. This is a significant maneuver by Qin Hai. Fearing the unrest that brews within the realm, with many observing from the sidelines, Qin Yu nodded in agreement. Ming Tian, standing beside Qin Yu, spoke. This is a move orchestrated by the domestic interest groups. In my view, Qin Hai's ascendance to power is no mere coincidence. He is likely supported by another faction within the Great Qian, representing their interests. To secure their allegiance, he must satiate them. And his frequent maneuvers serve not only to consolidate his rule but also to suppress His Highness's influence. As Ming Tian concluded, Yang Quan regarded this enigmatic figure of celestial prowess. This individual possesses wisdom, not merely the brute force of a reckless warrior, but the talent of a true commander. Indeed, Yang Quan affirmed, the replacement of numerous regional governors and the stripping of many generals' military authority renders them idle. All these actions share a common thread, an association with the 18th Prince, who may potentially offer support. Thus, the seizing of power aims to eliminate the 18th Prince's faction and replace them with loyalists, leaving no room for retaliation. It seems Qin Hai is well aware of this. At that juncture, even if Qin Yu does not return, what turmoil could arise from the borders? Yang Quan mused. Qin Hai is indeed a ruthless individual. Many within the Great Qian stand with His Highness, and as time passes, numerous neutral factions may perceive the situation as settled and abandon His Highness. This is a cunning stratagem, a blatant scheme to corner His Highness. Zhou Tu remarked. Moreover, numerous resources and territories have been reallocated. It is clear that Qin Hai's rise is propelled by other interest groups within the court. These individuals are not traitors. Rather, they are loyal to different causes. If Qin Yu were to ascend legitimately, backed by the officials, there would be no significant upheaval within the nation. Ultimately, everything revolves around interests. We cannot sit idly by and allow Qin Hai to disrupt our Great Qian's order. We must retaliate. Qin Yu's tone grew increasingly resolute. A leader is now required. If he, Qin Yu, does not stand forth, no one else will dare to act against Qin Hai's various maneuvers. Otherwise, they would be labeled as traitors. However, if he, Qin Yu, takes action, they would rally behind the Prince of the Great Qian, altering the dynamics entirely. If His Highness strikes, he will surely gather overwhelming support. Zhou Tu asserted. Without the former emperor's succession edict, Qin Yu's actions would possess legal justification. The pressing issue now lies in how to strike back. For chaos already reigns in the realm under Qin Hai's orders. I can draft a decree to clear the court of treacherous ministers, providing a legal basis for military action and garnering support from various factions. Zhou Tu added. To clear the court of treachery? No, you misunderstand. I require no such decree. Qin Yu shook his head. Zhou Tu was momentarily stunned. Do you recall what I just said? I do not acknowledge Qin Hai's position as emperor. Thus, where is the basis for such a decree? Zhou Tu quickly realized the implication. Indeed, His Highness does not regard Qin Hai as a legitimate emperor. And to invoke such a decree would imply recognition of Qin Hai's status. Should we take action, Qin Hai will undoubtedly dispatch troops to eliminate us. We possess only 150,000 soldiers at the borders, another general interjected. Those gathered were all of Qin Yu's staunchest supporters. And they could speak freely among one another. No, you are mistaken. We are not limited to 150,000. Many are discontent with Qin Hai. Once His Highness raises his banner, a steady stream of troops will rally to him. As for the neutral factions, while they may not directly engage, they will certainly observe from the sidelines and refrain from participating in the struggle for power. Zhou Tu responded with a smile. Indeed, the crux lies in Qin Yu's attitude. If he takes no action, they will remain passive. Moreover, Qin Yu's esteem is exceedingly high. He embodies the former emperor's spirit and has garnered much acknowledgement. Otherwise, if a mere inept prince were to emerge, they would not even cast a glance. Qin Hai's relentless purges within the court have upset numerous interest groups, provoking widespread dissatisfaction. What I fear most is the legendary ancestors, another voiced. What constitutes a legend? They have transcended the realm of the heavens, akin to epics and myths, wielding terrifying power capable of shattering the void with a mere gesture. If a legendary ancestor were to concern themselves with court affairs, Qin Hai would not have ascended. Yang Quan countered. Indeed, the Great Qian is not merely guarded by one legendary ancestor. However, such figures are elusive, focused solely on their own cultivation. The last time one manifested was 300 years ago. To a legend, ordinary conflicts hold little significance. Each aspires to reach greater heights, unless faced with a cataclysmic war. General, Qin Yu turned to Yang Quan. The 150,000 troops at the borders may harbor some indecision, but they are all my sworn soldiers. There will be no issue. Yang Quan expressed his confidence. This also explains why Qin Hai is wary of Qin Yu. Yulong Pass, situated in the Yin-Yang County, lies at the border, plagued by threats, and its harsh environment has forged a fierce and valiant populace, renowned for their combat prowess. Should war break out, it would devolve into civil strife, resulting in rivers of blood. And the other nations of the eastern wilderness will undoubtedly take notice of the great Qian's turmoil. Yang Quan sighed. The former emperor's sudden demise was untimely. Had the 18th prince been named heir earlier, this unrest might have been averted. I cannot fathom the former emperor's reasoning. Yet, the 18th prince is exceptionally gifted. Having broken through to the realm of life and death at the tender age of 23, surpassing even the former emperor's pace, and he may yet become a legend. With the 10 kingdoms and 7 sects constantly embroiled in conflict with the barbarians beyond the frontier, a strong leader is essential in these tumultuous times. Such an outstanding prince far surpasses Qin Hai. If I do not support the 18th prince, I am acutely aware of the likely outcome for Qin Yu, which could stifle the future of the great Qian. But I, your highness, have no choice. Qin Yu discerned Yang Quan's thoughts. I shall fight for your highness, they declared. Kneeling on one knee, their voices resonant and firm. Dawn has arrived. The deliberation had continued for an extended period, and before they realized it, daybreak had come. Your highness, general, someone approaches from the court. At that moment, a personal guard announced from outside the hall. Such haste, Qin Yu remarked. Chapter 4. An oath of loyalty to his highness. As dawn broke, the grand hall of Yulong Pass was filled with over 100 individuals, all of whom were at least of the commanding rank. Some astute minds had already sensed that monumental events were about to unfold. Greetings were exchanged among the generals. Having met General De and General Su, Yang Quan raised his hand to silence the chatter and directed his gaze towards a man of somewhat scholarly demeanor. Within Yulong Pass, there were 3 individuals of celestial realm. Apart from Yang Quan and the captain of Qin Yu's personal guard, there was Su Jun, the vice commander of the Dacian Iron Cavalry, who shared military and political authority with Yang Quan. The strategic importance of Yulong Pass was immense, tasked not only with the defense against barbarian invasions, but also with safeguarding the entire northern front. The midnight meeting had gathered the most trusted confidants of His Highness, with Su Jun being an exception, as he was a neutral party, hailing from humble origins, and disinclined to engage in factional disputes. Upon his arrival, he furrowed his brow, sensing an odd atmosphere, yet he could not articulate it. He remained silent, aware that in this frontier, Yang Quan held the power, and he was neither a match in strength nor status. Soon after, Qin Yu and Ming Tian arrived. We pay our respects to His Highness. The generals bowed respectfully. No need for excessive formalities, Qin Yu replied as he took his seat at the head of the hall. Let the envoy from the court in. This seemingly casual remark tightened Su Jun's chest. He was well aware of the court's precarious situation. This prince was indeed a paragon among men. And had the previous emperor not met an untimely demise, the throne would likely have been his. Previously, the court had issued 18 imperial edicts, none of which had been personally attended to by the prince. The sudden desire to meet now suggested that a decision had been made. Moments later, several individuals entered the grand hall, led by a man clad in blue who bowed to Qin Yu. He was Chen Kong, an envoy dispatched by Qin Hai. His Highness possesses tremendous influence. After the resounding victories beyond the borders, he has won the hearts of many. Remaining in the frontier poses a ticking time bomb that threatens the emperor's position, he articulated. It appears my imperial brother is quite eager to meet with me. Qin Yu responded, indeed. At this juncture, Chen Kong appeared momentarily taken aback. Why such an easy acquiescence? He quickly regained his composure in that case. Let us hasten back to the capital. The emperor has constructed a royal residence for you, and in due time, you shall assist him in establishing the greatness of Dacian. The construction of a royal residence within the imperial capital showcased Qin Hai's intentions to usurp all of Qin Yu's authority, even if he did not seek to eliminate him. Perpetual confinement would be the aim. Perhaps, with a stroke of misfortune, an untimely death could occur. A royal residence is far too modest, Qin Yu replied, shaking his head. What does His Highness mean? Chen Kong sensed an unease. The world is vast enough. Be cautious with your words, Chen Kong admonished. Do you wish to defy the emperor's decree, act against his divine will, and become a disloyal and unfilial subject, leaving the late emperor unable to rest in peace? He raised his chin defiantly, bolstered by the authority of the emperor, and although he was alone in his venture, he felt unafraid. He brandished the golden imperial edict. The emperor's decree is here. I implore you to receive it. He called out once more. The golden edict shimmered, radiating the fortune of the Dacian Empire, akin to golden dragons dancing wildly, exuding immense pressure. Before the edict, some soldiers contemplated kneeling to receive it. Do not receive the edict. Chen Kong observed the calmness within the hall, feeling the disdainful gazes that chilled his heart. I have never acknowledged him as the emperor of Dacian, Qin Yu declared. Do you intend to rebel? Qin Kong's eyes widened in disbelief. Enough of your prattling. Perish. Suddenly, a violent force erupted as Fan Yang, consumed by rage, unleashed his fury. Eyes bulging like a commander, wielding his steel blade. In a flash of blood, Qin Kong's head was severed from his body. Fan Yang was a fierce warrior of the ninth turn in the realm of life, and Da Chapter 5, the call to arms. The army approaches some matters require little elaboration. Those who understand, understand. They are willing to risk their lives, following Qin Yu to the capital, thus entrusting their very existence to him. Should he ascend to the throne, all would naturally thrive. In failure, however, they would meet a grim fate. Qin Yu's words resonated deeply with Yang Quan. Such determination is essential. The prince is endowed with both wisdom and valor. To cleanse the court of treachery is indeed a noble pursuit. By directly accusing Qin Hai of altering the imperial edict, the prince delegitimized Qin Hai's claim to the throne. Their expedition is not a rebellion but a restoration of order, aimed at purging the nation of traitors. Regardless of whether others believe it, they certainly do. Within the grand hall, Fan Yang brought forth a massive sand table, meticulously marking the various prefectures of the Great Qian. Although Qin Yu possessed the immensely superior heavenly dominion system, it remained invisible to them. To seize the imperial power, stability must first be established. And control over the Yin-Yang prefecture is paramount. Only then can they command the northern prefectures in the various legions. Qin Yu declared that conquering cities and territories would yield rewards from the system. Currently, he stood at the border, lacking dominion over even a single prefecture. And within the system's map, Yin-Yang remained unclaimed. The pivotal Yulong Pass lies within Yin-Yang. Capturing it would serve as their opening strike. Control over Yin-Yang is imperative, for once it is secured, the surrounding prefectures would ignite in a sweeping blaze of rebellion. The prince's 7 campaigns into the frontier have earned him great merit, winning the trust of the northern populace. Yang Quan noted that the prince's accomplishments in the 7 campaigns are their greatest assurance in conquering the northern prefectures. They may be unaware of the identity of the new emperor of the Great Qian, but they certainly recognize Qin Yu. Furthermore, this is not merely a campaign for territorial expansion but a struggle for the throne of the Great Qian. Winning the hearts of the people is less crucial, as they are all princes of the Great Qian. As long as Qin Yu demonstrates his might, loyal followers will inevitably rally to his cause. Your Highness, the former governor of Yin-Yang has been reassigned, and many key officials have been dismissed. The new governor is Qin Yu, a staunch supporter of Qin Hai. Zhou Tu reported. Emir Qin Yu believes he can hold Yin-Yang against us. Your Highness, I volunteer to lead the charge and seize Yin-Yang. Fan Yang stepped forward. Yinshan City, the capital of Yin-Yang, is a formidable fortress, towering and robust, fortified through generations with intricate formations for defense. Even the heavenly realm would find it challenging to breach. Within Yinshan, hundreds of thousands of troops are stationed. Zhou Tu remarked. Such a vital border stronghold is prone to conflict. We must anticipate the heavenly realm's involvement. A mere garrison cannot compare to our elite forces. Fan Yang dismissed the garrison troops with disdain. Indeed, the frontier's elite are seasoned warriors. It is essential to remember that this is not a war against a foreign nation. Those garrison troops are also subjects of the Great Qian, and the prince does not seek indiscriminate slaughter, but rather control over Yin-Yang. Zhou Tu cautioned. While attacking foreign nations permits widespread destruction, we must exercise restraint within our own territory and win hearts. Both aspects are within our grasp. Breaking his silence, Ming Tian declared. With the army poised to advance, we must mobilize towards Yinshan City. Qin Yu rose, exuding authority. For this first battle, I shall personally lead our forces. Prepare yourselves. By your command, Your Highness. The soldiers responded. Indeed, for the inaugural battle, Qin Yu must take the lead to demonstrate his resolve. Soon, the army surged forth. In Qin Yu's vision, unseen by others, a grand tableau unfolded. The vast landscapes bore the ominous shadow of the great Qian's iron cavalry, their arrows forming a razor-sharp point directed at Yinshan. A smile graced Qin Yu's lips. The heavenly dominion system is truly remarkable. I wonder what rewards await me upon conquering the entirety of Yin-Yang. Yinshan City, the seat of governance, boasts towering walls of considerable height. Grand and imposing. It is the most prosperous locale within the prefecture. Qian sat proudly upon his throne, filled with self-satisfaction. Despite the harsh environment of Yin-Yang, it yields abundant minerals, making it a veritable treasure trove. In the past, he would have never qualified for the position of governor. But the Qi family's timely support of Qin Hai has changed that. The 19th imperial decree has been issued. He is uncertain whether the 18th Prince will continue his silence and defiance, but it matters little. He has lost his claim to the throne. The emperor has swiftly eliminated his supporters, rendering any resistance futile, even from within Yulong Pass. Qian chuckled, convinced that the 18th Prince would not dare rebel. Once all his supporters are eradicated, it will be a new dawn for the realm, and the current emperor's interests align closely with theirs. The Qi family stands to gain immensely from this shift. I sincerely hope the 18th Prince dares to revolt. That would provide the perfect opportunity to eliminate him and secure our future. Qian laughed heartily. The great Qian Dynasty is vast. Its territory and might ranking among the foremost of the 10 kingdoms and 7 sects. The distribution of domestic interests is inherently complex. Following Qin Hai's ascendance, the Qi family has reaped unprecedented benefits previously deemed unattainable. Suddenly, as he reveled in his triumph, the ground trembled violently, and an ominous cloud loomed over the horizon. Qin Yu, possessing strength at the life and death stage, hastily vacated his residence and ascended the city walls. The sound of countless hooves reverberated. War flags billowed. A legion clad in black armor surged forth, their aura exuding lethal intent, charging toward the city. The great Qian Iron Cavalry. Qin Yu's voice quivered. Due to the strategic importance of Yulong Pass, it frequently engaged in conflict with the barbarians, housing primarily cavalry, the most elite of the great Qian's forces. A cavalry charge is nearly impossible to withstand. He recognized them instantly. Now, the great Qian Iron Cavalry was advancing toward the city. He could hardly believe that 150,000 cavalry had come to engage in friendly discourse. Could it be that the 18th Prince is rebelling? Qian dared not entertain the thought further. Though he had become the governor, he was acutely aware that he did not fully control Yin Yang. The people's loyalty was not with him, and his own forces paled in comparison. Stay calm, do not panic, he admonished himself. It appears the 18th Prince is indeed poised to act, a prospect that deeply concerns the emperor. Yet, this is rebellion. A hard approach will not suffice. A softer touch is required to ensure the soldiers know who they should pledge their allegiance to. Qian forced himself to regain composure. Damn it! If not for the 18th Prince's 8 years at the border, how could he muster such a formidable army? He cursed inwardly. Activate the formations, he commanded urgently. At that moment, the tempest howled, and the charge of 150,000 iron cavalry was a sight to behold. Chaos erupted within the city. Cavalry! How could there be so many charging toward the city? Could it be an invasion by the barbarians? Quickly, arm yourselves and prepare to defend the city. We cannot allow the barbarians to breach our walls. The people of Yin Yang have long been in conflict with the barbarians, harboring deep-seated grievances. Upon witnessing the cavalry, they did not cower in fear but instead organized themselves. Wait, those are not barbarian cavalry, they are the great Qian Iron Cavalry. Look, it is the prince. They gazed in astonishment. Stop! Qin Yu, clad in armor, emanated an aura of majesty as he led the charge. Within a few miles of Yinshan City, he raised his hand, commanding the army to halt. The 150,000 iron cavalry formed into precise ranks. Their expressions steely, revealing only their piercing eyes from beneath their helmets. This is not the first time they have followed Qin Yu into battle. For many years, he has frequently led them against the barbarian hordes. Your Highness, without orders to mobilize troops, what are you attempting to do by acting on your own? Qian exclaimed. Draw swords and prepare for battle. Activate the formation. Close the city gates tightly. Do you not see that His Highness has arrived? Open the gates at once to welcome the prince. Fan Yong shouted at the guards within the city. Without the order of the county guard, no one may open the gates. Otherwise, it would be considered rebellion. Qin Yun retorted, Your Highness, if you do not withdraw your troops, it will be deemed rebellion. I must enter the city. Who dares to obstruct me? Qin Yu coldly commanded, Open the gates. The guards within the city were visibly shaken. They held Qin Yu in high esteem, and upon seeing him, their morale had already been unsettled, devoid of any will to resist. Some intelligent minds connected the dots regarding the shifting political landscape and surmised that His Highness's actions were evidently aimed at seizing the throne, refusing to acknowledge the new ruler. If it were an invasion by foreign tribes, they would undoubtedly fight to the death. However, the 18th Prince had, over the past 8 years, continuously vanquished the barbarian tribes beyond the borders, with countless foes having perished at his hands. His accumulated reputation was too formidable for them to dare take action. Qian Yu, in a state of panic, realized that these soldiers were not heeding his commands. Do you wish to rebel? He could only shout, Brave soldiers, do not be foolish. If the 18th Prince seeks to rebel, will you follow him into this abyss? Even if you could seize the Yin Yang army, the imperial forces would crush you. And you would all perish, dragging your families down with you. If you lay down your weapons, I will treat this as if nothing has occurred. His words were met with scornful disdain from the Qin cavalry. In their eyes, there was no Qin Hai, only Qin Yu. With one scheme failing, Qian devised another. He aimed to suppress Qin Yu with righteousness. But alas, Qin Yu was a time traveler, indifferent to such notions. Pantheon, Qin Yu, weary of further words, directly summoned Pantheon. As a storm surged, Pantheon stepped forth into the fray. Chapter 6, Either Do Nothing or Do It to the Extreme. Yinshan City was enveloped in a tense and eerie atmosphere. Qian feigned calmness. Yet his garments were drenched with perspiration. Having cultivated to the realm of life and death, he was far from foolish. He understood that Qin Yu, with his allegiance to the heavenly realm, was an adversary he could not confront directly, relying instead on the might behind him. Your Highness, do you truly intend to raise an army and become a traitor, disturbing the peace of the late emperor in the afterlife? Should civil strife erupt within the empire, blood will flow like rivers, and flames of war will engulf Qin. Heed my counsel and desist, Qian shouted in a final desperate plea. Yet, Qin Yu remained silent. Warriors, follow me to confront the enemy. The 18th Prince has rebelled. Let us pledge our loyalty to the nation. Qian, displaying some spirit, drew his sword, cursing Qin Yu under his breath for forcing him into a corner, intending to rally the citizens within the city to pressure Qin Yu. However, the soldiers and civilians within the city remained utterly unresponsive. When faced with foreign invaders, even if they were stronger, they would charge forward without hesitation. But against the 18th Prince, they found themselves paralyzed. Moreover, outside the city were 150,000 of Qian's most elite iron cavalry, some of whom hailed from the local Yinyang prefecture. Qian felt a chill of despair. Activate the city defense formation. As the prefect, Qian could directly initiate the protective array. In an instant, the entire city was enveloped in a radiant shield, unleashing numerous bolts of thunder and fire. A force so destructive that even those of the heavenly realm dared not approach. And this was merely a fraction of the city's protective mechanism. By channeling the collective strength of the army, it could be pushed to its zenith. However, within the city, the guards remained uncooperative. Come on, come on, Qian screamed in madness. Kill. Pantheon soared through the air, the skies darkening ominously. A heavenly realm powerhouse. Upon seeing Pantheon, Qian sensed the terror of this individual, who was unknown to the Empire's registries. He had retreated to the brink of no return. Pantheon, however, did not waste words with him. His terrifying power, infused into the black dragon sword, summoned tempests, transforming the air into a roaring black dragon, capable of swallowing an entire city. That was a legendary weapon. Qian trembled in fear. Such legendary arms were exceedingly rare in all of Qin. Yet they were now wielded by this mysterious figure of the heavenly realm. With a roar of the black dragon sword stabbed forth, creating a vortex resembling a dragon's head. Qian had seen many heavenly realm warriors, but none were as formidable as Pantheon. Despite the protective array, it was ultimately just a single prefecture, and with no one to assist him, it was merely a solitary roar. After Pantheon struck with his sword, the entire city crumbled under immense pressure. Within 100 miles, the earth split apart in chaos. Unsurprisingly, Pantheon, wielding a legendary weapon, shattered the formation, sending a wave of obliterating force crashing into Qian, propelling him away. Qian was left bloodied and mangled, spewing forth blood. This was merely the residual force from the array's destruction. Yet at Chapter 7, For Your Highness, what matters if I shatter to pieces? The first battle has commenced. Next, it is imperative to ignite the flames of war across the entire northern region with a thunderous force, sweeping through the vast territories of the Qin Empire. Qin Yu is stationed in Yin Mountain City. He understands all too well that the subsequent offensives will face minimal obstacles, yet it won't be long before Qin Hai reacts, frantically mobilizing his troops to launch an attack against him. Before that moment arrives, he must amass sufficient strength to engage in a fierce battle. The various counties in the northern region must be entirely under his control. Qin Yu's gaze is as sharp as a blade, but the most crucial aspect remains strength. Power reigns supreme, an eternal truth. Having arrived in this world, he is determined to ascend as the Emperor of Qin, ruling over all. Within the quiet chamber, Qin Yu is surrounded by mountains of elemental stones. Streams of energy rise like mists as he channels the Immortal Emperor's scripture. A terrifying absorption capability generates whirlpools of intense energy that fills his body. The cycle of life and death occurs in 9 transformations, each signifying a monumental metamorphosis. Shedding the limitations of his mortal flesh, Achieving the realm of life and death at the age of 23 is a testament to his extraordinary talent. He commands the heavens and controls the earth. The Emperor is supreme. Astonishing waves of transformation ripple through every cell in his body. During his cultivation, the energy of the Nine Turns golden core continuously supplies him, instantly replenishing any tearing within his body. The sound roars like the tides of the ocean. His vitality is overwhelmingly powerful, akin to an oceanic expanse. Within just 2 days of cultivation, Qin Yu's blood surged, allowing him to directly break through to the second transformation of the life and death realm. Is this merely the second transformation? Far from sufficient. Qin Yu desires yet another breakthrough. For most practitioners in the life and death realm, each transformation requires an extended period of rest to consolidate their progress. However, Qin Yu requires none of that. The third transformation of the life and death realm, his body undergoes yet another metamorphosis. Qin Yu accomplishes this breakthrough in merely 3 days, with time primarily spent on his physical transformation. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar across the Qian. Indeed, breaking through 2 realms in 5 days is no small feat. Qin Yu feels a vast surge of power with every movement. With a mere thought, a deep blue fruit materializes in his hand. This is the void fruit. For ordinary individuals, consuming the void fruit allows them to transform into a physique attuned to space. Yet for him, who practices the Immortal Emperor's scripture, the void fruit enables the cultivation of void-based divine abilities. He crushes the void fruit. With a whoosh, a surge of deep blue energy envelopes him like a river. Cultivating void-based divine abilities is exceedingly arduous, but with the void fruit, there is no danger, and the results are significantly enhanced. He raises a finger, perceiving the mysteries of the void, and slices forward. In an instant, a fissure stretching several zhang appears, exuding a fierce murderous intent. Void cutting contains unparalleled lethality, a feat typically achievable only by those in the heaven realm. Qin Yu manipulates the power of the void. The heaven realm is formidable precisely because their divine abilities undergo extreme transformations. Upon reaching the legendary level, they can shatter the void with a mere gesture, annihilating vast landscapes. Though he is merely at the third transformation of the life and death realm, rooted in the Immortal Emperor's scripture, he can contend even with the heaven realm. Qin Yu gazes with disdain, sweeping away all obstacles. To challenge the heaven realm is a colossal leap across a major boundary, shattering the divide between heaven and earth. In the annals of Eastern wilderness history, few have achieved such a feat. He remains acutely aware that seizing the imperial authority of the Qian cannot rely solely on his reputation. He must also demonstrate sufficient strength. Ding! You have conquered Wushan City, gaining 100,000 elemental stones and 10 bottles of qi replenishing pills. Ding! You have conquered Changning City, gaining 100,000 elemental stones and 1 mountain-splitting axe. Ding! You have conquered Ningfeng City, gaining 150,000 elemental stones and 1 radiant armor. At this moment, a continuous stream of system notifications resounds. Qin Yu focuses his gaze on the world map ablaze with war, where flags belonging to him are being raised across the territory of Yinyang County. With each city taken and each territory seized, rewards are bestowed. While the sovereign system may not explicitly outline tasks, countless missions exist, offering endless treasures for him to claim. A smile breaks across Qin Yu's face. He also realizes that these rewards pale in comparison to the conquest of Yin Mountain City. It appears that the system's rewards are contingent upon the prosperity and strength of the captured regions. Weaker cities may yield rewards, but they are merely embellishments, while only the bountiful lands provide astonishing rewards. Qin Yu gazes at the world map. Ding! Conquering Yinyang County grants you the Yin Dragon Formation and 1 Yin Dragon Blade. He has secured the entirety of Yinyang County. The time taken did not exceed 10 days. Naturally, Qin Yu is not surprised. The time spent reflects the process of transferring power. Once he raised his flag and captured Yin Mountain City, it signified that the entire county would belong to him. The Yin Dragon Blade is an excellent weapon, suitable for those of the heaven realm. However, the Yin Dragon Formation catches Qin Yu's eye. The reward for this formation is the finest. This formation requires 99 Yin Dragon flags, forming a military array that condenses the power of the Yin Dragon. When mobilized by the army, it can harness the collective strength of the entire force, even capable of contending with the powers of the heaven realm. How wonderful! If I feign abandonment of a county, only to conquer it again, I wonder if I would gain further benefits. Qin Yu muses. The conquest of a territory grants rewards only once. The system's voice interrupts him inopportunely. Qin Yu pauses, realizing that it curtails his ability to repeatedly seize rewards. Yet, this matters not. The world is vast. It is time to proceed with the next course of action. Qin Yu rises and departs the quiet chamber. Within the county governor's office, the generals are gathered. Having just raised their banners, everyone is busy. Your Highness has arrived. Soon, Qin Yu enters the office. Third transformation of the life and death realm. Yang Quan and the other generals suddenly feel the overwhelming aura exuding from Qin Yu, their expressions shifting dramatically. For Yang Quan, a being of the heaven realm, the life and death realm is insignificant. Yet he distinctly recalls that His Highness broke through to the life and death realm 3 months ago and had only reached the first transformation 10 days prior. He never anticipated that within such a short span, Qin Yu would have achieved the third transformation. 10 days, breaking through 2 transformations. How terrifying. Such innate talent surpasses even that of the late emperor. Yang Quan exclaims in awe. He reflects on his own age, still merely at the yin-yang realm, and was hailed as a genius. Yet compared to His Highness, he feels utterly dwarfed. Had it not been for the sudden demise of the late emperor, allowing Qin Hai to seize the throne first, the upheaval in Deqian might have been averted. Seizing Yin-Yang County, the contributions of the generals are indispensable. Fan Yong, you performed admirably in this campaign. I reward you with this Yin Dragon Blade. Qin Yu scans the generals and directly bestows the Yin Dragon Blade upon Fan Yong. Although he did not experience a significant battle to capture the entire army, his willingness to follow Qin Yu into battle marks a great achievement. Thank you, Your Highness. Fan Yong accepts the Yin Dragon Blade, his expression filled with joy. Compared to his previous weapon, the Yin Dragon Blade is like a piece of scrap metal. Securing Yin Yang is merely the beginning. I command you to swiftly conquer the 4 counties of Beishan, Pingshan, Shangyong, and Chenwei, rallying tremendous momentum to win the hearts of the people in each county. Qin Yu instructs. By capturing these 4 counties, he will be rewarded by the system and can recruit soldiers from each region. Your Highness, the 4 counties are closely tied to Yin-Yang, and their governors will offer little resistance. The citizens of these counties will surely pledge their loyalty to you, aiding in the eradication of the chaos in the court, and we will capture them in no time. Yang Quan speaks resolutely, vowing unwavering loyalty to Qin Yu. What matters if I shatter to pieces, as long as Your Highness can ascend as the Emperor of Deqian. Chapter 8. The Golden Fire Cavalry outside Yin Mountain City. Pantheon, Yang Quan, and Su Jun all led their troops. Generals, we shall convene in Beishan County and raise His Highness's banner across the northern territories. Yang Quan clasped his fists and spoke with a smile. Meng Tian and Su Jun exchanged knowing glances, both appearing relaxed. His Highness has issued a strict order to swiftly capture the surrounding 4 counties. Thus, the 3 great heavenly realms shall simultaneously march forth, aiming to control these lands with utmost speed. Yang Quan and Su Jun commanded the formidable cavalry of the Great Qian, while Meng Tian led a smaller force of merely 100,000, recently selected elite troops from Yin-Yang County. The denizens of the northern territories were brave and skilled warriors. The 3 armies set off in different directions. Although Qin Yu remained within Yin Mountain City, he was well aware of their progress and territorial gains through the Junlin Tianxia system. Ding, ding, ding. Since the army's departure, Qin Yu frequently heard notifications from the system. Although the spoils from ordinary regions were modest, they accumulated significantly, forming a substantial resource for Qin Yu's ambitions. For instance, even the most common yuan stones had piled up into a considerable mountain. In Shangyong County, Meng Tian's forces approached the city, yet the atmosphere was devoid of hostility. It was a peaceful process of acceptance. Haha, is that General Meng Tian? I am Meng Yu, and I have awaited your arrival. A hearty laugh resonated as the city gates swung wide, revealing a throng of people welcoming Meng Tian. The sturdy figure of the county governor, Meng Yu, a formidable figure at the 9th turn of the life and death realm, stood among them. Meng County Governor, Meng Tian declared, I have been sent by His Highness to take charge of all affairs in Shangyong County. I am fully prepared. Meng Yu nodded. Qin Hai's treachery against His Highness poses a threat to the foundation of our great Qian, and this cannot be tolerated. His Highness possesses the means to restore order and ensure the everlasting prosperity of our great Qian. I, Meng Yu, shall cooperate fully. I have already informed the citizens of the county, and they are eager to pledge their loyalty to your majesty. Meng Tian was not surprised by Meng Yu's understanding, who in the northern counties was unaware of the 18th Prince's illustrious reputation. He had vanquished countless barbarian foes during the 7 expeditions to the north, Excellent, Meng Tian replied. Though no battle had yet commenced, he remained undeterred, knowing that fierce combat would soon follow. Yang Quan and Su Jun faced similar situations, wherever their armies passed. They were met with enthusiastic welcomes as the citizens rallied to support Qin Yu's forces. All county governors offered their allegiance without resistance. In truth, many were discontent with Qin Hai's ascension. These governors had long been stationed at the borders and shared profound connections with Qin Yu. They understood that should Qin Yu fall, Qin Hai's character would lead to their marginalization and power, regardless of his intentions. Aligning with Qin Yu, although fraught with peril, promised them status and honor should they succeed. Moreover, they could not resist the tide. The 18th Prince's prestige among the people would not permit any opposition. The psychological burden on these governors was minimal. Rather, they felt a sense of relief. Betraying their nation would invite the scorn of the populace, yet supporting a royal would not be seen as treachery. This impending conflict was a civil war among the royal family. In Yin Mountain City, notifications rang out. Ding! You have captured Shanyong County, gaining 4 million yuan stones and 100 drops of fire essence. Ding! You have captured Pingshan County, gaining 4 million yuan stones and 1 Xian heavy mountain. Ding! You have captured Shui County, gaining 4 million yuan stones and 1 solar mirror. Ding! You have captured Beishan County, gaining 4 million yuan stones and 3 heavenly forging pills. The speed at which the 4 counties were seized was astonishing. Qin Yu gazed at the rewards within the system space. The fire essence could refine one's physique, transforming the body into a fire spirit, enhancing affinity with fire attributes. The Xian Heavy Mountain, a colossal black mountain, emanated an immense pressure that intensified with ascent, serving as an excellent training tool. The solar mirror, a magical artifact, radiated beams of light akin to the blazing sun. As for the heavenly forging pills, they sparked excitement in Qin Yu's eyes. The process of ascending to the heavenly realm was fraught with peril, with only a fraction of those attempting to achieve it succeeding. However, these pills could enhance one's chances by a staggering 30%. Such an opportunity was enough to drive anyone to madness. He contemplated not merely consuming them himself, but rather how to utilize the 3 heavenly forging pills to win the hearts of others. He recognized that achieving great success required more than mere prestige. One must also demonstrate tangible benefits, ensuring that followers could envision their own breakthroughs to the heavenly realm. 3 pills felt insufficient, yet the world was vast, and further rewards might await. With this thought, Qin Yu smiled. Now that I have control over 5 counties, and with few daring to oppose me in the northern territories, by the time Qin Hai reacts and mobilizes his forces to suppress me, I shall have already expanded beyond these 5 counties. Qin Yu scrutinized the map. The 5 counties connected, igniting a fervent blaze. An inexplicable power surged towards him, becoming a part of his strength. He understood this was fortune. The potential of fortune was boundless. It could bolster a ruler's might. 5 counties were still too few. He needed to swiftly claim more territories, amplifying his influence and igniting an even greater fire in the northern counties. Moreover, he needed to expedite the training of Meng Tian's troops. Qin Yu pondered. The only course of action available to him was clear: attack. Attack. Again, attack. He ordered that his commands be dispatched to the governors of the northern counties, summoning them to meet him. A spark can ignite a conflagration. Yet the fire ignited by Qin Yu was no mere spark. Within half a month of seizing 4 counties, the entirety of the Great Qin would tremble, particularly within the northern counties, where it became evident that Qin Yu had risen against the court. Within the Great Qin court, some denounced Qin Yu for disregarding the bonds of lord and minister, seeking to disrupt the stability of the realm. Yet others, strong supporters of Qin Yu, believed that Qin Hai lacked the virtue to rule and did not deserve the imperial throne, rallying to support him with tangible actions. Consequently, many generals unfurled their banners, pledging loyalty to Qin Yu. Qin Hai? I, the county governor, do not recognize his claim to the throne. Who among us can be emperor of the Great Qin if not the 18th Prince? In the northern territories, the governor of Bailan County burst into laughter upon learning of Qin Yu's uprising. The heavens are about to change. In Bailan County, he wielded immense power. But upon arriving in the imperial capital, he found himself surrounded by aides of authority. His reassignment had stemmed from his close relationship with Yang Quan, which fueled his simmering anger. Resolutely, he decided to meet with His Highness. The tides of change were upon Great Qin, and even Yang Quan was willing to support the 18th Prince. What was there for him to fear? I shall lead the way, declared the governor of Bailan County. Meng Tian, how goes the training of your troops? Qin Yu inquired. Meng Tian was responsible for military training. Your Highness, I have already recruited 100,000 soldiers, and training is underway. The northern territories are abundant in cavalry resources, thus my regiment primarily consists of horsemen. Leveraging Qin Yu's prestige, Pantheon could selectively draw elite soldiers from the local garrisons. Coupled with the fierce bravery of the border citizens, it was not difficult to assemble an exceptional fighting force. Furthermore, Qin Yu had provided him with ample resources. 100,000 soldiers. Qin Yu nodded, stating that the true measure of combat strength must be tested on the battlefield. I shall not disappoint your highness, declared Pantheon with resolute conviction. Very well, the prince proclaimed, I shall bestow upon you the title of a legion. Qin Yu revealed the name he had long contemplated. Henceforth, let it be known as the Golden Fire Cavalry. Chapter 9. The Concerns of Qin Hai. Lifelong rival, the Golden Fire Cavalry. Upon hearing this, Pantheon's eyes sparkled with intense brilliance as he exclaimed, I am grateful for your majesty's bestowed name. I shall ensure that the Golden Fire Cavalry gallops across the battlefield, living up to your highness's esteemed reputation. He firmly believed that the Golden Fire Cavalry would attain renown throughout the vast expanse of Qin, even traversing the grand eastern wilderness. General Ming of this esteemed hall shall not disappoint me. Pantheon was unwaveringly loyal to Qin Yu and spoke with forthrightness. While conversing with Pantheon, the incessant notifications from the system filled the air. He paid little heed to the minor rewards, focusing instead on the more significant ones. He was aware that Yang Quan's campaign proceeded smoothly, as many regions willingly submitted to him without necessitating his direct intervention. Ding! You have captured Bailing County, acquiring 5 million yuan stones and a 9 Heavens Thunder Talisman. Another county seized. The territory expands, and this 9 Heavens Thunder Talisman, as Qin Yu perused its description, revealed immense power, containing a fragment of legendary might. At present, he held dominion over 9 counties. Yet, this was merely the surface. How many of the northern legions genuinely adhered to the court's commands? Across the northern frontiers, the flames of war raged, blossoming in all directions. As one of the foremost powers among the 10 nations and 7 sects of the eastern wilderness, Qin's vast territory was divided into 4 cardinal regions and a central domain where the imperial capital resided. The northern region comprised 108 counties, each commanding substantial territories, comparable to entire provinces in his previous life. However, the northern lands, though expansive, were the most frigid among the 5 domains, with a population inferior to the other regions, directly confronting the savage barbarians beyond the frontier. Yet, this harshness fostered a fierce and valiant spirit among the northern populace, characterized by their fearlessness in battle. In essence, they acted decisively. The support from many formidable figures in the northern region for Qin Yu's ascension stemmed from their understanding that the 18th Prince had spent 8 pivotal years along the border, and should he succeed in seizing power, he would safeguard the interests of the northern people. Yet, the shadow of Qin Hai loomed overhead. Many were members of Qin Yu's faction and would inevitably face suppression, rendering them difficult to employ. First, he must seize the 108 counties of the northern region and become its sovereign, for the news was bound to reach the imperial capital soon. Qin Yu mused. In the capital of Qin, a sacred and vast realm, standing for thousands of years, it was indeed a magnificent center of the nation. In the imperial harem, a man clad in a simple emperor's robe sat upon the throne, Qin Hai, the newly crowned emperor of Qin. He was filled with pride, relishing in the glory of his life. The death of the previous emperor did not sadden him much, given his status in the late emperor's eyes. A smooth succession appeared impossible, and he would have been relegated to a leisurely prince. However, with the sudden demise of the previous emperor, he received the news first, uniting with several powerful allies to seize the throne ahead of time, turning raw rice into cooked. The benefits of being an emperor were manifold, ruling over the realm, wielding the nation's fortune and boundless resources, even if he could not break through to the legendary realm. Ascending to the heavenly realm, or even the 9th layer, would pose no significant challenge. In the eastern region at Jinhai Pass, the commander Ling Tianqiu had already been reassigned, and Xie Ziyue had arrived at Jinhai Pass to command the 200,000 Jinhai troops. Excellent. The majority of the eastern territories are already under my control. The western and southern regions remained relatively stable. The only troublesome area was the north. The mere thought of the north unsettled Qin Hai. There resided his good brother, a lifelong rival. Although many orders were issued to the north, the responses were slow, as they hesitated, seemingly waiting for his 18th brother's next move. As long as Qin Yu lived, his heart remained troubled. Qin Yu's prestige in the north was formidable, and he understood that his position as emperor lacked universal acknowledgement. What exactly do you intend to do, Qin Yu? Qin Hai's eyes narrowed, a cold glint emanating from them. Months had passed since Qin Hai ascended the throne, and he had already begun to exude the aura of an emperor. Yet, shortly after issuing an edict, a middle-aged man, bearing an anxious expression, entered the palace. Kaijin, what brings you here? Qin Hai inquired, directing his gaze toward the middle-aged man. Upon seeing Qin Hai, Kaijin immediately knelt and bowed. Qin Hai was exceedingly pleased. Kaijin was the head of the Kai family and one of his key supporters, also a formidable figure in the heavenly realm. In the past, as a mere prince, such heavenly realm figures would show respect, but never to this extent. Now, as emperor, commanding the vast national fortune, even those in the heavenly realm would be swiftly subdued. He reveled in this feeling. Once seated upon the highest throne, he would never wish to descend. Your Majesty, it concerns the north. Kaijin's expression was grave. Qin Hai quickly inquired, what news? Kaijin replied, what? Qin Hai could no longer contain his composure, springing to his feet. Speak again. 9 counties have fallen. I estimate this information is several days old and that the 18th Prince will once again strike with a thunderous force to seize more counties. Kaijin reported, Qin Yu. How dare he? Qin Hai seethed with rage. He never expected that Qin Yu would dare to rise against him, a shocking turn of events. He knew his 18th brother well, loyal and patriotic. He would never engage in actions that would undermine the foundation of the Qian. The 18th Prince has raised a banner, claiming that there are treacherous officials in the court disrupting the order and altering the late emperor's edict, and he does not recognize your Majesty's claim to the throne. Kaijin continued, a rebellion. Qin Hai roared like an enraged tiger, his eyes aflame with fury. His greatest fears had indeed come to pass. Your Majesty, Kaijin urged, I believe this presents us not with a misfortune but an opportunity. An opportunity? What opportunity is this? Kaijin, you understand better than I do that with Qin Yu's prestige in the north and the opinions of the court's ministers toward him, his rebellion will garner support from numerous counties, and his faction will undoubtedly rally to him, opposing my rule. At that point, chaos will engulf the Qian. What can come of this? Qin Hai glared at Kaijin. He was no fool. He recognized that the fall of 9 counties was merely the beginning, and soon more territories would rise in rebellion. It is indeed a good thing. His inaction would pose the greater threat, Kaijin insisted. After this exchange, Qin Hai calmed himself. Reflecting on Kaijin's words, he realized that he could justifiably eliminate Qin Yu. Otherwise, allowing him to live, given Qin Yu's talents, would become problematic should he break through to the heavenly realm or even the legendary level. His claim to the throne was not entirely legitimate. You speak the truth. Qin Hai mused, beginning to feel elated. Though the 18th Prince enjoys considerable prestige in the north, the other 4 regions are too distant. How much support can he truly muster? Even in the north, not everyone dares to rise against me. I believe there will be some who are fearless enough to rebel, but they will ultimately be the minority. How will they contend with the might of my court's armies? Thus, I believe, while the 18th Prince has just begun his uprising, your Majesty must immediately mobilize the forces to suppress him, stifling this crisis in its infancy. Kaijin urged fervently. You are correct. We must not grant Qin Yu any opportunity. Once he is dead, his faction will be leaderless, and no further threats will linger in the court. Convene an imperial assembly at once. I shall suppress Qin Yu. Chapter 10. A revolutionary shift, advantage on my side in the grand hall of the great Qin Dynasty. The Qian Kuan Palace, the assembly swelled beyond mere hundreds, comprising a staggering multitude of officials numbering in the thousands. Each individual present was a minister of the court. For only those with strength beyond the life and death realm were deemed worthy to stand in this esteemed place. Moreover, formidable guardians from various prefectures across the great Qian were also present. Had it not been for Qin Yu's arrival and the acquisition of a system, even with an uprising supported by the northern territories, the odds of success would have been exceedingly slim. Long live your Majesty. May your reign last for eternity. In harmony with the heavens, the voices of the multitude echoed resoundingly, coalescing into an immense aura of fortune. All rise. Qin Hai, seated upon the highest throne, surveyed his ministers with an ineffable sense of pride. He was enamored with power, intoxicated by the sensation that came with it. Were it not for his ascension to the throne, he would not possess such a position today. Resting his hand upon the armrest, he felt as though the world lay firmly within his grasp. In the past, he could only watch from afar as the late emperor directed the affairs of state. Now, the throne belonged to him. Those who dared to oppose him, like Qin Yu, would face dire consequences. The upheaval in the northern territories. I trust you are all aware of, Qin Hai declared. After a night of deliberation with Kai Jin, they concluded that the advantage lay firmly with him. Qin Yu's rebellion was destined for failure. This is sheer folly. The 18th Prince's actions are nothing short of reckless. To rise in rebellion is to defy imperial authority and disregard ancestral laws. Now that the throne is firmly established, he dares to ignite the flames of war and incite turmoil within the empire. Such treachery must be suppressed. An elderly man with silver hair, possessing formidable strength at the heaven realm, glared fiercely as he spoke. Indeed, what Minister Qin states is accurate, Qin Hai replied, greatly satisfied. This man, Qin Guang, was a venerable minister of 3 dynasties, known for his reverence for tradition and his rigid adherence to protocol. The great Qian court was essentially divided into 4 factions, one wholly supportive of Qin Hai, another aligned with Qin Yu, a third that remained neutral, and the last, like Qin Guang, steadfastly loyal to imperial power, but not necessarily a supporter of Qin Hai. Your Majesty, as Elder Qin has articulated, the 18th Prince's actions constitute treason. Your benevolence is well known, and even if you wish to overlook this, action must be taken. I believe we must dispatch troops immediately to quell this insurrection. Kai Jin interjected hastily. Indeed, this chaos cannot be permitted to persist. The 18th Prince's actions not only invite ridicule, but also threaten the very foundation of the great Qian. A chorus of voices rose, condemning Qin Yu's actions as unfilial and unjust. Meanwhile, some remained silent. Qin Hai turned to a middle-aged man, smiling. What does the Chancellor propose? To suppress it, Chancellor Xiao Hai responded. He was adept at navigating the political landscape, having previously served the late emperor without opposition to Qin Hai's rise. Knowing he must now make his stance clear. Very well. Let it be suppressed. Qin Hai feigned a sigh. I wish to refrain from action out of brotherly affection. But my brother's folly leaves me no choice. With 9 prefectures in the north now under rebel control, this situation is intolerable. Some in attendance were taken aback. 9 prefectures had fallen in such a short span, seemingly a minor loss, yet it was a wildfire threatening to engulf all. Urgent report. At that moment, a soldier clad in armor rushed into the hall. Kai Jin took the report, his expression darkening. Your Majesty, it is not just 9 prefectures. 3 more have succumbed to the rebels. Time is of the essence. We must dispatch troops at once. A robust man exclaimed. Qin Hai's heart sank. It was happening too swiftly. He recognized that this was not an invasion from a foreign power. The citizens of the northern territories would not resist under Qin Yu's command. If this continued for several more months, not merely 12 but dozens of prefectures could fall. Who will lead the troops? Qin Hai scanned the assembly. I volunteer. I wish to command the forces into the north and suppress the rebels. A formidable general stepped forward, clasping his fists. General Su Yu, a 9th Heaven powerhouse, was well equipped to handle the rebels. Very well, Qin Hai nodded. Su Yu was a legendary general, his strength surpassing many, choosing to act only in times of dire national crisis. Even Qin Hai knew that mobilizing such legends was no simple task. The critical factor was that the 18th Prince in the north had no legendary figures on his side, who would dare to act. With General Su leading, we can counter young Quan, but it is unfortunate that he has fallen from grace, joining the 18th Princess insurrection. Even in death, he will be scorned. Kai Jin lamented. Yang Quan was Qin Yu's staunchest supporter. His loss was akin to losing a vital limb. Su Yu, I appoint you as the Grand General for the Northern Campaign. Qin Hai proclaimed, yet, one man alone will not suffice. You are to mobilize the forces from all counties in the north, and speed is of the essence. Issue an edict for all available troops to advance immediately to quell the unrest. This order required the mobilization of a considerable number of troops. Excluding those that could not be summoned, all must head to the north. Some present showed concern. Such a large-scale troop movement would undoubtedly draw the attention of neighboring states. And without a substantial army, they might seize the opportunity to encroach upon the great Qian's borders. Yet Qin Hai had no time for such worries. To secure our borders, we must first stabilize our own territory. Even if it incurs some losses, we must quell Qin Yu's rebellion. The first forces to arrive at the battlefield must be from the north. The northern armies, the 10 strongest legions, must be mobilized. Yang Quan's iron cavalry has defected. The remaining 9 armies must be commanded to ensure they do not heed the 18th Prince's orders, as his influence is too profound in the northern territories. Su Yu asserted. This conflict has arisen from Qin Yu's selfish ambitions. Many soldiers in the north are caught in the middle. Should they choose to lay down their arms, I shall not pursue them. For those who assist in quelling the rebellion, I will offer the most generous rewards, Qin Hai decreed, drafting another edict. Your Majesty is wise. The ministers exclaimed in unison. In the northern city of Yanshan, recent days had brought forth a series of fortuitous tidings. Meng Tian's Golden Fire Cavalry had begun to demonstrate its might, while Qin Yu refrained from deploying them, aiming to maintain the element of surprise. Meanwhile, Yongquan acted swiftly, reclaiming 3 more prefectures. The capture of these territories not only yielded abundant rewards, but also significant advantages. Firstly, 3 celestial forging elixirs were acquired. The breakthrough to the heaven realm offered only a singular chance. Failure was not an option. Qin Yu distributed the elixirs, ensuring that individuals like Fan Yong received their due. Furthermore, the surrender of the entire northern Ling prefecture was secured. These were tangible benefits. Additionally, he ensured that the soldiers were well supplied with resources. Moreover, he introduced a new creation known as the Yellow Sand Guardian, an immensely powerful war automaton. While it lacked any extraordinary abilities, its unparalleled defensive capabilities rendered it nearly indestructible, even against the mightiest foes. Accelerate, 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 Qin Yu urged, estimating that the imperial army would soon arrive. He must gather more strength before their arrival. The flames of war were spreading. As the great conflagration truly ignited, the pace of conquest in the northern realm accelerated with remarkable swiftness. Qin Yu was inundated with a series of system notifications. Ding! You have conquered Tianbei County and received a reward of 500,000 stones. A piece of demon armor has been granted. Ding! Your extraordinary prestige has compelled the governor of Yongding County to pledge allegiance along with an entire county, granting you a reward of 600,000 stones and a summoning opportunity. A summoning opportunity. This latest reward illuminated Qin Yu's eyes with a brilliant gleam. Chapter 11. The ancient evil has come, the ferocity of Dian Wei once again, an opportunity for summoning. Qin Yu was overjoyed. With the impending battle, he was in dire need of formidable allies. Previously, he had summoned the fierce General Meng Tian, and now he eagerly anticipated who would pledge their loyalty to him this time. The presence of more powerful individuals by his side would amplify their momentum and exert greater pressure on the court. Without hesitation, Qin Yu initiated the summoning. You have utilized a summoning opportunity and summoned Dian Wei. The system's notification echoed. It was indeed Dian Wei, the ancient ferocity of Dian Wei, a truly formidable figure. The atmosphere mirrored that of his previous summoning of Meng Tian, as a vortex obscured perception, emanating a bloodthirsty aura from within the darkness. This aura was enough to drive one mad. A towering figure emerged, robust and imposing, with blood-red eyes, clad in dark crimson armor, wielding a massive axe stained with blood. Dian Wei pays his respects to your highness. Upon his arrival, Dian Wei immediately knelt before Qin Yu. Name, Dian Wei. Cultivation, Ninth Heaven Realm. Domain, Frantic Domain, Bloodthirsty Domain. Equipment, Fiendish Axe, Legendary, Frenzied Battle Garb, Legendary. Fierce, Savage. Upon reviewing Dian Wei's information, it was astonishing to discover that his power surpassed even Meng Tian, reaching the Ninth Heaven Realm. Moreover, Dian Wei came equipped with 2 legendary weapons, fully awakened in both domains, embodying frenzy and bloodlust. Who could truly suppress him without encountering a legendary powerhouse? However, Qin Yu understood that despite Dian Wei's superior combat prowess compared to Meng Tian, they were fundamentally different. Meng Tian was a battlefield commander, capable of leading millions into battle, whereas Dian Wei was merely a general, unable to command on the same level as Meng Tian. Excellent. Qin Yu laughed heartily. With such a fierce general on the battlefield, charging forth with might, he would undoubtedly bring unparalleled terror. What could Qin Hai do to suppress him? It was time to surprise the court. Qin Yu gazed at Dian Wei with a smile. In the grand hall, Yongquan stood at the forefront. He keenly observed the imposing warrior beside Qin Yu, the aura emanating from him causing his heart to tremble. It was known that he was a master of the Ninth Heaven Realm. To provoke such a reaction from him indicated the ferocity of this individual. Is this another hidden powerhouse by His Highness's side? Dian Wei is also a fierce general under my command. Without further ado, he shall fight alongside you, Qin Yu announced, sweeping his gaze across the assembly. Dian Wei has greeted all. His Ninth Heaven Realm power radiated, exuding an overwhelming force. The mere presence of his strength caused many to instinctively weaken at the knees, such was the magnitude of his power. They suddenly realized that His Highness had concealed numerous strong allies, which explained the confidence in their cavalry and further bolstered their spirits. I have summoned you all today for one purpose. Our first grand battle is imminent, and I have but one request: win this war. Qin Yu's voice resonated with strength. Over the past few months, although he had fought across various fronts, resistance had been minimal, As soon as the army advanced, all would surrender in fear. Your Highness, I have gathered intelligence that the court has appointed Qin Yu as the general of the northern campaign, Yang Quan said. He has recently arrived at the northern Ling prefecture. I know Qin Yu. He is a ninth heaven realm master, having grasped some legendary power. His strength is formidable, Yang Quan nodded. Qin Yu has reached the northern region and is currently assembling the various prefectural commanders and military leaders. He is gathering superior forces in preparation for a grand battle. The northern Ling prefect continued. Zhou Tu added, Your Majesty, Qin Hai is growing anxious. He understands that if he does not act soon, the vast northern region will fall under your Highness's control. Now that Qin Yu has arrived, bolstered by the court's authority, it will slow the uprising in the various prefectures, thereby stifling our expansion. The court's influence remains significant. Thus, if they wish to establish a foothold in the northern region and ultimately plot for the entirety of Qian, a confrontation with Qin Yu was unavoidable. Moreover, they needed to strike decisively, defeating Qin Yu to demonstrate their strength to the north and the entire court. Qin Yu declared with authority, This battle must be forceful. We cannot afford to be indecisive. The generals nodded in agreement. A decisive victory in this battle will have monumental implications, hastening the speed at which the various prefectures pledge allegiance to us. The territory of Qian is vast, and while the court can mobilize troops from various regions, numerous factors hinder this. The primary source of military strength remains in the northern region. General Ming is correct. Yang Quan asserted confidently. I cannot speak for the other 4 regions, but how many troops can he rally to his cause in the north? Among the 10 legions in the northern region, how many will heed his commands? If war breaks out in the north, many will be hesitant and observe, while numerous others will choose to align with us. Prepare for battle. Allow Qin Yu some time to mobilize his forces, but we must strike the right balance. After this battle, the situation in the north will become clear. Qin Yu proclaimed. A battle of utmost importance is about to unfold. At your command, Your Highness. The generals were filled with fervor. Following Qin Yu in the quest for dominance was exhilarating. Northern Song Prefecture. This was a significant stronghold in the north, a strategic location of critical importance. Damn it, this is madness. The 18th Prince is inciting rebellion, seeking to instigate insurrection. Does he still hold any regard for the principles of sovereign and subject? How much blood will be shed for Qian? Wang Tianxun, the prefect of Northern Song, seethed with anger. The sovereign demands the death of his subjects, and subjects must comply. The emperor's orders are absolute, and rebellion is not an option. He was loyal to Qian and the emperor, upholding the principles of sovereign and subject. Upon learning of Qin Yu's rebellion, he was consumed with rage. If everyone were to act as the 18th Prince does, refusing to accept their rightful place, how could this nation ever know peace? Such behavior is bound to lead to ruin and create endless future troubles. Wang Tianxun exclaimed, and those who follow him, do they not feel shame for their positions? They are dragging the entire northern region, and indeed all of Qian, into the flames of war. Prefect. General Su has arrived in Yong'an Prefecture and is assembling the various prefectural commanders. A figure appeared beside Wang Tianxun. Good, we must curb this insidious trend. What instructions does General Su have for me to cooperate? I will not allow the 18th Prince to disrupt the realm, Wang Tianxun declared. Yes. General Su has sent an urgent order, instructing the prefect to secure Northern Song Prefecture and to place the Northern Song forces under your command to safeguard the surrounding prefectures. The man replied, Indeed, that is precisely what we shall do, Wang Tianxun nodded. The 10 legions of the north, led by Yang Quan's Qian Iron Cavalry, are the most formidable, ranking first. The second is the Northern Song Legion, a division that has existed since the founding of Qian, loyal to the imperial authority. With my leadership over the Northern Song Legion, those individuals will think twice before openly siding with the 18th Prince, thus reducing the likelihood of conflict, Wang Tianxun stated. Inform General Su that I will fulfill my duties, and the task of suppressing the rebels will rest upon him. In the desolate expanse of the northern desert, the sun set low over the horizon, casting a golden hue. Amidst the barren north desert, where sands swirled, millions of troops stood at attention. They rode fearsome wolves of the desert, each appearing as a spear, their gazes sharp and fierce, creating an atmosphere that resonated with military intent, sharp as a blade. General, the war in the north is about to commence. Our forces have received orders from General Qin Yu to head to Yong'an Prefecture immediately. A commander reported beside a weathered man. Are we to go to war? The weathered man inquired. He was Mo Qingkong, leader of the Desert Wolves Legion among the 10 legions of the north. General, what shall we do? The commander asked. Mobilize the entire army at once. We shall depart for Yin-Yang Prefecture to pay our respects to His Highness. Mo Chungkong coldly remarked. What does the imperial edict have to do with me? In this lifetime, I, Mo Chungkong, pledge my allegiance solely to Your Highness. Willing to face life and death for you. Chapter 12. The Northern Forces, is it something the court can command? The Beha County, a prominent region in the north, is named after a magnificent river that flows through it. This county is also home to the Beha Army, one of the 10 legions of the northern frontier. Dark clouds loom overhead, and the winds swirl ominously. The situation is fraught with mystery as the imperial star dims. This is a contest between two dragons, a chaotic upheaval that is on the brink of eruption. The governor of Beha County gazes at the celestial signs, his expression heavy with concern. My lord, Yong'an County is pressing us urgently to mobilize the Beha troops, a strategist beside him remarks. What is the rush? We can wait until the battle begins. There is no need to hurry. As the protector of a county, my responsibilities are manifold. I cannot simply depart on a whim. Moreover, the proud and fierce soldiers of the Beha army cannot be easily commanded, the governor replies calmly. Looking at these celestial signs, we are mere minnows before the contest of the two dragons. Should we choose the wrong path, we might find ourselves in an untimely grave, swallowed by their conflict. His intentions are clear. He wishes to abstain from this impending war and avoid entanglement. Though adopting a neutral stance may yield no benefits in the end, it allows him to remain unscathed. Not only he, but the majority share this sentiment. General, the governor has issued an order. He is refusing to meet anyone. Suddenly, a commotion arises outside the residence. General Geng, the governor of Beha County, feels a twinge of discomfort at the intrusion, but quickly replaces it with a smile. The newcomer is none other than Geng Lai, the commander of the Beha army. Governor, time waits for no man. You must depart with me now, Geng Lai commands, his imposing figure towering over the governor. Where are we going? The governor feigns ignorance. To Yong'an County. Once I finish my affairs here, I will accompany you immediately. To Yong'an County? No, you must come with me to meet His Highness. Surely you are aware that His Highness is preparing for war in the northern frontier. As the commander of the Beha army, I have no reason to refuse aiding him, Geng Lai retorts with a cold snort. What do you mean by Qin Hai? I have no respect for Qin Hai's claim to the throne. If anyone in the Qian deserves to rule, it is none other than the 18th Prince. General, this is treason, the governor exclaims, alarmed. Treason? You know I do not speak in riddles. If you do not accompany me, you shall remain in Beha County forever. Geng Lai bellows. I will go. I will go. The governor has no choice but to comply in the presence of the formidable general. Meanwhile, on the other borders of the northern frontier, fierce battles rage. Powerful legions of the Qian clash on the battlefield. An imperial edict arrives, commanding forces to Yong'an to suppress the rebels. A general scrutinizes the decree sealed with the national seal, his brow furrowed. General, the so-called rebels refer to His Highness, who has risen in rebellion at Yulong Pass, and now the court is mobilizing troops, his deputy informs him. We shall not go. He is the commander of the Mafeng army, one of the 10 legions in the north. What shall we do about His Highness? The deputy inquires. Of course we will support His Highness, but our forces are currently engaged in a fierce battle with the Great Li Dynasty on the border. Once this conflict is resolved, I will hasten to pay my respects to His Highness. His eyes flash with determination. To suppress His Highness in the northern frontier is utterly impossible. With this resolve, the Mafeng army discovers, to their dismay, that the Qian's troops are more ferocious than before, fighting with a frenzy. Meanwhile, far away in Yong'an County, countless figures converge upon the county city from all directions, so numerous that the city cannot accommodate them all. General, the summons has been issued for half a month. Yet only 13 county representatives have arrived. The others remain silent, so you listens intently in the council hall. As I anticipated, those counties nearer to the border have been deeply poisoned and are difficult to mobilize. Only those closer to the imperial capital heed the call. Siyu is not surprised. With the issuance of this conscription order, they dare not act. Rather, they are waiting. Siyu ponders. What of the 10 armies of the northern frontier? Aside from the Baitsong army in the Baitsong county, none from the other legions have arrived. This is a blatant defiance of authority. They hold military power, making it challenging to mobilize them. It seems they are inclined to side with the rebels. A report comes in, darkening Suyu's expression. The 18th Prince commands greater respect in the northern frontier than the current emperor. General, there is trouble. The Mafeng army and Beha army have set off for Yong'an County. Another hurried report arrives. These two armies. Suyu's eyes glint with icy determination. Each of them wields military power and dares to disdain imperial authority, even supporting the rebels. This is the very concern of His Majesty. General, this is dire. With these two armies taking the lead, others among the various northern frontier legions may follow suit. Disregarding court orders, they are all anxious. Everything is under control. I know that most of the northern frontier counties cannot be trusted. They cannot bear the brunt of the offensive, Xi replies calmly. The 18 armies of the central domain have already been urgently dispatched. The Tianheng and Han Hai troops are at my disposal, along with other armies from the three realms and many formidable warriors. Remember this, the 18th Prince's endeavor is like striking a rock with an egg. To quell this rebellion, you and I shall be the heroes. His confidence is palpable. Though many in the northern frontier armies lean towards Qin Yu, he remains unfazed. Beyond the support of certain factions in the north, what else does he have? Moreover, the mobilization of troops requires time. It cannot happen instantaneously. Quickly, everything must be expedited. While we find it challenging to control the northern frontier, the armies from the other three realms must arrive promptly. We cannot afford to give the rebels any more time. Xi urges. In Yanyang County, various armies gather. News of the imperial forces assembling with heavy troops spreads, yet there is not a hint of fear on their faces. The iron cavalry shakes the ground. And through the swirling sands, countless knights march forth with great momentum. We have arrived. Imo Chungkong, covered in yellow dust, reaches the outskirts of the county and gazes inward. This is the power of destiny. Suddenly, he senses an extraordinary aura, vast and sublime, coalescing into a dragon of fortune that encircles him. Your Highness. Even before ascending the throne, you have already gathered such fortune. What prestige! Imo Chungkong's expression turns solemn, recognizing the innate bearing of an emperor. General Mo. His Highness is aware of your arrival and awaits you within the city. Furthermore, a grand feast has been prepared for you and the soldiers to welcome you. Zhou too greets him with a smile, familiarity evident in their exchange. Very well, Mr. Zhou, I shall see His Highness at once. Dismounting, Imo Chungkong strides into the city. Soon, he encounters Qin Yu, and to his surprise, he kneels on one knee, stating, I, Imo Chungkong, pay my respects to your Highness. This act is astonishing. Given his status as the commander of the Mofeng army, he need not kneel before a prince, yet he does so for Qin Yu, without a trace of reluctance. But with heartfelt sincerity. General Mo, please rise, Qin Yu replies. Mo Chungkong, at the 8th level of the celestial realm, already bears strands of white hair, appearing quite aged. Though he is not older than Yang Quan. Centuries ago, Mo Chungkong was an ordinary man from a border county, but during an invasion by the barbarian tribes, he lost his entire family to their blades. He himself narrowly escaped death. At that time, the late emperor had not yet ascended the throne. He saved Mo Chungkong amidst the piles of corpses and took him in as a soldier. With no family left, his sole purpose in life became vengeance. Through relentless training, he ascended to the celestial realm and became the commander of the Mofeng army. It was the 18th Prince's initiation of the war beyond the borders that granted him the opportunity for revenge, especially during the 7th campaign. That battle saw him storm into the barbarian royal court, slaying countless foes, and many significant figures perished as well. Not only he, but countless individuals from the northern frontier, burdened by grievances against the barbarians, fought with frenzy to vent their long-held hatred. It is precisely due to this that Qin Yu enjoys such high esteem in the northern region, compelling Mo Chungkong to wholeheartedly pledge his allegiance. He understands that without the strategy established by His Highness 3 years ago, he would have never had this opportunity. In this battle, I have little to articulate. But one thing is certain, I shall fight as His Highness commands. Mo Chungkong's stance is unequivocal. Your loyalty has already been acknowledged by the crown. Qin Yu slowly remarked. Let us rest for a few days. The great conflict in the northern region will undoubtedly commence within half a month. This war in the north is merely the beginning. I intend to advance all the way to the imperial capital of the central domain. Chapter 13. The initiative lies with man. Success lies with man even more as the great war looms. The air is thick with the scent of gunpowder. Within the domain of Yanyang, a multitude of formidable warriors has gathered under the banner of Qin Yu, poised to confront the imperial army for the first time. In the northern territories, Qin Yu's network of spies is well informed about Su Yu's circumstances. Furthermore, various legions and numerous wandering experts from the north have rallied to this cause. Notification. Your prestige is unparalleled. The governor of Beha County pledges loyalty with an entire county, earning a reward of 700,000 stones and a protective golden bell shield. The Beha army has arrived. Accompanying them is the governor of Beha County, who has sworn allegiance to Qin Yu. However, Their strength pales in comparison to the nine-dragon jade pendant. The energy of the protective golden bell shield is significantly inferior, and it cannot unleash the offensive might of the heavenly dragon. It serves solely as defense and cannot be dismissed midway. The conquest of Yong'an County is imperative, Qin Yu mused. He received an intriguing piece of information. He understood that some harbored reservations yet feared the consequences of his potential failure, thus opting for a discreet form of support. Your Highness, all 10 legions of the northern territories, except for the Baitsong army, are willing to heed your command. However, the Tian Mo army and 2 other legions are currently engaged in border conflicts and cannot offer immediate assistance. The forces of the Qian Mo Lang army, Beiha army, Mo Hai army, Yongzhan army, and Beiliang army are already in place. Their arrival is a welcome sight. Qin Yu gazed at the commanders with satisfaction. They were familiar figures from his memories, having fought alongside him in the battles beyond the Great Wall, trusting in his leadership and willing to join him in arms. They have entrusted their lives to him. Among the 10 northern armies, only the Baitsong army, due to special circumstances, remains subject to orders. It is no wonder that they regard Qin Yu with such apprehension. The northern territories are the foundation of Qin Yu's power. With a mere call, countless warriors would pledge their lives to him. However, the latest intelligence reveals a substantial gathering of troops from the eastern, southern, and central regions, augmented by reinforcements dispatched by the court, including numerous experts in the heavenly realm, now exceeding 30, and this number is expected to grow with time. Mo Chung Kong remarked that, in terms of the heavenly realm, they currently fall short of the court's might. This battle is poised to unleash fierce confrontations among dozens of heavenly realm experts. This represents only a fraction of the Qian's might. Many powerful figures are tasked with securing various fronts and cannot be mobilized swiftly. Hence, the strength of the Qian is evident. Sometimes, quality transcends quantity. Moreover, the contrasting will of both sides necessitates that we project our ferocity and instill fear in our adversaries. Qin Yu maintained a composed demeanor. Though his forces may be fewer than those of the court, those who dare to act are driven by a resolve to face death. They are fierce, yet fearlessness may also be their downfall. The court, however, is populated by many seeking glory. Your Highness, we must strike immediately. We cannot afford to grant the court any more time, lest the situation grows increasingly adverse for us, Yang Quan urged. Qin Hai is mobilizing troops, and due to some forces being immovable, he is compelling certain esteemed families within the realm to emerge from their seclusion and contribute their heavenly realm experts to bolster his ranks. Those families have no choice but to comply. I understand your intent. Qin Yu raised his hand. If we can achieve victory in the northern territories against the imperial army, it will secure greater support from the empire. Those noble families will gain clarity on the situation, and if the north wholly falls under our control, the atmosphere within the realm will transform. Indeed, as you say, Your Highness, Yang Quan affirmed. This contest between the twin dragons is shrouded in uncertainty. Many remain unable to discern the true state of affairs. Numerous individuals, caught between 2 royal factions, find themselves at an impasse, especially as Qin Yu clearly outshines Qin Hai, leaving them unsure of their allegiance. Your Highness, the governors of Yunyang, Linshan, Heshi, and Longshan request an audience. The herald reported urgently. The 4 governors have arrived. Yang Quan's expression shifted. The governor of Longshan is also a formidable figure in the heavenly realm. This is fortuitous. In the northern territory's 108 counties, it is improbable that every governor possesses heavenly realm prowess. Only a select few critical counties are governed by such individuals. Longshan's governor is among that rare cadre. Let the 4 governors enter at once. Qin Yu commanded. Greetings, Your Highness. The 4 governors soon entered the hall, accompanied not only by themselves but also by numerous key officials from their respective counties. This is the power of a single call to action. No persuasion was required. They willingly chose to follow Qin Yu. The governor of Longshan, tall and elegant, is known to be a ruthless individual, having vanquished tens of thousands of foes. Please rise. Your presence is most welcome, Qin Yu smiled. With war imminent, we must come. If the Qian is to have an emperor, it must be you, Your Highness. For the sake of the North and the future of the empire, we have come. The governor of Longshan stated candidly. This time, he personally convinced the 3 other governors who were previously hesitant, and they have brought with them powerful warriors and elite troops. It is fortunate that Qin Yu's royal status, coupled with his esteemed reputation in the north, has enabled him to command their allegiance. Otherwise, mere words would not suffice to sway such large armies. It is easy to add embellishments to a fine garment, yet difficult to provide aid in times of need. Now is precisely when Qin Yu requires support the most. If he were to wait until the situation clarifies, it would be too late. The governor of Longshan is willing to take the risk. Notification: your prestige is unparalleled. The governor of Longshan pledges loyalty with an entire county, earning a reward of 700,000 stones and a heavenly breaking crossbow. Notification: your prestige is unparalleled. The governor of Beiliang pledges loyalty with an entire county, earning a reward of 700,000 stones and a sacred soul pill. Notification: your prestige is unparalleled. Linshan pledges loyalty with an entire county, earning a reward of 700,000 stones and 100 drops of Thunder Spirit liquid. Notification: your prestige is unparalleled. The governor of Heshi pledges loyalty with an entire county, earning a reward of 700,000 stones and a burning heaven talisman. Countless rewards flashed across Qin Yu's screen. He briefly glanced at the smaller towns and territories, recognizing that the rewards had amassed into an overwhelming pile. The sovereign of the realm system is terrifyingly powerful, bestowing extraordinary rewards. Until now, Qin Yu has only begun to grasp certain methods of acquiring rewards, while many remain a mystery yet to be uncovered. The initiative lies with man, and success lies with man even more. Seeing that all necessary parties had arrived, Qin Yu suddenly rose. This time, I shall lead the charge myself. All armies, prepare to march towards Yong'an County. If we capture Yong'an County and emerge victorious from this battle, we shall claim half of the northern territories, and the entire situation within the court will undergo a radical transformation. Well said. The initiative lies with man, and success lies with man. Yang Quan relished Qin Yu's audacity. A true emperor's bearing. Your Highness, the armies are ready. They await your command. The Beha army's commander bellowed. In the face of the battlefield, they must seize the opportunity to strike before the imperial army fully assembles, breaking through their encirclement. The expedition is set for tomorrow morning. Qin Yu, exuding confidence, felt unburdened by concerns. In the realm of victors and vanquished, the triumphant claim the glory, and history is written by those who prevail. The defeated possess not. He dismisses notions of disgrace or disloyalty. None of it holds significance for him. With the system at his command, this vast world must belong to him. In a domain where power reigns supreme, strength is the sole currency. Victory is assured. Led by Yang Quan, all the formidable warriors shouted their resolve for victory. The glint of bloodthirsty madness flickered in Dian Wei's eyes. This battle is destined for triumph. Qin Yu gazed at the impassioned warriors, his gaze radiating confidence, proclaiming their assured victory. Chapter 14, The Full-Scale Assault and the Will of the Northern People to Arms. March towards Yong'an. The urgent cries echoed through the military camps as the troops loyal to Qin Yu prepared for battle. The teleportation array within the county city activated instantly, consuming vast amounts of essence stones, swiftly transporting the army to the territories closest to Yong'an County. Such a large-scale transfer was indeed a significant drain on the essence stones. Each county in the Great Qian had one or several teleportation arrays, yet this method carried considerable risks should the teleportation location or the receiving array be damaged. There was a substantial chance of being lost in the void. This risk was precisely why Qin Yu sought to expand his territory. Leading the charge was the formidable Great Qian cavalry, with the entire army following suit, bearing down on Yong'an County. The court intended to suppress His Highness in one fell swoop. Very well, I shall grant them that opportunity. Clad in battle armor and wielding the Qian spear, Qin Yu's icy gaze shone with determination. In this battle, not only must I achieve victory, but I must secure an overwhelming triumph. He would show no mercy in the quest for supremacy over the realm. At this moment, Yang Quan commanded 1.5 million Great Qian cavalry, their morale soaring. Flanking him were 5 legions from the northern 10 armies, while in the center stood the regular troops mobilized from common soldiers. Among these legions, one particularly drew attention: the Golden Fire Cavalry, adorned in dark gold armor, brandishing long spears like a blazing inferno. Yang Quan was aware that this newly formed legion was led by Meng Tian, though their true combat prowess remained unknown. Even though they were teleported to the front lines, the journey was still considerable. However, there was no need to worry about supplies, though the entire northern region had yet to be subdued. The 18th Prince had achieved remarkable victories in his 7 campaigns against the barbarians, garnering both overt and covert support. Even more astonishing was the spontaneous loyalty of powerful figures from various regions of the north as the army advanced. This was a manifestation of the people's will. An inevitable trend. As tensions mounted, dark clouds loomed over the northern skies. In Yong'an County, countless troops amassed frantically. Su Yu, a renowned general of the Great Qian, did not rush into the fray, knowing that time was on his side. General, large forces have already gathered in the eastern, southern, and northern regions, with celestial-level experts continuously converging. By the Emperor's command, strong armies from all four corners of the Great Qian keep assembling. General Huang's Fire Legion has also arrived. Messages poured in one after another. Excellent, Su Yu exclaimed. While Yang Quan's cavalry is formidable, I command the Tianheng and Han Hai forces, which are sufficient to suppress them. I have also prepared suitable opponents for the other legions. General Huang's Fire Legion will mainly engage the regular troops, acting as a sharp blade to shatter their formations. The Fire Legion was renowned in the western region, with Commander Huang Lang being a formidable celestial-level expert of the 9th tier. Latest intelligence indicates that the rebels are approaching Yong'an County. A soldier reported hastily. They came swiftly. Indeed, no wonder the 18th Prince, a figure who had achieved monumental victories in his 7 campaigns against the barbarians, was leading the charge. Alas, if only I had more time. Su Yu's eyes gleamed coldly. The 18th Prince was undoubtedly remarkable, but his loyalty lay with the court. Fortunately, he had not adopted guerrilla tactics to harass them. Otherwise, it would have been far more troublesome. Su Yu was acutely aware of Qin Yu's intentions. However, he had the entire court's support, with both the number of legions and powerful figures far exceeding those of Qin Yu. Summon the generals. Since the 18th Prince desires battle, we shall oblige. We represent the righteous cause of the court, and rebels must not be allowed to thrive. Su Yu declared. Troops were assembled, and formations were arranged. The terrain of Yong'an County was complex, featuring plains, towering mountains, and intertwining rivers. Days later, Su Yu sensed the ominous aura swirling in the sky. As the ground trembled beneath him, the rebels were drawing near. The objective of this battle was to curb the rebels' expansion and prevent them from continuing their chaos, rendering them powerless to invade further. This was a desperate struggle for the rebels. The support provided by the court was immense. With over 40 celestial-level experts mobilized in a short time, vastly outnumbering the rebels, he did not rely on the city for defense. Rather, he proactively gathered his forces on the battlefield to confront the rebels head-on, leveraging his advantages for a decisive clash. He remained clear-headed. Qin Yu was defiant, and so were his generals. Su Yu intended to shatter the enemy's morale through this battle, making it abundantly clear that rebellion led only to death. The scale of this conflict was monumental, with tens of millions of soldiers engaged in a brutal clash in the northern territories. General, they are upon us. It is infuriating that the 18th Prince disregards the greater good of the nation and insists on rebellion. With millions clashing in the northern realm, rivers of blood will flow, and he shall be deemed a criminal. A celestial-level expert lamented. Our mission is to suppress the rebels and eradicate the insurrection within the north. Su Yu proclaimed, gazing ahead. Boom, boom, boom. Clouds of dust billowed, obscuring the sky as countless troops surged forth with the ferocity of a flood. This scene was utterly terrifying. The 5 realms of the Great Qian each had their unique characteristics, but the north was predominantly cavalry. Ordinary defensive formations would prove ineffective, as the northern generals were all too familiar with the terrain and knew how to leverage it to their advantage. Your Highness, as anticipated, Su Heng has deployed his forces on the battlefield and intends to engage us directly. Mo Chengkong observed, his gaze piercing through the void. Excellent, Qin Yu replied, his eyes sparkling like stars. The terrain here was indeed suitable for large-scale cavalry charges. They had devised several contingency plans, should Su Yu refrain from a direct confrontation. They would utilize the speed of the northern cavalry to cut off Yong'an County's connections with the other counties, seize control of the county cities, and seal or even destroy the teleportation arrays. This strategy would effectively prevent the court's army from gathering en masse. Su Yu, I have come to see you. On the opposing side, Su Yu immediately spotted Qin Yu, whose presence on the battlefield evoked memories of the former emperor in his youth. Su Yu, you are here to quell my rebellion on behalf of Qin Hai. You must not defy the imperial command. As a minister of the Great Qian, it is my duty to comply. Su Yu's voice rang out loudly. And for what purpose does your highness gather such a vast army? To pillage and ignite the flames of war in the north? As a member of the royal family, do you not realize the gravity of your actions? You will not only face death but also be stripped of your royal title, condemned to eternal infamy. Who is truly causing chaos in this realm? Qin Yu remained unfazed. Su Yu continued, Your Highness, I offer you an opportunity. Forsake the darkness and embrace the light. Qin Yu's demeanor was indifferent. It appears your resolve is unshakable. Then we shall meet on the battlefield. Su Yu was not surprised. In the northern territories, soldiers, you are all subjects of the great Qian, the pride of the empire. I know that some of you have been coerced, while others are driven by momentary passion, without considering the consequences of failure, which can lead to the annihilation of your entire clan. The emperor has decreed that those who surrender now shall be pardoned. His celestial-level presence projected his voice across the battlefield, seeking to undermine the resolve of the northern soldiers by making them aware of the repercussions. However, the soldiers of the north remained impassive, their resolve steadfast. They had not witnessed Qin Hai, but they had felt the former emperor's legacy. The 7 campaigns against the barbarians had indeed brought them stability. If His Highness ascended to the throne, the entire northern populace would share in the prosperity. All troops advance. Qin Yu unsheathed his sword, pointing it forward as he issued the command to attack. Chapter 15. The Golden Fire Cavalry, invincible and unyielding on the battlefield of Yong'an County. Millions of troops converged, creating a spectacle that was both magnificent and awe-inspiring. Both sides were fully prepared for the impending assault. Qin Yu's faction was filled with fervor. Though they were rising in rebellion, fear was absent from their hearts. Only the ascension of their prince could safeguard their interests. All soldiers, heed my command. Qin Yu's voice reverberated across the heavens. Advance. Fight. 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 The battle cry surged like a tidal wave, igniting the soldiers' blood and shattering the void with their battle spirit. Dacian iron cavalry, charge forth. Yang Quan's demeanor was icy. Under his command, 150,000 iron cavalry surged forth, dark as a storm cloud, charging fearlessly into the fray like a mountain torrent. The Dacian iron cavalry led the charge, their ranks comprised of the finest warriors of the northern frontier, equipped with the best steeds and clad in top-tier armor. Few legions in the entirety of Dacian could rival the combat prowess of the iron cavalry, particularly in a charge. The ground trembled as the 150,000 iron cavalry galloped forth, their impact terrifying enough to be insurmountable, even by those in the celestial realm, who would be crushed beneath their might. They embodied the spirit of the army, united as one. Charge! 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 The Dacian iron cavalry, with disciplined training and years of skirmishes against barbaric foes, had long since cast aside the value of life and death. In the face of such a formidable legion, fear was evident among the court soldiers. The Dacian iron cavalry, the most elite cavalry in Dacian. Su Yu's expression was grave. This weapon of dominance, a legion that had previously reaped the lives of enemies, now aimed its weapons at them. Qin Hai army. Su Yu commanded, block the cavalry's advance. Understood. The 2 powerful legions from the central realm had already prepared to intercept the Dacian iron cavalry, and at the sound of the command, a multitude of soldiers surged forth. Su Yu understood well that the charging force of the Dacian iron cavalry was overwhelming, and engaging them directly would yield no advantage. The 2 legions opted to strike from the flanks. Yet, in an instant, the 2 sides collided, and soldiers from both factions fell upon the battlefield. Once compatriots, they now faced each other with weapons drawn, all due to differing loyalties. The battlefield was destined to be one of death. Kill, kill, kill. Mo Qinkong, like a fierce wolf, rallied his troops as the Molong army raised a dust storm, transforming into a pack of wolves that charged into battle. The Beha army, the Yongzhan army, and the Guangdao army also surged forward simultaneously. I anticipated this. Su Yu waved his banner, sending forth the legion to counter their advance. For our prince, the battle cry echoed, as even greater numbers of ordinary legions, under their respective leaders, surged forth. The entirety of Yong'an County had transformed into a battlefield. The might of the strong shook the earth, tearing the mountains and rivers asunder. They knew they could not afford to lose. Defeat meant not only death but also the stigma of treason, which would doom their families. Fueled by this resolve, they unleashed astonishing combat prowess. Su Yu also mobilized several station legions from the northern frontier. However, upon arrival on the battlefield, these legions exhibited little combat capability or will, merely drifting through the conflict. The adversaries were the northern frontier soldiers, who held respect for the 18th Prince, making them hesitant to engage. Qin Yu noticed this and recognized the futility of some standing against him. These northern soldiers were of little use. Su Yu coldly declared, "We cannot rely on them. Order the entire army to charge." At that moment, numerous legions were already committed to the battlefield. The elite forces summoned from various realms were holding back the Molong army. Yet the battle was fiercely contested. Although Su Yu's forces outnumbered Qin Yu's, the disparity in battle spirit rendered the conflict arduous. The northern soldiers fought like fierce tigers and wolves, valuing their lives little. To them, Even fellow countrymen were expendable if they were enemies of the prince. With no path of retreat, they faced an abyss behind them. Blood stained the earth as a terrifying storm of destruction surged across the battlefield. In battles of such magnitude, casualties were inevitable. Su Yu's expression remained grim. Before the battle, he had foreseen the difficulty of this conflict. Qin Yu had not granted them ample time to mobilize troops, preventing the formation of a decisive numerical advantage. Enough waiting. Let the Fire Legion strike, piercing through the rebels like a sharp blade, and shatter their formation. Now, the forces that can withstand the Fire Legion have already engaged. None can impede us. Su Yu had unwavering confidence in the Fire Legion's strength. Fire Legion, charge with me. Like a wildfire sweeping across a prairie, they ignited the battlefield, their crimson armor and blades ablaze, transforming into a dragon of flames. Huanglang, 8th realm of the Celestial Realm, a renowned general of Daqian. Let none stand against the Fire Legion, mercilessly slay the rebels. Huanglang led the Fire Legion with ferocity. A formidable threat. Pantheon, go forth, lead your golden fire cavalry and crush them. Qin Yu, observing the blood-soaked battlefield, felt a coldness envelop his heart as he addressed Pantheon. Golden fire cavalry, invincible and unyielding. Pantheon wielded the black dragon spear, unleashing a wave of carnage. His legion numbered only 100,000, while the Fire Legion boasted 200,000. Yet he felt no fear. This was the first battle for the Golden Fire Cavalry, pivotal for the prince's grand undertaking, and he was determined to deliver a flawless performance. Charge! 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 The Golden Fire Cavalry had only recently been formed. Yet Pantheon had recruited elite soldiers from the northern frontier, and under his command, their strength was commendable. The prowess of a commander is a crucial factor in a legion's might. Su Yu's pupils constricted. The aura emanating from the Golden Fire Cavalry pressured even him. This legion had not been previously documented in the court. It was likely a secret force trained by the 18th Prince, indicating his foresight. Su Yu calmly instructed Huanglang, pay close attention to this legion. They seem formidable. Proceed with caution and gauge their strength. I understand. On the battlefield, the Golden Fire Cavalry surged toward him, both sides acutely aware of the pressure they exerted upon each other. Come forth, my Fire Legion. Even in the western region, we are unmatched. We shall not fear you. The entire Fire Legion erupted with battle spirit as the fire dragon rampaged, seemingly igniting the heavens. Advance! At Manchin's command, the Golden Fire Cavalry transformed into a colossal black dragon wreathed in flames, colliding with the fire dragon. In their initial clash, neither side gained a significant advantage. Yet Qin Yu was pleased. Despite Manchin's leadership, the Golden Fire Cavalry had only been formed for a brief period, and holding their ground against the Fire Legion was no small feat. The outcome of this battle would not be determined by a mere few legions. Pantheon waved the black dragon flag, his army responding to his command as an extension of his will. To break this army, they must defeat the commander. Huanglang set his sights on Pantheon. Sensing the impending threat, Manchin's expression turned steely as he drew the black dragon sword, slicing through the air. The dragon's roar resonating as its celestial power surged forth, ready to devour. Chapter 16. The Emperor's Majesty. Who dares to move against His Highness in the realm of the seventh heaven? Meng Tian's fierce attack was met with indifference from Huanglang. Merely the seventh heaven? He stood at the pinnacle of the eighth, peering into the enigmatic depths of the ninth. His rank alone sufficed to assert dominance. Eighth heaven, a remarkable phenomenon emerged. Huanglang stood as the center, as if 8 illusory realms formed around him, resembling the 8 heavens, with a hint of the profound mysteries of the ninth above. Within this realm of 8, a sea of flame surged. Those of the heavenly realm construct the 9 heavens, reaching towards the heavens, as if ascending a celestial ladder. Crossing this ultimate threshold leads to legendary heights. The disparity between each level of the heavenly realm is immense. Flameblade. Huanglang wielded his sword, channeling the grand momentum of heaven and earth, an inexhaustible force. He did not evade Meng Tian's strike. Instead, he cleaved directly towards it. Meng Tian's expression was icy. The black dragon roared, emanating a legendary brilliance. He thrust his sword into the realm of the 8th heaven, shattering it with overwhelming strength, effortlessly dismantling his opponent's deadly move. What? So powerful? Huanglang was taken aback. Yet before he could ponder further, Meng Tian unleashed the black dragon thrust once more, the fierce pressure propelling him backwards. A gaping wound erupting from his chest. Storm. Meng Tian uttered softly, summoning a tornado that lifted Huanglang's body, casting him down heavily. You possess a legendary weapon. Huanglang, disregarding his injuries, fixated on the black dragon sword. He would not mistake it. Such power could only stem from a legendary artifact. What? There exists a legendary weapon? Qin Yu was equally astonished. He had presumed that Yang Quan was the strongest beside Qin Yu. The brief exchange revealed that although Meng Tian was merely at the seventh heaven, his combat prowess transcended several levels, augmented by the legendary weapon, making him formidable. He was puzzled by the presence of such a powerful figure beside the 18th Prince. Could it be that the mysterious general was secretly nurtured by the royal family? And this imperial conflict concealed a legendary struggle? Some heavenly realm experts suddenly connected the dots. The mysterious general, the legendary weapon, igniting their imagination. Across the vast expanse of Qin, they were unaware of the royal family's accumulation of legends over millennia, yet they knew such titans could not be singular. The tumult surrounding the 18th Prince, with no legendary figures emerging, led them to speculate that a legendary contest was at play, resulting in their restraint. If that were the case, the dual dragon conflict would become intricate. Should their thoughts reach Qin Yu, he would surely find their concerns amusing. Meng Tian was summoned by the system, unrelated to any legendary affairs. Do not overthink. Our loyalty lies with the court, the rightful Qin. So you declared. That man wields a legendary weapon. Wang Lang cannot withstand him. You few must hinder him. The advantage still lies with us. Numerous figures from the heavenly realm surged forth. The battle escalated, shaking the heavens and the earth. The emergence of these experts intensified the ferocity of the conflict. When the heavenly realm strikes, they possess the power to shatter mountains and rivers. You wish to obstruct me? Meng Tian regarded the multitude of heavenly realm warriors charging towards him, unafraid. Yang Quan commanded the army, refraining from direct engagement, aware that Su Yu's appearance was a watchful eye, balancing the forces. At this moment, even Mo Chungkong and other heavenly realm generals had joined the fray. The court had conducted extensive analyses regarding Qin Yu's faction, mobilizing powerful figures capable of countering them. Meng Tian, however, was an exception. Nonetheless, they had prepared contingencies for unexpected occurrences, maintaining a reserve of strength. The battlefield situation was grim. The number of heavenly realm experts was too few. Though Meng Tian fought valiantly, he stood alone. For His Highness, Mo Chungkong bellowed. As a seventh heaven warrior, he had wholly devoted his life to Qin Yu. His fighting style was reckless. With his long blade horizontal, he focused solely on offense, disregarding defense, allowing enemies to inflict wounds upon him as he pressed on relentlessly. You've lost your mind. The many heavenly realm warriors contending with Mo Chungkong were astounded. Their opponent was a reckless lunatic, yet they were not madmen, summoned to the battlefield to meet their demise. None were deranged. Mo Chungkong embraced a fatalistic resolve. Even if he were to fall, he would clear the obstacles on the emperor's path. The conflict among the heavenly realm experts was fierce. The clashes between the armies were even more brutally sanguine. With each encounter, blood was inevitably shed. Victory! 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 The morale of Qin Yu's faction soared to its zenith. Their eyes ablaze, showcasing the ferocity of northern warriors. At this very moment, while Qin Yu remained still, the imperishable emperor's scripture reverberated with immense imperial pressure, exuding boundless might. Commanding the mountains and realms, he radiated brilliance, as if he were the true emperor. To feel such momentum, anyone would be taken aback. This is the true majesty of an emperor. Even the court's army found themselves momentarily dazed, sensing that the current occupant of the imperial throne, Qin Hai, lacked the imposing presence of Qin Yu. The might of the emperor. This cannot continue. So you understood one crucial point. The key lay with Qin Yu. As long as this prince did not relent, the rebels would fight to the last breath. By then, casualties would be catastrophic. The 18th Prince must be captured. So you fixed his gaze sternly on Qin Yu. That imperial aura affected even him. Yet the throne was occupied by Qin Hai, making betrayal impossible. Capture the 18th Prince. Boom, boom, boom. A tempest of thunder erupted. Su Yu unleashed his full power as a ninth heaven warrior, his might astonishing. Numerous heavenly realm figures yet to engage in battle, along with a multitude of life and death warriors, surged forth. Fangxian remained vigilant, standing beside Qin Yu. Protect His Highness. Yang Quan's expression turned profound, intent on directly seizing the prince. Other strong figures sought to provide support, yet they were thwarted, held fast by their adversaries. Yang Quan, you alone cannot withstand this. Su Yu pointed his sword at Yang Quan. Do you dare to move against me? Qin Yu surveyed his surroundings. Upon uttering these words, he exuded formidable intimidation, causing those present to hesitate in their approach. They had no right to act, nor did the others. Suddenly, within Yong'an County, three figures emerged. traversing the void, swiftly arriving at the battlefield. The appearance of these three figures caused Yang Quan's expression to shift dramatically. The foremost figure, clad in royal robes, was an elder radiating the majesty of a king, his power surpassing the ninth heaven, embodying a hint of legendary aura, having reached the threshold of quasi-legendary status. He shone like a radiant sun, dominating the scene. Quasi-legendary status delineates the divide between the ninth heaven and true legends. They possess fragments of legendary power, their souls and bodies beginning to transform, yet they have not transcended to that realm. Though a quasi-legend cannot be compared to a true legend, they have embarked upon the path of legend, significantly surpassing the ninth heaven in strength. However, the journey to become a true legend is arduous. Many quasi-legends falter at this juncture. This is a contingency plan. Prince Yin. Yang Quan recognized the identity of the elder. Yang Quan, how bold you are. The court entrusted you with commanding the Qian Iron Cavalry, 150,000 elite soldiers, a testament to their trust. Yet you conspire with him to rebel and usurp the throne. The elder's expression was icy. Prince Yin, do you believe that Qin Hai is more suited to be emperor than his highness? Yang Quan retorted. Humph. The throne has been settled. No one can instigate further discord. I wish to avoid internal strife within the Qin. If every prince seeks to usurp the throne and rebel, chaos will ensue. As a royal scion, it is imperative to uphold imperial authority. Prince Yin was unwilling to entertain such discourse. This Prince of Cloud is a figure from a millennium ago, holding a higher status than the late emperor, having remained secluded in profound cultivation. His intervention signifies the royal family's involvement. No matter the actions of Qin Yu, he remains a prince. Only this royal prince possesses the rightful authority to apprehend him. Su Yu and Yang Quan are entrusted to you to handle. As for Qin Yu, I shall personally intervene. What royal prince dares to act when I, Dian Wei, am present? None shall lay a finger on his highness today. Chapter 17. The Nine Dragons Guarding the Body. The sovereign's aura. What an audacious and domineering shout. As his voice echoed, it instantly captured countless gazes. Beside Qin Yu stood a man clad in resplendent scarlet armor, resembling a formidable demon god, wielding a massive axe. As the axe struck the ground, it carved a deep trench into the earth. With each step he took, clouds of dust erupted around him. His blood-red gaze pierced through the air, instilling a sense of dread and terror. Fierce. Utterly fierce. He was a true harbinger of destruction. Under the command of the 18th Prince, there lay yet another powerful warrior. You old fool, if you dare to harm the prince, get down here. Dian Wei roared once more, transforming into a whirlwind that swept across the battlefield. Old fool. The identity of Prince Yun was not to be underestimated. He was a quasi-legendary figure, an ancient royal, a pillar of the nation, revered and powerful. To be directly insulted as an old fool was unfathomable. Who was this Dian Wei with such audacity? Prince Yun's expression darkened in an instant. In all of the Qian, who besides legendary ancestors would dare speak to him in such a manner? Who was Dian Wei? Could he possibly be of royal lineage? Su Yu inquired, perplexed. Prince Yun transmitted his thoughts. If such a person as Dian Wei existed, I would certainly recognize him. Though he may not be trained by the royal family, it is not uncommon for unfamiliar powerful warriors to appear in this vast world. This is peculiar. Su Yu frowned. The 18th Prince seemed to be surrounded by mysterious powers. Who was truly backing him? Come forth. Let me see your strength. Dian Wei challenged. Humph. Arrogant. Prince Yun showed no fear. He took strides in the air, each step leaving a profound imprint in the void. Let me see if you truly possess such power. With an overwhelming aura, he raised his hand, and the forces of the heavens suddenly bore down upon Dian Wei as a golden hand reached out. Come here. Dian Wei growled deeply. A crimson light erupted, and in his frenzy, he unleashed his blood magic hand to clash with the golden hand in the void. Boom. The two overwhelming forces collided, creating a shockwave that tore the very fabric of space, leaving behind jagged black fissures. Incredible! Su Yu's pupils constricted. He was aware of Prince Yun's prowess. Yet Dian Wei managed to counter it with ease. Qin Yu, observing Dian Wei's strength, felt immense satisfaction. Once he entered the battlefield, encountering bloodshed drove him into a frenzy. Unlike the calmness of Ming Tian, yet this ferocity forged his indomitable power. At that moment, Prince Yun lifted the divine sun with both hands, channeling his formidable divine power to suppress Dian Wei. Completely mad, Dian Wei swung his fearsome axe, cleaving through the heavens. The legendary weapon's might overwhelming as it shattered the divine sun. Another legendary weapon. Even Prince Yun, usually composed, was taken aback at the sight of this legendary armament. Despite his exalted status, he lacked the qualifications to possess such a treasure, yet Dian Wei had won. This complicates matters. Even if you wield a legendary weapon, how can you withstand my power as a ninth heaven expert? Pantheon bellowed. Dian Wei, advance. Qin Yu commanded nonchalantly. Yang Quan, I challenge you. Despite the unexpected appearance of Dian Wei, numerous strong warriors still sided with him. Qin understood that this battle could not be delayed. He stepped forward. His formidable aura akin to a towering mountain, pressing down upon the boundless sky. He charged directly towards Yang Quan. Yang Quan, a renowned general of the age, unleashed a ferocious assault, their powers intertwining in the void, creating intense distortions. Yu recognized that his strength was inferior to Yang Quan's. Yet his mastery of defensive techniques made him incredibly resilient. General Su, we shall assist you. In an instant. The unbridled commanders of the Qin army and the Han Hai army surged forth alongside Yu. Both stood at the eighth heaven, and in conjunction with Yu. They could withstand Yang Quan's relentless onslaught. The four high-tier experts could shake the earth and rend the heavens apart. Yang Quan must not escape. If we capture the 18th Prince, we shall be hailed as heroes of stability, and the court will reward us for our sacrifices. Yu roared. He and his companions fought with reckless abandon. Yang Quan, consumed by madness, feared not the fury of his adversaries. What troubled him was their intent towards the prince. Should anything happen to the prince, he would bear the blame 100-fold. Protect the prince. The situation on other battlefields caught the attention of Ming Tian and the other experts of the heavenly realm, who sought to break free and provide aid. The two heavenly realm warriors accompanying Prince Yun fixed their gazes upon Qin Yu. Qin Yu, recalling from memory, recognized them as warriors nurtured by the royal family. Solely loyal to the emperor, the vast domain of Qin was home to a complex array of powerful figures, including royal warriors, those from prominent families, and those trained from various regions. This included Yang Quan, Imo Chengkong, Yu, and others, alongside those nurtured by the royal family. Independent from any family ties or military leadership, akin to loyal sentinels. At that moment, the two heavenly realm warriors descended upon Qin Yu simultaneously. Though the 18th Prince possessed remarkable talent, he was still merely at the level of life and death. How could he withstand the combined might of two? The forces of heaven and earth bore down with tremendous weight. Fang Xian fought desperately to guard against them, yet he could not withstand their combined pressure. Get away from my hall. Qin Yu's voice rang coldly. He too stepped into the void, effortlessly dispelling the two powers that surged towards him. What they beheld next was astonishing. With a roar that echoed through the heavens amidst a radiant golden light, 9 colossal dragons, each 1,000 feet long and resplendent, emerged from a thick cloud sea, encircling Qin Yu in a majestic display. The 9 dragons guarding the body. The two heavenly realm warriors gasped in astonishment. These 9 dragons were overwhelmingly powerful, each possessing the strength of a heavenly realm expert, forming a 9-dragon formation that could withstand even legendary might. In that moment, Qin Yu exuded an aura akin to an ancient sovereign, delivering an immense shock to all present. They were left in a daze. Was the 18th Prince truly the rightful heir, the true son of destiny, while their current emperor lacked such grandeur? No, it is a treasure. Some discerning individuals recognized that the 9 dragons guarding the body was activated by a precious artifact of incomparable value, surpassing even ordinary legendary weapons. His Highness possesses this secret technique. Yang Quan felt reassured. With the 9 dragons guarding the body, the prince's safety was assured, allowing him to focus on the battle against the enemy. You see, His Highness should be the true emperor of Qin, Yang Quan proclaimed. Qin Hai usurped the throne. A treasonous minister's false summons. Only His Highness can take on the mantle of Qin as emperor and lead our nation to glory. Do not heed his nonsensical words. Kill. Yu roared with fervor. At that moment, Qin Yu stepped into the void, surrounded by the 9 dragons. His dark hair danced wildly in the wind. His unparalleled grace reminiscent of the sun illuminating the world, embodying the essence of a sovereign. This sacred presence transcended his own, even causing those formidable forces summoned to suppress him to momentarily falter. Qin Yu's expression remained calm. He sought to crush the spirits of those present, making them aware of who truly deserved to be the supreme ruler of Qin. This battle would irrevocably alter the landscape of Qin. Chapter 18. The wind sweeps away the clouds, blood soaks the ground. Qin Yu stood with his hands behind his back, displaying an unparalleled demeanor to the onlookers. The 9 dragons shielded him, exuding an overwhelming aura of power and divinity. The heavenly beings exchanged glances, unleashing a barrage of attacks in hopes of breaching his defenses. Yet not a single blow could shake Qin Yu. He remained steadfast, prepared to endure their relentless assault for days on end, impervious to the onslaught of the 9 dragons. Unless a legendary force arrived, frustration mounted among them. How could they possibly overcome this? We shall assist you. 2 additional heavenly beings soared into the fray. However, as they charged at Qin Yu, his countenance turned icy. The 9 dragons roared, unleashing a ferocious wave that collided with the 4 attackers, sending them hurtling through the air and embedding them into the ground, creating 4 massive craters. The 9 dragons possessed not only formidable defenses but also terrifying offensive capabilities. The single strike left the 4 of them coughing up blood, their expressions filled with dread. Qin Yu was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how such a treasure could thwart his plans entirely. Dian Wei, do not delay, swiftly end this battle. Qin Yu commanded. Fight. Fight. Unleash your fury. Upon receiving the order, Dian Wei revealed a terrifying grin, his demon axe erupting with frenzied energy. Seeing this, Prince Yun, recognizing the might of his opponent, struck out with his sword, summoning an immeasurable blaze that collided with Dian Wei's attack like colliding stars, creating a terrifying impact. His hands tingled with numbness, and a crack appeared on his sword, causing him great distress. Chop, chop, chop. Dian Wei, now in a berserk state, unleashed a frenzy of attacks, each swing of his axe powerful enough to make Prince Yun tremble. Prince Yun's expression was one of horror. With his near-legendary strength, he could not suppress Dian Wei. As the strikes continued, his sword could no longer withstand the punishment and shattered with a loud crack. My sword, Prince Yun lamented, heartbroken. Though it was not a legendary weapon, it was forged from materials capable of creating one. And now, with Dian Wei's assault, a lifetime of investment had been lost. With this, you dare to be arrogant? Pathetically weak. Dian Wei, seizing the advantage, summoned a towering phantom of a demon behind him and struck at the heavens. Prince Yun attempted to defend himself, but the overwhelming force was insurmountable. He was sent flying, a long gash now visible across his chest. Had it not been for his armor, he might have been cleaved in 2. Your Highness, came the cries from the battlefield. We come to assist you. The 4 attackers, witnessing this scene, were compelled to abandon their assault and quickly made their way over. The slaughter could not be contained. Dian Wei laughed maniacally, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust as the dormant ferocity within him awakened. In an instant, he swung his axe, creating a chasm that descended upon the 4. They felt as if they had fallen into an abyss, chilled to the bone. The brutal force fell upon them, and one let out a final anguished scream as the axe cleaved through his head, splitting him in 2. Dian Wei swung again, and another was bisected, the power of the divine weapon sweeping over him, extinguishing his life force. The remaining 2, positioned Chapter 19, who can withstand the might of victory. Dian Wei aimed to behead Qin Yu, and the expressions of Yang Quan and the others were filled with anticipation. The death of the commander would lead to the collapse of the entire army. Qin Yu's standing in the hearts of the soldiers surpassed even that of the Prince of Yu. Winning the Battle of Yong'an held immense significance, for it represented the court's inability to mobilize sufficient forces for a proactive assault in the northern territories in the near future. Capture them. Amidst the swirling dragons, Qin Yu issued the command. In battle, engaging in a duel with a strong opponent was vastly different from commanding an army. An exceptional leader could rally the troops, forming a military formation and harnessing an overwhelming spirit, thereby amplifying the army's strength. If Dian Wei were to charge in alone without the support of the army, even if he possessed greater strength than Qin Yu, he would still be crushed. Victory! 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 Countless soldiers roared, their ferocity erupting forth. The entire army received the orders and gradually retreated. Qin Yu recognized the dire situation and commanded his forces to adopt a defensive stance. In an instant, a tide of morale surged towards him. He could not perish here. His death would render the northern territories incapable of resisting the rebellious forces. He had to consolidate the power of the army and minimize losses. To think of gathering the army's strength was laughable. Did they believe he was non-existent? With that thought, Yang Quan commanded the Dacian Iron Cavalry to launch an even more ferocious charge against the enemy's formation. Golden Fire Cavalry, follow me. Ming Tian shouted. The 2 elite legions, Dacian Iron Cavalry and Golden Fire Cavalry, pierced through like twin spears, and more troops tore apart the enemy formation. Die for me. Dian Wei struck with a force akin to a mountain crashing down, causing a chasm to appear in an instant. Do not act recklessly. Qin Yu had fought throughout his life, and even though he knew the enemy was formidable, retreat was not an option. He stomped heavily on the ground, grounding himself like a mountain, wielding a blade meant to quell storms, and met Dian Wei's strike head-on. However, the force of Dian Wei's blow was terrifying. Despite Siyu's utmost effort to resist, he was still forced back 100 steps before barely stabilizing himself. Slash, slash, slash. Dian Wei provided no respite, unleashing a relentless barrage. Siyu could only barely defend against the torrential assault, yet even so, blood seeped from every pore of his body, a grim omen. Fortunately, his practiced techniques emphasized defense. However, Dian Wei resembled a merciless war machine, wholly focused on offense, his overwhelming power pressing down upon Siyu, leaving him breathless. We cannot linger. Witnessing this scene, other commanders were compelled to issue retreat orders. They were not foolish. They discerned that Siyu was no match for Dian Wei. And if this continued, the entire army risked annihilation. All forces advance. Qin Yu waved his hand. This time, he aimed not only to slay the commander, but also to shatter the enemy's morale, ensuring no more legions could occupy the northern territories and impede his ambitions. Dian Wei shone brightly, and Meng Tian could not afford to lag behind. He was determined to uphold this glory. On the battlefield, he was a seasoned veteran. The Golden Fire Cavalry, tempered by blood and fire, emanated a distinct aura of lethality. Kill. Meng Tian's aura surged, and within the dark vortex, he unleashed a sword strike. Sweeping across all directions and directly dispersing multiple heavenly beings attempting to encircle him. First, slay Huang Lang. Meng Tian's sword twisted the void. The roaring black dragon resonating with a soul-shattering roar, suddenly appearing before Huang Lang, its blade radiating a formidable killing intent. Taken aback, Huang Lang hurriedly attempted to defend himself. In truth, his fighting spirit had waned, and he now merely wished for the Fire Legion to safely withdraw from the battlefield. The result was that he was sent flying by Meng Tian's sword. Several heavenly beings sought to intercept him. Remaining calm, Meng Tian's sword swept once more, unleashing an array of dark sword lights that instantly repelled the heavenly beings. However, beneath the sword's light, they bore wounds, each punctured by a crimson hole. Enduring the excruciating pain, their gazes towards Meng Tian trembled, fearful of approaching him. Overturning heaven's three styles. In a cataclysmic upheaval, black light engulfed the battlefield. Meng Tian unleashed 3 strikes, summoning countless troops, forming a tempest of battle intent, and materializing the power of 3 swords. In an instant, the 3 swords descended upon Huang Lang, exposing him to a lethal onslaught. This is bad. The sparks ignite a wildfire, and the wind feeds the flames. Huang Lang felt a tightening sensation throughout his body. Facing Meng Tian felt akin to confronting a nightmare. Under the charge of the Golden Fire Cavalry, he found it impossible to form a military formation, otherwise he would not fear Dian Wei. The force of that overwhelming strike was unimaginable. 3 bloody holes erupted from Huang Lang's body. Yet, that was not the most terrifying aspect. The overwhelming force of the heavens gathered like an endless black sea. Thunderous roars echoing. Meng Tian stood within this black sea, his black dragon sword bursting forth with a murderous spirit, and with a single strike, he unleashed a beam of annihilation, delivering judgment upon Huang Lang. Huang Lang's face turned pale as he gathered his last reserves of strength to resist. Yet, this proved futile. The black dragon sword pierced forth, shattering 100 miles of void, and a black dragon's head materialized before Huang Lang, consuming him whole. His eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to accept that he would perish here, he was unafraid of death, but this death held no meaning. It would not be inscribed in the annals of a glorious empire. General Meng is formidable. Observing this scene, Qin Yu couldn't help but smile. General Meng is formidable. Such voices resonated across the battlefield. The tumultuous roar further shattered the morale of the Fire Legion's commander, Huang Lang. Haha, well done. It's my turn now. Dian Wei cackled. Defeated. Siyu, in his struggle, witnessed Huang Lang's demise. Yet, Dian Wei would not grant him a moment to devise a counter-strategy. He consolidated his mountain-like form, rooting his feet to the earth, drawing strength from the ground, and a series of earthen shields materialized around him. Yet, all this could do was delay the inevitable. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Siyu urged desperately. The emergence of 2 mysterious, formidable generals beside Qin Yu had shattered his entire plan. You rodents, where do you think you're going? Taste my axe. Dian Wei, fierce and imposing, wielded extraordinary martial prowess. Although he lacked Meng Tian's commanding ability, he possessed unparalleled strength. With another strike, the mountain crumbled, and Siyu bore numerous spiderweb-like lacerations upon his body. Dian Wei struck again, lifting his foot to kick Siyu in the chest. Siyu felt as though his chest were shattering, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. He was overwhelmed by an immense in Chapter 20. To maintain dignity, one must help him maintain dignity. Dian Wei stood bloodied and savage amidst the carnage. a testament to his formidable prowess. The remains and the blood strewn across the ground were but evidence of his triumph. This was truly overwhelming. Su Yu, not a weakling by any means. After all, he was the commander of this northern expedition, still found himself no match for the enigmatic warlord beside the prince. The death of the commander sent the army into a state of disarray. Some began to retreat even before Su Yu had met his demise, fleeing at the first opportunity. Retreat. Quick, retreat. In that moment, countless soldiers of the imperial army went mad, scattering in all directions. The celestial warriors abandoned their opponents, harnessing the forces of nature to soar like rainbows. The battle was already lost. With two unparalleled warriors in play, victory was beyond their grasp. If they did not flee, they would surely meet a fate akin to that of Su Yu. Moreover, the 18th Prince was undeniably ruthless. The imperial general issued orders to kill without a shred of mercy. Chase them. Yang Quan adeptly maneuvered his cavalry to pursue the retreating troops, taking action to intercept the celestial warriors. Lay down your weapons at once and surrender. Submitting to the prince is not treason. Zhou Tu's voice resonated across the battlefield, urging calm. Do not panic. We shall fight. We are all warriors of the Qin. Even in death, we shall die standing, never in disgrace. Yet the 18th Prince was indeed formidable, having slain countless foes in his 7 campaigns beyond the borders. Surrendering to the prince does not equate to treason. As waves of soldiers faced the advancing army, many chose to drop their weapons and stand their ground. They were not afraid of death. The crux of the matter was that Qin Yu was also of royal blood, and losing to him was no disgrace. Those who laid down their arms were not met with hostility. They were all subjects of the same nation, merely differing in their loyalties. As long as the prince was present, reason and emotion could still unite them as one. Of course, there were those who stubbornly resisted. Such individuals would not be treated gently. This was war, a battle for supremacy, inevitably drenched in blood. Qin Yu surveyed the battlefield, where the stench of blood hung heavy in the air. The clash of dragons for the throne was a scene that even compatriots were forced to engage in. His gaze was merciless, fully aware that such was the price of ascending to power. If he did not act, would Qin Hai spare him? He possessed a system. Temporary chaos mattered little. Once the turmoil was quelled, he would undoubtedly lead the Qin into a new era of glory. In that moment, a multitude of soldiers chose to surrender. They had no reason to fight to the death, many simply obeying their commander's orders as they hastily made their way to the northern battlefield. Armor was discarded, cast aside. Who dares move? Dian Wei was ferocious, charging into the fray, his axe cleaving the heavens, drawing a line that blocked several celestial warriors' paths to escape. Those celestial beings, faces pale with fear, understood that to engage Dian Wei would surely mean death, and thus they hesitated, awaiting their fate. The outcome of this battle was remarkable, having shattered the imperial army and bought Qin Yu precious time to unify the northern territories. The credit for this victory belonged to Meng Tian and Dian Wei. Had Qin Hai anticipated the presence of these two fierce warriors at Qin Yu's side, he would not have faced such a catastrophic defeat. We have won. A smile broke across Yang Quan's face. He was astute enough not to inquire about the origins of Meng Tian and Dian Wei, recognizing their unwavering loyalty to the prince. Your Highness, Yang Quan rode forth. In this battle, we have defeated the Imperial Expeditionary Force, slain Su Yu, and achieved a resounding victory. Many legions have suffered losses and are now in our custody. The entire northern region now lies beneath our might. What are the casualties? Qin Yu inquired. The casualties are manageable. Thanks to General Dian Wei slaying Su Yu, the resistance is not strong, Yang Quan replied. The fallen soldiers deserve ample compensation, ensuring their families are cared for. They died for our cause as martyrs and heroes. The imperial army's fallen must also receive a proper burial, Qin Yu declared. A great victory necessitates great rewards. The soldiers of the imperial court are also subjects of the Qin, and they too are victims of this struggle for power. I understand. Yang Quan nodded. In battles against foreign nations, one might simply burn everything, but civil strife requires a different approach. In this battle, we also captured a significant number of prisoners, Yang Quan noted. They shall be detained for now, allowing them a moment to cool their heads, Qin Yu instructed. Your Highness. In addition to the numerous common soldiers, there are also many celestial warriors among the captives, Yang Quan reminded him. Bring them to me, Qin Yu commanded. Soon, Meng Tian and Dian Wei arrived with a dozen captives. The imperial court had dispatched a vast number of celestial warriors. Aside from those slain on the battlefield and those who managed to escape, they had captured 15. Kneel, Dian Wei barked. The captives, disheartened, bowed their heads. Commander Wen Shan of the Tianheng army, I recognize you. Qin Yu addressed a middle-aged man. Humph, a traitorous minister. The commander of the Tianheng army remained resolute, showing no sign of submission despite the defeat. He had retreated alongside the commander of the Hai army before Su Yu's demise. But ultimately he was delayed and intercepted by Meng Tian. I admire your courage, Qin Yu remarked coolly. 18th Prince, having your men kill Su Yu is a grave misstep. The court will undoubtedly mobilize more troops for retribution. Even if you seize the northern territories, you cannot withstand the imperial forces. For now, you can only bask in fleeting glory. Wen Shan retorted, loyal to the imperial authority rather than to a usurper like Qin Yu. In his view, with the ascension of a new ruler, the integrity of the imperial authority must be upheld. Qin Yu's actions were inciting civil unrest, marking him as a criminal. General 1. You must see the situation clearly. The imperial army cannot prevail in the northern territories, Yang Quan urged. You are aware of the prince's achievements, his 7 campaigns beyond the borders. Quelling the barbarian threat, these are commendable feats. Can Qin Hai claim such victories? Wen Shan fell silent. This was indeed a fact. The 7 campaigns beyond the borders were impressive. Do you not yet understand? Align yourself with the prince, assist him in his ambitions, seize the imperial capital, and I assure you, under his reign, the Qian shall ascend to new heights. Yang Quan hoped that Wen Shan would join his side. A traitor is a traitor, and the legacy of the Qian cannot permit chaos. I, Wen Shan, shall serve no dual masters. Speak no more. You are but an unworthy descendant of the Qian, destined to be reviled by future generations. Wen Shan was adamant. Do not think to sway my loyalty. If you wish to kill me, do so. I shall not flinch. Not even for a moment. Let us see if you dare. Colleagues, the 18th Prince is a rebel. Those unafraid of death stand tall. He audaciously incited the other captured celestial warriors to stand with him. Truly, the Qian requires loyal subjects like you, but I have no need for you. Very well. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Qin Yu spoke slowly, his tone calm yet icy. He would grant him dignity, assisting him in his demise. Dian Wei? Qin Yu raised his hand, issuing the command. Yes. Dian Wei approached with his massive axe. Please spare General Wen's life. He is merely momentarily confused. The captured celestial warriors panicked, fearing execution was imminent, and they pleaded for Wen Shan. But Wen Shan, cannot you utter a word of compassion? Must you persist in your defiance? Who can save you now? Do not plead for me. I am clearer than ever. To kill me will not grant him the throne. It is merely a death. I shall be enshrined in the annals of the Qian, while he will forever be remembered as a rebel. Wen Shan's OB, he must demonstrate to the world his unwavering resolve to seize the throne. Those who stand in his way shall meet their demise. With a fierce glare that could terrify the bravest, Dian Wei raised his axe, and with a swift motion, blood spattered as a head fell to the ground. Indeed, he had struck down his foe. The captured warriors of Tianjing, witnessing Qin Yu's mercilessness, trembled in fear. However, they quickly recalled that even Su Yu had perished on the battlefield, let alone someone as insignificant as Wen Shan. We are willing to pledge our loyalty to your highness. They exchanged glances, fully aware that any expression of dissent would inevitably lead them to Dian Wei's axe. Submitting to the most exceptional prince of Qian should not be deemed treason, but rather an allegiance to a worthy ruler. Excellent. Qin Yu felt a sense of satisfaction with their reaction. Chapter 21. Strategizing for victory in the quest for dominion over the world. The gravest error is to exhibit mercy or hesitance, especially when the time for decisive action arrives. One must assert their strength, making it abundantly clear that they are not to be trifled with, that they are indeed capable of wielding the sword to eliminate their foes. The opportunity had already been extended to Wen Shan, yet he chose unwavering loyalty to Qin Hai. If he were not to be executed, what recourse remained? The 10 or so heavenly beings, upon receiving Qin Yu's order of mercy, breathed a sigh of relief. Wen Shan's obstinacy was perplexing, remaining defiant even as a captive. Even silence could have spared him from death. At worst, he would face imprisonment. Instead, he boldly accused the prince of being a treacherous usurper, undermining the court. His own demise was self-inflicted, and they would not accompany him in such folly. The entire army entered Yong'an City. Qin Yu arrived in Yong'an City, which was far more prosperous than Yanshan City. As the citizens witnessed his forces gradually taking position, they knelt in reverence rather than fear. In contrast to the court's troops, Qin Yu's army radiated the aura of the rightful sovereign. Indeed, Qin Yu was radiant, having vanquished countless foes in his 7 campaigns beyond the borders. Ding! You have conquered Yong'an City, earning 3 million yuan stones and 1,000 caddies of 9 heavens earth. A rather unique reward. The nine heavens earth was a mystical soil rich in spiritual energy, ideal for cultivating divine medicines. Swiftly seizing control of the entire Yong'an prefecture expanded his influence. Ding, ding, ding. In the subsequent days, there was no need for Qin Yu to dispatch troops. Officials from all over Yong'an prefecture flocked to the prefectural city to pay their respects, expressing their loyalty. Defiance would lead to inevitable destruction. They had but one path, allegiance to the 18th Prince. And they were not alone. Numerous captives from the opposing forces were held outside the city. Qin Yu dispatched aides to persuade them. Those willing to remain by his side and pledge loyalty were integrated into his army. For those unwilling, Qin Yu exerted no pressure. They could stay where they were, waiting for the day he seized the world, when they too could become part of his strength. Ding. You have taken control of Yong'an prefecture, earning 8 million yuan stones and one summon opportunity. Qin Yu's eyes sparkled upon receiving this reward. Another chance to summon a powerful ally was precisely what he needed at this moment. The system initiated the summon. Qin Yu activated the summon. The host used one summon opportunity to call forth Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Qin Yu was elated. He knew Zhang Liang was one of the three heroes of the early Han Dynasty, a celebrated strategist of unparalleled wisdom. He could orchestrate victories from the confines of his tent, determining the fate of battles from miles away. At this moment, Qin Yu not only lacked formidable warriors, but also required a strategist to devise plans for the grand scheme of conquest. With Zhang Liang's arrival, this concern was alleviated. Within the protective barrier, a radiant golden light formed a six-pointed star formation, from which a tall, handsome man of refined demeanor emerged. Zifang pays respects to your highness. Upon his arrival, Zhang Liang immediately bowed to Qin Yu. Name, Zhang Liang. Cultivation, near legendary. Domain, temporal spatial domain. Equipment, Lingshu sword, legendary. Tianyin book, legendary. Zhang Liang's astonishing prowess was evident, having reached near legendary status and wielding 2 legendary artifacts. This was hardly surprising. Zhang Liang was a capable minister suited for governance. He was no mere scholar lacking martial prowess. He had even executed the audacious act of assassinating the first emperor, showcasing his formidable strength. No need for excessive formalities. Qin Yu chuckled heartily, in a buoyant mood. Zifang, what is your assessment of the current situation? What step should I take next? Firstly, Your Highness is aware that the entire northern region must be brought under control, but merely seizing the north will not suffice against the entire court. Zhang Liang analyzed the situation. You are correct, Qin Yu acknowledged. However, we must first act decisively in the north. While the Battle of Yong'an dealt a significant blow to the court's forces, it simultaneously revealed our strength. Consequently, the court is likely to mobilize even greater forces. If Qin Hai wishes to deploy a larger army, he will need to draw strong warriors from the major clans, reposition garrisons from various regions, and even tap into the royal family's resources, Zhang Liang continued. Qin Yu, possessing memories from his past life, understood the formidable nature of royal resources. All of this requires time. Zhang Liang persisted. Indeed, time is of the essence. Qin Hai is in dire need of time, just as we are. Now, your highness must amplify your presence, allowing all of Daqian to witness your might. This will rally the hearts of the people. Once sufficient strength is demonstrated, even the royal family will be compelled to reconsider their choices. Zhang Liang added, to vie for the world is not solely reliant on the strength of your command. It also hinges on your own capability. As long as Qin Yu performs exceptionally, surpassing Qin Hai in prowess, not only will the ministers in the court be swayed, but legendary ancestors of Daqian will also perceive that Qin Hai is lacking. The northern region must be decisively conquered. Qin Yu nodded. At that moment, Yang Quan requested an audience with Qin Yu. Your Highness. Yang Quan entered, his gaze immediately drawn to Zhang Liang. Though Zhang Liang lacked the ferocity of Dian Wei, Yang Quan sensed a dangerous aura that was no less formidable, as if he were a being forged from the heavens. Who is this gentleman? Yang Quan inquired. Call me Zifang, Zhang Liang replied. Zifang, sir, Yang Quan nodded. He felt increasingly perplexed by the prince, whose circle now included mysterious figures like the Zifang. The vastness of the world, with Daqian among the 10 nations of the eastern wasteland, and with your highness embodying the essence of an unparalleled sovereign. It is our desire as strategists to assist you in achieving greatness, Zhang Liang stated. It appears you come from beyond Daqian, Yang Quan mused. The eastern wasteland was immense, encircled by the wild sea, often giving rise to nameless strong individuals who joined various nations. He believed that Zhang Liang was one such person. At this moment, a smile of satisfaction graced his face. With the prince's extraordinary talent and influence, he was beginning to attract powerful allies, much like the late emperor, who had similarly gathered formidable figures from outside Daqian under his banner. "Please, take a seat." Qin Yu invited both men to sit. "Your Highness, following the Battle of Yong'an, the defeated forces have retreated to Beizong Prefecture. The governor there, Wang Tianxian, is quite formidable. Aware that he can no longer contend with us, he has consolidated his forces within Beizong, intending to remain as a steadfast stronghold." Yang Quan reported. "Wang Tianxian, the governor of Beizong," Qin Yu mused, a frown knitting his brow. "I am familiar with him. Furthermore, Beizong Prefecture is not far from the central domain. Should Qin Hai wish to provide support, he could do so with great speed. Your Highness must immediately seize Beizong Prefecture and simultaneously sever its connection to the court, rendering it an isolated city," Zhang Liang advised. "Indeed, what you say holds merit, Zifang. Should we lose Beizong, there will be no opponents left in the northern region, and at that point, the entire north will belong to us." Yang Quan nodded in agreement. "Having extracted one of the two nails, we now must act swiftly," Qin Yu commanded. "Yang Quan, direct the army to launch an immediate assault on Beizong Prefecture, disregarding the other prefectures in the north. There is no chance that Beizong will impede my progress." Chapter 22. The Tremors of the Great Qian and the Fury of Qin Hai in the imperial capital of the central domain. Qin Hai was leisurely admiring the picturesque scenery in the imperial garden, attended by exceptionally beautiful palace maids. The sensation of being an emperor was truly exquisite. He stood above all else, his words akin to divine decree, and the vast empire belonged entirely to him. However, as long as Qin Yu remained at large, he could not act with complete freedom. Qin Yu, should you dare to raise an army, it would merely present me with the opportunity to eliminate you. With your meager forces, how could you possibly contend with the elite of my court? Oh, how I wish to witness your demise." He awaited favorable news from the northern front, confident that despite Qin Yu's hidden cards, the rebellion would ultimately falter under his continued mobilization of troops. "The advantage is mine. Your Majesty, a grave matter has arisen." Suddenly, a frantic old eunuch burst in, holding an urgent report from the northern front. Qin Hai snatched it from his hands, and as he read, darkness seemed to envelop him. Even his formidable life and death realm powers could hardly contain the surge of energy within him. "Qin Yu, I shall kill you," he roared, his fury stripping away his imperial demeanor. The northern forces had amassed millions, and not only had they failed to quell the rebels, but they had suffered a catastrophic defeat, with even his general of the north perishing in battle. The esteemed Prince Yu had barely escaped with grave injuries, and many of the elites he had dispatched had sworn allegiance to Qin Yu. "Qin Yu, you are ruthless. I underestimated you. You dared to slay the elites of the great Qian." Qin Hai realized he had misjudged both Qin Yu's ferocity and the strength surrounding him, coming to terms with the fact that he had yet to fully comprehend the capabilities of this royal brother. "Summon Kai Jin, Su Yan, and Zhao Tianhong to see me." Despite his fury, Qin Hai was not foolish. He understood that impotent rage would only serve to make him a laughingstock. He needed to devise a strategy. His ascension to the throne had been supported by several ancient families within the court, particularly the Kai and Su clans. These families, with their long-standing heritage, were among the 8 founding families of the Great Qian, boasting a legacy of thousands of years and significant contributions in battles across the land. Qin Hai's mother hailed from the Kai clan, and upon his coronation, he had appointed the Su family's illustrious daughter as empress, thus establishing a solid alliance of mutual interests. In truth, Qin Hai's rise was no mere coincidence. It was backed by substantial interests, which facilitated a smooth ascent. The 8 founding families, excluding the royal line, were the most powerful ancient clans in the Great Qian, deeply entrenched in the empire. The late emperor had been aware of their considerable influence, which collectively dominated much of the empire's power, a precarious situation for the throne. To avoid upheaval, the late emperor had cleverly chosen not to provoke these families but instead employed formidable individuals from outside their ranks, nurturing a new generation of capable talents from humble backgrounds, such as Yang Quan and Mo Qinkong. As a result, the influence of the 8 founding families was curtailed, preventing them from monopolizing power within the Great Qian. They understood that should the 18th Prince ascend to the throne, he would likely continue the late emperor's policies, favoring families outside the 8. The emperor's demise had presented them with an opportunity. They dared not rebel, yet a few families could not remain idle. They conspired to support Qin Hai's ascension, ensuring he would be dependent on their strength to secure his throne. You are aware of the Northern Front's disastrous defeat, where even Qin Yu perished. Do you have an explanation for me? Qin Hai demanded, casting the intelligence report heavily before them, his expression darkening. Your Majesty, we have ascertained the situation in the north. Two mysterious powers have emerged by Qin Yu's side, Meng Tian and Jian Wei. Su Yu fell to Jian Wei, Kai Jin reported, his countenance grim. He felt disheartened, having sent numerous family elites to gain favor, only for them to meet their demise on the battlefield. Is this your assured victory? Qin Hai retorted, his tone laced with skepticism. Victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare. We underestimated the 18th Prince. I believe he possesses a formidable, mysterious ally. After 8 years at the border, he has the capacity to achieve much, Zhao Tianhong asserted. No one can deny the 18th Prince's exceptional capabilities. 7 campaigns in the north. 7 victories, an accomplishment the late emperor could not achieve at his age. If anyone deserves the throne, it is undoubtedly the 18th Prince. Yet, the interests dictate that only Qin Hai can offer us the greatest benefits. After the Battle of Yong'an, we lost the best opportunity to suppress the rebels in the north. This is a failure on our part. The remnants of the defeated army are now gathering in Baitsong County, where the loyal Wang Tianchen serves. I believe he should be granted the authority to mobilize the northern forces, Zhao Tianhong suggested. Quickly command Wang Tianchen to defend the north, granting him the power to mobilize all resources and hold sway over military and political affairs. Qin Hai ordered immediately. Yet, this alone is insufficient. The rebellion is vast. Relying solely on Wang Tianchen will not suffice to defend the north. We must not lose Baitsong County. Otherwise, the rebels will seize the entire northern territory. Posing a grave threat to the court, Su Yan interjected. After the Battle of Yong'an, many elite warriors and soldiers pledged allegiance to him, further bolstering his strength. Kai Jin added, rebels are rebels. Those who align with me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. They dare to betray me. I shall annihilate their entire lineage to demonstrate to the world the consequences of defying me. Qin Hai declared, his fury boiling over. Proclaim my edict. Those who rebel against the great Qian shall be executed without mercy. Your Majesty, that is unwise. The ramifications are too great. There are many who are loyal to the 18th Prince, and the implications are vast. Should you truly execute the entire lineage, it would send the entire great Qian into turmoil. Kai Jin and the others hastily cautioned. Shouldn't traitors be punished? Qin Hai glared at them. This is different. Their loyalty lies with the 18th Prince, whose reputation is well known. If you were to execute them en masse, it would only drive the people further into the arms of the rebels, which would be detrimental to you. The circumstances are not the same. If one were to surrender to a foreign nation, a bloodbath would not meet with opposition from the ministers. Yet they have not betrayed the nation. I shall not overlook this, Qin Hai remarked, regaining his composure, realizing that immediate action was unwise. Even if vengeance was warranted, it would be better to settle accounts later. Your Majesty is merciful, they proclaimed in unison. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Hai stated, we shall refrain from offensive maneuvers in the north for now, focusing on defense. The Battle of Yong'an has revealed a strength. We must hold our ground in Baitsong County like a nail firmly driven in. I will mobilize greater forces from across the nation to reinforce the northern front. Meng Tian and Jian Wei are fierce warriors. Your clans must also dispatch more strong individuals for me. Do not forget, it is only while I occupy this throne that you may gain more. And should Qin Yu succeed, he would surely turn against you. Would he spare you? Qin Hai's gaze darkened. Kai Jin and the others nodded. Aware of the significant risks involved in participating in the struggle for the throne, I shall also seek the counsel of the Royal Elder Council. Qin Yu, as an unworthy descendant, slaughters the empire strong. Such actions are a betrayal of our ancestors and must be expunged from the family register. Qin Hai declared emphatically. This would strip Qin Yu of his royal status, reducing him to a commoner. I am aware that many in the court harbor dissent towards me. But once the rebels are suppressed, such grievances will dissipate. Countless edicts were issued throughout the imperial capital, plunging the entire Great Qian into greater turmoil. Chapter 23, Drawing Boundaries. Severing connections, a current of unrest surged throughout the grand territory of Daqian. While the common folk may have remained oblivious to the war in the northern regions, the powerful within the nation were acutely aware, astonished by the news of Qin Yu's triumph over the imperial army. Qin Hai was hastily mobilizing troops, determined to defend northern Song County. Many formidable individuals within the kingdom were filled with various thoughts. They recognized that Qin Yu's uprising could not be easily quelled, and it might escalate into a catastrophic war engulfing the entire nation. They were well aware of the prodigious prowess of the 18th Prince. However, the chaos stemmed from the sudden passing of the late emperor, who had not designated an heir, leaving the imperial throne up for grabs among the princes, thereby sowing discord. The alignment for this war was fraught with difficulty. Among the 8 prominent families, only a few openly supported the emperor, while many powerful figures remained silent. The 18th Prince was not easily defeated, and thus, some preferred to maintain a cautious stance, waiting to observe the unfolding situation, hoping for a more secure outcome. If the 18th Prince were to truly seize the northern territories, many harbored such thoughts. In the northern region, Yong'an County, Qin Yu had relocated here. Ding. You have conquered Baishan County, receiving a reward of 800,000 stones and a vial of spirit-nourishing elixir. Ding. You have conquered Shanshuan City, receiving a reward of 300,000 stones and 10 cold water swords. Ding. Your prestige is sky high. The governor of Yunyu County has pledged loyalty with his entire county, receiving a reward of 800,000 stones and 10 Bodhi fruits. The notifications resounded incessantly. Qin Yu was inundated with rewards from the system. Countless rewards flowed in from cities large and small. Following the battle in Yong'an, the speed of conquering the northern territories accelerated. In a secluded chamber, he achieved the 4th transformation of life and death realm. After the conclusion of the great battle, he immediately immersed himself in cultivation, unimpeded, directly breaking through to the 4th transformation of life and death realm. The surging power within him filled Qin Yu with boundless confidence. Fangxian. Qin Yu arrived at the training grounds. Accompany me for some practice, Qin Yu declared. There's no need to hold back. Unleash your full strength at the celestial realm. Understood, Your Highness. Be careful. Fangxian nodded. As a 4th-level celestial realm expert, he was already formidable and executed Qin Yu's command with unwavering loyalty. He thrust his palm, summoning the might of heaven and earth, unleashing a powerful force that surged towards the sky, a colossal magical hand reaching for Qin Yu. Come. Qin Yu's gaze sharpened. He similarly reached out, and instantly, an ethereal figure of an immortal emperor appeared behind him, commanding the dual energies of life and death, transforming into a colossal black and white will that clashed with Fangxian's attack, directly shattering his power. Fangxian was astonished but did not hesitate. In an instant, he charged forward once more, delivering a punch, a torrent of force akin to a raging sea, crashing forward like a tidal wave. The angry sea fist could transform into the might of tumultuous waves. Qin Yu remained unfazed. The emperor suppressed all, his terrifying aura surged forth, his palm enveloping Fangxian. Fangxian felt an unusual sensation, as though the power of the angry sea he unleashed was beyond his control, being seized instead by the prince. Subsequently, under the cover of Qin Yu's palm, it transformed into falling stars, cascading down, directly breaking through the angry sea. Qin Yu advanced with great strides, his movements imbued with immense power, the formidable force of the 4th transformation of life and death striking Fangxian with a heavy blow. Fangxian felt the very void around him compress, leaving him no option to evade. He could only brace himself. Yet, despite his celestial strength, he was forcibly pushed back 100 steps, his entire being tingling with numbness. My subordinate is no match, Fangxian conceded. Your Highness's strength. At that moment, Yang Quan and Zhang Liang arrived, witnessing Qin Yu's ability to subdue Fangxian, leaving them utterly shocked. Especially Yang Quan, who found it inconceivable. What kind of prodigy is this? To suppress a celestial realm with merely the life and death realm. Though it is not a life and death struggle but merely a simple spar, it is enough to reveal that the prince's power is already comparable to the celestial realm. Is this truly all the prince is capable of? The governors from various regions have arrived as expected, Qin Yu observed, noting Yang Quan's astonishment. Through the sovereign system, the notifications indicated how many had submitted to him and how much territory he had seized. Yang Quan bowed. All who should come have arrived. Within northern Song County, Qin Hai has fully entrusted military and political authority to Wang Tianchen, a capable individual who has consolidated the power of the various counties. Qin Hai has also urgently mobilized numerous powerful figures to northern Song. Qin Yu replied indifferently. The court's response was anticipated. Your Highness, if we were to compete with the court in terms of military strength, the entire northern region would be at a disadvantage. However, I have noticed that the previous battle has caused many to adopt a wait-and-see attitude, reluctant to take sides. We must launch an offensive to garner more support from within the nation, Zhang Liang suggested. Among the 10 armies in the north, Only the Northern Song army is under the court's control. The remaining 9 must be mobilized for the battle in Northern Song, Zhang Liang advised. They will obey orders, but they guard the northern borders. For instance, the Mafeng army stationed at Stormwind Pass borders the Great Li Dynasty. If they are absent, we cannot guarantee the Great Li won't invade. Yang Quan furrowed his brow. In my view, for now, the Great Li Dynasty is unlikely to act. They would prefer to watch us fight amongst ourselves. Zhang Liang was adamant. Mobilize all armies in the north to attack Northern Song County. And we must sever the connection between Northern Song County and the court, creating a division from the sovereign system. Qin Yu could clearly see the geography of Northern Song County. The means to sever ties were simple: destroy the teleportation array. At that point, they would have to travel the old-fashioned way. While powerful individuals could traverse the void quickly, the army could not. I understand, Yang Quan said, preparing to act. Wait. Qin Yu suddenly called out to him. General Yang, you have been stuck at the 9th level of the celestial realm for hundreds of years, finding it difficult to advance. You are on the verge of becoming a quasi-legend, yet always fall short. Yang Quan faced his own difficulties. In Dakian, there were many celestial realm experts. But true legends were exceedingly rare. This is Bodhi fruit, and this is spirit-nourishing elixir. The Bodhi fruit can enhance your comprehension, allowing you to perceive the power of the legendary. The spirit-nourishing elixir can strengthen your soul, breaking through barriers to help you achieve quasi-legend status. Qin Yu raised his hand, presenting the 2 items before Yang Quan. These rewards from the system held little significance for him, but were treasures for Yang Quan. Yang Quan, loyal to the core, was willing to support Qin Yu even in the face of perilous rebellion. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Yu possessed a system. This is. Yang Quan sensed the potential of the 2 items. Take them. How I wish to have a legend by my side. Let us first aim for quasi-legend status. Qin Yu sighed. Thank you, Your Highness. Yang Quan's expression was filled with astonishment. A legend, the strongest of the eastern wilderness. If he were a legend, how could Qin Hai oppress the prince so? To aid the prince in seizing the throne, he must enhance his own strength. While these items alone couldn't guarantee his breakthrough, they could help him shatter his bottleneck. He was also astonished. Naturally, as a subordinate, it was most unwise to pry into secrets. As the decisive battle in the north approached, Qin Yu expressed his hope that Yang Quan would possess greater strength. Now, convey my orders. The army is to march towards Northern Song County. Command Meng Tian and Mo Chang to head to the snowy plains to destroy the teleportation arrays connecting Northern Song and the central domain. Zifeng, you will accompany them. This mission's success hinges on your efforts. Qin Yu understood that destroying those teleportation arrays would sever connections. Understood. Chapter 24, in the snowfield. Divine armaments descend amidst the tumult of war. The upheaval in the northern frontier has unfolded with astonishing rapidity. Of the 10 legions stationed in the north, 9 now heed the orders of Qin Yu, having already dispatched troops towards the northern Song County. Additionally, reinforcements from various garrisons are being summoned. Despite the tense military situation, the ordinary populace remains largely unaffected. The conflict is confined to the armies. It is inconceivable for one nation to turn its weapons against its own citizens. For such an act would incite public outrage and lead to a loss of support. Victory is assured. March on the imperial capital. Voices echo throughout the cities, as countless citizens spontaneously chant this rallying cry. Even in the counties still under the court's control, similar sentiments prevail. This has left many officials in a quandary. They are reluctant to entangle themselves in this royal conflict, fully aware that it spells trouble. Yet, the populace's fervor compels them. The prestige of the 18th Prince is formidable. He has vanquished the barbarian tribes in 7 campaigns, shattering their resolve and forcing them to retreat into the depths of the northern wilderness. At this moment, armies are mobilizing, appearing before the northern Song County as if traversing an uninhabited realm, poised to assault the city. We shall strike at dawn, awaiting my command. Yang Quan leads the troops. Having gained strength and recognition from Qin Yu, his prowess seemingly aglow with a legendary aura, even if he is yet to cross into a higher realm. Initially, Song County was surrounded by various counties. However, Wang Tianxin realized the futility of defense and chose to abandon them. He depleted the resources stored within these counties, leaving not a thread for the insurgents. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Yu possesses a system that allows him to seize these counties effortlessly, reaping immense rewards. Song City, towering and grander than Yinshan City, rises to 1,000 zhang. Its magnificent architecture renders it a bastion that is exceedingly difficult to breach. Indeed, the fortifications of Song City are so formidable that, even with the full might of dozens of celestial realm beings, a direct assault would prove futile. The city is stocked with untold resources, and its defensive array has been fully activated, casting a radiant shield akin to the blazing sun. Lord County Guard. The insurgents have arrived. From atop the walls, they behold countless armies surging towards the county city, fierce and unstoppable, like a torrential flood. We are aware. Wang Tianqian's expression darkens. They are besieging, yet Song City's defenses are robust, bolstered by numerous garrison troops. With domestic powerhouses continually converging, there is no need for fear. Beside Wang Tianqian stands the formidable General Gu Qingxing, commander of the Song army, who hails from the esteemed Gu family of the Central Domain. Though the Gu family is not among the 8 great families of the founding era, they are still a prominent lineage within the Great Qian. Gu Qingxing commanded the Song army before Yang Quan's rise to prominence, and after Yang's ascent, he has found himself overshadowed. Especially following the 18th Prince's 7 campaigns against the barbarians, which cemented the Great Qian's martial reputation. General Gu, they are employing a siege tactic. Wang Tianqian observes the tumult outside the walls, the pressure mounting like a tidal wave. Yet, we must not allow Song County to fall. We must stake our claim here firmly. As long as the insurgents do not conquer the entire northern region, they cannot hope to achieve significant momentum. In time, they will be as inconsequential as chickens and dogs. Wang Tianqian continues, it is vexing that the families in the north are paying lip service while secretly defying our orders. If they had cooperated, would the insurgents have acted so freely? Instead, they are merely a fragmented force. Most families in the north remain on the sidelines or covertly support Qin Yu, unwilling to engage in this conflict. In the north, our foundation pales in comparison to that of the 18th Prince, Gu Qingxing states. If they do not heed our call, then so be it. We must rely on the court's reinforcements. I concede that we are no match for them in open combat, but we can hold our ground. Gu Qingxing clenches his fist. The emperor has mobilized powerful figures from various clans, and there will be strong allies within the royal family. They cannot surround us indefinitely through the teleportation array. Reinforcements can swiftly reach Song City, and we shall envelop them. The teleportation array. Wang Tianqian nods. This is dire. They may attempt to assault the superlarge teleportation array connecting to the central domain. This is their lifeline. Yang Quan and Dian Wei stand outside Song City. Even if they wish to disrupt the teleportation array, it is heavily guarded, and without overwhelming force, they cannot breach it. Gu Qingxing assures that is indeed the case. Only then does Wang Tianqian feel a modicum of relief. In the northern snowfield, a desolate expanse perpetually blanketed in snow, there is a stark absence of human habitation. This area serves as a transitional zone between the north and the central domain. When the Great Qian established itself, it traversed the northern snowfield, vanquishing numerous kingdoms in the north, pushing forward countless miles. Through years of relentless warfare, the current borders were drawn. In the northern snowfield, there exists a city. However, teleportation is fraught with peril, as the forces of the void are treacherous and laden with risk. Directly transporting from the central domain to the north can easily lead to the collapse of the void corridor. Establishing a transfer point along the way enhances safety significantly. As long as the north remains unconquered, one's prestige cannot reach its zenith. That place is the snowfield, Immortal remarks. The complexities of the snowfield are manifold. With towering mountains and vast stretches of white, the terrain spans dozens of counties. Meng Tian gazes upon the snow-covered landscape, finding the environment rather monotonous. Once we obliterate this teleportation array, His Highness shall lead an assault on Song County, and at that moment, the vast northern region shall be ours. Zhang Liang smiles faintly. Let us commence our advance. Meng Tian bellows as 100,000 golden fire cavalry gallop across the snowfield, their morale igniting like dark golden divine flames. Imo Chungkong's desert wolf army transforms from desert wolves into snow wolves, thriving in the complex environment of the snowfield. Soon, a majestic city appears on the horizon. The Snowfield City. Within, 100,000 snowfield troops, adept in combat on snow, are stationed year-round, bolstered by formidable figures. Especially as the court recognizes the significance of Snowfield City in the northern conflict, now heavily fortified with an even greater concentration of power. Mo Qingkong advises, alone. Neither you nor Meng Tian could breach Snowfield City, but with the enigmatic and powerful Zhang Liang alongside, our chances improve significantly. Fear not, generals. You shall focus on the assault. I shall handle the rest, Zhang Liang asserts with calm assurance. Then let us advance. Upon hearing Zhang Liang's words, Meng Tian and the others nod resolutely, launching their offensive against Snowfield City. Boom. Two elite legions of the north surge forth, advancing towards Snowfield City with great momentum. They're here. They've arrived. The defenders of Snowfield City witness two torrents rushing towards them, akin to divine soldiers descending, causing alarm bells to ring. It is the northern armies, the Desert Wolf Army and the Golden Fire Cavalry. A powerful figure exclaims, "What are you afraid of?" At that moment, a man steps forward. His demeanor icy. The county guard has sent word to be wary of insurgent attacks. It seems his caution was well-founded. They have indeed arrived. But how foolish to divide their forces now. This is not their northern territory where they may wreak havoc at will. The commander of Snowfield City, Qin Hai, commands, "Relay my orders. Defend the Snowfield. Their objective is the teleportation array. We must not allow them to succeed. Inform the powerful guardians of the teleportation array to bolster their defenses." Qin Hai issues his commands with calm determination. Both Ming Tian and Immortal are aware from their intelligence that while formidable, they could not breach his Snowfield City. Chapter 25. The three elders of the Snowfield and the terrifying struggle for the throne. Qin Hai remained utterly composed, unfazed by the impending assault led by Ming Tian. Everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. "Come at your leisure," he mused, for the intricate terrain of the Snowfield was hardly conducive to a cavalry charge. "His Highness has decreed, open the city gates at once." Ming Tian commanded, his voice resonating within the walls. "I cannot comply with His Highness's order," Qin Hai replied firmly. "My duty is to safeguard the Snowfield. As long as I stand, this Snowfield city shall not fall. General Ming, it would be wise for you to withdraw." He understood the formidable nature of Qin Yu, but as a guardian of the great Qian, opening the gates would be tantamount to dereliction of duty, endangering his family and the very key to the northern frontier. He was acutely aware that as long as the Snowfield remained under imperial control, even if the rebels besieged Baitsong, reinforcements could flow in relentlessly, enabling a counterattack. "General Ming, it seems we must launch an aggressive assault," Mo Chungkong declared. "Withdraw. We have no desire to engage you." A venerable voice emerged from within the city. Suddenly, amidst the swirling snow, three figures clad in white robes emerged upon the city walls, the three elders of the Snowfield. Mo Chungkong recognized them instantly. These elders were natives of the Snowfield, having lived in seclusion for centuries. When the late emperor subdued them, he commanded their watch over Snowfield City in the teleportation array. Their strength was formidable. The eldest, Shui Yunshan, had attained the threshold of legend, while the other two boasted formidable prowess as well. "Three elders of the Snowfield, I have heard of you from His Highness. With the turmoil in the court and His Highness rising to restore order, you must understand who possesses the rightful claim to the throne," Ming Tian asserted, hoping to sway the elders to their side. The three elders remained silent. After a moment, Shui Yunshan finally spoke. "We will not interfere in domestic matters. You may fight amongst yourselves, but under the late emperor's command, we are bound to defend the Snowfield. Anyone who threatens it shall face our wrath." The struggle for the throne was a perilous quagmire, one they would not easily enter. "Attack." Ming Tian raised his hand, signaling the Golden Fire Cavalry to charge. While cavalry were less effective in a siege, they were still a formidable force. Snowfield City, though modest in size, boasted robust defenses. "Indeed, if we eliminate you, what cards will the 18th Prince have left to play?" At that moment, a resonant voice echoed through the air. Suddenly, the sky split open, revealing an astonishing spectacle. A middle-aged man walked through the fractured void, the chaotic debris unable to approach him. With each step, he exuded a power that shattered the very fabric of reality, surrounded by arcs of lightning. He hovered above the Snowfield, cold and detached. His might was terrifying, transcending the capabilities of mere mortals. Radiant, enigmatic lights of legend surrounded him, weaving an epic tapestry of power. Not a legend. Ming Tian's gaze was fixed intently upon this figure. If my conjecture is correct, he hails from the Zhao family of the 8 great families, Zhao Qianjue, who has achieved the threshold of legend, a figure from a millennium ago. Mo Chungkong discerned the man's origin. Zhao Qianjue, a figure of legend. The Zhao family, among the founding families, had produced many formidable individuals throughout the centuries. Such powers typically immersed themselves in the pursuit of legendary enlightenment, seldom intervening in worldly affairs unless war broke out. Yet, the upheaval in the northern frontier had compelled the Zhao family to unleash their quasi-legendary might. The 8 great families boasted true legendary ancestors among their ranks. However, even if they were aware of the turmoil in the north, they would not act unless the royal family provided a clear directive. The conflict of royalty was fraught with taboos and complexities. A legendary intervention would shift the balance dramatically. Should they breach the unspoken boundaries, Even the 8 great families would struggle to withstand the royal family's wrath. Furthermore, the families were not united. Each pursued its own interests, making it improbable for all to support Qin Hai. A united 8 families would invoke trepidation in the royal clan. Qin Hai was not the late emperor. He lacked the former's prestige and strength. Today, he served under Qin Hai's command, tasked with guarding the snowfield. Meanwhile, some strong figures were hastening towards Baitsong. Where the armies coalesced, their spirits invigorated, rendering even quasi-legends difficult to contend with. Ming Tian felt elated. He feared not the absence of opposition, but rather their presence. Should these 2 legions be vanquished, it would significantly weaken the rebel forces. Shui Yushan, let us strike together. Annihilate these 2 legions. As for you, Ming Tian and Imo Chungkong, you would do well to take your own lives. Otherwise, it will not be you who escapes death, Zhao Qianjue proclaimed from his lofty position. Though Ming Tian possessed the mettle to fight against adversity, he found it challenging to contend with the likes of Zhao Qianjue. The latter was not a true legend. Yet he had grasped some of the profound mysteries of legend, wielding a power that was galaxies apart from the celestial realm. This was the nature of the power struggle, a relentless cycle of mutual destruction, where even brothers could become foes. And the subjects of a nation were mere pawns in the quest for the throne. Shui Yinshan sighed softly. He ascended into the air, casting a shadow over the land. As the winds shifted ominously, relentless blizzards erupted, coiling into serpentine snow dragons that howled through the tempest. Zhao Qianjue's expression faltered slightly. Shui Yinshan's prowess was formidable. Both were quasi-legends, yet Shui Yinshan's command over the snowfield storms granted him a near-legendary strength. Had it not been for the late emperor's indomitable spirit, Shui Yinshan would likely never have submitted. With 2 quasi-legends joining forces, they could easily obliterate these 2 legions. Zhao Qianjue was puzzled as to why the 18th Prince would send forces to the snowfield when the legends of the north remained dormant. Amidst the swirling blizzards, a terrifying tempest formed, capable of sweeping away both men and horses, rendering cavalry charges exceedingly arduous. Ming Tian's countenance was grave. The golden fire cavalry surged forth, ignited by an overwhelming spirit, as dark golden flames blazed to life. The soul of the army, Shui Yinshan observed, recognizing the terrifying essence of the troops. Mr. Zifang, we must implore your assistance, Ming Tian said. Today, he was not the central figure in the siege. Surely, His Highness was aware that formidable guardians resided within Snowfield City, and his confidence stemmed from the presence of Zhang Liang. Rest assured, generals, I shall handle these 2. You may proceed with the siege without concern. By His Highness's decree, Snowfield shall surely fall today. With the grace of a gentle breeze, Zhang Liang stepped forth from the ranks. He regarded the 2 adversaries with a calm smile, exuding an air of unshakable composure. With a mere wave of his hand, the tempest conjured by Shui Yinshan was instantly dispelled, as an even greater force of domain surged forth to suppress them. Another quasi-legend. Zhao Qianjue could no longer maintain his earlier composure, staring in shock at the unfamiliar Zhang Liang. Chapter 26. The Surge of Spells. The Sword of Death. The appearance of Zhang Liang altered the course of the battle. Who are you? Zhao Qianjue's piercing gaze fixed upon Zhang Liang, a man of refined elegance and striking features, whom he regarded as a significant threat. He had long been aware of the mysterious power surrounding Qin Yu and had taken precautions, yet he never anticipated the direct emergence of a quasi-legendary figure. I am Zhang Liang, under the command of His Highness. Zhang Liang, Zhao Qianjue exclaimed. Why do you follow the 18th Prince in rebellion? This path leads to ruin. A folly unworthy of you. Better to pledge your loyalty to the Emperor, for with your talents, he shall surely nurture you into a legend. He sought to entice and divide. One shall only pledge loyalty to a single person in a lifetime. Zhang Liang would not be swayed by his words. All forces, advance. At this moment, Ming Tian and Imo Chungkong had already led their troops charging towards the snowy plain city. They understood that cavalry were ill-suited for besieging cities and therefore did not expect their army to breach the walls. Instead, they aimed to assist Zhang Liang in restraining the enemy, preventing the snowy plain troops from leveraging their advantages. The army besieged snowy plain city, forcing Qin Hai into a defensive stance. How audacious to attack. The snowy plain is not your domain. Zhao Qianjue's expression was frigid. He, too, possessed pride. While Zhang Liang was undoubtedly mysterious and extraordinary, he felt no fear. The vast essence of the heavens surged, and the brilliance of divine light expanded rapidly. The power of a quasi-legend crashing forth. Zhao Qianjue unleashed a punch, enveloped in boundless lightning, akin to a thunderous fist emanating from his palm. He was eager to test the strength of this Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang remained calm, allowing the thunderous fist to strike. It connected. Zhao Qianjue's fist hit Zhang Liang. Yet in the next instant, his expression changed dramatically. Though he had struck Zhang Liang, his fist merely passed through him, as if hitting an image reflected in water. No. Zhao Qianjue realized Zhang Liang had already shifted to another location, still smiling faintly. With a wave of his hand, numerous replicas of himself emerged from all directions. Akin to reflections in a mirror. Time-space mirage. A quasi-legend proficient in the path of space. This was indeed troublesome. The 18th Prince had such a formidable ally. Shui Yinshan furrowed his brow. The path of space was exceedingly difficult to comprehend. Achieving mastery was rare, and the emergence of such individuals indicated formidable challenges ahead. Dominating Thunder Fist. Zhao Qianjue observed the fierce and invincible essence of lightning descending from above, enveloping the vast expanse of the sky. He appeared as an indomitable thunder god, shattering the void as he charged forward. Zhang Liang transformed into myriad spatial reflections, traversing the tempest of lightning with unparalleled poise. As the seemingly violent forces failed to touch him. How infuriating! Zhao Qianjue felt a sense of frustration, powerless to unleash his strength. Spatial interweaving. Zhang Liang snapped his fingers, causing interwoven lines to manifest, resembling a chessboard. Yet each line bore the power to slice through the void with lethal precision. Do not underestimate him. Zhao Qianjue remained vigilant. This Zhang Liang was exceedingly perilous. Mirage and moonlight, like phantoms. With a single palm strike, Zhang Liang shattered 1,000 miles of void, unleashing a force of compression. Accompanied by a torrent of dark void cascading downwards. Zhao Qianjue's expression shifted, arms crossing protectively over his chest, yet he was still hurled away. Immediately after, Zhang Liang pointed. And a colossal finger, reminiscent of a mountain, materialized, traversing the realms of void and crashing down upon Zhao Qianjue. Zhao Qianjue coughed up blood. In mere exchanges. He had been injured. Such formidable power. He was astounded. His original intention was to annihilate both armies here, yet Zhang Liang's arrival thwarted his plans, leaving him to defend the snowy plain. Even if you, Zhang Liang, possess great strength, what of it? As long as I hold the snowy plain, reinforcements will arrive, and you shall have no choice but to retreat. Zhao Qianjue spoke darkly. Shui Yinshan, let us strike together to halt them. Blizzard. Shui Yinshan remained silent, invoking the words of heaven, causing the blizzard to converge, forming a tempestuous barrier. The three elders of the snowy plain positioned themselves in a triangular formation, their powers cycling. 8 armed heavens, annihilation force. Zhao Qianjue roared, manifesting 8 arms, each striking towards Zhang Liang. Merely a trifling technique. Above Zhang Liang's head floated a golden tome, within which countless characters danced, forming peculiar essences. Disperse. Zhang Liang uttered a command, and instantly, a character flew forth from the tome, causing the howling blizzard to abruptly still. In the following moment, numerous spell powers coalesced within the book. A legendary artifact. Shui Yinshan was taken aback. A legendary artifact within the realm of the 10 nations and 7 sects could serve as a foundation for national strength, possessing terrifying power. The tome itself was no ordinary legendary artifact. Zhang Liang wielded the Book of Heavenly Words, crafting a unique domain. As streams of light darted forth like a myriad of swords, forcing Shui Yinshan to retreat repeatedly. Damn it, how can he possess so many legendary artifacts? Zhao Qianjue seethed. Previously, Ming Tian and Dian Wei had unleashed legendary artifacts, and now Zhang Liang had joined their ranks. The Zhao family, one of the founding 8 families, was an ancient lineage with a heritage spanning thousands of years, yet they possessed few legendary artifacts despite their illustrious history. At this moment, the brilliance of the Book of Heavenly Words enveloped and suppressed the 3 elders of the snowy plain. Brother, the tome's suppression makes it difficult for us to advance. One elder remarked. Shui Yinshan replied calmly, there is no need to risk everything. We shall exert our utmost capabilities. After all, the 18th Prince is the most exceptional son of the late Emperor. In the struggle for the throne, any misstep could lead to our demise. Zhao Qianjue noted that Shui Yinshan was reluctant to gamble recklessly. Ultimate annihilation technique. Yet he refused to remain passive. Thunderous pillars descended, and Zhao Qianjue's palm struck down, invoking the supreme divine power that could obliterate all. Under the force of annihilation, nothing could endure. Yet Zhang Liang merely gazed at him calmly. The Book of Heavenly Words unleashed its might, a tempest of spells suppressing the annihilation force. Shui Yinshan. Zhao Qianjue bellowed, his entire being surging with power. Shining like a radiant sun upon the snowy plain, elevating his strength to its pinnacle. Shui Yinshan understood. He sought to collaborate with Zhao Qianjue to break Zhang Liang's artifact blockade. Zhang Liang, ever astute, had anticipated their actions. The book of heavenly words expanded in an instant, morphing into a mountain, directly suppressing Shui Yinshan. Boom. Even though Shui Yinshan had formed a grand array, he could not withstand such a suppression, and his power was quelled. An opportunity. Seizing the moment Zhang Liang suppressed Shui Yinshan, Zhao Qianjue caught sight of a chance, summoning a steel blade in his hand, striking fiercely towards Zhang Liang. Yet suddenly, a chill coursed through him. The smile on Zhang Liang's face sent shivers down his spine, as he unwittingly fell into a trap. Zhang Liang's palm pulled from the void, revealing a long sword in his grasp. The Lingshu sword erupted with pure void power, coalescing into a tempest. Another legendary weapon. Zhao Qianjue was gripped by terror, a profound fear enveloping his heart. How could he have predicted that Zhang Liang possessed two legendary weapons? Even some impoverished legendary figures struggled to own two. Retreat, 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 he shouted, hastily withdrawing. Yet Zhang Liang would not grant him such an opportunity. With a slash of the Lingshu sword, a swirling, deep black vortex manifested above Zhao Qianjue, exuding lethal intent. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Liang stepped into the void. With a horizontal sweep of the Lingshu sword, Zhao Qianjue found it impossible to resist the might of the legendary weapon. No, Zhao Qianjue sought to flee. But the void had been sealed by Zhang Liang, rendering escape impossible. Accompanied by a tearing sound, Zhao Qianjue was sent flying. Zhang Liang swiftly delivered a strike. The Lingshu sword piercing through his defenses and penetrating directly into his skull. In an instant, a tempest of void engulfed his entire being. Chapter 27. The military campaign against North Song. Turmoil of the era. Zhao Qianjue was consumed by the void storm, leaving no trace, dying a tragic death on the spot. Shui Yinshan's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that Zhang Liang possessed such astonishing power. This was akin to a quasi-legendary status, though not comparable to a true legend. The mere association with the term legend indicated formidable strength, commanding respect throughout the Eastern Wilderness. Such a powerhouse would be honored even among the 10 nations and 7 sects of the Eastern Wilderness. In lesser states and sects, he could easily become an ancestral figure. Typically, significant national affairs are managed by quasi-legends. His gaze towards Zhang Liang transformed entirely. The royal family's struggles were indeed ruthless. The 18th Prince was even more ruthless. As a fellow citizen, such a formidable being could be slain without a second thought. Having been subdued by the previous emperor, he was merely spared his life. His reluctance to engage in the struggle for the throne stemmed from an understanding of its cruelty. He did not wish to be embroiled in it. However, upon reflection, being soft-hearted in such times would only be a cruelty to oneself. Zhang Liang radiated an unparalleled charisma, standing firm in the air. Zhao Qianjue's death was most unjust. Had he known that Zhang Liang possessed 2 legendary artifacts, he would have never dared to confront him. Perhaps there would have been a chance to escape. Put down your weapons, do not kill. Zhang Liang's voice resonated. Qin Hai stood frozen, bewildered by the turn of events. A quasi-legend had perished just like that. He was but a mere first-tier warrior, incapable of resisting Zhang Liang's might. To cling to resistance? Not only would he perish, but the hundreds of thousands of troops within Shuyuan City would be buried alongside him. Put down your weapons, do not kill. Meng Tian echoed. Everyone, lower your weapons. After a fierce internal struggle, Qin Hai came to terms with reality and chose to surrender. He realized that the prince merely sought to seize the throne, not their lives. In such circumstances, it was wiser to remain compliant. He did not fear death. Rather, the struggle for the throne rendered him incapable of fighting to the bitter end. The victory in the 7 expeditions beyond the borders had also earned him admiration for this prince. His earlier resistance had only been a matter of duty, and he had done what was expected of him. The 3 elders of Shuyuan ceased their resistance, fully aware that they could not withstand Zhang Liang, who wielded 2 legendary artifacts. Do the 3 elders still wish to fight? Zhang Liang asked with a smile. Contrasting sharply with his earlier ruthless demeanor when he had slain Zhao Qianjue, Shui Yinshan shook his head. If we cannot win, why fight? Come with me to meet His Highness. With your capabilities, you shall surely be valued, Zhang Liang urged. The tides of the world roll on like a great wheel. If you do not participate, it will be difficult. I understand your thoughts, but let me assure you, should you not meet His Highness, you will meet your end. Even if you're unafraid of death, what of your brothers? Zhang Liang's words struck at their hearts. This made Shui Yinshan's eyelids twitch. He firmly believed that Zhang Liang would dare to act upon such threats. It seems we have no choice, Shui Yinshan lamented. He had promised the previous emperor that he would loyally serve the Qian, and aligning himself with another son should not be considered a betrayal of that oath. I believe you will keep your word, Zhang Liang replied. Shui Yinshan did not deny this. Though he was a quasi-legend, he felt insignificant before the prince. What of Shui Yuan? Shui Yinshan inquired. Destroy the teleportation array. Your presence here serves no purpose. Our focus must now be on the northern frontier. Without this large teleportation array, the imperial army cannot swiftly transport forces to North Song. Zhang Liang stated. It is a pity to destroy it, Shui Yinshan expressed, somewhat reluctant. Having guarded this location for over a century, he understood the difficulty of constructing such an array and valued it greatly. Yet in Qin Yu's eyes, it was a liability. Possessing the teleportation array would bring no benefit. Once he seized the throne, he could rebuild it at his leisure. Boom. A force that shook Shui Yuan erupted as Zhang Liang cleaved the teleportation array with a single sword strike. Let us swiftly head to the battlefield of North Song, Zhang Liang declared. Time was of the essence. The teleportation array was destroyed, but the opposing forces would surely have sensed the disturbance and must be swiftly subdued. Within Yong'an County, a notification sounded. Ding. You have captured Shui Yuan City, gaining 7 million yuan stones, 1 snow spirit pearl, and 1 10,000-year snow spirit herb. The capture of Shui Yuan had brought a smile to Qin Yu's face. Zhang Liang had proven to be reliable, exhibiting not just exceptional intelligence but also unparalleled strength. With Shui Yuan secured, it was time to eradicate the last thorn in the northern frontier. Qin Yu summoned Fangxian. Fangxian, accompany me to the front lines of North Song. They would traverse the teleportation array to reach the front swiftly. At the war front, his forces had completely surrounded North Song City, awaiting only a command to launch an attack. Greetings, Your Highness. Upon Qin Yu's arrival, the generals hurried to pay their respects. Everyone is here, he noted with satisfaction. Among the 10 legions of the northern frontier, 9 were aligned with him, a source of great comfort. He was well acquainted with the leaders of these 9 legions, having commanded them during the 7 expeditions beyond the borders. The leaders respected Qin Yu not merely for his princely status but for his strength. Apart from the North Song Legion, the other 9 leaders understood that their close ties with Qin Yu would render them unable to maintain their positions should they choose to oppose him. They were unwilling to risk that. Should the prince seize the throne, their standing in his eyes would allow them to accompany him in conquering a greater realm. The men of the northern frontier were unafraid of the imperial court's suppression. We may commence our attack, Qin Yu declared, issuing the command to assault North Song City. Can we truly attack North Song City? Has Shui Yuan City been secured? Yang Quan pondered. This battle shall see me personally overseeing the operations. We shall decisively capture North Song, Qin Yu proclaimed, resolved to lead from the front, allowing every soldier to witness his presence as he would shine like a sun, guiding them into the fray. Let us conquer North Song, the generals echoed solemnly. This would undoubtedly be a challenging battle, far exceeding the scale of the Yong'an campaign. It is merely North Song. Following His Highness, what difficult battles have we not faced? The barbaric tribes beyond the borders were equally formidable, yet we have slain countless of them. Ha ha ha. Boomed a burly man with a thick beard, the commander of the Fearless Legion, a native of the northern frontier skilled with dual hammers. The time has come. We shall attack immediately, Yang Quan commanded. Outside North Song City, the various legions were prepared for battle. Meanwhile, within the city, Wang Tianqian was restless, feeling an ominous premonition of impending disaster. As he contemplated countermeasures, a soldier rushed in, exclaiming, "My lord, there is trouble. The rebels have launched an attack." Countless rebels had surged towards the city with ferocious momentum, seemingly intent on seizing North Song. General Gu had already gone forth to confront them, so swift in their actions. Wang Tianqian's expression darkened. We have Shui Yuan City to quickly transfer domestic forces. How dare they? Could it be that Shui Yuan City has fallen? That cannot be. Zhao Qianjue and the 3 elders of Shui Yuan are there, 2 quasi-legends, an impregnable fortress. Or perhaps they know that prolonging the conflict is disadvantageous and are making a final desperate bid. Wang Tianqian swiftly deduced, let us go to the city walls. Chapter 28. The heart of the people and the direction of the masses. The siege of the city has commenced. Surrounding North Song City, numerous armies are launching their assaults. This time, Qin Yu has mobilized a substantial array of siege weaponry, including the formidable Yuan stone cannons, directly bombarding the city to dismantle its formidable defenses. Qin Yu remains composed, observing the multitude of soldiers charging forth. Yang Quan glances at Qin Yu, aware that His Highness is awaiting reinforcements from the mysterious Zhang Liang. Once Snowfield City falls, the northern territories must be completely secured. Yang Quan clenches his fists tightly. At this moment, what is the situation atop North Song City? Wang Tianqian hurriedly ascends the city wall to inquire. Gu Qingxing replies confidently, it is of no concern. Although the rebel forces are attacking fiercely, North Song's defenses are solid. Within the walls, there are numerous strong warriors. If the 18th Prince opts for a full frontal assault, he will undoubtedly pay a bloody price. This city cannot be breached. He exudes confidence. If the rebels were to remain passive, I would be concerned, but their offensive stance alleviates my fears. The 18th Prince is ultimately anxious about the increasing presence of the imperial army. Gu Qingxing speaks with composure. Do not underestimate them. Let us not forget how the 18th Prince commands his forces with divine skill. If you can achieve victory beyond the borders, those barbarians are not easily dealt with. Wang Tianqian warns. My greatest concern still lies with Snowfield City. That is even less of a worry. Within Snowfield City reside the 3 elders of the Snowfield. And my ancestor from the Zhao clan is stationed there. What can they use to breach such defenses? A voice from a strong man of the Zhao clan booms with laughter. The speaker, Yu Feng, hails from the central region of the Great Qin Empire. The central region is the most powerful among the 5 territories of the empire, serving as its very foundation. Yu Feng holds the warriors of the northern territories in disdain, believing that such remote lands cannot compare to the prosperity and strength of the central domain. In this inhospitable and frigid land, they can only rely on their fearless courage. Even among compatriots, a hierarchy of disdain exists. Governor Wang, the strong warriors within the city are numerous. Do not dawdle. Once we secure victory in this battle, I must continue to guard the northern territories, for the people of Qi shall remain restless, another voice interjects. The 5 generals of Qin Hai from the eastern territories represent the elite core of the Great Qin, although not as powerful as the 3 elders of the Snowfield. Their command of the army and amassed forces makes them formidable opponents. Indeed, this time, Qin Hai has significantly drawn from the local garrison, and with the borders with other nations now unsettled, the situation grows precarious. Yes, we also have several near legends. What can they possibly use against me? The defeat at Yongan was due to see you underestimating the northern troops and misjudging the strength of the rebels. However, this time, we are thoroughly prepared. There is no need to fear them. Voices of agitation rise among them. Something feels amiss, Wang Tianqian states cautiously. By the Emperor's command, I am to oversee the northern conflict entirely. Time is on my side. There is no need to strike. Anyone who defies military orders shall face the law. Instantly. Silence falls. Such is the law of the land. Although Wang Tianqian may not possess their strength, he commands respect. Wang Tianqian prefers to remain cautious, solidifying his position. Your Highness is present. Why do you not hasten to greet him outside the city? We all know your intentions, but this northern front cannot be held. Yang Quan rides out, shouting at the forefront of the battlefield. The rebels are treasonous scoundrels. Wang Tianqian retorts coldly. Treasonous scoundrels? How laughable. Yang Quan laughs heartily. If you wish to know who is most qualified to be emperor in the Great Qin, you all know the answer. Qin Hai. Does he deserve it? What do you consider the rightful authority? The men of the northern territories speak candidly. Whoever claims the throne first is the legitimate ruler. The rest is of no concern to me. Wang Tianqian responds angrily. Then let us shatter your notions of legitimacy. Yang Quan scoffs. The emperor has already laid a grand net. North Song City will surely fall. If you wish to avoid a river of blood, surrender quickly and pledge loyalty to His Highness. Wang Tianqian snorts coldly. In the north, who shall seize the world? Qin Yu steps forward, exuding an extraordinary aura that captivates all. Having cultivated the Emperor's scripture, he naturally emanates a regal presence that commands reverence. 18th Prince. The crowd erupts in fervent cheers, their hearts trembling as if they are witnessing a true sovereign. Your Highness! Your Highness! Your Highness! Inside North Song City, voices rise and fall in unison. The countless citizens of the northern territories, upon hearing this call, tremble with overwhelming excitement, some even kneeling on the streets, seemingly oblivious to the siege outside. Within the city, some defenders also grip their weapons tightly, their hands trembling, wishing to rush out and join Qin Yu's forces. The hearts of the people do not belong to me. Wang Tianqian realizes, witnessing the citizens' response. This is the true root of the difficulties faced in the northern conflict. The people's allegiance lies not with him. Were it not for the court mobilizing large numbers of soldiers from various regions, there would be no need for conflict. A single word from Qin Yu could open the gates. That is destiny. They suddenly observe a gathering of fortune within North Song City. Strands of it flowing towards Qin Yu. Across the northern territories, similar strands of fortune coalesce around him, forming golden dragons of fate that encircle him. The unity of the masses, the imperial aura, creates such an atmosphere. This reflects the will of the northern people. I am in opposition to their desires. Wang Tianqian is taken aback. I'm not in the wrong. I represent the court. Your will does not align with that of the court. The rebels cannot be forgiven. His gaze resolute, Wang Tianqian declares, 18th Prince, if you wish to prevent the great Qin from drowning in blood due to civil strife, cease your actions. At this point, there is no retreat for anyone. Qin Yu's voice booms with authority. Advance. Break through North Song. Kill. 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 The army, invigorated by this rallying cry, surges toward the city walls like a frenzy, coordinating their assault with the siege weaponry. The formations of North Song City show no apparent flaws, but brute force is the only means to breach them. Though the defenders are numerous, witnessing the frenzied assault of the northern warriors, their expressions grow grave. Defend the city with all our strength. Without my order, no one is permitted to counterattack. Remaining steadfast will inevitably dampen morale, yet Wang Tianqian remains unfazed. Even though the northern territories gather fortune, it remains feeble compared to the overall fortune of the great Qin, and they can be suppressed. Completely mad, Dianwei bellows, his voice resonating as he enters a frenzied state. Gripping his fearsome demon axe, he channels all his strength into a devastating strike that cleaves downward. Despite the formidable formations, a single blow from a legendary weapon proves overwhelmingly destructive, leaving deep fissures across North Song City. Slash, slash, slash. The imposing figure of Dianwei commands attention. As his fearsome axe descends, none dare to withstand his onslaught, as he continues to unleash a relentless barrage. Chapter 29. What use is defense? We have arrived. Boom, boom, boom. Dianwei was excessively ferocious, his crimson eyes wide with rage. With a swing of his fearsome axe, the heavens and earth momentarily dimmed, leaving deep fissures in the city walls. From all directions, the army launched a fierce assault. Quick, stop him. Wang Tianqian roared. This was not the imperial capital. Even the most robust fortifications could not withstand the direct onslaught of legendary warriors, especially one as adept at aggression as Dianwei. Do not be arrogant. The 5 generals of Qin Hai bellowed, ascending into the air. Their combined might surge forth like a tsunami, enveloping Dianwei. These 5 were formidable warriors, having previously repelled the Qin Dynasty's advances in the eastern region. Turn the clouds and overturn the seas. The ocean is boundless, they shouted, encircling Dianwei. Dianwei's eyes glowed crimson, a grim smile spreading across his face, resembling a demonic god. With a single axe swing, he cleaved through the very sea they conjured. Ocean cleave. The 5 generals of Qin Hai roared again, and in an instant, the gathered waters transformed into a colossal sword, descending upon him. Dianwei, in his frenzied state, found their trivial maneuver laughable. Gripping his axe tightly, he met their assault head-on, shattering their technique effortlessly, sending all 5 reeling backward. They crashed against the city walls. Bloodied and battered, their condition pitiful. He was more terrifying than some legendary warriors. The 5 generals of Qin Hai no longer underestimated Dianwei. They recognized his power surpassed that of any legendary warrior they had encountered. We must rally more strength to halt him. We cannot allow Dianwei to breach our defenses. Wang Tianqian understood well that the hearts of the citizens within the city did not belong to him, and a rebellion was likely to erupt. More powerful figures took to the skies, summoned from various regions. Attack! 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 Shadows filled the air and ground. Figures of life and death realm and divine realm warriors surged forth, hoping to ascend the city walls and create a breach. Wang Tianqian is indeed a formidable opponent. Yang Quan frowned. Siege warfare was notoriously brutal, with significant casualties, especially when more powerful adversaries gathered within the city. Wang Tianqian remained calm, even with a heavy military presence. He refrained from retaliating, concentrating his superior forces on defense. He despised such opponents, akin to turtles retreating into their shells, rendering the battle unfulfilling. It was far preferable to clash with the barbarians beyond the borders. Your Highness, this is unwise. Our casualties will be immense, Yang Quan stated. I am aware. Qin Yu replied coldly. Yang Quan, take action. Let them witness your prowess. We must attack both the city and their morale. It is crucial that their strong warriors experience losses to the point of collapse. Yang Quan nodded, a surge of quasi-legendary power radiating from him. The yellow sands of the desert swirled. Quasi-legendary. Yang Quan, you have broken through to quasi-legendary. Within the city, 4 figures emerged. Gazing at Yang Quan as his quasi-legendary power struck the heavens, forming towering pillars of might. Quasi-legendary warriors generally prepared for a breakthrough to legendary status unless special circumstances intervened. Is it surprising? Yang Quan remarked indifferently. It is the opportunity granted by His Highness. The northern fortunes have returned. This is the true visage of an emperor. Your clans aiding Qin Hai are acting against the tide of fortune. The 8 great families were hardly united. Some understood that the imperial authority sought to suppress the power of the noble families and chose to remain discreetly neutral, quietly tending to their own affairs. The current emperor's authority was established. Your actions are tantamount to rebellion. Yang Quan, do you believe that becoming quasi-legendary allows you to resist? A middle-aged man spoke flatly. He was Zhao Xuani of the Zhao family. Does he not realize the excellence of the 18th Prince? But it does not align with the interests of the Zhao family. Not everyone is willing to serve Qin Hai, and the hearts of the people of Qin do not wholly belong to you. Yang Quan retorted sharply. Then let us see. They had all noticed Qin Yu, understanding the principle of capturing the leader first. However, he was protected by the 9 dragons, and based on intelligence, breaking through would not be swift. Your Highness, there must still be hidden strong warriors within the city? Yang Quan sensed keenly. They could not possibly be the only 4. Everything is as I anticipated. Soon. A surprise will arrive, Qin Yu said calmly. Such composure. The 4 quasi-legendary warriors could easily subdue Yang Quan. Yet Wang Tianxin has yet to command them to leave the city. Others would have lost patience by now. Time trickled by. The northern Song city had been thrown into disarray. Utilizing their advantageous terrain, the defending forces suffered minimal losses. Yet the ferocity of the northern soldiers imposed great psychological pressure on them. Wang Tianxin sensed instability within the city. A rebellion was brewing, stemming from the citizens. Witnessing the deaths of numerous northern soldiers on the battlefield, the populace grew increasingly restless. These were the valiant sons of the north, perishing at the hands of their own. Their compassion turned to fury, intensifying their dissatisfaction with Wang Tianxin. He was acutely aware of this latent danger. Although the strong within the city could easily quell a rebellion, they were still subjects of Qin. Could he truly raise his blade against them all? Though the strength of a rebellion may be limited, its repercussions could be dire. Moreover, the reinforcements from various regions began to express their discontent. Despite possessing immense power, they employed such a defensive strategy. Were they afraid of their adversary? Were it not for His Majesty's sacred decree, they would have long ceased to obey orders. This realization led Wang Tianxin to appreciate the wisdom of His Majesty, who had entrusted him with military and political authority. Otherwise, how could he command their loyalty? One must not act impulsively. I must endure. Wang Tianxin clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, Qin Yu was also aware of the various hidden dangers. He held forbidden power in his grasp, waiting for the opportune moment to unleash it. Here it comes. A smile suddenly graced Qin Yu's face. Boom. The sound of iron hooves thundered across the skies. On the opposite side of northern Song City, an army clad in snow-white cloaks suddenly emerged, traversing the earth with might. What is that? Wang Tianxin exclaimed upon witnessing the anomaly. It is the Snowfield Army, commanded by Chen Tai. Why is he here, having left his post in Snowfield City without orders to deploy? He sensed impending doom. Following closely, a cavalry unit mounted on fierce desert wolves appeared. Even more formidable, the Golden Fire Cavalry, ablaze with dark golden flames, emerged, their black dragon banner signifying their ferocity. The scene was awe-inspiring. Both forces arrived simultaneously, unmistakable allies. Your Highness, we have arrived. Zhang Liang appeared, flanked by 3 venerable figures, the 3 elders of the Snowfield. Chapter 30, The Battle That Determines Fate. Forging legends. The appearance of the 3 elders of the Snow Plains and Zhang Liang was monumental, abruptly altering the previously relaxed atmosphere within North Song City. What could have compelled the 3 elders to arrive here, especially in alliance with the rebels? And who was the middle-aged man accompanying them? A wave of unease began to spread within. 3 elders of the Snow Plains, without a decree from the court. How dare you venture forth and conspire with the rebels? Do you wish to betray the great Qian? Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Wang Tianxin's voice resonated with fury. He felt a chill of trepidation. At this, the 3 elders shuddered. If they fled at this moment, there was a significant chance they could enter the city and join forces with the imperial troops. Your Highness is here. This is your opportunity to assist him in conquering North Song. Do not let him down, or the repercussions of losing Snow Plain City shall be unbearable, Zhang Liang urged. Shui Yushan glanced at Zhang Liang and then at the imposing figure of Qin Yu. His extraordinary demeanor radiated an aura of a true sovereign, one that even he could not help but admire, surpassing that of the late emperor. Why did the previous emperor depart so abruptly? leaving behind such a mess. Had it not been for this, the chaos in Great Qian would not have ensued. I understand, Shui Yunshan nodded, recognizing he had no path of retreat. Even if he remained loyal to the court, the loss of snow plains would render him irredeemable, and perhaps a singular path might yield a different outcome. I remain loyal to Great Qian, Shui Yunshan declared coldly. Traitors! Wang Tianxin's heart surged with rage. He had come to realize that with snow plains lost, they had likely destroyed the teleportation array, leaving the court unable to muster reinforcements in a timely manner. This place had become an isolated island. Those who had previously clamored grew silent, as the 18th Prince had laid a trap, awaiting them. Defend Northsong, the court will respond promptly. Wang Tianxin forced himself to regain composure. The previously devised tactics were no longer feasible. The hearts of the people in the northern border must not be violated. All soldiers. Heed my command. Launch a full-scale assault, seize Northsong, and forge your own indomitable legend. The northern frontier shall shine because of you. Qin Yu emerged, unwilling to waste any more time. Victory! 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 The rallying cry invigorated the troops, bolstering their spirits, for with their prince among them, what was there to fear? The onslaught against the city intensified, echoing with cries of battle. Meng Tian and Mo Qinkong converged on the battlefield. The presence of Zhang Liang brought a solemnity to the air. Though not as ferocious as Dian Wei, such individuals could often be more terrifying. Their true intention shrouded in mystery. It is time. The three elders of the Snow Plains summoned a blizzard, generating immense pressure on the city's defenses. Curse three elders! The city's defenders cursed angrily, for these elders had betrayed them. Zhao Qianjue is dead, the three elders proclaimed. Qianjue is dead. Zhao Xuani's expression froze, his fury boiling over. You have killed Qianjue. You three elders allied with the rebels to bring about his demise. I shall ensure your deaths. A pre-legendary figure, with a family legacy poised for greatness, had perished so unjustly. Zhao Xuani believed it was undoubtedly the doing of the three elders. The elders, however, remained dismissive of his claims. They lacked the ability, they scoffed, choosing instead to amplify their own powers. Fear not, as long as we hold our ground. They have little means to overcome us. The northern soldiers may be fierce, but their cavalry excels not in siege warfare, Gu Qingxing asserted. Yet, matters were far from simple. Northsong will surely fall. A flash of lightning appeared in Qin Yu's palm, a dazzling display that constructed a realm of thunder, coalescing into a legendary force. Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman. Go. As Qin Yu commanded the talisman, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the city with catastrophic force. This is disastrous, they thought, as powerful warriors attempted to intervene, only to be hurled aside like mere insects, crashing against the city gates. The tremendous force unleashed a storm of dust and debris, creating a gaping fissure in the once impenetrable walls. The heavy gates, capable of withstanding the might of heavenly forces, lay in ruins. The sheer power was akin to that of a legendary strike. Tremors coursed through them. For this was achieved even while the city's protective array was fully operational and numerous powerful defenders were present. Otherwise, the entire city would have crumbled. Kill. With the breach opened, the army surged forth, emboldened to storm inside. Block the breach. Do not let them in. Wang Tianxin directed. Such direct combat would yield a far bloodier consequence. Your task is to hold back more powerful foes. Zhang Liang reminded the three elders once more. The elders, adept at ensnaring the enemy, nodded and summoned their formidable powers. The iron cavalry of Great Qian, charge with me. Yang Quan led the charge through the rift. Yang Quan, do you dare? Upon making contact, he was immediately suppressed. A larger breach must be opened. Zhang Liang smiled, calm and collected, as if he held the world in his hands. Thunder, fire, wind. He uttered the three words, summoning a tempest of lightning and flame. The nine heavens thunder descended, manifesting as 9 pillars of lightning. Had the city walls remained intact, the damage would have been minimal, however, with a breach already present. The 9 heavens thunder quickly expanded it, allowing even more soldiers to pour in. The legendary artifact, coupled with pre-legendary might, left them in awe. The threat posed by this 18th Prince, surrounded by such formidable and mysterious allies, was far greater than that of Dian Wei. Where did these enigmatic powers originate from? Unfazed by their astonishment, Zhang Liang continued to tear open the city walls. Kill. Among the 10 legions of the northern frontier, 9 are under the command of Qin Yu. They are all valiant soldiers, once loyal only to the late emperor and Qin Yu, and now, after the emperor's demise, their sole allegiance remains with Qin Yu. This aggressive assault posed a monumental threat. Zifeng, there are still powerful foes within the city, defeat them, and we shall determine the fate of the northern frontier. Qin Yu commanded Zhang Liang, standing tall, as if he had the weight of mountains and rivers beneath his feet. Chapter 31. Facing Death with Valor. Loyal to one, the cries of battle reverberated through the air, a cacophony of murderous intent. The northern army had descended into a frenzy, charging recklessly forward. Wang Tianxin could only command his men to seal the breach. Suddenly, a complex thought crossed his mind. The personal charisma of the 18th Prince was immense. These soldiers fought for him. In contrast, the imperial troops were largely obedient to the throne, fighting for their country or their own interests. How many truly fought for Qin Hai? Witnessing those who bled and fought valiantly for Qin Yu, facing death with indomitable spirit, left Wang Tianxin in a daze. Had he erred in his judgment? The fated ruler was indeed the 18th Prince. Nevertheless, he firmly believed he was in the right, dying for one's country. Loyal to one's nation. Hold the line. Although the enemy boasted a significant number of strong warriors, they lacked the reckless courage of the northern men. The sons of the north fought for their prince, determined to prove that they were the finest warriors. Even without horses, they would force the enemy to retreat. Ensuring their honor was upheld, the northern army roared defiantly. Under such pressure, the imperial troops faltered, their resolve crumbling, retreating in disarray. Their previous advantage in elite fighters was no longer so pronounced. The three elders of the snowy plains were formidable, entangling a quasi-legendary warrior and drawing several heavenly-level fighters into their blizzard. Dian Wei and Ming Tian, both world-shaking generals wielding legendary weapons, exerted immense pressure alongside the leaders of various legions. The confrontation between heavenly-level warriors raged above, shaking the earth and threatening to tear it asunder. Such a grand conflict, amidst civil strife, could only be instigated by colossal powers like the 10 kingdoms and 7 sects. This could not continue. They were unafraid of death, and we could not match them in desperation. They cursed. The northern men were ferocious, each like a wolf or a tiger. Kill, kill, kill. The northern soldiers roared, emboldened. If they emerged victorious, their prince would unify the entire north, and they would be immortalized in history. Even the impenetrable northern Song city would crumble under such a conflict. Fang Xian stood beside Qin Yu, observing the prince's calm demeanor and marveling at his regal bearing. At this moment, the prince's ascension was inevitable. They could not hope to stop him. Zhang Liang stood at the heart of the battlefield, understanding that this battle was not intended to leave both sides in ruin, but to swiftly secure victory and, through the prince's prestige, bring the various legions under control. Such is the nature of civil war, barring a few die-hard loyalists. Once you gain the upper hand and display extraordinary authority, you can swiftly consolidate power for your own purposes. Though I know not your identity, do you think you can defeat us, even with a legendary weapon? The elder of the Kai family, Kai Yong, scoffed, glancing at those beside him. Immediately, they surged toward Zhang Liang. These men hailed from the central domain, the foundation of the great Qian, where the strongest outnumbered those of the 4 realms. The 3 elders of the snowy plains took notice, offering their silent tribute. These 2 believed that Zhao Qianjue's demise was due to the combined efforts of Zhang Liang and himself, unaware that Zhang Liang alone had subdued them all and executed the kill. Zhang Liang remained composed and unflustered. The Book of Heavenly Words unleashed streams of radiant light, casting various spells in a powerful counterattack. Though they were quasi-legendary, they found Zhang Liang's onslaught troublesome. The great heaven's death grip. Kai Yong's momentum surged to its peak, his strength maximized as he charged forward, a palm shattering mountains and rivers. From the Book of Heavenly Words, a hand emerged, directly shattering Kai Yong's attack. His form flickered, and a surge of temporal power twisted the void, leaving another quasi-legendary warrior caught in its grip. The warrior was caught off guard, the temporal force sweeping over him, causing him to erupt in blood. In just 2 moves, he had injured both adversaries, a display of overwhelming might. How can he be so powerful? Kai Yong felt a twinge of panic. If Zhang Liang was not subdued, he would inflict catastrophic damage on the war's outcome. If the northern Song fell, it would not merely be the loss of a district. Zhang Liang directed his gaze toward the city, pointing, summoning a bolt of heavenly lightning to strike a location. Boom. Dust and debris erupted, buildings crumbling, as 2 streams of light shot skyward, revealing 2 extraordinary figures. One was clad in armor, while the other appeared notably frail. He knows our position and is inviting battle. We cannot avoid this confrontation, the armored figure declared. His name was Lu Feng, a formidable warrior nurtured by Qin Hai. Although there was an element of chance in Qin Hai's ascension, there was also a factor of strength. Having been a prince for many more years than Qin Yu, he naturally commanded a loyal following. The great Qian had endured for millennia, resulting in a complex tapestry of power. Yet Lu Feng was not the only one they found invigorating. It was the figure beside him. This man, Yuan Hui, was also a quasi-legendary warrior. Yet his strength far surpassed Kai Yong's. Yuan Hui's terrifying aspect lay in his possession of a legendary artifact. Obtained from the abyss of the Wild Sea, a place shrouded in mystery, linking to alternate dimensions. The dangers there were such that not only ordinary warriors, but even legends could fall. The late emperor of the Great Qian had ventured into the abyss of the Wild Sea. Though he returned, the circumstances of his demise remained unknown. Yuan Hui's most outstanding achievement was having once faced a legendary warrior. Though he was defeated, he managed to escape, thus widening the gap between him and others of the same realm. Yuan Hui, of course, was well known among the strong of the Great Qian. He did not belong to any clan and held no official position within the country. This was not surprising. Not everyone sought to vie for power in the courts. Yuan Hui, in contrast, focused solely on his cultivation. He held no official title in the Great Qian, yet when the court required his aid, he would certainly respond. Such was the governance of a nation. Yuan Hui has made his move. With him here, we need not fear this individual. Yuan Hui also possesses a legendary artifact, which can counter him, and together with the four of us, we can surely slay him. Indeed, his ability to act so ferociously relies on that legendary weapon. With this man's death, the four of us can easily sweep through the rebels. They laughed heartily. Yuan Hui and Lu Feng were the powerful defenders they had kept in the city as a precaution. They had not intended to deploy them so soon, preferring a surprise strike to eliminate the rebel leaders, but the rebels' ferocity had compelled them to reveal their trump card. My lord, this is dire, though Mr. Zifeng is formidable. There are 4 quasi-legends and a legendary artifact. Fang Xian expressed concern. You must have faith in Zifeng. I believe that even if they combine their strength, they cannot match Zifeng's prowess. This is the last defense we have set in northern Song City. Qin Yu's expression remained unperturbed. Given Zhang Liang's strength, as long as no legends appeared, what could these 4 do, even if more arrived? Soon, they would witness the dreadful capabilities of Zifeng. Let us await the spectacle. Qin Yu directed his gaze toward the battlefield. Zifeng, show no mercy. Unleash your utmost power. Chapter 32. Annihilation and Retribution. The battle had reached a pivotal moment. Zhang Liang stood alone against the 4 formidable quasi-legendary warriors, particularly as Yuan Hui wielded a legendary artifact, seemingly leveling the playing field in the eyes of others. For beams of light soared into the heavens, radiant and resplendent. Waves of magical power bore down on Zhang Liang. Meanwhile, the siege below raged with equal intensity. The might of the powerful legion becoming increasingly evident. Without obstruction, Zhang Liang would face far more than just 4 adversaries. Under the leadership of the celestial realm strong, the formation of a legion in battle exponentially magnified its power. This man is extraordinary, Yuan Hui remarked, standing resolutely at the forefront, gazing coldly at Zhang Liang. He was not arrogant. His participation was sanctioned by the decree of the Qin Hai, promising him immense rewards. Thus there was no need for reckless endeavor. Indeed, Kai Yong understood Zhang Liang's prowess as well. Kill. With a long sword radiating a chilling glow, Yuan Hui unleashed a sword formation, causing the stars to shift as he struck toward Zhang Liang, the cold light illuminating the entirety of the realm. Zhang Liang, with his keen instincts, summoned a bolt of lightning from the Book of Heavenly Words, striking Yuan Hui's chest. Yuan Hui staggered slightly, a force dissipating the lightning's impact, revealing a shimmering azure golden armor, a legendary piece of armor. Zhang Liang remained unfazed, yet Yuan Hui grew increasingly vigilant. Though he appeared to easily counter the attack, he understood that without the fortunate acquisition of the legendary armor, it would not have been so effortless. Boom! The heavens trembled. Zhang Liang and Yuan Hui clashed fiercely in the void, their brilliance intermingling. This battle is ours. With the legendary armor, he cannot breach our defenses. They laughed heartily. We shall join. Kai Yong and the others, emboldened, allowed Yuan Hui to absorb the damage, while 3 waves of quasi-legendary power surged forth with boundless lethal intent, all directed at Zhang Liang. Defend. Zhang Liang raised a luminous shield to protect himself. The covetous glances cast upon the legendary book revealed its boundless mystical capabilities. Should they acquire it, their strength would multiply severfold. Slay him. He must die. Their expressions turned fierce, and a more violent power surged within them. Mr. Zifang is in danger. Yang Quan exclaimed anxiously. He did not believe Zhang Liang would perish here. But if he faltered, their campaign would end in failure, a dire predicament indeed. At this moment, Yuan Hui advanced boldly, unafraid due to his legendary armor. While a multitude of radiant light coalesced behind him, forming a colossal, luminous figure. Should he reach the legendary realm, he could transform into legendary light, traversing the world. Alone. He might not prevail against Zhang Liang, but now, he was confident. Yuan Hui's voice boomed, the brilliance of his aura overwhelming, spreading like an ocean, blinding to the eyes. Zhang Liang remained silent. Yet, with his unparalleled wisdom, he had already devised a strategy. The celestial figure launched a powerful punch, an extreme offensive. But Zhang Liang walked through the void, neutralizing the assault. The strikes from the other three were likewise thwarted by him. The three elders from the snow plains exchanged glances. They knew Zhang Liang was adept at manipulating the void's power, yet he refrained from its use, clearly plotting against his opponents. This was becoming interesting. Seeing Zhang Liang's resilience, Yuan Hui transformed into a flurry of light, thousands of beams converging into a sharp light sword aimed at him. Zhang Liang raised his hand, conjuring a soil shield before him. With no need to worry about defense, Yuan Hui unleashed his full assault. The light sword suddenly split, morphing into a myriad of swords converging upon Zhang Liang, wielding terrifying might. What an opportunity! Kai Yong's eyes gleamed as he unleashed an overwhelming force of annihilation, turning the void into a black hole in his wake. Lu Feng and another joined in executing their killing moves. Yet, to their astonishment, their attacks passed through Zhang Liang without inflicting harm. True and false, real and illusionary, he commanded the power of the void. The one who masters the void is the most tenacious adversary. He was intentionally concealing his true strength. The ninefold heavenly chains. Zhang Liang seized his moment. The book of heavenly words floated above, rumbling as it unleashed 9 chains that bound the battlefield. They suddenly felt an immense pressure in the void, the 9 chains encircling them, slowing their movements. Slash, slash, slash. Instinctively sensing danger, Yuan Hui understood the severity of the situation. Yet he remained unaware of Zhang Liang's hidden trump card. Zhang Liang remained calm, gesturing to manipulate the celestial forces, causing a powerful quasi-legendary force to churn the void, creating a tumultuous scene of deadly intent. Trap them, Zhang Liang commanded, pressing down with a palm. Summoning a formation that ensnared another quasi-legendary warrior from the central domain in an instant. Retreat quickly, Yuan Hui shouted urgently. He realized that Zhang Liang intended to eliminate him, leaving his deadly moves for the others. He, with his legendary armor, felt secure, but the others were not so fortunate. Desperation gripped him as he pounded his fists, striving to break free from Zhang Liang's bindings. Yet, in a moment of despair, a stream of light shot forth from the book of heavenly words, binding his entire being and immobilizing him. Do you believe you can kill me so easily? Yuan Hui bellowed in rage. To slay a man before him was a disgrace. He raised his sword, fixating on the book of heavenly words, understanding that it was the source of his troubles, and aimed to shatter it. Zhang Liang smiled faintly, stepping forward before the man, pulling forth a long sword of void hue from the ether. The Lingshu sword erupted with boundless murderous intent. Legendary, another legendary divine weapon. The man was horrified. He never anticipated Zhang Liang possessed 2 such treasures, including Ming Tian and Dian Wei's that amounted to 4 legendary items. And who knew how many the 18th Prince wielded? He attempted to retreat, but the prison of earth ensnared him. I shall send you on your way. Zhang Liang summoned the boundless power of space, and alongside the waves of energy, the Lingshu sword shattered his quasi-legendary defenses, piercing through to his head. No, he screamed in agony. Yet, beneath the Lingshu sword, his head was impaled, igniting a conflagration of spatial fire that consumed him entirely, leading to his utter demise. Thus, a quasi-legendary warrior fell so easily on the battlefield, instilling terror in all. However, it was not without difficulty. Zhang Liang was a rare cultivator of the void path, wielding 2 legendary divine weapons, possessing such formidable strength. Meanwhile, Zhao Xuanyi, witnessing this scene, felt his scalp tingle with fear. He suddenly realized a terrifying truth. Snow Plain City was likely not a result of Zhang Liang's collaboration with the 3 elders, but rather a testament to his solitary strength. This was the true power of Zifang. Qin Yu stood with hands clasped behind his back, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Zhang Liang was indeed extraordinary. He was not merely a strategist. His prowess extended beyond the book of heavenly words, as the Lingshu sword possessed the capacity for annihilation. Those who obstruct the prince shall be exterminated. Zhang Liang's sudden eruption claimed one life, his gaze now locked onto the remaining 3 adversaries. Chapter 33 Life as Fleeting as Grass. 3 updates. The blood of the quasi-legend was breathtaking, spilling onto the ground, still radiating intense warmth. Our troops' morale surged. Conversely, the enemy stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief. A quasi-legend had perished just like that. To them, true legends felt distant, and a quasi-legend seemed akin to an immortal myth. Nearly invincible. This scene was far more shocking than the slaying of Zhao Qianjue within the Snowfield City. After all, there were more people present here. Yuan Hui was also taken aback, astonished by the formidable strength of this individual. Although he had also felled a quasi-legend in the past, that had been a solitary effort aided by legendary armor, enough to earn him renown among the quasi-legends. Yet this person dispatched foes as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Kill. Zhang Liang did not remain idle, wielding the Lingshu sword, conjuring waves of force. Do not underestimate him. Yuan Hui understood the terror of this adversary, treading cautiously as if walking on thin ice. Suddenly, a hand of the void manifested beneath his feet. Get away from me, Yuan Hui shouted, severing the hand. However, another black hole appeared beneath him, a tremendous gravitational force threatening to engulf him, capable of swallowing even light itself. Protect me. Yuan Hui summoned the power of his legendary armor, forming a protective barrier around him. The sweat on his back attested to the intensity of the situation. Void Storm. Zhang Liang commanded the void, raising a hand to unleash countless tempests, slicing through their ranks like sharp blades. He locked onto Lu Feng, pointing decisively as if casting a binding spell. He will target me next. Lu Feng felt alarmed, struggling under the binding force. Meanwhile, the Void 9 Heavens lock remained intact. Zhang Liang intended to confine Lu Feng further. I cannot be trapped. Lu Feng roared, his body glowing as treasures erupted from him. Barely breaking free from the shackles of power, Kai Yong sought to aid Lu Feng, but Zhang Liang extended a hand, transforming it into a colossal void palm, forcing him to hesitate. Multiverse convergence, void severance. Threads of power surged forth, forming a chessboard-like grid, each line imbued with the strength to slice through the void. He must not kill another. Yuan Hui had intended to withstand the onslaught with his legendary armor. Yet, Zhang Liang had already anticipated his thoughts. Temporal chaos. With a single move, spatial whirlpools erupted around Yuan Hui, a potent force of confusion hindering his approach to Lu Feng. Break, break, break. Yuan Hui erupted in fury. Yet everything fell within Zhang Liang's calculations, capable of predicting even the predictions of others. Multiverse pressure. Zhang Liang raised his hand, a colossal mountain of the void bearing down, causing Lu Feng's body to fracture under the immense weight. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. I will fight you to the end, with heavy restrictions binding him. Lu Feng had no choice but to engage Zhang Liang in a desperate struggle. He unleashed a torrent of energy, erupting like a volcano, a force exponentially greater than before. Shaking the heavens. Great annihilation. A wave of destructive energy surged forth from the book of heavenly words. He swung the Lingshu sword at Lu Feng. Boom. A cataclysmic wave swept across the land, generating a tempest of annihilation. Lu Feng's armor shattered, leaving him battered and bruised. Zhang Liang struck again, the Lingshu sword piercing Lu Feng's skull. With a swift twist of the blade, an overwhelming force obliterated his very soul. He sheathed his sword. Lu Feng's broken body fell helplessly to the ground. Another quasi-legend had perished. Their hearts raced with fear. When had a quasi-legend fallen so easily? He is dead. Only then did Yuan Hui break free from the chaotic void, his expression shifting dramatically upon witnessing Lu Feng's demise. Yuan Hui no longer wished to continue the fight. With 2 of their number slain by Zhang Liang, the remaining 3 could not hope to prevail. If they did not flee now, he might kill Kai Yong next. And facing Zhang Liang alone, even with legendary armor, would spell his doom. Life is singular and precious. He was not a battlefield general and would not fight to the death. Suddenly, he leaped through the void, intent on escaping the battlefield. Zhang Liang, noticing Yuan Hui's retreat, swung the Lingshu sword, causing a rift to open, blocking their escape route. With the path cut off, Yuan Hui's countenance darkened. You still wish to kill me? If His Highness commands your death, then you shall perish, Zhang Liang declared. Let us see if you can indeed kill me. Yuan Hui retorted confidently, acknowledging his inability to defeat Zhang Liang, yet believing he could still escape. In an instant, he transformed into a brilliant flash, darting through the void with astonishing speed, nearly impossible to intercept. Zhang Liang's gaze sharpened as he thrust his sword through the light. The clash ringing like metal striking metal, and immediately, Yuan Hui was sent flying. With a single step, Zhang Liang appeared before him. Curse you. He was most vexed by such masters of the void. Without their abilities, he would never have been struck. Yet Zhang Liang would not afford him the opportunity. The Book of Heavenly Words continued to unleash spells, while the Lingshu sword delivered lethal strikes. The combined power of these two legendary artifacts was far greater than mere addition. Even with legendary armor, Yuan Hui found it difficult to withstand. Boom! Zhang Liang cleaved through the heavens, unleashing a tempest of void energy. The Lingshu sword's movements were elusive, harboring a deadly force that continuously battered Yuan Hui. Do not push me, Yuan Hui shouted. 18th Prince, this is a matter within your royal family. I am merely acting under orders. I promise not to engage in this conflict again, but please do not corner me. Regret washed over him for his earlier greed in pursuing the benefits of Qin Hai and stepping into this murky quagmire. Kill. Qin Yu's palm sliced through the air. In his eyes, eliminating Yuan Hui was of greater value than slaying Kai Yong, who was directly affiliated with the court. He sought to demonstrate to the world that this was his war with Qin Hai, a struggle for the throne, brutal and perilous, not a conflict for mere bystanders. Even those who did not pledge direct allegiance to him were expected to remain docile and refrain from interference. This served as a warning to such individuals. As for loyalty, once he ascended to power, who would dare defy him? Yuan Hui found himself in the most precarious position under Zhang Liang's relentless assault. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, his heart sank further. This prince had no intention of letting him go. Yet he was left with but one choice, to escape. His form transformed into a crimson hue. A torrent of blood mingled with energy engulfing him, followed by an eruption of blood fire, a secret technique capable of temporarily amplifying his strength. Once employed, he would be left weakened for an extended period. We cannot continue this fight. Beizong can no longer hold. Kai Yong, still frozen in place, dared not approach to assist. Realizing the dire situation, he understood Yuan Hui was employing an ultimate technique. Regardless of whether Yuan Hui managed to flee, he could not continue to battle. Without Yuan Hui, how could they withstand Zhang Liang's onslaught? The battle for Beizong had ended in defeat, ultimately showcasing the superiority of the 18th Prince. As for unifying the northern territories, that was a matter for another time. Retreat. Seizing the moment while Zhang Liang was engaged with Yuan Hui, they recognized this as the opportune time to withdraw, seeking to preserve their strength for future encounters. Duan Chengyan and Zhao Xuani erupted in a blaze of bloodlight, sacrificing their own essence without hesitation. Under such pressure, the three elders of the snowfield and Yang Quan dared not push their opponents too hard. A multitude of powerful figures retreated, yet many found themselves unable to escape. Faced with the fierce warriors of the northern realm, few dared to fight back, while the majority simply laid down their weapons. On the other side, he ultimately was no match for Zhang Liang. Chapter 34, The North Settlement. Rewards must follow. Yuan Hui plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. His body was a tapestry of wounds, blood flowing freely, despite exerting every ounce of effort. There was no escape from Zhang Liang's relentless assault. Zhang Liang's power was overwhelming, far surpassing his own, leaving Yuan Hui bewildered that such a formidable figure stood beside the 18th Prince. A fleeting moment of hesitation had led him to this hellish fate. Given another chance, he would never have acquiesced to Qin Hai. Yet, defeat was defeat. Your Highness. He caught sight of Qin Yu, only to be met with a gaze devoid of warmth. Those who dared to rise against the throne were invariably ruthless, their hearts forged of steel. I refuse to accept this, Yuan Hui roared. Having narrowly escaped the clutches of legends, yet unable to evade this calamity. Collapsing to the ground, he could only gaze upwards at Qin Yu, struggling to rise. The power within him surged violently, intent on detonating his very essence in a final act of defiance. But Zhang Liang would not grant him that opportunity. Two legendary weapons unleashed their might simultaneously, conjuring a storm of annihilation that engulfed Yuan Hui. Though he wielded legendary artifacts that could not shield him from the tempest, he dissipated into the wind, leaving behind only a pool of blood. Ultimately, a piece of inner armor, faintly glowing with legendary light, remained at the site. At that moment, the court's quasi-legends who had participated in the battle found themselves 3 slain, while others fled, gravely wounded. All of this was a testament to Zhang Liang's prowess. The defenders within the city had lost their will to resist. Those who could flee did, while the rest. The army swept through, instilling terror among the defenders of North Song City, who cast down their weapons and surrender. Only a handful remained stubbornly defiant, cursing Qin Yu as a treacherous rebel. Heedless of ancestral laws, embracing death with a calm resignation, Qin Yu showed no leniency towards them. In the quest for supremacy, while they shared a common nationality, some deaths were unavoidable. The citizens within the city were exhilarated, welcoming the army with fervor. Your Highness has once again wrought a miraculous legend. Victory, victory. The army surged forth into the city without indulging in slaughter. After all, they were of the same nation, many obeying the court's orders, with the right persuasion. They could still be allies. Zhang Liang approached Qin Yu, cradling the legendary armor. Your Highness, Zhang Liang proclaimed. This is an impressive piece of legendary armor. Qin Yu took hold of the armor. He possessed the Tian Yu battle armor, rendering this one useless to him, yet it could be bestowed upon his loyal followers. Yuan Hui had indeed brought him an unexpected boon. As Qin Yu entered the city, he was met with a scene of soldiers and citizens lining the streets in welcome. Greetings, Your Highness. Countless citizens knelt in reverence, for the people of the north believed that under Qin Yu's reign, a brighter tomorrow awaited them. The 5 generals of Qin Hai, once audacious, now found their quasi-legends in retreat, bellowing at their fleeing comrades. After witnessing the beatings dealt by Dian Wei, they too knelt. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, they did not wish to become collateral damage in the struggle for the throne. At this moment, only one stronghold remained unbreached, the residence of the county magistrate. Beside him, his companions trembled. Wang Tianxin had intended to raise his sword against this man, but, seeing the fear etched on the faces of those around him, he relented. It is not their fault, he thought, his expression weary and aged. Wang Tianxin. The tide has turned. You cannot hold North Song. Those who surrender shall not be slain. Qin Yu gazed at Wang Tianxin. Though this man was rigid, he was undeniably loyal and capable. I serve the emperor's interests faithfully. I, Wang Tianxin, remain loyal to the imperial authority. In my eyes, no matter your capabilities. Inciting civil strife is a grave sin, a betrayal of ancestral laws, a treasonous act. Wang Tianxin was well aware of the catastrophic defeat suffered today, yet remained steadfast. County Magistrate Wang, Your Highness is destined to be the great Qin Emperor. Is it worth it to pledge your loyalty to Qin Hai and risk your life for him? I would offer you a way out, cease your resistance, and when the day comes that His Highness ascends the throne, you may emerge once more. Zhang Liang proposed a compromise. Is it worth it? Wang Tianxin sighed. Now, I have only death left. As he spoke, he slowly closed his eyes, his face pallid, breath fading. To self-annihilate one's spirit, he could not pledge allegiance. Unable to overcome the barrier in his heart, he knew that suicide was his ultimate fate. Thus, whether Qin Hai or Qin Yu ascended the throne, his family would remain unharmed. Upon witnessing this, Qin Yu too sighed softly. Such loyal ministers were aware of where their true allegiance lay, yet their obstinacy prevented them from yielding, though they stood as foes and were foolishly loyal. Such figures were indispensable in a nation, serving to balance the power of court officials. County Magistrate Wang, I shall accompany you. Gu Qingxing, drenched in blood, laughed heartily. He ended his life within the magistrate's residence, knowing that his death would spare the North Song army from slaughter, directly following the court's orders, preferring to die in battle. A small faction also chose self-destruction. They feared not for their aftermath, knowing that the prince was also a man of the great Qian and would not harm the people of the north. Your Highness, the county magistrate also wished to prevent you from committing acts against loyal subjects. He could not overcome his inner turmoil, Zhang Liang remarked. I understand, Qin Yu replied calmly. As I seize the throne, bloodshed and sacrifice are inevitable. Prepare a proper burial for Wang Tianxin, allowing him to witness the strength of the great Qian from the north. Ensure that all fallen soldiers receive honorable interment. Your Highness is truly virtuous. The soldiers held him in even greater esteem. Is there anyone else who wishes to join them in death? I can fulfill your wish, allowing future histories to record you as loyal subjects of the great Qian. Qin Yu surveyed the key figures, and those present, compelled by his extraordinary presence, bowed their heads in submission. Excellent. A smile graced Qin Yu's face. These powerful individuals, such as the 5 generals of Qin Hai, were not natives of the north. Their allegiance would significantly impact the forthcoming conflicts. His foundation in the north was solid, yet it did not carry the same weight in the other 3 realms and the central domain. Yang Quan, your contributions in this battle are undeniable. This legendary armor shall be bestowed upon you. Qin Yu presented the legendary armor to Yang Quan. Indeed, while Yang Quan had not achieved the same level of shock as Zhang Liang's decisive victories over quasi-legends, His early support at Yulong Pass demonstrated his loyalty. He was unaware of his own potential. The humble servant thanks His Highness. Yang Quan accepted the armor without hesitation. Others looked on with envy. This was legendary armor. And the prince's generosity was beyond measure. Simple prestige was insufficient. Merit must be rewarded. The three elders of the Snow Plains. You have remained steadfastly loyal to the great Qian since the time of the late emperor. Now, having abandoned darkness for light, I wish to see your loyalty on the battlefield. Here are the Snow Spirit Pearl and the 10,000-year Snow Spirit Herb. Take them. Qin Yu gifted the Snow Spirit Pearl and the Snow Spirit Herb to the three elders of the Snow Plains. What is this? Snow Cloud Mountain exclaimed as he received the treasures. Feeling the pure essence within, his expression one of astonishment. Such rare artifacts were virtually unparalleled. Snow Cloud Mountain suppressed his elation. He had been trapped at the quasi-legendary level for far too long, but these gifts hinted at the possibility of breakthrough. Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness. The three elders of the Snow Plains knelt in gratitude. Zhang Liang smiled and nodded. Your Highness is formidable. Bestowing precious rewards to Yang Quan creates a significant impact. The three elders of the Snow Plains, having been court officials, will now understand that loyalty and diligent service will be rewarded. Your Highness has them firmly in hand. North Song has been seized. The last nail in the north has been extracted. Issue a decree throughout all the counties of the north, commanding all officials and military units to obey my orders. Qin Yu issued another command. Chapter 35. Revered as a myth, Lord of the North, the victory of the Northern Song has heralded a new paradigm. Ding. You have conquered Northern Song City, receiving a reward of 3 million yuan stones and a soul-calming incense. Ding. You have seized Northern Song Prefecture, receiving a reward of 8 million yuan stones and a blue dragon formation. The system's voice echoed as expected. The soul-calming incense. This is a unique type of agarwood that, when ignited, can stabilize the mind and prevent one from falling into madness during cultivation. And the blue dragon formation. The blue dragon formation, one of the 4 divine beast formations, gathers the power of the 4 divine beasts to create a formation of even greater might. Before him appeared a series of banners for the blue dragon formation, imbued with the force of the array. Qin Yu immediately took note. The blue dragon formation, one of the 4 divine beast formations, requires a commander of at least heavenly realm strength. What is particularly valuable is that the strength of the formation significantly depends on the prowess of its commander and the soldiers who arrange it, thus enhancing its might. Such formations, while not entirely absent in the Great Qian, are exceedingly rare. With the Blue Dragon formation, one could establish a Blue Dragon Legion. If all 4 formations were acquired, it could directly form a Divine Beast Legion. In his quest for the throne, the current scale of his forces remains inadequate. He must cultivate more powerful allies. Qin Yu pondered. The emergence of the 4 divine beast formations comes at a fortuitous time. Securing the northern region is merely one step. Qin Hai still commands 3 realms in the central domain, which far outstrip his current strength. He cannot afford to be complacent. However, now, when he raises his arm, many throughout the nation would likely pledge their loyalty to him. Upon entering Northern Song City, he was delighted to discover a vast accumulation of resources initially entrusted to Wang Tianxin for defense, which now belonged to him. Subsequently, he established his command within Northern Song City, issuing orders. The other prefectures in the north understood the tide had turned. The prince's acquisition of the northern region was inevitable, and any who dared resist would surely be obliterated beneath the relentless wheels of fate. City after city opened their gates, and officials from various regions flocked to Northern Song City. They were acutely aware that even if they dared to pledge their lives to the court, the will of the people in the northern region would not permit it, and they would be met with dire consequences. Only a few unwilling to submit departed hastily for the central domain. Qin Yu paid them little mind. He was immersed in the continuous stream of system notifications. The sheer magnitude of rewards was astonishing. Ding. You have captured Wooding Prefecture, receiving a reward of 7 million yuan stones and 50 heavy breakthrough ballistae. Ding. You have taken Bai Prefecture, receiving a reward of 7 million yuan stones and a white tiger formation. Ding. You have seized Yong Prefecture, receiving a reward of 7 million yuan stones and 2 sea-calming talismans. Ding. You have captured Shaanxi Prefecture, receiving a reward of 7 million yuan stones and a black tortoise formation. The plethora of rewards dazzled him, especially the acquisition of 2 additional divine beast formations. Qin Yu was elated. The system map also underwent a remarkable transformation. Beams of light shot skyward, resembling celestial pillars. coalescing into a unique force that gradually enveloped the entire northern region. A mysterious power. This is the power of destiny. In the northern region, with a mere thought, Qin Yu could manipulate this destiny, transforming it into an infinite, celestial momentum. Reflecting on this, Qin Yu began his cultivation. His own strength is paramount. If he could attain sufficient power to overwhelm Qin Hai, there would be nothing to fear, and he could simply bulldoze through any opposition. The matters requiring attention could be left to Zhang Liang and Yang Quan. He merely needed to accept the system's rewards. A colossal amount of yuan stones accumulated around him. While the Undying Emperor Sutra is indeed formidable, it consumes vast resources. Each transformation requires hundreds of times more than the usual expenditure. The 9 transformation golden elixir continued to exude its efficacy, nourishing his entire being. 5th transformation of life and death realm. The breakthrough came effortlessly, without a hint of pressure. Ding! You have captured Beijing Prefecture, receiving a reward of 7 million yuan stones and 1 summoning opportunity. Another summoning opportunity. Qin Yu's eyes widened. The rewards from the system are indeed random, of the 108 prefectures in the north. It took nearly complete control before he received a single chance to summon. He was in no rush to use it, however, despite its randomness. The accumulated rewards from the prefectures were numerous and diverse, enough to evoke envy. He was generous, distributing rewards to enhance the cultivation of his followers based on merit. The first to rise alongside him, Fan Yong, successfully broke through to the heavenly realm shortly after the battle in northern Song, a feat worthy of envy. Who could deny that Fan Yong's breakthrough was not in part due to the prince's generous rewards? Meng Tian also entered seclusion after the war, achieving another breakthrough to the 8th level of the heavenly realm. Days passed, and Zhang Liang came to report. Your Highness, all 108 prefectures in the northern region have willingly surrendered. According to your command, those officials who actively submitted shall retain their prior positions. However, several officials are missing, including the prefects, and need to be appointed. The people's hearts are stable, and there are no signs of unrest. They remain loyal to your Highness. Zhang Liang continued. The tasks of integration have proceeded smoothly, as there is little resistance, being neither an invasion from foreign nations nor barbarian incursions. The citizens of the northern region have begun to revere Qin Yu as a myth. Prepare a list of vacancies. I shall personally appoint those who will maintain local order. Qin Yu instructed. On the system map, he observed 108 robust beams of light ascending from each prefecture, accompanied by numerous smaller light columns, forming a cohesive whole. Furthermore, he could glean intelligence from the cities he had captured through the system map. Consequently, various appointments were dispatched from northern Song City, astonishing the inhabitants of the northern region. The appointment of prefects, even down to county magistrates, typically required authorization from the imperial capital. Yet the prince appointed individuals directly, effectively usurping Qin Hai's authority and establishing himself as the Lord of the North. The prince shone like the blazing sun in the sky, illuminating them at all times. Ding! You have seized territory in the northern regions of the Great Qian, fully unifying the northern region, receiving a reward of 100 million yuan stones, a star chain, legendary. 1,000 dragon guard armors, a vermilion bird formation, 1 deity breaking pill, 8 celestial forging pills, 1,000 pounds of transcendence liquid, and 1 summoning opportunity. The sudden influx of system rewards left Qin Yu astounded. The complete conquest of the northern region had yielded such generous rewards. 100 million yuan stones. While that sounds substantial, it is hardly enough given the size of the army. However, the acquisition of the 4 divine beast formations was a splendid stroke of fortune. With such formations at his disposal, training corresponding legions would amplify their power significantly. The deity-breaking pill is exceedingly rare, allowing one to challenge fate and dramatically increase the chances of becoming a true legend. This probability is quite substantial. Throughout the ages, the Great Qian has witnessed the emergence of quasi-legends, yet true legends accumulate through the passage of time. The star chain, strung with 18 beads, each resembling a miniature star, emanates mysterious waves of light akin to a sea of stars, creating ripples that captivate the heart. Qin Yu donned it immediately. He activated the star chain's abilities, manifesting 18 stars that descended upon his foes, their weight capable of crushing even ordinary heavenly realm cultivators. This was merely its most basic function. With 2 summoning opportunities now at his disposal, it was time to commence summoning. Qin Yu's expression shifted. The system activated the 2 summoning opportunities. You used 1 summoning opportunity, bringing forth Huang Zhong. You used one summoning opportunity, bringing forth Wang Jian. Chapter 36, A Monumental Surprise, aiming for the nation Huangzhong. Wang Jian. Qin Yu summoned these two extraordinary figures twice, each time invoking an awe-inspiring presence, accompanied by the emergence of two magical formations within one of them. Crimson light blazed like fire, manifesting the ethereal silhouette of a divine bow, from which a figure stepped forth. Huangzhong, at your service. The old general, robust and vigorous despite his years, stood before the prince, embodying the essence of a battle-hardened warrior. Name, Huangzhong. Cultivation, near legendary. Domain of the divine bow. Equipment, destiny bow, legendary, bloodblade. His bow was his mightiest weapon, while the blade served for close combat. Please rise, General Huang, Qin Yu remarked with a smile. Elated by the presence of such formidable allies, Huangzhong's prowess with the bow allowed him to strike down foes from great distances. In the other magical formation, the roar of a tiger resonated, followed by the swirling apparition of a fierce tiger and the appearance of a divine blade, from which a steady man emerged. Wang Jian. At your service. Wang Jian immediately paid his respects. However, upon inspecting Wang Jian's attributes, Qin Yu's demeanor shifted dramatically. Name, Wang Jian. Cultivation, legendary tier 3. Domain of the earth. Equipment, tiger's might blade, legendary. Mountain suppressing armor, legendary. Wang Jian's cultivation had indeed reached true legendary status, an incredible surprise to Qin Yu. It was known that despite his apparent consolidation of the northern borders, he faced immense hidden dangers, fearing that legendary figures within the realm might turn against him. The terror of a legendary warrior was unparalleled. With a mere gesture, they could obliterate a city, capable of devastating the very heavens and earth. Far beyond the reach of the celestial realm, with Wang Jian at his side, Qin Yu possessed a powerful trump card, instilling fear in the legendary warriors of the great Qian, thus garnering further support. Wang Jian's significance lay in his ability to influence the intensity of warfare without needing to engage directly. Excellent. Qin Yu laughed heartily. He could now confidently prepare for a grand campaign. Summon all the generals to meet me. Within the hall, the generals gathered, their faces alight with joy. With the northern borders secured and their foundation solidified, they could now threaten the imperial capital and seize supreme dominance. Aware that the forthcoming battles would be arduous, they remained undaunted, for in the struggle for supremacy, casualties were inevitable. It was merely a matter of who would emerge victorious in the end. Your Highness. They greeted in unison, bowing respectfully. They gazed upward, awestruck by the prince's extraordinary presence, his imperial aura leaving them profoundly shaken. As if he could summon the vast fortunes of the northern borders with a mere gesture. This was a leader worthy of their loyalty. Does Qin Hai think he is worthy of such devotion? The prince has become even more formidable. Yang Quan keenly sensed Qin Yu's growing depth and pondered whether his near-legendary cultivation could overshadow the prince's might. Today, I have gathered you for matters ahead. Qin Yu spoke softly. Though we have secured the northern borders and achieved a glorious victory at North Song, our ambitions do not end here. The court harbors tremendous power, and our subsequent battles will not take place in the firmly established northern borders. They will be far more challenging. As long as we cultivate sufficient might, we can sweep through other regions as well. We, the soldiers, are willing to fight for your highness, but we now face the question of which direction to advance. Yang Quan inquired. I believe we should refrain from directly assaulting the central domain. Both the western and eastern domains present viable paths for our advance. By conquering the eastern and southern regions, we can form a pincer movement, exerting pressure on the imperial capital of the central domain, Zhang Liang suggested. The generals nodded in agreement. The power of the central domain was formidable, rivaling that of the combined 4 regions. In this war, the prince's aim was not merely to vanquish enemies but to win the hearts of the people, to sway the strong, and to demonstrate to the world that Qin Hai was unworthy of the throne, leading to his eventual isolation and betrayal. Indeed, Zhang Liang concurred. He believed that as the prince's influence expanded, the populace would begin to recognize the situation and stand by his side, gradually casting off their allegiance to Qin Hai. By that time, even the support of the founding families would be of little consequence. Zhang Liang speculated that with the prince's conquest of the northern borders, the royal ancestors would face a monumental dilemma, weighing whether to intervene. Qin Hai was not the late emperor. He lacked the immense prestige to command obedience. The prince's acquisition of the northern borders may appear as a singular victory, yet he had already claimed a significant part of the battle. However, the core truth remained unchanged. Strength was paramount. Zifang speaks wisely, Qin Yu praised. Such internal strife within the empire could snowball, escalating uncontrollably. Yet, our greatest dilemma lies in the absence of an immediate threat. Yang Quan began to speak, but was interrupted by Qin Yu. In addition to discussing military strategy today, I wish for you all to meet two individuals, Qin Yu declared. Wang Jian, Huang Zhong, please present yourselves to the assembly. In the inner chamber, the two men strode forth. Their expressions shifted dramatically. Here were figures of extraordinary strength, akin to Ming Tian, Dian Wei, and Zhang Liang, whom they had never encountered before. Legendary. Huang Zhong was impressive, yet it was Wang Jian who exuded a unique aura befitting a true legend. Wang Jian smiled gently, releasing the power of his legendary status. Indeed, he is a legend. The crowd was astounded. It turned out that the prince had concealed such legendary warriors at his side, a fact that fortified his ambition to seize the imperial power. They found it hard to believe these warriors were cultivated by the prince himself. Considering he was merely 23 years old, could they have been left by his predecessor? Suppressing their curiosity, they dared not pry further. Qin Yu was well aware of their thoughts. As their sovereign, did he need to explain anything? They only needed to know that he had legends at his command and to abandon their trivial thoughts, rallying behind him in the quest for supremacy. I never anticipated we would have legendary figures among us. Now we can fight with abandon. Fan Yang laughed heartily. Such a robust man could be quite endearing at times. Indeed, with legends in our midst, there is no need for them to engage directly. Their mere presence is sufficient to instill fear. The royal family, aware of the prince's legendary allies, would think twice before making a move, Yang Quan remarked. The hope of seizing the throne grows ever brighter. For now, we shall consolidate our rule over the northern borders, continuing to govern according to the laws of the Great Qian, but from this moment forward, we enter a state of war. Qin Yu observed their reactions, his expression suddenly fierce. Mobilize elite forces throughout the realm, intensify training. Next, I shall strike at the eastern domain, followed by the annexation of the southwestern regions, encircling the imperial capital from all sides. This was to cultivate an immense aura of power. The generals felt their blood surge at his words. What a bold initiative. As for the wartime state, it meant that from the mightiest warriors to the common folk of the northern borders, everything must prioritize the war effort. Huang Zhong, I grant you the authority to establish a divine Bao battalion. Qin Yu commanded. Understood. Huang Zhong clasped his fists. The old general, though aged, remained eager to engage in battle. Wang Jian, as a legend, your task is even more formidable. Assemble a 4 divine beast legion, training the garrison troops of the northern borders and selecting the finest soldiers. You will command and coordinate all forces, as the military is currently expanding. You must ensure effective collaboration and training among all legions. Qin Yu intended for Wang Jian to create the much-anticipated 4 divine beast legion. With Qin Yu's decree, none dared to dissent. The significance of the term legend was more than sufficient. I accept the command. The 4 divine beast legion shall become the prince's ace in the quest for supremacy, and I will lead the entire army, ensuring all is meticulously prepared for the prince's conquest of the northern borders. Wang Jian declared confidently. Chapter 37. The Northern Sovereign. Turmoil in the court. The generals of the north resembled fierce tigers, their blood ignited with fervor, eager to embark on a grand endeavor. Initially, they were drawn to rally under Qin Yu's personal charisma, albeit with the understanding that the likelihood of success was minimal. Yet now, with His Highness having secured the entire north and a legendary warrior silently appearing at his side, their faith deepened. The more enigmatic His Highness remained, the stronger their conviction grew that he possessed inscrutable trump cards. In this moment, as orders were issued, the entire north mobilized. The state of war overshadowed all else. The people of the north were no strangers to such tumult, due to the North's unique geographical position. It bordered not only the wild tribes but also the formidable Qin Dynasty among the 10 nations and 7 sects. Conflicts were frequent here. His Highness is recruiting troops. We must eagerly enlist, the citizens urged. In this harsh and frigid land, only by joining the military can one seize opportunities for advancement and follow His Highness to conquer this vast territory. Indeed, since His Highness arrived, life had improved for them. With 7 expeditions beyond the borders, we have shattered the backbone of the wild tribes. They have dared not plunder for years. His Highness is the very heavens of the north. We cannot allow the heavens of the north to fall. We, the people of the north, must contribute our strength. Brothers, let us enlist. If His Highness fails, the current emperor will surely unleash his wrath upon the citizens of the north. But if His Highness ascends the throne, our future will be secured. His Highness is the sovereign of the North. The people rallied without much persuasion, knowing that in these harsh conditions, the military offered the best chance for resources. Recruitment was proceeding effortlessly. The 4 Divine Beasts Legion, led by Wang Jian, temporarily planned for each unit to consist of 1 million soldiers, totaling 4 million. The process was smooth. The soldiers of the 4 Divine Beast Legion required bravery and obedience, qualities abundant among the people of the North. However, Wang Zheng's divine archers faced challenges. He was exceedingly demanding in training a corps of sharpshooters. Wang Jian's commanding prowess was unmatched, allowing him to oversee the entire army with ease. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital at the Qin Hall, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Officials bowed their heads in silence, not daring to speak. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. I have deployed numerous legions and formidable warriors. Yet Qin Yu has seized control of the North Song, and now the entire North is lost to him. What use are you to me? Qin Hai thundered, his eyes blazing with fury. This defeat was catastrophic, shattering all his military plans. He had believed his meticulous strategies ensured victory, that the trap he had laid was foolproof, leaving no chance for Qin Yu to turn the tide. Yet reality had dealt him a harsh blow. 4 near-legendary warriors had perished, including Lu Feng, who had been by his side. How could he not harbor resentment? Now, he feared many would speak of him as a useless emperor, one who not only suffered defeat but also foolishly gifted countless strong warriors and resources to Qin Yu. What had resulted from this? Furthermore, signs of instability were evident within the court in various regions. Those who sided with the rebels are all traitors. Qin Hai bellowed. With his temperament, he wished to annihilate those traitors and their kin, yet he could not act impulsively. He had to bide his time and settle accounts later. He would never admit to being inferior to Qin Yu. Your Majesty, Zhao Tianhong spoke solemnly, the defeat at North Song is indeed a significant loss. We underestimated the strength of the rebels and provided them with an opportunity. He too was displeased, having lost a near-legendary warrior and the foundation of their forces. The officials nodded in agreement. Who could have anticipated that Zhang Liang, a peerless warrior, was among the rebels? First, he destroyed the teleportation array. Then he even caused Yuan Hui's demise, gifting the rebels a legendary armor. And now, what shall we do? Qin Hai struggled to maintain composure. Although we have lost this battle, we must honor the valiant soldiers who fought bravely on the battlefield. We cannot let their sacrifices be in vain. Zhao Tianhong continued. Wang Tianchen was loyal and courageous. For his sacrifice, I shall bestow upon him the title of Marquis of Loyalty and Valor, ensuring that his legacy benefits future generations. The court must also attend to the families of all fallen soldiers. Qin Hai remained clear-headed enough to recognize the importance of soothing the populace. In the Great Qian, titles were hard to come by. Only the 8 founding families could attain the rank of duke, while a marquis was already quite prestigious. With the North now under rebel control, a saying circulated among the people, the sovereign of the North, the Northern Sovereign. Kai Jin remarked, the Northern Sovereign. Does he even deserve such a title? Upon hearing these words, Qin Hai felt a torrent of agitation. There can only be one sovereign in a nation. This was an assertion of equality with him, igniting a flicker of fear within. Since Qin Yu's birth, he had been shrouded in an aura of brilliance, overshadowing him at every turn. He harbored no brotherly affection for this sibling, only an overwhelming hatred. Reports indicated that the rebels, having seized the North, were intensifying recruitment and training their forces. Their ambitions would not be confined to the North. They would reach for more territories, and vigilance was essential. Your Majesty, we cannot act recklessly. The rebels have deeply entrenched themselves in the North. Taking it back now would be exceedingly difficult and would require an immense cost. We must plan carefully and proceed with caution, Kai Jin advised. Another minister suggested, before we lost the North, we failed to suppress them. How much harder will it be now? The rebel forces have gained momentum. The rebels may hold the North, but it is merely a barren and desolate land. Su Yan interjected. We still possess the central domain in the east, west, and south regions, each of which is far stronger than the North. While the rebels may thrive in the North, they are nothing once they venture beyond its borders, he added, his words carrying weight. Others echoed the sentiment, acknowledging that the defeat stemmed from underestimating the rebels, but more so from a lack of resolve among certain individuals who merely observed. If the ruler and ministers were united, such a small rebel force could be easily quelled. A middle-aged man spoke up, glancing at Prime Minister Xiao Chahai. Do you agree with my assessment, Prime Minister Xiao? You are correct. Not just within the court, but throughout the nation, many lack determination, replied El Rome, the deputy prime minister, who had long been overshadowed by Qin Hai and sought to undermine him with this remark. What does Prime Minister Xiao propose? Elrond asked. I shall remain loyal to the country and fulfill my duties, adhering to your majesty's commands, Qin Hai replied, his words carefully measured. Elrond inwardly cursed. This cunning old fox speaks without saying anything, leaving no room for critique. He continued, Your Majesty, to eradicate the rebels, we must mobilize all forces within the country. Those with divided loyalties must choose wisely. He understood well that only Qin Hai could elevate him to the position of prime minister. And his words served as a warning to all within the court. Such sentiments pleased Qin Hai immensely. The rebels must be eradicated. I warn you all not to harbor any other thoughts. Remain loyal to me and ensure that all hidden forces are mobilized, or none of us will fare well. Qin Hai's fierce gaze bore down on all the ministers. Chapter 38. The game and the silence of attitudes. The morning assembly dispersed, and the civil and military officials began to withdraw. After prolonged deliberation, they still failed to devise a viable strategy. The atmosphere within the court was enigmatic. Some voices roared loudly, while others remained silent, and some nodded in agreement. Indeed, the shock brought by the northern battle was profound. Previously, they had anticipated that the war would be challenging, but they had not expected to suffer such a devastating defeat, with numerous quasi-legends perishing. This further showcased Qin Yu's formidable prowess. However, with Qin Hai in power, reigning as the esteemed emperor of Qian, his orders could not be disregarded. All present bowed their heads, lost in contemplation. This was a matter of choosing sides. If they aligned incorrectly and Qin Yu ascended to the throne, what then? Within the court, there were also those who held affection for Qin Yu. In the prime minister's residence, one could tend to flowers and brew tea, seemingly unconcerned about the prevailing chaos. Prime Minister, amidst such turmoil in the court and the emperor's immense fury, how can you still find time to cultivate flowers? Unaware that the world outside is in upheaval? A middle-aged man stood beside him, clearly exasperated. Why the panic? What is destined to come will come. One must not lose composure, Qin Hai replied nonchalantly. The middle-aged man shook his head, fully aware that the current emperor was not the wise and valiant predecessor. Following the defeat in the north, he had transformed into a furious lion, hungry for blood. I shall fulfill my responsibilities as dictated by the emperor. If he believes I am too old and unworthy of the position of prime minister, there is little I can do. Qin Hai, however, remained unfazed. Having served as prime minister through 3 reigns, he stood resilient not merely due to his abilities but also because of his cunning nature. During the reign of the previous emperor, when there was a desire to suppress the 8 founding families and elevate new powers, he cooperated fully. In the current era of Qin Hai, he diligently executed orders to mobilize troops and gather supplies. But you see, the current emperor is not the same as his predecessor. Now, with Qian in turmoil, both domestic and foreign eyes are watching. A misstep could signal the beginning of national decline. The middle-aged man expressed helplessly, Zhou Xian, you have been by my side for a century. What do you think of the current situation? Qin Hai inquired with a smile. The rebel forces have seized the north. And while their momentum is formidable, the court still possesses immense power to crush them. If the emperor is resolute, even at great cost, suppression remains possible, Zhou Xian analyzed. On paper, that is feasible, yet we must consider other factors, Qin Hai remarked. I understand your point, Prime Minister. You mean to say that public sentiment is volatile, and not everyone is loyal to the emperor. Should the 18th Prince demonstrate sufficient capability, defections are inevitable. The power of the court can swiftly shift to bolster the rebels. Zhou Xian articulated. That is but one aspect. Moreover, the forces surrounding the 18th Prince remain ambiguous. Do you believe his strength is solely defined by his performance in the northern battle? Qin Hai continued. You imply the royal family's depth. Zhou Xian exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Thus far, aside from the initial intervention of the Jade Prince, the royal family has maintained an unusually calm demeanor, refraining from interference in the northern conflict, which defies logic. You are mistaken. It is entirely logical. I suspect the royal ancestors are enmeshed in hesitation and conflict. They are all of royal blood, and thus face a dilemma in their choices. One supports the current emperor, while the other favors the more capable 18th Prince, whose success in the north speaks volumes of his abilities. Qin Hai was well aware of this. When comparing the two, it is evident that the 18th Prince is the more exceptional one, having reached the brink of life and death at a mere 23. Potentially adding another legendary figure to the royal lineage, endowed with both courage and wisdom. The evidence of his prowess is irrefutable. as demonstrated in the 7 campaigns against the northern barbarians. The absence of a will from the previous emperor has indeed left a perilous void, Zhou Xian lamented. Within the royal family, any member who attains the celestial realm may relinquish certain powers to join the council of royal elders, becoming part of the royal legacy. However, strict rules prohibit meddling in the throne's succession, serving as a balance of power. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The royal lineage, being composed of individuals, possesses emotions and personal preferences. Among the royal ancestors, some are rigid and inclined to suppress internal strife, while others recognize the 18th Prince's capabilities. Thus, the ancestors are engaged in a game of strategy, resulting in the present silence. It is only natural. The royal legacy has been amassed over millennia, spanning vast epochs. Every individual has their favored descendants. If discontent with the current emperor leads to intervention in his position, chaos would ensue. Furthermore, the exceptional nature of Qin Yu complicates matters, leaving the royal ancestors in a quandary. Are they to merely spectate and allow internal conflict to fester? Zhou Xian's eyes widened. Those ancestors possess profound wisdom. Since the emperor has the backing of several founding families, they should provide their support, potentially weakening their own power in the process. My greatest fear is that prolonged stalemate will lead to excessive losses, culminating in disaster. Xiao Qinghai's concern lay in this very point. Were a mediocre prince to openly declare rebellion, he would be swiftly quelled. Zhou Xian nodded in agreement. The relationship between the royal family and the noble clans has always been one of mutual reliance, yet fraught with intrigue. The royal family requires the strength of the noble families, while the latter depends on the former for their own growth. When imperial authority is strong, it can suppress all, compelling the noble families to serve. However, if the royal family appears weak, the imperial authority becomes perilous. The royal family cannot act recklessly against the noble families without cause. Doing so would incite chaos and be akin to self-sabotage. Thus, the previous emperor chose to maintain the status quo, nurturing the new generation to keep the noble families in check, ensuring their influence does not overwhelm the state. Usurpation by noble families is not without precedent. A notable example is the great Qin Dynasty, which, thousands of years ago, was supplanted by domestic noble families, resulting in an unusual tranquility within the realm. The royal family's greatest strength lies in the foundation accumulated over millennia. Although I have served as prime minister for 3 reigns, even I am unaware of the number of hidden powers within the royal family, which is their greatest asset. Xiao Qinghai stated gravely in the struggle between 2 dragons. We need not overly involve ourselves. We must focus on our duties and await the conclusion of the conflict. The Great Li Dynasty, one of the 10 kingdoms and 7 sects. How intriguing, truly fascinating. The internal strife into Qian is astonishing. Qin Hai, the emperor of the Qian, and Qin Yu, who has led 7 campaigns against the northern barbarians, are now embroiled in a struggle for the throne. A formidable man clad in the royal robes of Li Hua laughed heartily, stroking his beard with delight. Your Majesty, during the northern battle of the Qian, a man named Zhang Liang slew multiple quasi-legends, enabling Qin Yu to unify the north. Presently, the Qian is in turmoil, and it is said that Qin Hai intends to mobilize more powerful forces for suppression, someone beside him remarked. I am aware of Qin Yu. His abilities are exceptional. Suppressing him will not be an easy task. The Qian's self-inflicted carnage is likely to claim numerous strong lives. You have indeed sired 2 remarkable sons, the mighty man. The Emperor of Great Li declared, a legendary figure in his own right. The death of the previous emperor was unexpected. However, we are all quite pleased, considering the immense pressure he imposed during his reign. Your Majesty, this is an opportune moment. The Qian's northern region has unearthed some rare and strategically significant minerals. Despite our repeated encounters with the Qian's forces resulting in substantial losses, this opportunity has presented itself. However, there is no need to summon them. It would be more prudent to wait until they are thoroughly embroiled in conflict, until their minds are utterly consumed by strife, before we act to expand the territories of Great Li. I am certain that I am not the only one harboring such thoughts, particularly in the northern borders of Qian, where the barbaric tribes suffer most grievously. The 7 expeditions have ravaged the royal courts, and their animosity towards that Qin Yu runs deep. With my intelligence, they have become restless, preparing for vengeance, which can be skillfully exploited. If this opportunity allows the Qian nation to weaken significantly, it would be a splendid outcome. The Emperor of Great Li laughed heartily, his spirits lifted. Chapter 39, The Barbarians Beyond the Great Wall, 3 Times a Night, The Great Qin Dynasty. Haha. The resounding laughter echoed through the resplendent halls of the great Qi palace. The turmoil in the Dacian realm has unexpectedly turned advantageous. Now, Qin Hai must mobilize the army to quell the unrest. While the eastern borders of the Qing nation remain vulnerable, however, I must not act in haste. I must wait until Qin Hai and that Qin Yu are embroiled in a large-scale battle, too preoccupied to attend to the eastern front, and then strike decisively to seize the territory of the Qing nation. The Qi emperor laughed heartily. The eastern borders are not as barren and frigid as the northern ones. They are lands rich in resources, a temptation to behold. Moreover, the eastern borders have long been garrisoned with heavy troops, making it difficult for the great Qi to gain any advantage over the course of thousands of years. But this time, the Qi emperor has discerned an opportunity. He declared, "Proclaim my order to host a grand banquet for the ministers. Let everyone indulge in joyous revelry today." The great Zhao Dynasty, Chomping region. His Majesty has commanded to closely monitor the troop movements in the western borders of the Qing nation, and when they become sparse, to cross the Chomping front line and launch an assault on the Dacian borders, seizing the various prefectures in the western territories of the Qing. The Zhao nation is also preparing for significant action. Among the 10 nations, the conflicts between the Qing and Zhao have been the most intense, with countless battles fought along the borders over countless years, resulting in innumerable casualties on both sides. Now, they have perceived an opportunity. The ancient river sect. The internal strife within Dacian is unforeseen. It appears that the 18th Prince Qin Yu has the support of formidable allies, particularly from the northern borders. This battle does not seem likely to conclude easily, and if managed poorly, the Qing nation may descend into chaos. The elders of the ancient river sect convened. The East Wilderness, with its power, is stronger than the 7 sects. Yet, the sects possess an advantage. They are not as fixated on territorial claims as nations, and at times, they may even collaborate with the 10 nations. A powerful dynasty can be burdensome, as it suppresses many talents from joining the sections. Beneath the 10 nations, numerous second- and third-tier smaller states survive largely due to the support of the 7 sects, which they revere as their state religion. Some small nations even owe their existence to the backing of these sections. After all, the 7 sects require a considerable population to select their prodigies. This presents a prime opportunity. Should chaos erupt in the Qing nation, and the various states attack, the situation will transform, and at that point, our ancient river sect can seize the advantage, especially considering that the current East Wilderness is not particularly friendly to us. The leader of the ancient river sect gazed with keen insight. This unexpected turn of events has caught them off guard. The northern winds sweep across the land, bending the white grass, while in the 8th month, snow begins to fall. In the Northern Territory, even before September, the chill has suddenly set in, particularly along the borders where snow has already begun to blanket the ground. The people of the North endure great hardship. For the strong, their cultivation shields them from suffering, but for the ordinary citizens, the struggle is immense. This time of year often coincides with invasions by the barbarians. If it is so cold within the Great Wall, the conditions outside are exponentially harsher. Qin Yu stood atop the walls of Beitsong City. After 8 years in the northern borders, he understands the severity of the cold here. And it is precisely due to his continuous efforts against the barbarians over the past 8 years that a relatively stable environment has been established in the north. In fact, in his former life before crossing over, he had already planned for his 8th expedition beyond the Great Wall to dismantle more royal courts. Alas, all plans have been disrupted. Yet, Qin Yu does not rush into offensive maneuvers. First, the northern borders are still in the process of military buildup. Second, he currently holds the initiative in the attack, with Qin Hai being the one in a hurry, not him. This year, the northern borders are colder than in previous years, causing great distress among the populace, leading to reports of granaries opening across various counties to distribute winter supplies in quantities several times greater than usual, with no room for error. Qin Yu remarked, "Your Highness is benevolent." Yang Quan and Zhang Liang stood beside him. The new prefect of Beitsong City has been temporarily replaced by Yang Quan, given the unique circumstances. This arrangement ensures that the citizens of the North will remember the kindness of their prince and remain loyal, regardless of the motivations. Delivering tangible benefits to the people is of utmost importance. Your Highness, according to reports, the situation beyond the Great Wall is again unstable. Due to the northern conflicts and the extreme cold this year, the barbarians have begun to stir. Their lives have become increasingly difficult. It is said they are making contact with the Great Li Dynasty, which has provided them with substantial resources, Zhang Liang informed. Yang Quan added coldly, The Qin Dynasty seeks to utilize the barbarians to constrain us, turning them into cannon fodder, thereby destabilizing our rear. This tactic is indeed insidious. Yang Quan continued. With the support of the Great Li, the current barbarians will become more cunning and troublesome. These barbarians are courting death. Qin Yu remained composed. He had long anticipated such turmoil in the northern borders, suspecting that it was not only the north facing challenges, but that other territories of the empire would also confront border threats. At this juncture, he would not relent. Some sacrifices are unavoidable. Once he seizes control of the realm, he will address them one by one. He is acutely aware that should he fail, his soldiers and their countless families would face a bloody reckoning. Your Highness, we cannot ignore these barbarians. While they may not be able to shake our foundation, their rampant pillaging will surely bring calamity upon the citizens of the north. After the 7 battles, they will retaliate with even greater ferocity. Yang Quan expressed his concerns. I understand. Let the divine archery camp accompany us, treating the barbarians as targets. Qin Yu commanded. Yang Quan nodded in agreement, while simultaneously feeling pity for those barbarians who would serve as training fodder. Whenever discontent arose, they would be dealt with harshly. Furthermore, let Mo Chengkong lead the Desert Wolf Legion. He is familiar with the region beyond the Great Wall, and Jian Wei will maintain a commanding presence. The barbarians need not engage, and Wang Jian need not reveal himself, remaining concealed. Qin Yu stated. Engaging the barbarians beyond the Great Wall presents the greatest challenge due to their remarkable mobility, coupled with the vastness of the region. The court has repeatedly dispatched troops but has struggled to locate their main forces. However, with Qin Yu's arrival, the situation has dramatically shifted. Every phenomenon has its trace. He can deduce the whereabouts of the barbarians through the accounts of many captured foes and the remnants of clues, peeling back layers to reveal the truth, while also understanding the various habits of the barbarians to ascertain their positions. The term barbarians is a collective designation. In truth, there are numerous tribes and clans, each with its own distinct names. Excluding the smaller clans, they can generally be categorized into many royal courts and imperial courts. The imperial courts are the most formidable among the barbarian tribes, possessing legendary figures who command the other royal courts. This time, I must remain stationed at Beizong and cannot personally lead the expedition. Zifeng, you will oversee the command and coordination in my stead. With your capabilities and the experiences I imparted to you, you should be able to locate the main forces of the barbarians. Qin Yu directed Zhang Liang to proceed. As you command. This is indeed a sound strategy. The western front will primarily be harried by the iron cavalry of Daqian, while the eastern front will be entrusted to Meng Tian's Golden Fire cavalry, ensuring that Qin Hai is aware that as long as I remain, he cannot rest easy upon the throne. Qin Yu's spirit sword, his grasp tightening as if he held the world in his hands. Chapter 40. The carnage before the Great War. The northern frontier was still preparing for an advance. The barbarian turmoil was merely a trivial matter, a mere opportunity for a thorough beating. Qin Yu paid it little mind. Those barbarians were simply itching for a chance to take advantage of the empire's turmoil, which was an impossibility. While they appeared formidable, they could easily be subdued once their weaknesses were identified. The primary focus remained the next offensive. Swiftly conquering the entirety of Daqian would be the most expedient solution to quell the chaos. Qin Yu's eyes sparkled like brilliant stars. He intended to use these barbarians to train his troops. His demeanor was calm and composed. In confronting the court, he sought not a prolonged battle, but rather an unstoppable momentum, shattering all of Qin Hai's retaliations and earning the reverence of the realm. Such an approach would minimize losses to the utmost. Strength was paramount. Strength was indeed what he required most. In the vast expanse of Daqian, the fortunes were diverging. A perceptive individual observing the celestial omens could discern a powerful, immortal golden dragon of fortune rising in the northern frontier, standing in opposition to the court's own fortunes. Although the northern fortunes were not as vast, they were far more concentrated and fierce, voraciously devouring the court's strength. As they emerged from the Yulong Pass, the temperature plummeted, akin to stepping into an icy cavern, causing discomfort for those of lesser cultivation. The northern winds howled, the sky darkened, and blizzards swept down, rendering the landscape a desolate expanse. In such severe conditions, it was no wonder the barbarians yearned to breach the Yulong Pass. Mo Chengkong, having recently ascended to the 9th level of the heavenly realm, perched atop a fierce wolf, his gaze cold and filled with killing intent. Gentlemen, we have now entered the outer territories, which are vast and largely unexplored even by us. Indeed, it seems the barbarians are inexhaustible, with waves upon waves of them emerging. The barbarians of thousands of years past are not the same as those of today. This wretched place is hardly fit for human habitation, spat Dian Wei. Such a harsh environment had forged the barbarians into ruthless and fierce beings. Survival necessitated conflict. Given the resources available in the outer territories, they could not sustain such a multitude of barbarians. Zhang Liang, his eyes infused with the power of the void, surveyed the surroundings. In truth, parts of the outer territories were relatively stable, often serving as gathering places for the barbarians to establish their courts. The seventh expedition into the outer territories was a strategic endeavor aimed at dismantling the vassal courts of the imperial court. Ultimately, a decisive battle would obliterate the imperial court and eradicate the barbarians, thus securing several millennia of peace for the northern frontier. This was what Mo Qingkong admired about Qin Yu, his ability to destroy the barbarians' means of survival, thereby decimating their numbers through the natural environment. Once the prince ascended the throne, he too could eradicate the barbarian lineage. For now, they needed to continue dismantling the barbarian courts, instilling fear and pain, without wasting excessive time here. Zhang Liang remarked, "General Mo, please take the lead. I shall utilize the intelligence provided by His Highness and the power of the void to locate the barbarian courts." He commanded the domain of time and space, and with the assistance of the Book of Heavenly Words, he could disseminate his soul across the vast void, transforming himself into a searcher. This was also why His Highness had dispatched him. Then let us proceed. Mo Qingkong's eyes shimmered with a bloodthirsty gleam. In truth, the Northern Army was well acquainted with the outer territories, and Mo Qingkong was chosen for this mission because of his profound hatred for the barbarians. Follow me. The winds howled, and snowflakes danced through the air. The outer territories were immense, and locating a barbarian tribe was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Many renowned generals had lost their way here before. The question was never whether they could defeat the barbarians, but rather whether they could find them. He commanded the domain of time and space, allowing for extensive searches, though His Highness had not yet attained such ability. Fortunately, the soldiers of the northern frontier had extensive experience dealing with the barbarians. As they journeyed, they encountered several ordinary tribes. Indeed, preparations were underway to assault the inner defenses. Mo Qingkong scoffed, "Look, most of the strong men in these ordinary tribes have been conscripted, leaving only the old, weak, and infirm behind. This is their customary practice." Each barbarian was a soldier ready for battle, fiercely aggressive. It was His Highness who had driven them deep into the outer territories. Continue searching. Following this line will surely yield results. The speed of the Desert Wolf Army, led by Mo Qingkong, was unparalleled. Dian Wei rode alongside him. And with the intelligence provided by Zhang Liang, they soon discovered a large city formed from stacked stones in the outer territories. This city was rudimentary yet distinct, emanating a rich vitality that formed a natural magical array, shielding it from the ravages of ice, snow, and sandstorms. Those who could defy the heavens and alter fate could transform adverse environments into oases. While the barbarians frequently moved, each court typically had numerous ordinary tribes surrounding it. And in the outer territories, their vigilance had notably diminished. Mo Qingkong gazed into the distance. The carnage was now beyond containment. "General Dian, let us charge in and annihilate this court." When it came to confronting the barbarians, there was nothing to discuss. Complete extermination was the only course. His animosity was profound. Whenever the Qian engaged in warfare with other nations, these barbarians would seize the opportunity to pillage and commit atrocities, their crimes egregious. His own family had perished as a result. With each barbarian slain, the lives of the northern frontier's citizens were spared. How exhilarating! Dian Wei laughed heartily. Kill. On the desolate earth, millions of desert wolf soldiers surged forward with Mo Qingkong. Their expressions were cold and unfeeling, embodying the essence of ruthless knights. The collective military spirit coalesced into a colossal wolf, generating a terrifying impact that even a near-legendary figure like Mo Qingkong could scarcely be obstructed. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Within the court, numerous barbarians were taken aback. The barbarians were fierce, yet they feared those who were even fiercer. The Desert Wolf Army was a force from the northern frontier. How had they arrived here? They were utterly disoriented. The northern frontier was not engaged in war. Why had they suddenly appeared? Moreover, the court's strongest warriors had recently received an imperial command, resulting in the conscription of nearly half their number. Aha! Dian Wei swung his axe, cleaving the city in twain. In an instant, the entire structure was bisected, resulting in countless deaths. The Desert Wolf Army charged in with remarkable speed, having already breached the defenses. Lives were treated as mere fodder, and blood gushed forth in torrents. The barbarians roared loudly, attempting to muster a resistance. But in the face of overwhelming power, they could only succumb to relentless slaughter, utterly powerless. Qian hacked and slashed, leaving no intact corpses in his wake. Armed with wolf blades, the desert wolf soldiers were as ferocious as their namesake. Any barbarian, regardless of age, fell victim to their blades. The defenders of the court roared in defiance, but to what avail? Under the immense pressure of strength, they could only await their demise. Soon, within the entire court, apart from the standing soldiers of the northern frontier, all the barbarians had been slain, their bodies piled high in a scene of utter desolation. Mo Chunkong coldly wiped his wolf blade. In his eyes, the barbarians were deserving of death, with the court having conscripted many of its elite. It appeared that the barbarian presence was significant. He must inform Mr. Zifeng of the situation and locate their finest warriors. Although he wished to delve deeper into the court, he understood the importance of prioritization. At this moment, only a few locations held promise. Zhang Liang, with his soul expanding into the vast void, conducted searches. Days later, a smile graced his face. Found it. It lies in this direction. Zhang Liang declared, it is time to notify the generals to mobilize. We must not allow these barbarians to delay His Highness's unification of the Qin. Chapter 41. The barbarians must perish in a desolate and frigid expanse beyond the Great Wall. Where sandstorms shroud the heavens and visibility is reduced to mere inches, a multitude of figures emerges from the harsh landscape. Millions of robust men, their faces twisted with ferocity, don rudimentary armor and mount towering steeds. This assembly of barbarians numbers approximately 3 million, concealed within this vast desolation, making them exceedingly difficult to locate. The realm of Daqian, particularly Yulong Pass, is a place of profound longing. A millennium ago, it was our dominion. The barbarian generals gazed longingly towards the position of Yulong Pass, their eyes ablaze with fervor and desire. Who would not yearn for a more prosperous existence rather than this arid wasteland? Before the establishment of Daqian, the northern territories were theirs to roam freely, but with the rise of Daqian, everything changed. Even more infuriating is Qin Yu, who has obliterated countless royal courts and slain innumerable barbarian warriors over the past 8 years. The animosity runs deep, with Daqian embroiled in internal strife. Qin Yu competes fiercely for the throne against the sovereign of Daqian, leading to widespread conflict, leaving little capacity to control the borderlands. One barbarian general proclaims, "This is our moment to shine. When shall we strike?" They turn their gaze to a muscular man adorned in ornate armor. This individual, a member of the royal court, possesses formidable power, commanding the 3 million barbarian troops summoned for this campaign. The royal court, the mightiest of the barbarian tribes, is fortified by legendary warriors, enabling them to endure despite the ongoing oppression. These 3 million warriors are drawn from various tribes, undeterred by the prospect of raiding each time they breach the walls of Daqian. Although their numbers are limited, they represent the elite forces of multiple tribes. The scarcity of resources compels them to fight fiercely for survival. Patience, advises a barbarian general. Qin Yu remains in the northern territories. Once he departs, we shall unleash our fury upon them. The northern lands will be devoid of formidable adversaries, ripe for our plunder. The warriors, weary of their prolonged exile, express their frustration. When shall we breach the gates? They lament. Yutura remains composed, stating, the Dali dynasty has offered to ally with us, but we are not Na'vi. They merely seek to use us as cannon fodder. We must utilize Dali to our advantage. The general scoffs. The barbarian emperor has decreed that the turmoil within Daqian presents an opportune moment for us to invade. We shall not wait long unless Qin Yu relinquishes his ambition for supremacy. But will the current emperor of Daqian allow that to happen? They suppress their excitement, biding their time. How long to witness Qin Yu's demise? It would be ideal if a significant number of powerful adversaries within Daqian perished, leaving them vulnerable to invasion from the eastern nations. Then we could advance into the northern territories. The barbarian general reminisces about the glory of the royal court's past. I yearn to let those arrogant northern men experience the ferocity of our blades. This time, we will seize abundant Daqian women, the fairest of them all, and capture more slaves and artisans to forge weapons for our noble warriors. Laughter erupts among them, brimming with arrogance. Their only task now is to wait as the blizzard rages on, engulfing the world in its fury. The barbarians, spitting sand from their mouths, are not impervious to the elements. They curse. When can we take action? Suddenly, the sound of warhorses whinnying and wolves howling reaches their ears. Before they can fully comprehend the situation, The chaos of battle unfolds before them, as shadows emerge from the swirling dust, advancing with remarkable speed. Look, it's the Dacian army. A banner flutters defiantly against the wind. The Dacian legion has arrived. The previously boisterous barbarians are now seized by trepidation, for many of their kin have perished at the hands of the Dacian forces. Curse it! How could the Dacian army discover our hiding place? The barbarian general's expression darkens. Their concealment was supposed to be flawless. However, with Zhang Liang traversing the currents of time and space, his perceptive abilities far surpass those of the barbarians. The cavalry charges with alarming speed, and as they close in, the barbarian general knows that a decisive confrontation is unavoidable. Retreating recklessly would only lead to encirclement. They fear not the other Dacian troops, but dread the northern legions. Is that the Molong army? And what are the others? Are they newly conscripted recruits? The barbarian general observes, recognizing the Molong army. Suddenly, a realization strikes him, and a malignant fury contorts his features. They are merely using them for training. Mr. Zifang, your intelligence was accurate. The barbarian forces have indeed gathered here. Thankfully, we discovered their presence in advance. Otherwise, the consequences of their incursion into the northern territories are too dire to contemplate. Mo Chungkong feels a chill at the thought. If these 3 million brutal barbarians invade the northern lands, countless innocent lives would perish. To annihilate these 3 million barbarians and eliminate the threat they pose to the north, we must ensure they are deterred from invading for the foreseeable future, Zhang Liang declares. Utilize the Molong army as the vanguard, advance into their ranks, and let the 4 divine beast legions form a defensive formation. The divine archers should capitalize on their strengths. These barbarians will serve as the finest targets. Understood. The soldiers roar in unison. With 200,000 from the Molong army and 400,000 from the 4 divine beast legions, alongside 200,000 divine archers, a total of 620,000 warriors charge forth. Fear not, my barbarian brethren. They have come to us. Let us engage in battle. Use your weapons to strike against them and convey to Dacian the true ownership of this land. The barbarian general bellows. Kill, kill, kill. The barbarian warriors raise their weapons and charge forth like wild beasts. Those who have never encountered them before are easily intimidated by their ferocity. Loose the arrows. The divine archers, the bravest of the northern warriors, excel at mounted archery. Upon reaching their designated positions, they draw their bows, and in an instant, hundreds of thousands of arrows rain down like a tempest. Previously, they practiced against stationary targets. Now, they face living ones. In a heartbeat, arrows descend, and those leading the charge among the barbarians are struck down, their bodies riddled with arrows, blood splattering everywhere. With each successive volley, casualties mount. Yet, rather than succumbing to fear at the sight of their fallen comrades, the barbarians only grow more ferocious, their bloodlust intensifying their resolve to charge forward. They are well aware of Dacian's tactics. Advance, crush them without mercy, leaving not a single survivor. And let them know that the northern territories are not to be encroached upon. Chapter 42, Across Endless Miles, the power of legend high above, 2 torrents collided, instantly unleashing a sanguine bloom. Blood and shattered flesh erupted. This battle, ignited beyond the borders, although not as vast in numbers as the Northern Song War, was far more brutal and savage. In the Northern Song conflict, the opponents were compatriots. The aim was not merely to slay, but to leave room for surrender. However, the barbarians were of a different lineage, where the creed was to eliminate, never to spare. The northern warriors wielded their blades, cleaving towards the enemy's heads. Seasoned in the art of annihilation, they were well-trained, fully aware of how to eradicate these savages. Conversely, the barbarians, while fierce and formidable in individual combat, lacked the discipline of order. This was understandable, as they were drawn from various tribes. The divine archers, amidst the chaos of the army, found themselves unable to execute coordinated volleys. They did not engage directly in the front line, not out of fear, but due to their limited numbers and strategic role as archers. Focused on comprehensive support, they commenced targeted shots. Brother, thank you. A warrior from the Desert Wolf army, besieged by multiple barbarians, was on the brink of desperation when a flurry of arrows turned those foes into hedgehogs. Such instances proliferated. Zhang Liang nodded in approval. The synergy exhibited on the battlefield far surpassed countless training sessions in the drill grounds. Once this battle concluded, the divine archers would emerge as their trump card. Do not delay, swiftly exterminate this batch of barbarians. His Highness awaits our news of victory. Mo Chungkong commanded fiercely. The Desert Wolf army surged forward, their armor stained crimson with blood. Even the most valiant barbarian warriors would tremble at the sight of such a formidable force. The 4 divine beast legions also charged forth, their banners billowing, adorned with the totems of the 4 divine beasts, the Azure Dragon Legion, the White Tiger Legion, the Vermilion Bird Legion, and the Black Tortoise Legion. The 4 legions surged with indomitable spirit, the phantoms of the divine beasts manifesting within their formations, casting shadows over the entire battlefield. These divine beasts swept through the barbarian hordes, and with each clash, numerous savages fell. Truly formidable, the 4 divine beast legion, Zhang Liang marveled. Though newly formed, their power was indeed terrifying. It was noteworthy that this was the result of legendary training. Wang Jian was not present at the main formation, otherwise the legends would have been ensnared. Annihilate them. Each legion surged forth, unleashing their wrath upon the barbarians. Why have the troops of Daqian become so ferocious? Our warriors are being slaughtered en masse. We cannot continue this fight, or we shall perish. The barbarian soldiers wailed. The barbarian general's teeth ground in fury, a deep-seated hatred welling within. The sudden emergence of the 4 divine beast legion was overwhelming. Even he sensed that should he venture forth, death would be inevitable. Though he commanded 50,000 elite troops, their presence would yield little effect. Damn the Daqian, damn Qin Yu. He cursed vehemently. During the struggle for supremacy, Qin Yu had the audacity to dispatch a grand army here, pinpointing their location with precision, indeed, the greatest nemesis of the barbarians. General Dian, it is your turn to take the stage, Zhang Liang remarked with a smile. He did not intend to engage directly. Knowing that His Highness had summoned Dian Wei precisely to shatter his current limitations, hoping that amidst the carnage, he would break through his bottleneck. Unleash utter madness. The slaughter shall know no bounds. You shall all perish. Dian Wei instantaneously plunged into a frenzy, his eyes blood-red, as he brandished his axe and charged into the fray. With each swing, the very ground trembled, and his overwhelming ferocity eclipsed even that of the barbarians. Upon entering the battlefield, he unleashed a torrent of bloodshed, akin to a relentless slaughtering machine, mercilessly butchering the savages. Trampled beneath his onslaught were the remnants of barbarian limbs. This. Dian Wei's ferocity struck terror into many hearts. Within the royal court, he would be deemed the most elite warrior, worthy of accolades. He has gone mad, utterly unhinged. The emergence of Dian Wei shattered the morale of the barbarians. The barbarian general was thrown into disarray, already beleaguered by the 4 divine beast legion, the Desert Wolf army, and the divine archers. The battlefield crumbled under the weight of Dian Wei's ferocity. The warriors, conscripted from various clans, began to flee, for they were the finest or the ancestral guardians of their tribes. They had come to plunder resources to aid their clans. If they perished here, their tribes would not survive the winter and would likely be consumed by larger factions. Retreat. Withdraw. The barbarian general commanded. Within moments, tens of thousands of warriors had perished. They felt no shame in their retreat. If they could not win, they would flee, and if they could win, they would seize the advantage. I anticipated your flight, Mo Changkong declared, commanding the Desert Wolf army to sever their escape routes. The 4 divine beast legion pressed forward, intensifying the pressure. Die! Dian Wei roared in his frenzy, cleaving the earth with his axe, the impact creating fissures that spanned miles, cleaving a bloody path through the heart of the barbarian ranks. Great demon god! As Dian Wei advanced, the barbarians were filled with dread. One attempting to flee was met with Dian Wei's axe, which cleaved him in 2 from behind. He set his sights on the barbarian general, charging directly into the fray. Slice, slice, slice. Dian Wei dispatched the nearby barbarians with ease. You wretched savages dare to act with impunity here. He spotted an elite force clad in refined armor retreating alongside the general and, with another swing of his axe, obliterated them, leaving over 10,000 to be reduced to mere fragments. With another strike, he cleaved the heavens, and the head of a barbarian warrior rolled away like a fallen melon. Euthalu, the barbarian general shouted in desperation, recognizing the formidable presence of a 9th-layer warrior wielding legendary weaponry. This accursed Daqian. His envy was palpable. The rarity of legendary weapons was confined to the royal court. Yet here stood one who possessed such might. He dared not confront Dian Wei directly. Though he was a quasi-legend, he understood the disparity in their strengths. Meanwhile, Dian Wei, having single-handedly suppressed the elite of the barbarians, was drenched in blood, his focus locked on the barbarian general, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Your head shall be a trophy for His Highness. Dian Wei raised his axe, intent on delivering the final blow, channeling his power to its zenith. summoning forth an awe-inspiring legendary force. The barbarian general stood no chance, his elite troops disintegrating under the aftermath of Dian Wei's onslaught. Yet, at that very moment, from the depths beyond the borders, a beam of gray light traversed time and space, surging forth with tremendous impact. Legendary power. Zhang Liang felt a chill within. He understood that this mere flicker of legendary light signified that the barbarian legends dared not approach directly, but sought to compel the barbarian forces to withdraw from the battlefield. This was not out of mercy, but the intervention of a legend altered the very nature of the conflict. However, at that moment, another beam of dark golden legendary light, akin to a fierce tiger, traversed myriad miles and collided with the gray light. Chapter 43. The difficulty of providing help in times of need and the ease of adding flourishes. Two legendary forces collided across vast mountains and endless distances, reverberating through the void. The power of legend is colossal and magnificent, akin to the myths of the world. They can unleash their formidable strength from thousands of miles away, capable of annihilating a city, transcending mundane comprehension. The legendary force from beyond the borders manifested as a great barbarian deity, ferocious and wild, consuming all in its path. In stark contrast, the legendary power emanating from the northern realms roared like a fierce tiger, transforming into a celestial blade that cleaved the heavens, shattering divine foes with an overwhelming presence, forcefully striking down upon the barbarian deity. With a thunderous boom, the heavens shook and the earth trembled. As the light of legend illuminated the scene, the barbarian deity disintegrated under the impact of the celestial blade, leaving only the blade itself, which gradually faded away. Undoubtedly, the barbarian legend had failed. In that singular clash, it became evident that his strength paled in comparison to the enigmatic legend of the Northern Realms. Even if he were to reveal his true form, it would be futile, merely placing himself in peril. He dared not appear recklessly, for the escalation of war was imminent. And the greatest fear lay in encountering traps. As long as legends endure, the barbarians shall not perish. Their potential for resurgence remains as long as they exist. General Wang Jian's prowess was formidable. Zhang Liang's gaze sharpened, marveling at the power of legend. Despite his ability to perceive the vastness of this force with his spiritual awareness, he could not convey such terrifying strength. This is the essence of legend, a power possessed by few. It is no wonder that the status of legends in the eastern wilderness is so exalted. With General Wang Jian's intervention, the domestic populace would become aware of the legendary presence surrounding His Highness, albeit unaware of its identity, which serves to maintain an air of mystery, sometimes the greatest deterrent. Zhang Liang observed that this battle would rally most of the neutral factions within the country, intimidating others into making allegiances, thus solidifying the confidence of His Highness's supporters. Consequently, the forthcoming military endeavors would proceed with greater ease. The nature of internal conflict differs greatly from that of engagements with foreign adversaries. He understood this well. Once the northern forces mobilized, there could be no delay. They must strike with the force of thunder, overwhelming the Qin Hai before he could react. At that moment, the barbarian general emitted a mournful cry. The barbarian's legendary efforts proved fruitless, as he found himself severely wounded by Dian Wei's assault. "Speak in a language I can understand, or silence yourself," Dian Wei declared, kicking the barbarian general to the ground. The power of the great demon descended with ferocity, cleaving through his waist, leaving him bisected. Dian Wei then stomped down, reducing the general's head to a pulp. This brutality surpassed even that of the barbarians. The barbarians crumbled, fleeing in panic. The army converged to pursue, forming a net of slaughter. 300,000 barbarians found no escape, their bodies littering the icy expanse. Blood stained the frozen ground, creating a scene of horror. These barbarians are destitute. The soldiers of the northern realms spat in disdain. Zhang Liang commanded the army to withdraw. In this battle, 300,000 barbarian warriors were slain. Although it was not a decisive blow, the barbarians would think twice about mobilizing, knowing of the northern legend, thereby securing a temporary peace for the northern rear. They bore away the remains of their fallen comrades, while the scattered corpses of the barbarians lay unattended, left to the beast of the wild. The animosity towards the barbarians was deeply rooted in the hearts of the northern people. They would not recover the bodies. News spread rapidly. The northern realm had a legend. Who was the legendary figure supporting Qin Yu? This information soon reached the imperial capital of the central domain. Qin Hai was taken aback. He had learned of this through the deliberate dissemination of information by the Great Dynasty. What? Qin Yu has a legend behind him. Who could this legend be? He hastily summoned his trusted advisors for discussion. There were only a few legends in the Great Qian Was it an ancestor from the royal family, or perhaps one of the notable families among the 8 great clans? Or could it be a legend from the Qian kingdom? He was not foolish. He understood that although legends would likely remain inactive in this conflict, Qin Yu's association with a legend would undoubtedly strengthen his foundation and win him more hearts. He gritted his teeth in resentment. How many trump cards does Qin Yu possess? Revealing one after another? Who knows how many more he conceals? He sensed his throne becoming precarious. The former emperor had failed to designate a crown prince before his sudden demise, and with Qin Yu distant from the center of political power, he had seized the opportunity to rally support under the guise of a nation cannot be without a ruler, solidifying his claim to the throne. Yet, Qin Yu defied expectations, continuously deploying forces, shaking his rule. He understood that the clash between the northern legend and the barbarian legend would inevitably bolster Qin Yu's presence. He could not allow him to continue this unchecked boldness, but first, he must stabilize the court. Qin Hai's expression darkened ominously. In the northern realm, the army regrouped. The 4 divine beast legions and the divine archery camp, having withstood the trials of war, had transformed into formidable forces capable of independent action. Qin Yu encouraged them to intensify their training. Time swiftly passed to October, with snowflakes falling gently. The air turned frigid. Each major legion was nearly prepared for battle, poised to engage at any moment. Qin Yu reflected on the northern skies. Many areas were blanketed in snow, roads submerged. Without his generous distribution of winter resources, the common folk and the less powerful would suffer greatly. As the last significant territorial expansion of the Great Qian, the harsh environment of the northern realm also accounted for the absence of powerful clans. Following the battle beyond the borders, Dian Wei had successfully broken through to the threshold of legend, and with his strength, he would surpass even Zhang Liang in ferocity. Meng Tian, no longer the renowned General Meng, displayed exceptional talent, achieving consecutive breakthroughs to the 9th heaven. His other soldiers also made significant advancements. Moreover, after securing the northern realm, many powerful figures from the Great Qian flocked to offer their support in his quest for the throne, hoping for future advancement. Among them, numerous letters arrived, expressing their willingness to support him in seizing power, promising to strike at critical moments. Providing help in times of need is difficult, but adding flourishes is easy. Without taking risks, how could one hope for great rewards in the future? Qin Yu felt satisfied. This is the essence of momentum. By creating momentum, the hearts of the people would align. The soldiers of the northern realm were indeed exceptional. Qin Yu recognized this. At this moment, Wang Jian, Zhang Liang, Yang Quan, Meng Tian, Dian Wei, and other formidable figures stood by his side. It was now early October, and they would mobilize by the end of the month. Shall we first attack the eastern realm or the western realm? Yang Quan inquired. The Great Qian's 4 territories were, without doubt, the strongest in the central region, followed closely by the eastern realm. The eastern realm bordered the wild sea, rich in resources, yet also home to many strong warriors, making it a challenging target for assault. The western realm was not to be underestimated either. Logically, it would be easier to seize than the east. The eastern realm, Qin Yu replied slowly. The eastern realm is a land of abundance and strength. Capturing the eastern realm will provide us with ample resources, and by winning over its powerful warriors, we will possess the strength to threaten the imperial capital. Indeed, while the eastern realm boasted many strong warriors, not all were loyal to Qin Hai. Securing the eastern realm, alongside the northern realm, would grant them nearly half the territory, establishing a position of equal standing. More crucially, they must not permit Qin Hai to exploit the eastern warriors. Wang Jian spoke. Before we mobilize to the eastern realm, gather the families of the northern realm and relay some instructions. Ensure they are prepared for battle. Qin Yu agreed. Chapter 44. The world as a chessboard. All beings as pawns within the grand hall. Figures congregated, many of whom were strangers. Among these unfamiliar faces, most were at the realm of life and death, with a few belonging to the celestial realm, yet none were from the military. They were representatives of various prominent families from the northern territory. Despite its harsh and barren conditions compared to other regions, the north, being vast and supported by the Great Qian, still housed some families, albeit not as powerful as those in other areas. Only a handful of families, fortified by quasi-legendary figures, could stand as local aristocrats. Their assembly here was to lend their strength in the upcoming conflict. An air of trepidation filled their hearts as they anticipated the prince's intentions for calling them together, which undoubtedly pertained to the impending war. Although all were subjects of the Great Qian, their differences were significant. Every decision they made was weighed against the interests of their families. They felt a sense of relief. Having refrained from direct support during the prior battle at Beizong and not heeding the court's directives, thereby avoiding an open confrontation with Qin Yu. Had they acted otherwise, their presence here might have been uncertain. A palpable aura of an unparalleled sovereign swept into the hall, and all eyes turned to behold a figure embodying the imperishable majesty of an emperor, striding in with authority. Even a few of the celestial realm's strong men felt a weight upon their hearts. This was the 18th Prince, the undisputed monarch of the Northern Territory. Your Highness. They all rose in unison, bowing respectfully. Be seated. I have summoned you today not for trivial matters, but for the future of the Northern Territory. Qin Yu, with an air of nonchalance, took his place at the head. I shall lead the grand army into battle. With our forces departing, the North will be left vulnerable. You must all prepare and be ready to follow my commands, as this is crucial for the stability of the Northern Territory. Hence, we need to unite all our strength. In such a vast empire, the existence of families was inevitable. A ruler must possess ambition and charisma to command the obedience of these noble houses. All shall heed your Highness's commands. Whatever you instruct us to do, we shall comply. A representative declared, demonstrating unwavering loyalty. Among them, thoughts diverged. Some sought to gamble on following Qin Yu for glory, understanding that their family's rise could also spell their demise. Others preferred to remain discreet, wishing to preserve their strength and avoid the brutal struggle for supremacy. Yet, Qin Yu was acutely aware of their intentions, and they had no choice but to comply. Your Highness, what are your plans for us? Someone inquired. Mobilize the elite from each family. A portion shall accompany me into the Northern Territory, while the remainder will guard the borders against potential incursions. Additionally, your celestial realm and quasi-legendary figures must defend our borders where we meet the greatly. Qin Yu elaborated. We will also initiate a large-scale conscription to reinforce our local garrison, fearing instability in the rear while engaged in battle. Qin Yu did not wish to fight on the front lines only to have his home plundered. He called upon the deep-rooted powers of these families to move to the borders, insisting that quasi-legendary figures cease their seclusion. Some representatives visibly trembled. Generally, unless there was a grave threat to their families, such actions were not to be disturbed. What is it? Do you have objections? Jianwei barked, his eyes bulging with ferocity. Under his fierce gaze, their legs felt weak. The tone of Qin Yu was not one of negotiation, it was a direct command. Unlike Qin Hai, Qin Yu could not manipulate the numerous families at will. He understood that the time had not yet come for their allegiance. Now, rallying their collective strength would yield a formidable force. I, the Ji family, shall be the vanguard for your Highness, mobilizing all our strongest members. An elder proclaimed immediately. The Ji family, a prominent lineage of the Northern Territory with a legacy spanning millennia, although not as renowned as the 8 founding families, boasted quasi-legendary capabilities. Accepting their fate, they resolved to comply. Excellent, Qin Yu replied, pleased with their response. Prepare accordingly. As the representatives departed, their minds were a swirl of mixed emotions. They had no choice but to mobilize all available resources. They understood that the prince was not one to show mercy. Anyone who dared to defy him would likely face dire consequences. After their exit, Qin Yu turned to Yangquan. You shall be responsible for the troops drawn from the various families. Your experience in dealing with them will ensure a rational mobilization. Understood. Yangquan replied with a bow. Your Highness, let us first take the Eastern Territory. I have a plan, Zhang Liang proposed with a smile. This strategy involves feigning an attack on the east before launching a significant assault on the west, leading the court to believe you are targeting the Western Territory, and subsequently redirecting our forces to the east. Such brilliance! The strategist applauded. Indeed, we shall execute a feigned attack on the west before striking the east. Let us set this plan in motion. Qin Yu smiled. The atmosphere in the Northern Territory grew tense. Following their assignments, some would guard the borders, while others would accompany Qin Yu to the front lines, where danger loomed yet opportunity beckoned. Conversely, those tasked with border defense faced arduous duties, though they were considerably safer. At the juncture where the eastern and northern territories converged, Meng Tian's Golden Fire cavalry had assembled. Gazing at the towering walls of a city along the border, he commanded, all troops, advance. With the Black Dragon banner raised, 1,000,000 cavalry surged forth at the command, charging ahead. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The guards atop the walls were struck with dread upon sighting the formidable Golden Fire cavalry, their expressions shifting in horror. This was not the Empire's frontier. Although defenses had been considerably bolstered due to the upheaval in the Northern Territory, the urgency and elite forces typical of border tensions were absent. With a single stroke of his sword, Meng Tian cleaved through the city gate, leading his forces in a relentless assault. The defending troops, comprising merely a celestial realm warrior, dared not resist and surrendered immediately as the army breached their defenses. Meng Tian effortlessly seized the city, while several units of northern cavalry swiftly penetrated into the eastern territory. The climate in the east was far more pleasant than that of the north. Like a tempest, they captured over 20 cities in a remarkably short time. The northern forces had launched their campaign with a ferocity akin to thunder, overwhelming the eastern soldiers, who found themselves unable to contend with such momentum. The garrisons stationed in the eastern cities exhibited little fighting spirit, yielding almost immediately upon the arrival of the northern army. The initial onslaught in the east was swift, with over 20 cities claimed, though these were relatively minor. The eastern territories boasted more counties than the north, thus it was imperative to feign weakness and create openings, prompting the enemy to divert their forces. Fortunately, the troublesome logistics were managed by Zifang, sparing Qin Yu considerable difficulty. Rubbing his temples, Qin Yu mused, "With the heavens and the earth as my chessboard, I am the player, and all beings are but my pawns." His expression turned fierce. Chapter 45, The Flames of War. The eastern front, the flames of war blazed fiercely, advancing relentlessly. Under the command of Meng Tian, the Golden Fire cavalry surged into the eastern territories, sweeping across the landscape with unparalleled ferocity. Wherever they marched, few could withstand their onslaught. While the eastern regions boasted numerous formidable warriors, their vastness and the multitude of counties made it difficult to rally a strong force in a short span of time. The northern front had long demonstrated the might of the 18th Prince, surrounded by a multitude of strong allies and legendary weapons, making any offensive against them a formidable challenge. The local garrisons lacked the will to resist. They were not foolish. With foreign invaders at their gates, they would retaliate fiercely, even if it meant staining the ground with their blood, for they could still etch their names into history. Yet, this was the first time since the founding of the Great Qian that internal strife had erupted. To die in such a conflict would be in vain. Amidst the turmoil, urgent reports from the front lines flooded into the imperial capital. Qin Hai gazed at the towering pile of memorials, his expression dark and foreboding. Since Qin Yu had raised his banner, he had not enjoyed a single peaceful night. In a brief period, dozens of cities had fallen, predominantly at the county level. Yet, this indicated that Qin Yu had extended his reach into the bountiful eastern territories. Numerous strategists began to analyze the movements of the rebel forces. What was their intent in seizing these inconsequential towns? Their objectives appeared unclear, as if they were acting haphazardly. Sometimes, chaos made them even more elusive. They pondered the rationale behind capturing towns of little value, realizing that even if they gained control, the support they could offer would be minimal. However, they could not fathom that, like grains of sand forming a tower, even small towns could yield rewards when amassed, occasionally leading to unexpected surprises. All these actions were interconnected within the grand game of the world. Elrond was particularly attentive, knowing he must demonstrate his capabilities to the emperor to have a chance at demoting Qin Hai and assuming the position of prime minister. However, he harbored concerns. The eastern territories were the strongest among the four regions, and the rebels' actions might be a ruse, aiming to mislead them into believing they would strike the east while actually targeting the west. A deputy by his side suggested this hypothesis. It was indeed plausible. The northern region connected the east and west, with the western plains being more suitable for cavalry charges and fewer powerful warriors compared to the east, which was characterized by its complex terrain of mountains, seas, plains, and great rivers. Elrond furrowed his brow. Facing the tactical genius of Qin Yu, anyone would feel exhausted. Without a clear understanding of the enemy's specific strategic intentions, it was impossible to gather troops on a large scale. Regardless, he would detail all the conjectures in a memorial for the emperor's consideration. After reviewing Elrond's memorial, Qin Hai discussed it with his ministers and found it quite reasonable. They prepared for both contingencies, wary of a feint towards the east while remaining vigilant against a real attack in the east. He understood that allowing the enemy to proceed unchecked would jeopardize his position as emperor when Qin Yu amassed an even greater force. Orders were dispatched to the eastern military to prepare adequately, with various clans ready to respond to summons. Anyone who dared defy these orders would face severe penalties according to the laws of the Great Qian. Simultaneously, the western counties were warned to remain alert for sudden attacks from the rebels. Qin Yu's chaos threatened the very foundation of the Great Qian, and all who opposed him would face retribution. The court issued repeated orders as the situation grew more ominous and tense. The eastern territories were not like the north. Qin Yu was deeply entrenched there. They had to guard against both a feigned attack in the east and a genuine one, preparing for both scenarios. For the course of the war lay squarely within their grasp. The vast empire unfolded as a grand chessboard before Qin Yu. The strategic layout of the eastern territories progressed precisely as he envisioned. He urged Meng Tian to hasten his efforts to capture the pivotal city in the east. Strategizing from the northern front, Qin Yu's vision encompassed the entire realm, embodying the qualities of a true leader. Time passed swiftly, and it had been half a month since the deployment to the eastern territories. Meng Tian's army took a brief respite before launching an assault on Linzhou City, capturing the entire Lingshan County in one fell swoop. Meng Tian was indeed a renowned general, supported by several auxiliary forces from the north. Linzhou City, the capital of Lingshan County, was also a significant hub in the east, thriving in prosperity. Such flourishing cities were rare, even in the north. Yet they were abundant in the east. Today, the sky was overcast, with occasional flashes of lightning illuminating the gloom. Within Linzhou, an elite force of several 100,000 troops was stationed, commanded by the capable Li He, a formidable warrior at the third level of the celestial realm. His brow furrowed with a sense of foreboding. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. With his celestial vision, he could discern a massive dust cloud rising in the distance. And his heart raced as he spotted countless dark figures approaching. It resembled a black dragon, engulfed in flames, sweeping all in its path. This army would cleave mountains and raze forests, golden fire cavalry. Li Yi's expression changed drastically. He was well aware of the Golden Fire Cavalry's fearsome reputation as the elite force under the 18th Prince, having previously defeated the Fierce Fire Legion. The rebels were upon them. The defenders of Lingshan County sensed the threat and swiftly convened the city's defenses, activating the protective formations. General, the Golden Fire Cavalry is approaching. What shall we do? We must quickly activate the city's defenses and notify the capital for reinforcements, or we will struggle to withstand the assault. A concerned deputy exclaimed. Li Yi's mood shifted unpredictably. He faced a limited set of options. One was to hold the fort and await reinforcements, but Meng Tian's prowess surpassed his own, bolstered by legendary artifacts. Linzhou City could not withstand such devastation, and he would surely perish. The other option was to abandon the city and flee. General, the Emperor has issued strict orders. We cannot relinquish an inch of ground. Each county and city must hold steadfast. Another deputy insisted. With a sharp slap, Li Yi struck both deputies on their heads. Fools, tell me, with what shall we defend? If it were another army from the north, perhaps we could manage, but against Meng Tian's sword, who can stand? I would rather fight to the death if the Qi people were to cross the sea. Are you suggesting we surrender to the 18th Prince? Li Yi made the startling choice. Who held the legitimacy? The previous emperor had passed without appointing a successor, Qin Hai. Seizing the opportunity from the shadows while Qin Yu was distanced from political power, declared himself the rightful ruler. The 18th Prince also claimed legitimacy. Ultimately, it would be decided by strength. Li Yi did not wish to perish in this struggle for power. If he did not surrender now, death was certain. However, if he capitulated immediately, there might be a glimmer of hope. County Lord, what is your opinion? Li Yi turned to the governor of Lingshan County. The governor wielded significant authority, overseeing the welfare of the county and holding military influence, responsible for supervising the various armies and clans. What else can we do? Resistance will only lead to rivers of blood within the city, the governor sighed. Open the city gates. He had no other choice. As Meng Tian's forces charged forward, the gates of Linzhou City swung open, and officials of all ranks exited the city. Notification. You have captured Linzhou City, receiving a reward of 3 million yuan stones and 10 thunder spirit fruits. Notification. You have captured Lingshan County, receiving a reward of 7 million yuan stones and a small 5 elements battle array. In the north, upon receiving this news, Qin Yu's face broke into a smile. This marked the first county he had taken in the eastern territories. Chapter 46. A sea of flames, a plethora of rewards descended into the system's space. Qin Yu observed them with a calm demeanor, his spirits elevated. Some could be directly bestowed upon his subordinates to bolster their strength. The prowess of the generals under his command had significantly improved, surpassing their capabilities during the conquest of the Northern Territory. Motivating them required more than mere verbal accolades. While many pledged their loyalty due to his personal charisma, they also aspired for advancement amidst the upheaval in the great Qin Dynasty. Understanding human nature, Qin Yu sought to fulfill their ambitions. Among the rewards, his attention was captivated by a set of minor 5 elements battle array. This array harnessed the powers of 5 distinct elemental treasures, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, to forge a formidable combat formation. there existed a greater 5 elements battle array as well. According to the system's description, this complete set of treasures attained legendary quality. Having already seized a prefecture in the Eastern Territory, it could serve as a critical gathering point for the army. Qin Yu mused, if we can capture Changning Prefecture, the game will truly come to life. Changning Prefecture, one of the 10 major prefectures of the Eastern Territory, was as impenetrable as a fortress, comparable in significance to the Northern Song. Most crucially, it was the closest prefecture in the Eastern Territory to the northern border. Securing it and subsequently annexing the surrounding prefectures would create a contiguous expanse of territory, establishing a base for advancing into the Eastern Territory while garnering the people's support. General Wang, how fares the 4 Divine Beast Legion? Qin Yu inquired. Knowing they must play a pivotal role in the forthcoming conflict, Wang Jian responded, most forces in the northern border primarily consist of cavalry lacking proficiency in siege warfare. The trained 4 Divine Beast Legion compensates for this shortcoming and, under my guidance, possesses sufficient capability for city assaults. The 4 Divine Beast Legion would serve as the principal assault force. Excellent. I also possess a set of the minor 5 elements battle array, which I entrust to you. Apart from the elite troops of the northern border, those of lesser combat strength can utilize this array to enhance their capabilities, Qin Yu declared. I understand, Wang Jian affirmed. I will select several legions to train with the minor 5 elements battle array. Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction. With Wang Jian at the helm, he felt reassured. Zifang, what is the status of the war? Qin Yu asked Zhang Liang. Everything proceeds according to plan. General Meng's efforts in the Eastern Territory face little obstruction, and the court has already devised countermeasures. We await our forces to delve deeper, with the real battle anticipated in Changning Prefecture. As for the Western Territory, I have set the stage, creating a situation that will inadvertently expose our movements, leading them to believe we are feigning an attack, Zhang Liang replied confidently. Now that your highness has consolidated the northern border's forces, it is akin to a fist ready to strike. The court's forces, though formidable, are too fragmented to unite. With Zhang Liang's orchestration, this scheme shall undoubtedly succeed, manipulating the court at will. In the Western Territory, Qin Yu had intentionally dispatched Yang Quan with the Iron Cavalry, accompanied by several elite troops from the northern border and powerful warriors drawn from various clans, all unbeknownst to the court. The true elite intended for the offensive were the newly formed 4 Divine Beast Legion and the Divine Bao Camp. This should create sufficient confusion. Let us proceed according to plan, Qin Yu commanded, as if maneuvering chess pieces. After Zhang Liang's departure, he closed his eyes to cultivate waves of domineering powers surging within him, undergoing a transformation towards the realm of immortality. The Eternal Emperor scripture was extraordinarily potent. An immense force swept across the northern border. With fortune favoring him, Qin Yu felt an intense premonition that if he could break through to the celestial realm, he would fear no legend. To conquer a city is to conquer the heart. I must demonstrate my strength to the people of the great Qian and, more importantly, make it clear to the royal ancestors who truly deserves to be emperor. In the imperial capital of the great Qian, the rebels advanced with unprecedented speed, prompting many garrison troops to surrender. The rebel forces, led by the Golden Fire Cavalry, were making their way towards Changning Prefecture. Your Majesty, Changning Prefecture is a crucial stronghold in the Eastern Territory. If captured by the rebels, the consequences could be dire. We cannot afford to lose Changning. However, it was peculiar that several legions from the northern border were still unaccounted for. Within the Military Affairs Hall, Qin Hai was absorbing the reports. Compared to his previous fury, he now exuded a calm demeanor, albeit with a subtle malice detectable only to the discerning eye. Those who had betrayed him would not face a favorable outcome once Qin Yu was dealt with. We will not yield an inch of land in Changning. Every city and every piece of earth must be firmly secured to obstruct the rebels' advance. Any violators will face immediate execution. He ordered the mobilization of the Central Domain legions for reinforcement, while the various armies in the Eastern Territory focused their efforts on Changning. Additionally, local citizens were organized to resist spontaneously, spreading the narrative that the rebels, accompanied by northern border people, aimed to seize their resources and land essential for their survival, thereby igniting their spirit of resistance. Furthermore, major clans in the Eastern Territory were instructed to assemble a roster of strong individuals to present to the court for immediate mobilization. Decrees were issued, and urgent actions commenced. At this moment, Meng Tian, leading his forces into the Eastern Territory, particularly Changning, acutely sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The populace here lacked the strong foundation found in the northern border, yet their will to resist was formidable. General, the resistance in Changning is fierce. We have heard that our northern border troops are here to destroy their homes, reported a deputy. It must be a deliberate ploy by the court. His Highness is destined to be the ruler of the great Qian. This endeavor is to reshape the very fabric of the realm, Pantheon declared sternly. Relay orders to all troops. Do not disturb the civilians, do not seize their possessions, and provide assistance to those displaced by the chaos of war. Any who dare defy this command shall face immediate execution, though war would inevitably impose costs on some. The people of both the northern and eastern borders were subjects of His Highness. The deputy nodded in agreement. The gains before us are mere trifles. Once His Highness ascends, he shall receive far more. Proceed directly to assault Chongning Prefecture. The winds howled, and the air turned frigid as the flames of war ignited. Chongning Prefecture, a bastion fortified with numerous formations, was bristling with artillery powered by elemental stones. An array of legions was stationed there, the cacophony of battle cries resonating in the air, a palpable aura of menace surrounding them. The rebels had besieged the city for a day or two, launching a few probing attacks that had all been repelled. The assault on Chongning Prefecture was spearheaded by the Golden Fire Cavalry, the Northern River Army, the Desert Wind Army, the Brave Combat Army, the Northern River Army, the Four Divine Beasts Legion, and the Divine Bow Camp, alongside numerous auxiliary legions. The Four Divine Beasts Legion had lowered their banners, prepared for a decisive strike at the opportune moment. The defender of Chongning Prefecture spoke gravely. Indeed, they aimed to seize Chongning. Thankfully, the court anticipated this. Those northern border troops are fierce and menacing. As the prefectural governor, I can only hold my ground and refrain from engaging the enemy outside the city. My lord, holding the city is paramount. We seek not glory, but merely to avoid mistakes, a strategist beside him remarked. We are fighting on our home turf. Chongning is not northern Song, severed from reinforcements, and we have an endless supply of troops at our disposal. This was the confidence they held in their ability to defend. Your words ring true, the prefectural governor nodded. I am in no rush for a decisive battle. Meanwhile, within the imperial capital, news of the siege arrived. Qin Hai, upon receiving the intelligence, was not taken aback. Your Majesty, this may not be a bad turn of events. Should they continue their rampage, it would be challenging to pinpoint their main forces. Now that they concentrate their army at Chongning, we have a perfect opportunity to expose their main strength. I advise against immediate retaliation. This could be a feigned maneuver by the enemy. The great Qian Iron Cavalry has yet to appear, and several elite troops from the northern border are also absent. They may be deliberately luring us into deploying our forces and concentrating them in Chongning for ulterior motives. Lu Rong speculated. Upon hearing this, Qin Hai found it quite plausible, aware that capturing Chongning would be significantly more challenging than seizing northern Song. Yet, he recognized the necessity of vigilance. While holding Chongning was crucial, he must remain wary of the rebels' other movements. If all went according to plan, they might indeed eradicate the enemy within Chongning. Lu Rong was eager to showcase his capabilities. Just as you say, Qin Hai chuckled. He too felt a sense of trepidation. Having hastily mobilized troops to the eastern front, what would he do if the rebels unexpectedly attacked elsewhere, leaving him devoid of forces? The Battle of Chongning had already commenced. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During this time, Ming Tian had been persistently testing the waters for an offensive. It was only after these 5 days that Qin Hai received news from the western frontier. This revelation caused him to spring to his feet. At the height of the fierce combat at Chongning, movements of the Dacian cavalry were detected in the western territory, along with several elite northern troops. Your Majesty, it is indeed a ruse to divert attention. The Dacian cavalry is our nation's most formidable cavalry force, and the western region is a vast expanse. Their placement of cavalry there is unmistakably clear. Their true objective lies in the west. Lu Rong was elated to find his conjecture validated. Chapter 47. The Schemes of Zhang Liang. Manipulating it while the main force lies in the east, not in the west. Qin Hai hastily declared, the disappearance is indeed true. I have already dispatched spies to closely monitor the western borders. Although they are well hidden, it is confirmed that they are indeed in the west. I break into a cold sweat just thinking about it. If we divert our troops to the east, leaving the western front vulnerable, it would create a dire situation for us. LV Rome responded, you have done well. With so many elite troops shifted to the west, analyzing the situation in both directions, it is clear that the west is the most suitable location. It is hard to believe there is no ulterior motive behind this. Qin Yu interjected. I was nearly deceived by you. Capturing the western front is utterly impossible. Qin Hai confidently replied, continue surveillance. The defenses in the east shall remain unchanged. As for the west, should we manage to obliterate the iron cavalry, we would sever Qin Yu's right arm. LV Iching. Where do you think the rebels will strike in their attempt to seize the western front? LV Rome was well prepared and approached the military map. The most probable locations for the rebel forces in the west are these few points. Other areas hold little significance. We must concentrate our defenses here and seek an opportunity to annihilate them in one fell swoop. However, relying solely on the stationed troops will not suffice. We must leverage the power of the Li family. The Li family, Qin Hai nodded. They are one of the 8 great families of the founding era. Yet, unlike the others, their stance is somewhat ambiguous. They neither oppose nor explicitly support us, remaining indifferent to which royal figure ascends the throne. Qin Hai squinted. Convey my decree to the Li family, mobilize their strongest members. If the rebels attack, they must strike immediately. If they think they can divert my attention to the eastern front while I neglect the west, they are sorely mistaken. The more fog you lay in the east, the more it indicates your desire for the west. We must ascertain the truth of this information and not be deceived by Qin Yu. He harbored a deep-seated wariness towards this royal brother. LV Iching, you and I share the same heart, unlike Prime Minister Xiao. Qin Hai praised him. LV Rong felt invigorated. Prime Minister Xiao has served 3 emperors and is a loyal patriot. Ah, but he is aging, Qin Hai chuckled. Once we suppress the rebels, great rewards shall await. Thank you, Your Majesty. LV Rong exited the military hall, feeling refreshed and triumphant. His sovereign sought to dethrone the prime minister, and he believed the position should rightfully belong to him. By chance, he encountered Xiao Chahai. Prime Minister, His Majesty just mentioned you, LV Rong said, brimming with satisfaction. Oh, is that so? I am growing old, and the affairs of the nation require more of your attention, LV Xiong, Xiao Changhai replied with a smile. Indeed. LV Rong thought eagerly of the day he would see Xiao Chahai deposed. Meanwhile, the situation on the battlefield remained tense. The siege of Chongning County had dragged on for 15 days. Meng Tian was not in a hurry. Throughout these 15 days, he had primarily engaged in probing attacks. With minimal close combat, he awaited news that many formidable warriors had gathered in Chongning, and the Western Front should be nearing readiness. In the western realms of Deqian, the primary threat was the Zhao dynasty. Since the inception of Deqian, they had been at odds with Zhao, fostering a fierce and resilient spirit among the populace. The Li family, one of the 8 founding families, boasted a long and storied history, having risen to prominence before the establishment of Deqian. They followed the founding emperor into battle, earning significant merit. With the command from the imperial capital, the rebels are likely to attack the Western Front, and we must prepare to mobilize at any moment. This is a strict order. We must deploy legendary forces and utilize legendary artifacts, Li Jian. The head of the Li family stated, his brow furrowed. Seated below him were several elder members of the Li clan. They understood the need for caution, aware that regardless of who triumphed, involvement in the conflict would not bode well for the Li family. With the sudden demise of the previous emperor and the ensuing turmoil within Deqian, Zhao had been eyeing them covetously. If they clashed with the northern forces, Zhao would certainly seize the opportunity. Though our family has always been stationed here for the sake of the nation, our long-standing feud with the Zhao family has reached a point of no return, one elder expressed with concern. This may be advantageous for Deqian. As our enmity with Zhao deepens our loyalty, Li Jian responded. We shall execute the emperor's commands, for we cannot defy orders. However, there is ample room for maneuvering within this directive, and the duration of this civil war remains uncertain. Li Jian raised his hand in resignation. The falling Phoenix Mountain Range, a critical location in the Western Front, was steeped in legend. It was said that long ago, an ancient phoenix fell here, its blood staining the earth and its bones forming the mountains. Though a mere tale, the range yielded a rare and precious stone known as Phoenix Bloodstone, making it a significant stronghold. As dawn broke over the falling Phoenix County, a martial spirit akin to that of the northern realms permeated the air, though the Western Front was far more prosperous. Outside the county, a large contingent of cavalry swiftly approached the city. Within the county, numerous strong warriors had gathered. Recently, several northern cavalry had appeared seemingly at random, concealing their tracks, yet it was clear they were making their way to the county. Is the situation accurate? The county defender inquired. Indeed, some cavalry did not bear banners, but they are evidently elite forces from the north, the scout reported. It became evident that falling Phoenix County was their primary target. Without capturing it, they would face significant risks, potentially finding themselves in dire straits. The county defender nodded. At that moment, The teleportation array within the city activated, and waves of strong warriors emerged, including several on the verge of becoming legendary. The people of the Li family have arrived. The county defender smiled upon seeing Li Jian. By the Emperor's decree, I have come to assist falling Phoenix County. What is the status of the rebels? Li Jian inquired. The rebels are moving swiftly. This county is on high alert. According to our reconnaissance, they are the main forces of the rebels, including Yang Quan's iron cavalry, and even the formidable Zhang Liang, who has slain legendary figures, the county defender replied. That confirms it. With Yang Quan and Zhang Liang present, it is undeniable they are the main force, Li Jian affirmed. Zhang Liang wields 2 legendary artifacts. My family has also brought divine weapons to resist them, but to guard against any unknown trump cards, we require further reinforcements. I understand. And thus I have requested the mobilization of numerous legions, including the elite forces from various clans in the Western Front. Lying in wait within falling Phoenix City for the enemy's assault, Li Jian stated, nodding in agreement. He gazed skyward, sensing that chaos would soon erupt in the Western Front. At the helm of the Iron Cavalry, Yang Quan moved with remarkable speed, reaching the outskirts of falling Phoenix County in no time. Zhang Liang deliberately made his presence known, signaling to others that he was here. Upon arriving at the county's exterior, Zhang Liang immediately began preparations for the siege, displaying an imposing formation. Be cautious. The enemy is preparing to attack. Although their cavalry is formidable, especially Zhang Liang, who commands the power of the void, we must ensure complete defense and not allow any gaps to form. The county defender warned, his expression tense. The city had already drawn too many strong warriors from the Western Front, yet they could not afford to be careless. Zhang Liang spent an entire day setting up his strategies. The enemy was poised to launch their attack. Suddenly, they observed the rebels adopting an offensive stance, with massive cannons and powerful warriors bombarding the county. Yet, just as they were in a state of heightened vigilance, preparing for battle, the enemy executed an unexpected maneuver and simply withdrew. Chapter 48. Who can stand against the invincible army? They were all taken aback. The morale that had been raised suddenly deflated. After days of strategizing and preparation, the rebel forces unexpectedly retreated, vanishing swiftly from their sight. They left just like that? The governor of Luofen County was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. He had even braced himself for a determined defense of the county, ready to sacrifice for his nation. Should we pursue them? A legion commander inquired. Why pursue? The governor of Luofen replied calmly. This is a deliberate ruse. I refuse to believe they retreated out of fear. They must have ulterior motives, the true nature of which remains unknown. Brotherly, what is your perspective? He hesitated to chase, aware that among the rebels were extraordinary powerhouses. Yang Quan and Zhang Liang were both near legends, with Zhang Liang being particularly formidable. I concur with the governor. We shall not pursue. Instead, we shall wait and see what their intentions are while remaining vigilant against any sudden military actions, Li Jian responded, displaying a steady demeanor. He had no desire to engage the rebels in a reckless confrontation. In the coming days, there were reports of significant troop movements across the western territories, stirring their concerns. The rebels have moved towards Weishan County. The military situation was urgent. A large-scale rebel assault on Weishan County was underway. Weishan County was a critical stronghold, situated close to Luofen County. Yet, upon redirecting their forces to Weishan County, the same scene unfolded again. The rebels retreated once more. In the following days, various armies seemed poised to attack specific locations but would immediately withdraw, leaving the powerful figures in the western territories perplexed. The enemy is approaching Luofen County again. The governor of Luofen felt the tension rising anew. However, when he summoned the various legions, Zhang Liang did not launch an attack, but retreated instead. What on earth do you intend to do? The governor pounded the city wall in frustration. It felt like a game being played at his expense. Indeed, every time he thought the rebels had departed, Zhang Liang would reposition his forces back toward Luofen. Qin Yu had provided him with a substantial cavalry force, adept at long-distance maneuvers. Over the course of several weeks, this cycle repeated multiple times, causing immense distress to the defending troops. Brotherly, this is intolerable. We are being led around by the nose by the rebels. The governor lamented, expressing a longing for a decisive battle. Do not act rashly. We must proceed with caution. The more urgent the situation becomes, the more we must remain composed. We are still unaware of their precise targets, but the enemy has a brilliant strategist. We shall move in accordance with their actions. In contrast to the governor, Li Jian preferred to adopt a defensive stance, believing that even a tense situation was preferable to a disastrous defeat. The governor nodded in agreement. Although he recognized the rebels were employing deceptive tactics, they could not afford to neglect support. After all, who could predict where the next strike would land? Fifth time. It is the fifth time. The governor's expression shifted. This time, he had redirected the main forces yet again. They are toying with us, but we must remain vigilant. Li Jian reiterated, stay alert, do not slacken our defenses. An ambush is likely when we let our guard down. The moment is ripe. The majority of attention is drawn to the western territories. Notify the Eastern Front to initiate the Battle of Chongning immediately. General Yang. You and I will encircle the city for a few days, then head straight for the Eastern Front. Zhang Liang smiled. I shall heed your words. Yang Quan also smiled. Recognizing the tactical genius of the strategist in contrast to the more reckless soldiers of the northern territories. The actions in the western territories provided considerable support to the Eastern Front. In Chongning City, the siege continued for several days. The clashes were not particularly intense, and the activities in the western territories led the court to perceive the Eastern Front as merely a distraction, a complete deception. How could they possibly launch an offensive? Consequently, they remained unhurried. This time, Qin Hai was not impatient. He followed the advice. He first mobilized the eastern forces to this location, waiting until the western front was fully engaged before annihilating the enemy, executing a dual-pronged strategy to sever Qin Yu's limbs. After all, a hasty assault could lead to ambushes and allow the enemy to escape. Learning from the failures in the northern front, Qin Hai was now more astute. Of course, this belief was predicated on the sighting of elite troops from the northern front. The time has come. Meng Tian, who had been on the front lines, felt a surge of determination. His eyes glinted with fierce resolve as he brandished the black dragon sword, declaring, all troops, heed my command. Let us seize Chongning in one fell swoop. Who can stand against my invincible army? Victory! 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 The morale surged like rolling thunder, shattering the heavens and overwhelming all in its path. They transformed their previously mundane siege into a peak display of power. The overwhelming aura of slaughter rendering the heavens and earth desolate and chilling. Various elite offensive legions surged forward, unflinchingly charging at Chongning. A fierce snowstorm erupted. The snowfield three elders emerged, forming an array in the void, causing the temperature to plummet. With a howl, the relentless blizzard descended upon the grand city, engulfing it. The enemy is launching an assault. The commanders within the city shouted urgently. The defending forces, comprising several near legends and numerous heavenly experts, sensed the impending danger and dared not be negligent. The snowfield three elders. A massive sword pierced through the storm's array. Among them stood a man wielding a broadsword, cleaving through the air. Yu Tianxiong of the Eastern Territory. Someone recognized him. Yu Tianxiong was not a regular soldier, but a powerful figure from the Eastern Territory, summoned for this campaign. Not all near legends were willing to join the military, nor did they all possess the talent for commanding troops. More often, they lived freely, responding to summons within their nation, akin to guest disciples in a sect. However, the empire's governance was far more stringent. Suppress Yu Tianxiong, shouted Shui Yishan. He understood that this was the primary offensive, while the western front was merely a feint. You think you can breach the city with such forces? Within the city, multiple near-legendary powers exerted pressure from the air. Outside, the army surged like a tide. Chongning was a formidable bastion, difficult to conquer. On the city walls, various countermeasures rumbled down, providing substantial hindrance to the northern army. Simultaneously, numerous powerful figures struck from a distance, engaging in fierce exchanges. In the midst of the siege, the defenders enjoyed the advantage of a protective formation and the ability to rest at any time. Meng Tian's expression was icy as he surveyed the battlefield. He had received His Highness's command and was determined to capture Chongning. Securing Chongning was crucial for this offensive. If he failed, how could he face Qin Yu? There is no need for a proactive assault. Let us engage in a war of attrition, commanded the governor within Chongning. He smirked. This is not your northern territory. You cannot sever his connection with the court. We shall remain here, exhausting you. What can you do? The steadfast defense of the garrison led to a stalemate in the conflict. The military banners waved as the 5 generals of Qin Hai led their forces into battle. They reflected on the time they had set out with eastern troops to confront the northern front. Follow me into battle, so His Highness can witness our strength. The 5 generals of Qin Hai commanded an elite eastern army, charging boldly into the fray. They had to demonstrate their worth. Chapter 49. The 4 Divine Beast Legion unleashes its power as the Battle of Chongning commences. For the powerful within the city, there is no cause for concern. A considerable number of elite soldiers have been dispatched to the Western Front. It is laughable to think that the forces remaining here could breach the city. The rebels' sudden ferocity is highly unusual, especially in light of the recent upheaval in the West. I suspect their primary target remains the Western territory. They are merely staging a feint. We must promptly report this intelligence to the court. The governor of Chongqing analyzed the situation. This is not mere conjecture. Having besieged the city for days, he has a fair understanding of the rebels' arrangements. He is well aware of their formidable warriors. At this moment, the emergence of the 5 generals of Qin Hai has sent shockwaves through the ranks. Originally elite forces from the Eastern realm. They have defected to the rebels and now advance against us. Can this truly be? The 5 generals of Qin Hai erupt in laughter. You choose to ally with the traitors. Some stare in disbelief. Forgive us. In the game of kings, the victor reigns supreme. If His Highness prevails, we shall no longer be deemed traitors. Only His Highness is the true sovereign. The 5 generals of Qin Hai stand resolute. Wavering allegiances are perilous, having defected once. They know that a second betrayal would lead to their permanent marginalization, as no ruler favors such fickle subjects. Kill, kill, kill. The 5 generals of Qin Hai rage against the Eastern realm. At this moment, countless warriors in the celestial realm converge to create a breathtaking spectacle in the skies. Engaging in fierce combat. The violent clashes resonate like thunder, causing the very earth to tremble. The defending forces maintain their composure. Yet the shock of this sudden assault weighs heavily upon them, compounded by the fact that many of their soldiers once hailed from the Eastern territory. It is perplexing what sort of enchantment the rebels have cast upon them to render them so obedient. Dian Wei steps forward, his crimson eyes scanning the battlefield. It is Dian Wei. Be cautious. Despite being classified as a mere 9th-level celestial, his raw power rivals that of some near legends. He grips his axe firmly, summoning a tempest, and strikes the city wall with tremendous force. The defensive formations activate with all their might, yet even in the face of Dian Wei's blow, the wall shudders violently, with cracks appearing in several places. A near legend. They gasp in shock, their anxiety palpable in the wake of such formidable might. With relentless fury, Dian Wei aims to shatter the city defenses. However, 2 beams of near-legendary brilliance emerge, clashing against him in an attempt to hinder his rampage. Cowardly wretches. Dare to fight me. Dian Wei beckons with his finger. The 2 near-legends, native warriors of the Eastern realm, scoff. They are not foolish enough to expose themselves to his axe. Then I shall strike. Dian Wei swings again. Activate the celestial light formation. The governor of Chongqing commands with a calm demeanor. In an instant, radiant beams of light shoot forth from within the city, forming a celestial canopy that fortifies the defenses. This formation is costly to maintain, requiring millions of yuan stones each hour. Should they force an attack, the cost would multiply significantly. The Eastern realm is indeed overflowing with riches. Strike at Dian Wei. An overwhelming brilliance manifests within the city, coalescing into a singular, terrifying strike that sweeps towards Dian Wei. This beam of white light possesses destructive power at the pinnacle of near-legendary might. With a single blow, millions of yuan stones vanish into nothingness. Dian Wei roars and cleaves at the white light, yet his entire frame is forcefully pushed back. Continue. Amidst the crackling of lightning, 9 beams of white light materialize simultaneously, each radiating immense power. In such a crucial location, the defenders are bolstered by powerful warriors and formidable formations. While formations may not move as freely as warriors, they play a vital role in siege warfare. These 9 beams represent a force capable of annihilation, each equivalent to the peak power of a near legend. Should they strike him directly, the consequences would be dire. Shatter. Dian Wei's eyes widen, revealing a fierce determination. He does not evade. The defenders are astonished. Boom. Crush him. Thunderous roars ensue as the 9 beams descend, completely engulfing Dian Wei. As they anticipate that even if he survives, he will be gravely injured. An unexpected turn of events occurs. Though somewhat disheveled, Dian Wei stands firm. What? He remains unscathed. They gaze at him in disbelief. That is legendary armor. Dian Wei summons it forth. Both his axe and armor are legendary artifacts. Again. Dian Wei laughs uproariously, emboldened by his legendary armor, which shields him from their assaults, driving him deeper into a frenzy of battle. Their expressions darken. With legendary armor for defense, breaching Dian Wei's protection proves exceedingly difficult. The resources within the city are not infinite. Moreover, they cannot fathom how Qin Yu procured such an abundance of legendary artifacts. As the formations retaliate, although it may be challenging for Dian Wei to breach the large array in the short term, he has drawn much of their firepower. Now, It is time for the four Divine Beast Legion to take action. Meng Tian points his sword forward, commanding the four Divine Beast Legion to engage. Wang Qian, as a legend, assumes command of the legion to instill fear in the enemy. Qilong, Baihu, Zhuke, Xuanwu. Instantly, the battle standards representing the four Divine Beast Legion rise, dominating the heavens. In the next moment, the legion charges forward, manifesting colossal phantoms of the four Divine Beasts, their military spirit surging, unstoppable. Other legions lack the expertise in siege warfare, yet the four Divine Beasts Legion excels. They are the trump card. Victory is assured. The four Divine Beasts Legion crashes against the city walls, causing tremendous upheaval. What is this? The defenders' expressions shift dramatically. The emergence of the four Divine Beasts Legion is unfamiliar to them, yet their combat prowess is nothing short of terrifying. They recognize the formation. Despite the main forces being mere celestial warriors, the formation harnesses the collective power of the army, capable of obliterating even a near legend caught within. The assault of the four Divine Beast Legion exerts immense pressure upon them. Could it be? The governor of Chongning suddenly realizes something, his face contorted in shock. He now believes that the rebels intend to launch their primary assault on the Eastern Realm. The elite forces of the West are merely a ruse. They have been deceived. The auxiliary legions support the four Divine Beast Legion's main offensive, the phantoms of the Divine Beasts intertwining and wreaking havoc, leaving the city battered and broken. Meng Tian strides forth, though he is a 9th-level celestial. With the prowess of the Black Dragon Sword, he unleashes a furious charge, cleaving the city gates asunder. The four Divine Beast Legion, advance. The legion exudes a ferocious aura, the four Divine Beast spirits radiating power. Following Meng Tian's strike, they sweep into the city, rapidly dismantling the surrounding walls. Charge in. With the gates breached, the army is poised for a full frontal clash. Meanwhile, at the rear of the forces, Huang Zhong observes the battlefield with grave intensity. He and his divine archers are the hidden trump card of His Highness. In this battle, you must leverage the unique strengths of the divine archers to support the battlefield, targeting the enemy's commanders, ensuring that your arrows become a nightmare for the opposing forces. Huang Zhong slowly draws back his bowstring. Chapter 50, The Battle of Chongning. The progress of the Battle of Chongning was swift and formidable. As Meng Tian initiated the conflict, he delivered a crushing blow, attacking with ferocity. Even the strongest defenders found themselves beleaguered, despite their deployment of numerous powerful warriors and formidable fortifications. The likes of Dian Wei stood as an indomitable mountain, his near-legendary prowess rendering him nearly invulnerable to their grand formations. Should they choose to ignore him, his legendary axe would surely wreak havoc upon the city. The four Divine Beasts Legion also struck terror into their hearts. Their combat prowess astonishing as they surged forth like a relentless tide, forming formations capable of withstanding even greater foes, compelling the defenders to dispatch a significant number of elite troops to seal the gaping breaches in their defenses. Yet, even that was insufficient against this formidable legion. It was crucial to remember that this was an army trained by Wang Jian, equipped with exceptional gear. The aftermath of the northern battle had significantly bolstered the strength of the rebels, a development they loathed. The northern campaign had not only failed to diminish the rebel forces but had instead augmented their ranks, with figures like the 5 generals of Qin Hai defecting to their cause. Concerns were rife as well. The 18th Prince, being of royal blood, could easily sway public sentiment in his favor after a series of victories, leading the subjects of the eastern territories to rally to his banner. Hold firm. Do not retreat. Those who falter shall face execution. The celestial generals shouted urgently, desperate to capture the court's attention and reveal the true ambitions of the rebels. They could not allow the northern troops to breach the city. On the battlements, a celestial general bellowed in fury. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a streak of light sliced through the air. He stood frozen in shock, bewildered. Before he plummeted from the wall, his demise was swift, struck down by a single arrow that shattered his very soul. Swiftly, more streaks of light followed, each accompanied by the chilling cries of the slain. Who was behind these treacherous shots? Panic and rage mingled within them, fear gripping their hearts as several celestial warriors fell to the unseen archer's skill. Steady. Remain calm. Another voice called out, a figure of formidable strength at the 6th tier of the celestial realm. However, barely had he uttered his command when another arrow soared through the air. He summoned all his might to deflect it, but he gravely underestimated its power. His defense crumbled like parchment, and he was launched backward, impaled upon the wall. General Zhao. A chill coursed through their ranks. Even a warrior of the 6th tier could not withstand such a shot. Who is it? Who dares? Divine archers, 3 volleys. Fire. At this moment, Huang Zhong revealed his true prowess. Despite his advanced years, he still took to the battlefield with vigor. The archers obeyed his command, unleashing a torrential rain of arrows upon the city. The defenders managed to fend off the first 2 volleys, but by the third, they began to suffer substantial casualties. Too terrified to show their faces. "Continue firing," Huang Zhong commanded, and after several rounds, those still on the battlements trembled in fear, surrounded by the corpses of the slain. An archer-focused legion, they had never anticipated the existence of such an army from the north. Huang Zhong fixed his gaze upon a specific point in the city, drawing his bow with a strength that released an arrow far more potent than any before. It did not claim a life, but instead struck the wall with a resounding crash, shattering the protective formations like glass. "Charge! Seize the opportunity." A multitude of powerful warriors surged forward, ascending the walls while the main army followed closely, engaging in fierce close-quarters combat. The northern legions, having been tempered by their previous battles, exhibited unparalleled ferocity. Commanders attempted to direct their forces, yet Huang Zhong's keen eyes swiftly dispatched them with a single arrow. A near-legendary archer. They were thrown into disarray. How could the 18th Prince possess so many formidable generals? The dense urban environment rendered cavalry charges impractical. Thus they dismounted and engaged in infantry combat. Without the barriers of the walls, Dian Wei laughed heartily. His strength posed an unmitigated disaster for the enemy. "It's over. We lost Chongning. We were deceived." The governor of Chongning stood in despair as the rebel forces poured into the city. Numerous powerful warriors fell to Huang Zhong's precise strikes, while Dian Wei, a veritable demonic figure, carved his way through the ranks, his presence overwhelming several near-legendary warriors. The court's reinforcements were too late. The once impregnable Chongning had fallen faster than anyone could have anticipated. Losing Chongning would be a grave sin, allowing the rebels to solidify their foothold in the eastern territories, ultimately threatening the entire region. The Western Front was merely a facade. This was the true battleground. "Retreat! Retreat!" The defenders, recognizing the futility of their position, began to abandon their posts, realizing that further resistance would only result in their own demise. A mass exodus of soldiers ensued, teleportation lights flashing in every direction. Yu Tianxiong, engaged with the 3 elders of the snowfield, felt a sense of urgency as he wielded his massive sword, intent on shattering their formation to escape. "Stay." The snowfield elders lacked the strength to kill him, but had enough power to hinder his escape. Meanwhile, Dian Wei, swinging his colossal axe, instilled terror in the hearts of the celestial warriors, who promptly surrendered. Though fearsome, Dian Wei adhered to the prince's commands, sparing those who wished to yield their loyalty. At that moment, Huang Zhong unleashed another arrow, a streak of brilliance piercing the sky, followed by a wretched scream as a near-legendary warrior was struck in the chest, writhing in agony. Huang Zhong strode forth, unsheathing his crimson blade, its legendary light shimmering ominously, heavy as a mountain, and struck downwards. The near-legendary warrior, a prominent figure from the eastern territories, summoned by the court for battle, felt despair as the crimson blade descended. "Cut!" Huang Zhong roared, the might of the old general terrifying. The blade pierced through the warrior's body, cleaving him in twain. Yet, with their strong life force, the severed parts did not yield easily, and his head ignited with vitality, soaring away. "Fire!" Huang Zhong shot an arrow that pierced the warrior's head, obliterating his soul. The carnage was harrowing, a sight that sent shivers down the spines of those who witnessed it. "Lay down your weapons and surrender. We promise no harm to those who yield." The 5 generals of Qin Hai, natives of the eastern territories, shouted. Soldiers exchanged glances. Many powerful figures had already retreated. Continuing to fight would only serve as fodder in the imperial struggle for supremacy. They stood in place, their spirits crushed. I, the governor of Chongning, witnessing his city's fall, drew his sword and placed it against his neck, contemplating the fate of the governor of Beitsong who had died for his loyalty. The rebels watched him intently. Ultimately, he could not summon the resolve, and the sword fell from his grasp. I abandon all resistance. I am willing to surrender. Chapter 51. The splendid rivers and mountains, Qin Yu's ambitions. The city of Chongning has fallen. The scars of war run deep, with remnants of shattered walls drenched in blood. This battle was not taken lightly. Their defenses were meticulously arranged. After all, they had witnessed the might of Zhang Liang and the elite legions stationed in the western territories, believing themselves to be lacking in formidable adversaries here. However, the breakthrough by Dian Wei, the composure of Meng Tian, the formidable presence of the 4 divine beast legions, and the terror unleashed by Huang Zhong's archery swiftly dismantled their defenses. At this moment, the northern forces stood proudly, reveling in their hard-won victory. In contrast, the The eastern forces were dejected, comforted only by the fact that their defeat came at the hands of the 18th Prince, a native rather than a foreign foe. The atmosphere within the city was starkly different from the jubilant cheers of the populace during the conquest of the northern territories. The citizens of Chongning dared not utter a word, locking themselves within their homes, uncertain of how the fierce northern troops would treat them. These individuals are subjects of the prince, all citizens of Qian. They must not be disturbed, and any violators shall face execution, Ming Tian decreed. Upon hearing this, the governor of Chongning breathed a sigh of relief. Faced with a foreign enemy, he would have fought to the last breath. But he understood that surrendering to Qin Yu would mean no massacre, merely a change of the family name. Huangzhong remarked, in battles against foreign nations, even with the advantage, one seldom encounters such a multitude of surrendering troops. The governor of Chongning wore a grim expression. You shall remain here, awaiting the princess' arrival. All surrendered soldiers must disarm and be detained on sight. Anyone who dares to act recklessly shall be executed. Meng Tian instructed. Old General Huang. We should capitalize on our victory and seize all of Chongning and the surrounding territories, establishing a direct connection with the northern lands. The eastern front is in our plans. We must swiftly sweep through in a short time, Meng Tian continued. I will handle these matters, Huangzhong nodded. General Meng, my Qin Hai army is eager to fight. As Easterners, we can better persuade the surrendering troops, demonstrating who truly deserves to be the revered monarch. The 5 generals of Qin Hai volunteered for battle. Good. Let the prince witness your capabilities, Meng Tian acknowledged, not refusing their offer. The army moved into action urgently. Ding. You have captured Chongning City and received a reward of 100,000 stones and a millennium-old Tian Shan snow lotus. Ding. 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 You have captured Chongning County and received a reward of 1 million stones, a storm warhammer, a bottle of essence pill, and a bottle of earth core liquid. In the northern territories, Qin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, a brilliant light igniting within them. Chongning has been secured. Upon seeing the system rewards, he summoned the map and observed the astonishingly rapid expansion across the eastern territories. Rays of light ascended, akin to the gathering of fortune. The tides of this world resembled a flickering flame, initially feeble, but once ignited, it would blaze uncontrollably. Qin Yu, overflowing with unmatched confidence, declared, Let the 7th transformation of life and death commence. A torrent of power surged within him. He was on the verge of a direct breakthrough to the 7th transformation. Surrounded by colossal black and white wheels, reminiscent of the cosmic wheel of life and death, mastering the forces of existence and demise. With arms outstretched, Qin Yu reveled in the surge of power, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. This is true strength. The sensation was exquisite, intoxicating him. Let us proceed to the eastern territories, understanding the need to command from the front lines now that the northern front was secure. He aimed to win the hearts of the eastern people and bring them under his sway. He intended to harness the momentum of the empire, ensuring that all would witness him, achieving victory without the need for battle. Accompanied by Wang Jian, he traversed the void with legendary prowess. A figure of overwhelming might by Qin Yu's side, though rarely deployed, yet essential to possess. In Chongning, the scars of war had been erased and the damaged city restored. The fallen, regardless of their allegiance, were not left to rot in the wilderness. Outside the city, Meng Tian awaited with his troops, having received word in advance. I have fulfilled my mission, capturing Chongning, awaiting your review, Your Highness. Meng Tian's voice rang strong. The soldiers behind him stood tall, pride etched on their faces. You are the heroes of this battle, Qin Yu praised. Old General Huang is currently leading his forces to secure the surrounding territories and cannot come to pay his respects. I am aware. You have all worked tirelessly, Qin Yu said, surveying the assembled officers, his gaze settling on one man. Greetings, Your Highness. The governor of Chongning trembled. Finally face to face with the formidable 18th Prince. The aura emanating from him was imposing, instilling a sense of dread. Though he was of the heavenly realm, he found it difficult to meet Qin Yu's vast authority. The various upheavals into Qian had all stemmed from this prince. How could he remain oblivious? He remembered the turbulent currents within the Qian court, where Qin Hai's ascension shattered the balance, igniting conflicts for personal gain. His legs buckled, and he knelt, bowing to the heavens, the earth, his parents, and his sovereign. This act of kneeling signified a transformation in how Qin Yu was perceived in his heart. You are not entirely lost, Qin Yu said to the governor of Chongning. The governor felt a wave of relief, realizing the prince had no intention of punishing him. He had remained loyal during the siege, and his subsequent surrender was a matter of prudence. Moreover, he anticipated that the prince's power would expand rapidly. akin to a rolling snowball. At this juncture, Qin Yu entered the city, taking a seat in the governor's office. The battle for Chongning had indeed been executed brilliantly, and the cooperation from the Western Front had been impeccable. Any misstep could have altered the outcome of this grand victory. Soon, Zifang and his troops would march swiftly to the eastern territories, capturing the surrounding counties to form a cohesive front, ready for a large-scale offensive upon Zifang's arrival. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Meng Tian remarked. In this interim period, you must not grow complacent. The captured soldiers should be reformed on-site. Those willing to stay may do so, while those unwilling shall be released, but commanders and above cannot be freed. Qin Yu had no intention of making things difficult for the ordinary soldiers. You must engage them in meaningful dialogue. I understand, Meng Tian nodded. Gao Yu, I entrust you with a task as well. Please command me, Your Highness. Gao Yu, now a condemned man, stood solemnly. Calm the citizens of Chongning, convey my intentions, and procure a list of all the families within the county. In 3 days, I wish to host a grand feast for them within this city, Qin Yu instructed. I comprehend, Gao Yu replied, knowing he must comply. As his life was in another's hands, he discerned that the prince's primary aim was to win the hearts of the people, presenting the banquet as a gesture of goodwill. While in reality, it was a trap. At the feast, the expectation would be for them to obey his commands. Should they resist or attempt to negotiate, their fate would be dire. This prince was not one to hesitate. He was capable of wielding the sword against those who defied him. With each territory I seize, the strength of Qin Hai diminishes. All forces must be utilized. Once the eastern territories are under my control, my power shall be sufficient to penetrate directly into the imperial capital. Qin Hai, I now eagerly anticipate our meeting in the imperial capital. Qin Yu gazed toward the direction of the imperial capital. Once the eastern territories are secured, with the people's hearts and fortune in my grasp, I shall march directly upon the heart of the realm. Chapter 52, The Blade in Hand, The Change of Hearts. The frontline advance. It can be said that the forces in the western territories have endured a fruitless defense, not capturing a single enemy soldier, but instead being led by the nose. However, upon learning of the devastating circumstances in the eastern territories, they breathed a sigh of relief, as they truly did not wish to engage in battle unless absolutely necessary. The subsequent military endeavors were to be concentrated in the east. Notification: you have conquered Hai County, earning a reward of 10 million stones and 3 soul revival pills. Notification: you have conquered Yunxi County, earning a reward of 9 million stones, a thunder spear, and 100 pounds of spirit refining liquid. Notification: you have conquered Chuanshan County, earning a reward of 9 million stones and 1,000 mystical gold blades. Since Qin Yu's arrival in Chongning, the system notifications have been incessant, with rewards of considerable value. Each county boasts numerous towns, with some having a dozen or even several dozen, and beneath each county, there are even smaller settlements, accumulating to a staggering number. Some rewards are indeed remarkable. The Soul Revival Pill specializes in healing spiritual wounds, while the 1,000 mystical gold blades can be distributed to his loyal guards. The surrounding counties were utterly terrified, with some county magistrates fleeing in haste, while others, aware of the turmoil in the east, obediently awaited surrender. The battle for Chongning revealed to them the strength of the rebels. Without stronger forces to defend, who would dare to resist? This fire has rapidly spread throughout the eastern territories. As for the local forces, Qin Yu ordered the station troops to disarm on the spot, integrating those willing into his ranks. Officials across various regions remained compliant, striving to minimize the impact on the common people, ensuring that the army did not disrupt their lives. However, he was far less lenient with the influential clans across the counties, summoning them en masse to mobilize their strongest members and expand his forces. After the battles of several counties, they finally felt a sense of relief. The 2 royal families of Deqian could fight amongst themselves, for in the end, the emperor would always belong to the royal lineage. What could the common folk do? Deqian has endured for millennia, with countless powerful families, standing atop the vast mountains. Qin Yu gazed down upon the eastern territories, reflecting that for any ruler, it is not enough to depend on the strength of domestic forces. One must wield absolute power to maintain control, becoming a sharp blade in one's hand. He recalled the previous emperor, who, after venturing into the wild sea, met an unknown fate and fell despite his strength. However, had it not been for this upheaval, he might never have traversed into this realm. The feeling of competing for supremacy and standing atop countless others is exhilarating, and he relishes it. The eastern territories must be accelerated. Qin Yu commanded that now his forces would strike forth from Chongning County, like a fan unfurling its span outward. In the imperial capital, cries of mercy echoed. Your Majesty, spare me. My family has served Qian for generations. You cannot kill me. Grant me this one reprieve. The court of Qian was engulfed in blood and chaos, as numerous generals and officials were executed, while those facing punishment trembled in fear, grateful to have survived. The catalyst for this turmoil was the Battle of Chongning. Losing Chongning had dire repercussions, allowing the rebels to establish a firm foothold in the eastern territories, posing a threat to the entire region. The ruthless scenes of Qin Hai began to unfold. He targeted the most egregious offenders, executing a number of those who had failed in their duties. Yet, he was judicious, only punishing a few to instill fear in the greater number. He was furious. The loss of the northern territories did not evoke such anger in him, for he understood that Qin Yu had a solid foundation there, with 9 out of 10 armies refusing to heed orders. But this was the eastern territories, and he had been outmaneuvered. The entire court believed the enemy's main force was in the west, yet he chose to strike in the east. The 18th Prince wielded his military prowess like a god. And beside him stood a strategist, Zhang Liang, who orchestrated the entire campaign. Xiao Hai appeared indifferent, showing no concern for the court's upheaval. The complexities of human emotions were apparent to him. Many who were previously neutral were now shaken, likely contemplating their futures. Among the officials, there were several who supported the 18th Prince. Previously, they had lacked opportunity, but now they saw a chance for change. Many of these individuals might resolutely surrender and join the rebel forces. If Qin Hai were truly overthrown, it would be a fascinating turn of events. With Qin Yu occupying the northern territories, the court could no longer resolve issues with minimal cost. It would require a significant sacrifice. The smooth progression of the Eastern campaign indicated the 18th Prince possessed limitless potential to challenge Qin Hai. He contemplated the foundation of Qian. Your Majesty, I have committed a grave offense. Lu Rong knelt before the emperor, trembling in the face of imperial authority. It was he who had proposed the notion that the rebels might attack the western territories, thus delaying the entire judgment. Lu Aiqing, what crime have you committed? Qin Hai surprisingly refrained from blaming Lu Rong. He recognized that while Lu Rong had erred in judgment, it was not solely his fault. Many of his advisors had also been deceived. Although Lu Rong had personal motives, he remained a loyal minister. Qin Hai was not yet so foolish as to massacre his loyal servants. Xiao Hai was unreliable. He did not expect much from him. Lu Rong sighed in relief, realizing the emperor had no intention of punishing him. Your Majesty, the rebels are formidable, having breached the eastern territories. Although we suffered defeat in the Battle of Chongning, the rebels are far from capturing the entire east. Immediately, a minister spoke up. However, the rebels are advancing rapidly. Many counties have fallen, and half of the eastern territories are ablaze. The stationed forces there cannot hold. Others chimed in. Indeed, the eastern territories are vast. I believe it would be best to allow the rebels to delve deeper into the eastern quagmire. There are certain areas they cannot surpass. The defeat of Chongning must not be repeated. They all voiced their agreement. What you say is indeed correct. A fierce light flickered in Qin Hai's eyes. It seemed he had been too merciful at times. The rebels had reached the eastern territories, yet he remained calm. Did he wish for the rebels to continue wreaking havoc upon Qian? When the Son of Heaven is enraged, countless corpses will float upon the waters. Qin Hai's words sent a shiver through many. The string of defeats had prepared Qin Hai to take ruthless action. At that moment, Kai Jin spoke. In the eastern territories, aside from the imperial forces, the Ning and Lu families are the strongest. For the stability of Qian, every citizen must exert their strength. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinghai's expression hardened. Kai Jin was clearly seeking to incite conflict. The Ning and Lu families were among the founding 8 families, deeply rooted in the east. They closely monitored the movements of the enemy forces, but should there be any anomalies reported, Qin Yu, if you seek to seize the east, I shall allow you to advance and see how long you can remain arrogant. Qin Hai addressed his ministers. I hope you all share my conviction. We are all loyal subjects of Qian. Do not let me down. Chapter 53. Stripping the foundation from underneath. The situation in the eastern region has undergone a dramatic transformation. Qin Yu's faction is aggressively seizing territory to expand their base. With an enlarged territory, they can rally greater forces and establish formidable power. Most of the lands traversed by his army have chosen to surrender outright under his overwhelming might. Qin Yu is also beginning to conscript soldiers in the eastern region. Their actions instill a sense of unease among others. Within Chongning County, Qin Yu's military strength has grown significantly. The forces from the northern region, combined with some from the eastern region and the territories he has conquered, have all been mobilized. Even those once secluded, such as the legendary figures, are no longer idle and are joining him in battle. In the council chamber, Zhou too was elated. Young Quan, our soldiers have become somewhat arrogant. While pride is justifiable, they must not become overconfident. I am aware that the court is not as weak as it seems. We must remain vigilant. Qin Yu interjected with a stern reprimand. I know what to do. Arrogant soldiers and fierce generals are not entirely commendable. Yang Quan understood well that this was merely a fleeting victory. The time for celebration had not yet arrived. To underestimate the court would incur a grave cost. The situation in the eastern region has changed, Qin Yu stated. Your Highness, it is evident that the court has indeed launched a counteroffensive. Zhang Liang reported on military affairs. Aside from the large-scale counterattack in the Battle of Chongning, the capture of other counties has been remarkably effortless. The upcoming counties seem devoid of major conflicts, with no defending troops present. I suspect this is not due to fear, but rather a deliberate abandonment. Deliberate abandonment of multiple counties? If foreign enemies were to invade, the citizens would condemn them. Yet, in this civil strife, there is little outrage, Yang Quan coldly asserted. They aim to lure us in, encircle us, and annihilate our forces. They are aware that our previous advantage lay in striking without purpose. But with a significant amount of territory, they will leave traces. Zhang Liang added, moreover, the counties near our occupied territories are beginning to witness mass migrations. Ming Tian revealed a piece of intelligence. Mass migrations. The generals were taken aback. Indeed, not only have they abandoned their posts, but several influential families within the counties have also been forcibly relocated. According to reliable information, the court has taken drastic measures against families refusing to leave their ancestral homes, resulting in their complete extermination. Ming Tian continued, however, the common folk remain as usual, understanding that the sheer number of people makes evacuation impossible. Zhang Liang frowned. For a family to thrive, they must possess some strength. It appears Qin Hai knows he cannot allow these families to align with us and has preemptively summoned their power away. Thus, even if we capture these territories, their value will be minimal. A strategy of undermining the foundation, Qin Yu remarked calmly. Were I in his position, I too would not leave strength for the enemy. Such tactics are, in fact, more distressing than direct confrontation. A large-scale military campaign consumes vast resources daily. Without adequate replenishment, our combat effectiveness will suffer greatly. Your Highness, what shall we do? Yang Quan inquired. I have stated before that the eastern region will present arduous battles. However, once we seize it, we will control a substantial portion of the realm. At that point, we can launch a direct assault on the central domain. For now, we must respond to their moves, forcibly relocating various factions. While this may be a sound short-term strategy, it will undoubtedly incite public resentment. Although my foundation in the eastern region is not as solid as in the northern region, I still have my supporters. Qin Hai's plans will not unfold as smoothly as he hopes. Qin Yu exuded confidence. Among the strongest families in the eastern region are the Liu and Ning clans, with the Ning family being the most formidable. The 8 prominent families of our founding era are predominantly in the central domain. The reason is simple. The Qin family of Qian originated in the central domain, rallying support and propelling the region to prosperity. In contrast, the northern region was the last and largest territory acquired after the founding of Qian. Furthermore, the harsh climate of the northern region, aside from a few notable areas, pales in comparison to other regions. Moreover, the 8 families dare not recklessly expand their territories, for all land under heaven belongs to the emperor. The Liu and Ning families, particularly the latter, have produced many exceptional individuals. These families have long been established in the eastern region, not unwavering supporters of the current sovereign, and have maintained a low profile, rarely engaging in internal politics. The 5 generals of Qin Hai remarked, if we could secure the support of these 2 families, even if they do not directly declare war, it would be advantageous. Zhang Liang reflected, the currents of the world are changing. As the momentum of our power rolls forth like an unstoppable wheel, all possibilities arise. Qin Yu's demeanor radiated an immense aura of dominance. As the undying emperor's scripture operated, a tremendous pressure emanated from him, akin to an ancient emperor descending upon the land. Qin Yu pointed towards the Qian Tian mountain range. The Qian Tian mountain range. Those familiar with the mountains knew them to be vast and magnificent, with portions extending into the central domain. In the early days of Qian, great hardships were endured in these mountains. Only after the allegiance of the Liu and Ning families was the mountain range fully subdued, allowing for the conquest of the entire eastern region. While it is easy to defend, it is essential to capture, Zhang Liang remarked. Even the sturdiest fortress can be taken. Prepare for the battle at Tian Mountain, while simultaneously continuing our expansion in all directions. Even if there are no defenders in those cities, we must dispatch small units to occupy them. Qin Yu replied, the first order is easily understood. However, the second order seems somewhat perplexing. Nonetheless, none would dare question it. Qin Yu's actions were aimed at garnering system rewards and provoking the court into a frenzy. Caution was imperative during the offensive to avoid traps. Understood. The generals clasped their fists in salute. At that moment, the army advanced further. Wherever they went, the city defenses were non-existent, and the resources within each city had been entirely depleted. Qin Yu paid little mind to this, as he had received ample supplies through the system. With the court's decree issued, the various families had no choice but to relocate. These families were acutely aware that this was not a favorable development, indicating that they would be compelled to draw upon their family resources to fight for the court. The rebellion was fierce, potentially becoming the court's cannon fodder. Yet in the face of this situation, what recourse did they have? However, Qin Yu discerned an opportunity amid this chaos. Your Majesty, our strategy of undermining the foundation has succeeded. Within the imperial capital, Qin Hai listened intently to the report. Indeed, broadening one's perspective had clarified the situation. These successive actions had significantly severed the sources of strength for the rebel forces, preventing an escalation of their numbers. The rebels must attack the Tian mountain range. And currently, intelligence indicated they were also expanding outward. This, too, was advantageous. An extended front would inevitably reveal numerous vulnerabilities. At that moment, seizing the opportunity to lay a trap may allow for the annihilation of a portion of their elite forces. These two families, Qin Hai's gaze turned icy, continue to urge them, issuing successive imperial edicts. Within the territory of the Qin, even the 8 founding families must heed my command. As for the lesser families, disobedience will result in their extermination. However, with the founding families and legendary figures in command, such measures cannot be taken lightly. Chapter 54. Mythical Resonance in the Eastern Region. Turbulent winds stirred the boundless skies. The northern forces advanced with an unstoppable momentum, creating a formidable presence. Intriguingly, while Qin Hai held dominion in the east, the aura of Qin Yu compelled many to flock to Chongning, pledging their allegiance to him, including numerous prominent families and various officials, as well as many civilians outside the military. The 18th Prince exuded an almost mythical charm. At the tender age of 18, he had entered the Northern Realm, achieving 7 swift victories beyond the Great Wall, and later raised his banner at Yulong Pass, seizing the north in mere months while consistently conquering cities in the east. They yearned for Qin Yu to forge new legends. The allure of a sagacious ruler held immense power. At this moment, in a city of the eastern region, Meng Tian led the Golden Fire Cavalry, gazing intently at the small city from several miles away. The walls stood unguarded, and the townsfolk appeared anxious and fearful. Although the northern troops were disciplined, the specter of war left them ill-prepared for unforeseen calamities. General, a soldier inquired, should we be on alert? There may be changes. Meng Tian's instincts tingled. They have arrived, he declared suddenly. With a thunderous rumble, the city gates swung open, and torrents of warriors surged forth, 2 legions bearing distinct banners, charging towards Meng Tian's army. An ambush. It appeared they had awaited Meng Tian's arrival for some time, yet he remained unfold, forcing their hand to attack. Their armored elite were no ordinary troops. They sought to vanquish the Golden Fire Cavalry outside the city, for these elite rebels represented a significant threat in defeating Meng Tian. A crucial ally of Qin Yu would be of greater value than overcoming other northern forces. The Tianlin army was upon him. Meng Tian's gaze fixed on the cavalry, which rode unique warbeasts adorned with scales reminiscent of a fiery Qilin, the Qilin beast, the emblem of the Tianlin army. That was the Dingding army of the Central Domain. The Central Domain boasted numerous legions, from regular troops to elite forces and imperial guards, all brimming with martial virtue to maintain control over the realm. The Dingding army, a premier force, had existed since the founding of the Dacian Empire, embodying the strength to stabilize the nation. Form ranks. Meng Tian commanded coolly, aware it was a trap and anticipating Qin Hai's inevitable response. The enemy commander, it seemed, was formidable, having sensed the ambush. Unfortunately for him, the traps within the city had become obsolete, and Meng Tian had proven his mettle by leading his forces to victory at Chongning. Clad in heavy armor, each soldier of the Dingding army possessed the strength to shoulder great burdens, their charging formation imposing. The Eastern Realm was not yet theirs to claim. The Tianlin commander, donned in crimson fire armor, with a helmet obscuring his visage, was determined to eliminate the golden fire cavalry, for repeated defeats would tarnish his honor. "Charge forth," he bellowed. The massive army surged, their collective spirit coalescing into a formidable force, overwhelming everything in their path. The essence of their legion could transcend boundaries, embodying their military spirit to conquer formidable foes. The Tianlin army transformed into a blazing Qilin, exhaling flames as they swept through the battlefield. The opportunity for ambush was singular. They understood that exposure would render future chances elusive. Breakthrough. Ming Tian's expression remained resolute. Panic was unwarranted. They must maintain formation, piercing through like a sharp spear. The Golden Fire Cavalry, undefeated and unyielding. Their momentum soared, for though they were recently formed, they comprised the fiercest warriors of the North, seasoned by numerous fierce battles. Dare they approach? The two commanders were taken aback. In the chaos of such large-scale conflict, individual prowess seemed insignificant, unless one were a legendary figure. Their expressions grew grave, realizing why the Imperial army had suffered repeated defeats on the battlefield. Boom. At that moment, three armies collided with tremendous speed, shaking the earth violently and tearing gaping fissures into the ground. Men and horses were thrown into disarray, blood splattered everywhere. The clash was thunderous, instilling fear. Ming Tian's Golden Fire Cavalry exhibited ferocity, the black dragon consuming the heavens, flames sweeping through the ranks. Though he had yet to reach legendary status, he wielded divine weapons that leveled the odds. Three distinct military spirits collided furiously. Leading the charge, Ming Tian wielded his black dragon sword with fervor, the banner of the Golden Fire Cavalry standing tall. The commanders of the Tianlin and Dingding armies aimed to join forces to eliminate Ming Tian, but found it increasingly difficult. As the ferocity of the battlefield escalated, they struggled to break through, unable to stem the tide of the enemy's advance. In a confrontation where absolute dominance was unattainable, victory hinged upon morale. The northern soldiers held a unique sense of honor. As the battle raged on for half a day, Ming Tian's Golden Fire Cavalry penetrated the enemy lines, unimpeded. The Tianlin commander felt a pang of frustration. Despite their efforts, they simply could not succeed. He began to doubt his own capabilities. Ming Tian was indeed formidable, and the 18th Prince commanded an array of exceptional generals. A single defeat was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the final outcome. The Dingding commander remained composed. This battle will not be easily won. The Eastern peoples are restless. They have no desire for conflict. The more the court pressures them, the more likely they are to align with the 18th Prince. This is not our concern. We shall follow orders, the Tianlin commander replied. Within the frontline city, Ming Tian reported everything he encountered to Qin Yu. Fortunately, it was you. Had another legion faced this, the consequences would have been dire. Qin Yu nodded, recognizing Ming Tian's strength. Otherwise, the other northern legions would have been in peril. Yet, he felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that the Golden Fire Cavalry, which Ming Tian had assembled, had become a pivotal force of the Dacian Empire. Your Highness, I believe there cannot be just one trap. Recently, our forces have encountered numerous ambushes during our conquests, Ming Tian remarked, furrowing his brow. It appears to be a retaliation from the court, deliberately avoiding strongholds, elongating the front lines, waiting for Qin Yu to encroach, and setting traps intermittently, he surmised. Your Highness, we must advance towards the Qin Mountains, Wang Jian interjected. Regrettably, his legendary prowess precludes him from participating in this internal strife. Otherwise, he would relish the chance to engage in battle. Yet he can direct from behind the scenes. Wang Jian concurred. Indeed, we must march forward, Zhang Liang agreed. Consolidate the entire army and advance on the Qin Mountains in 3 days to seize this strategic location. I'm aware that Qin Hai has set an elaborate trap in the Qin Mountains, but I wish to see how many are willing to serve him. Qin Yu's gaze sparkled like the brightest stars, reflecting on his imperial status and the diminishing weight it carried. Did he truly believe he could command all? The foundation of the Dacian Empire had not fully backed him. Some would soon come to clarity. Onward, the Qin Mountains shall be the decisive battle. Chapter 55, The Power of Exemplification marching towards the Qin mountain range. The generals wore solemn expressions, yet their blood surged with fervor. They understood that the Qin mountains were easily defensible but challenging to assault, with formidable natural barriers, and many armies had faltered in their attempts to penetrate. However, they also recognized this campaign as pivotal in determining the fate of the Eastern realm. Crossing the Qin mountains would grant them a vantage point over the entire Eastern territory, thereby influencing the struggle for the throne. Without the Eastern realm, Qin Hai's confidence would be significantly diminished. Qin Yu could no longer afford to allow Qin Hai the luxury of mobilizing troops. He had to unfurl his own imperial banner and proclaim to the citizens of Qin who the true imperial force was. Within the Qian mountains lay numerous fortresses, which Qin Yu recalled vividly. This battle was fought for the hearts of the people. Capturing cities was merely a means to an end, as it was essential to undermine the enemy's resolve from within, prompting them to defect. The unification of the northern regions signified that the prince had a solid foundation, rendering the court less likely to challenge him. In contrast, unifying the eastern region would empower him to genuinely divide the world and advance directly into the central domain. Ultimately striking at the imperial capital, Zhang Liang diligently analyzed the situation. 3 days had elapsed, and the entire army was set to march. The military forces surged forth, with the main contingent heading towards the Qian mountains. He was acutely aware of his considerable prestige within the nation. Many listened to his commands rather than mere proclamations. It took courage to join him in rebellion. As they approached the Qian mountains, traversing over a dozen counties, Qin Yu seized the opportunity to dispatch mobile cavalry to occupy key cities. Notification: you have captured Hai County, receiving a reward of 10 million stones and a set of Yuan Guang sword arrays. Notification: you have captured Dongchuan County, receiving a reward of 13 million stones and a piece of earth divine crystal. Notification: you have captured Hai County, receiving a reward of 10 million stones and 100 mount-splitting cannons. A multitude of rewards. The Junlin Tianxia system served as the foundation for his quest for supremacy. He particularly focused on the mount-splitting cannons, which represented a terrifying weapon of war. Those within his ranks wielded only a fraction of their devastating power. With such artillery, he could carve a path through the Qian mountains. Meanwhile, the court was aware of the advancing rebels towards Qin Mountain. They left the counties along the way undefended, allowing the army to pass unimpeded. They understood that without a substantial military presence, it would be impossible to halt their advance. They hastened to mobilize troops while relocating powerful clans from the region to reinforce the Qian mountains, fighting for the nation. As the army reached the vicinity of Yinshan County, which belonged to the foothills of the Qian mountain range, a contingent of soldiers suddenly approached the forefront of the army, proclaiming loudly, "We request an audience with the prince." "Who are you?" "We are the garrison of Yinshan County, sent by the county governor to seek an audience with the prince." The general's brow furrowed slightly. "Take them to meet the prince." "It was the county governor of Yinshan who sent you." Qin Yu regarded them. "We have seen the prince." Several soldiers humbly knelt, stating that the county governor had prepared a grand gift for the prince within the county city. To Yinshan County City, Qin Yu had already surmised the nature of the visit. He was unperturbed by the prospect of an ambush, surrounded as he was by formidable allies. Yinshan County City, one of the 10 major counties of the Eastern Realm, was a critical stronghold guarding the entrance to the Qian mountains. Outside the city, the gates stood wide open. A large crowd awaited their arrival with eager anticipation. "I, Meng Feng, the governor of Yinshan County, pay my respects to the prince." As Qin Yu arrived with his troops, a middle-aged man dressed in official garb knelt before him, followed by a multitude of others who bowed respectfully. He shared the same surname as Meng Tian, Governor Meng. "It has been many years since we last met," Qin Yu remarked with a smile upon seeing Meng Feng. Meng Feng sighed. He was not unfamiliar with Qin Yu. They had crossed paths before, and he had been impressed by Qin Yu's bearing, undoubtedly a future emperor. The late emperor had a son, and Qin was destined to flourish. Yet, who could have foreseen such a turn of events? "This is the grand gift you prepared?" Qin Yu inquired. Meng Feng was indeed a capable individual. Rising from humble beginnings, he had benefited from the late emperor's policies, promoting the sons of commoners and suppressing the power of the aristocracy, thus emerging as the governor of Yinshan County. Some individuals possess great talent. They merely require an opportunity. At this moment, Meng Feng presented a box, and within lay not something trivial, but a bloody head. "You dare to present a head to the prince?" Dian Wei exclaimed in shock. "This head belongs to a special envoy from the court, indicating that all families in Yinshan County must march to the Qian mountains. By presenting this head, I, Meng Feng, offer my own life to the prince," he replied with a smile. "What use do I have for your head?" Dian Wei muttered under his breath. "Do not speak out of turn. This is Meng Feng's declaration of loyalty. Executing the court's envoy is tantamount to treason, signifying his unwavering allegiance to Qin Yu." "I shall accept this head," Qin Yu stated with a smile. "What constitutes prestige?" "This is prestige. We are willing to pledge our loyalty to the prince." Apart from Meng Feng, there was another group present, the great clans of Yinshan. Qin Hai's tyranny and self-proclamation had compelled the prince to emerge as the rightful sovereign. An elder spoke, his cultivation reaching the near-legendary realm. He was Qin Yu, the ancestral figure of the Qin clan, the only near-legend in Yinshan. Initially, the clans had intended to observe the unfolding conflict in the eastern realm without committing themselves, yet Qin Hai's edict had driven them to the precipice. Abandoning their ancestral lands to engage in battle within the Qian Mountains brought uncertain prospects. This was a rare upheaval into Qian's history, one that had not occurred in millennia. Meng Feng, aware of Qin Yu's advance into the eastern realm, had long contemplated how to assist the prince. And now the opportunity had arisen. He personally persuaded others, eliminating some of the court's spies, appealing to their emotions and reason. The current emperor and Qin Yu, undoubtedly. The present emperor relied on several founding powers for his ascendance, and future policies would inevitably depend on them. Conversely, the late emperor's selection policy, which fostered talent from the lower echelons of society and supported a number of small and medium families, would likely be sidelined, if not entirely abolished. When a nation becomes dominated by a few powerful families, it is an unfavorable situation. Yet, should Qin Yu ascend, such a scenario would not be repeated. The ongoing warfare further solidified their resolve. Even facing death did not instill fear in them. Had it not been for the late emperor, how could he have risen from the lower ranks to become the current governor? The clans of Yinshan also began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The Qian Mountains could very well become a brutal meat grinder, and joining the fight could result in being used as cannon fodder. Should they triumph, the rewards from the court would hardly compensate for their losses, and should they fail, pledging allegiance to the 18th Prince would not guarantee victory. However, should Qin Yu ascend, it would be akin to recreating the world, and they would reap substantial benefits. Moreover, the continuation of the late emperor's policies would be advantageous for these families. This was an unprecedented opportunity, a rare gamble into Qian's history. The clans of Yinshan swiftly reorganized their forces and surged into the Qian Mountains. Qin Yu wasted no time. The army departed from Yinshan, and with Meng Feng as a paragon, support from the eastern realm began to mobilize. Families and even garrisons openly defied Qin Hai's orders, publicly aligning themselves with him. Chapter 56. The siege of the city is secondary. But winning hearts is paramount. The eastern region is in turmoil, with the winds of change sweeping through. Countless eyes across the nation are fixed upon this place. Furthermore, other nations and sects in the eastern wasteland are closely observing the internal strife within the great Qian Dynasty. The defection of the Yin Mountain governor and his entire clan to Qin Yu has had a profound impact, prompting many powerful clans to express their allegiance. As Qin Yu's forces continue to grow, it becomes evident that they are not foolish. They understand that serving Qin Hai will yield little reward, while supporting Qin Yu's uprising could potentially alter the fate of their families. Those who are bold may thrive, while the timid may perish. Some people are not lacking in courage. The royal family's attitude is particularly peculiar. Logically, with the commotion stirred by the 18th Prince, the royal family should have intervened to suppress it. Yet, they have chosen not to. This has clarified for many that the royal family does not intend to involve themselves in the matter. Whoever claims the throne will depend on their own capabilities. Should Qin Yu emerge victorious in such adversity, no further words will be necessary. While the royal family does possess a sense of duty towards the nation, there are still those who admire Qin Yu. Upon learning this news, Qin Hai was consumed with rage, his murderous intent palpable. The loss of the northern borders had not provoked such fury. The defection of families from the north to Qin Yu could be understood, given their solid foundations. However, the actions of families and governors from the eastern region were intolerable. This blatant betrayal fueled his unquenchable anger. Lu Rong, draft a list for me of those suspected of disloyalty, and immediately replace them. Those who have defected to the rebels shall be treated as traitors. Qin Hai's countermeasures were swift. He replaced a significant number of officials in the eastern region with those loyal to him, instilling widespread fear. Qin Hai was panicking. Qin Yu, however, remained composed. Although the replacement of officials appeared to stabilize the situation in the east, it would ultimately lead many to feel insecure and hasten their allegiance to him. What he required now was a decisive victory. After marching for days, Your Highness, we are nearing the Qian mountain range. Once we pass through Dongling County, we shall reach the foot of Qian Mountain, reported Meng Feng, clad in military attire. He was a man of both martial prowess and governance, a capable minister. I have already contacted the governor of Dongling County. He has rallied the various clans to pledge their loyalty to Your Highness. Meng Feng continued. We will use Dongling County as the front line of our campaign, advancing towards Tian. Upon arriving at Dongling County, Qin Yu found that, as Meng Feng had indicated, the governor was indeed waiting outside, surrounded by numerous important figures. I, Governor Zhuguang Yuan of Dongling County, pay my respects to your highness. Before the gathering was complete, Zhuguang Yuan had already knelt in greeting. No need for excessive formalities, Qin Yu responded. Zhuguang Yuan suddenly felt an overwhelming imperial aura emanating from Qin Yu, rendering him awestruck. Although originally from the northern region, he had served his country for thousands of years with unwavering dedication. Not long ago, he had received an edict transferring him away from the eastern region, which he found deeply unjust. Was it simply because of his northern origins that he was to be dismissed? His loyalty to the great Qian was steadfast. In the past, he would have complied with the emperor's orders without question, despite his dissatisfaction. However, with Qin Yu's arrival, he steeled his resolve to rebel against Qin Hai and pledge his loyalty to the 18th Prince. The various clans in Dongling also harbored rebellious sentiments. Coming together in their shared resolve, situated at the foot of Tian Mountain, they understood that if Qin Yu's army were to attack, they could not withstand it. Moreover, even after the battle, their family's foundations would likely be completely destroyed. Particularly concerning was the fact that Qin Hai had sent some of their important family members to the imperial capital, ostensibly for training. But it was clear to all that they were being held as hostages. Your Highness, I have arranged a banquet in Dongling to allow the entire army to rest, Zhuguang Yuan announced. We will regroup in Dongling County, assess the situation in Tian, and swiftly prepare for an offensive. Let us first survey the Tian mountain range, Qin Yu instructed. The Tian mountain range was vast and imposing, stretching endlessly. From a high vantage point in Dongling County, Qin Yu could see countless towering peaks. The environment there was exceedingly complex, with areas of perpetual snow and dense primordial forests, all of which indicated the difficulty of an assault. The Tian mountain range was easily defensible but challenging to attack. And if His Highness intended to conquer the eastern region, there was no way to circumvent it, Meng Feng remarked. Failing to seize Tian mountain poses a risk of being cut off from retreat. The great Qian has suffered greatly in the past due to such oversights. Zhang Liang interjected. If we can secure the Tian mountain range, it would hold great significance. At that point, the heart of the eastern region would likely be aligned with your highness, and few would dare to obstruct our next move. Brother Guangyuan, you have a better understanding of the situation in Tian, Meng Feng inquired. Moreover, the court has dispatched forces from various counties, and many clans have been stationed on the peaks. Zhuguang Yuan acknowledged the challenges, noting that the mountainous terrain negated the northern region's primary advantage of cavalry, necessitating a grueling siege at every location. At this moment, Qin Yu's gaze fell upon the highest peak, standing out like a crane among chickens, dwarfing the other summits. He was well versed in history. Thousands of years ago, the eastern region, led by the Tian divine sect, was formidable, rivaling the present-day 10 nations and 7 sections. Following the decline and destruction of the Tian divine sect, the eastern region fell into chaos, with its resources divided among various powerful sects and nations. It was during this time that the Ning and Lu families grew strong. The Tian Peak was the original site of the Tian divine sect, where a formidable stronghold was constructed to guard the entire mountain range. The eastern region had 2 great fortifications, Tian Pass, which protected half of the eastern region, and Qin Hai Pass, which guarded against the Qi nation. Qin Yu spoke slowly. Tian Pass secures the eastern region's defenses, while Qin Hai Pass protects the coast. Your Highness, there are far too many entrenched forces within Tian Pass, waiting for us to eliminate them one by one. A direct assault would come at an incalculable cost in terms of casualties, Yang Quan remarked, expressing his discontent with the environment. The great Qian's cavalry would be ineffective in such terrain. Wang Jian, what is your perspective? Qin Yu inquired, turning to Wang Jian. Many of the newly allied powerful figures from the eastern region looked to Wang Jian, a true legend, the commander of the 3 armies. They had only heard tales of him before. Now, witnessing him in person bolstered their confidence. Wang Jian contemplated, the stronghold of the peaks cannot be bypassed. It must be attacked. However, our primary focus should remain on winning hearts. We must first shatter their frontline defenses with overwhelming force, then compel the garrison on each peak to surrender, thereby undermining their will to fight from within. As General Wang suggests, Qin Yu concurred. We shall launch an external assault while simultaneously eroding their morale from the inside. The siege of the city is secondary. Winning hearts is paramount, and we shall approach with both strategies. Zhang Liang proposed, however, to minimize losses in the battle for Tian and to mitigate the impact of the court's army. Your Highness, I believe the most critical factor lies with the Ning and Lu families. Their stance is of utmost importance. At this juncture in the war, they must also declare their position. I am well aware of the Ning and Lu families' inclinations. I shall take the initiative to contact them, Qin Yu stated confidently. Having devised a comprehensive strategy. Chapter 57. The three forces of heaven, earth, and man relies on humanity. 5 days later, the Grand Army was prepared to launch an offensive against Pantheon. All clans of the Eastern Realm contributed their elite forces, fully aware that in such dire times, concealment was not an option. Failure to act could lead to annihilation. During these days, Qin Yu conferred with his generals regarding strategy. Once the battle for Pantheon commenced, the initial assault must be swift and devastating, aimed at breaking the frontline defenses. Qin Yu issued his battle directives, knowing all too well that prolonged engagement at Pantheon was unfeasible. The fiercer the attack, the more it would unsettle the enemy. Stagnation would yield nothing but detriment. In the Pantheon mountain range, 2 primary defensive peaks stood, one comprising the towering summits surrounding Pantheon Pass, and the other being Pantheon Pass itself. Qin Yu addressed his commanders, stating that the outermost defense would be managed by the eastern clans while the main forces would assault the principal peaks to shatter their morale. His command was met with unanimous compliance. They understood the prince's deeper intentions. The outer defenses were the most vulnerable, while the inner fortifications would be far more daunting. Thus, they felt gratitude rather than disdain at being utilized not as mere cannon fodder. Commence the attack. Qin Yu gestured, marking the official beginning of the Pantheon campaign. The army surged into the Pantheon mountains, striving to carve a path toward Pantheon Pass. The eastern clans launched a fierce frontal assault, fighting with reckless abandon, as if the defenders on each peak were their sworn enemies. They understood clearly that if the prince failed to seize the throne, their fates would be sealed alongside his. Therefore, any temporary losses were deemed acceptable. The mountain range was vast with innumerable peaks. It was impossible to station heavy troops everywhere. Nonetheless, the eastern clan's offensive was remarkably swift, instilling fear in the outer defenders, some of whom began to falter. Naturally, this ferocious onslaught came with its own costs. The flames of war spread throughout the Pantheon mountains. The court was not surprised by such reports. After all, the rebel forces were formidable, and merely relying on the outer defenses was insufficient to halt their advance. The significance of these defenses lay in their ability to slow the rebels and exhaust their resources. Your Highness, after several days of assault, we have cleared various obstacles in the outer defenses, yet the eastern clans have sustained considerable losses. If we continue in this manner, casualties will multiply, Zhang Liang reported. The Pantheon mountain range was indeed a challenging battleground. The court had concentrated the three forces of heaven, earth, and man into a formidable formation, rendering the entire mountain range akin to a vast abyss, poised to engulf Qin Yu's army. Zhang Liang surmised the court's intentions. They hoped to annihilate the rebel forces within the Pantheon mountains. Even if they could not achieve this, the brutal terrain would surely inflict grievous wounds on the main force. Even if Pantheon were captured, how much strength would remain afterward? Zifeng, do you see those principal peaks? Qin Yu stood atop a mountain, gesturing forward. Indeed, Zhang Liang nodded. The court has amassed heavy troops on each principal peak, surrounded by numerous mountains that form a natural fortress, connected by teleportation arrays to Pantheon. The terrain was indeed as he described, with principal peaks encircling smaller ones, all surrounding Pantheon Pass. Order the eastern clans to maintain their vigorous assault on the outer peaks to tie down enemy forces, while Dian Wei leads the brave combat and fearless armies to assault Xinming Peak. Let Ming Tian, Huang Zhong, Shui Lao, and the Snow Plains army capture Shuilong Peak, while the remaining legions advance. Qin Yu commanded, the forces of heaven, earth, and man rely on humanity. I intend to disintegrate Pantheon from within. His orders were decisive. Your Highness aims to seize the principal peaks, to instill fear. The difficulty of capturing the principal peaks was evident. Yet, he understood they could not linger long on the periphery. His mind raced, discerning the deeper implications of the prince's strategy, particularly concerning the Ning and Lu families of the Eastern Realm. I comprehend now, Zhang Liang stated, making preparations. At this moment, on Xinming Peak, a multitude of powerful beings had gathered. The guardian of this stronghold was Sun Jane, a native of the Eastern Realm and a cultivator at the 9th level of the Heavenly Realm, commanding various Eastern forces stationed here. The rebels had launched fierce assaults throughout the Pantheon Mountains, and the flames of war were rapidly approaching Xinming Peak. where their outer defenses were being breached. Sun Jin's expression was grave. His family had been summoned by the court to guard this peak. The enemy's onslaught was relentless, and those allied with the 18th Prince fought with a ferocity that bordered on madness. Should they reach Xinming Peak, the cost would be catastrophic. I know, one individual lamented. Sun Jin harbored resentment. With hundreds of principal peaks, it was unfortunate that they were chosen to defend Xinming Peak. However, he could not withdraw without orders from the court. The battle raged fiercely. The primary forces from the northern realm advanced rapidly. To Sun Jin's astonishment, their defenses were swiftly torn asunder. And by the time he grasped the situation, the enemy had already reached Xinming Peak. Attack Xinming Peak! Dian Wei shouted, gazing at the towering summit that pierced the heavens. Fortified by heavy iron defenses that offered a commanding view. For him, the height was inconsequential, but for ordinary soldiers, the ascent was daunting. Charge! Charge! The fearless and brave combat armies were the first to initiate the assault. These two legions were among the few capable of siege warfare within the northern forces. They surged forward. At the foot of the mountain, countless troops pressed onward. Sun Jin observed the battle, his expression tense. The Xinming Peak Guard cannot be so easily breached. Activate the Grand Formation and unleash the city-defending cannons. He commanded, and in an instant, the entire peak radiated brilliance, unleashing a wave of destructive energy. Countless massive elemental stone cannons bombarded the enemy. Fearless, charge forward. The commander of the fearless army bellowed. As the morale of the soldiers surged, they formed an unyielding shield, striking fiercely. Kill, kill, kill. The brave combat army fears no death. Their spirits coalesced into a heavy hammer, leading the charge at the forefront. At this moment, powerful warriors soared into the sky, engaging in aerial combat. However, Dian Wei bore an expression of extreme cruelty. He glanced fiercely and declared, I, Dian Wei, am here. A mere Xinming Peak dares to retaliate today. I shall cleave the mountain. Dian Wei ascended, his ferocity unmatched, gripping a massive axe that transformed into a formidable divine figure. With a fierce glare, he swung down with tremendous force. The legendary weapon paired with his legendary prowess unleashed staggering destruction. With a single swing, he cleaved a gash dozens of yards wide into the mighty peak. The mountain trembled, fissures forming. How can this be so powerful? Sun Jin quaked in terror, realizing that his once-thought impenetrable defenses were utterly fragile before Dian Wei's might. Previously, he had only heard of Dian Wei's name, unaware of his true ferocity. As Dian Wei's axe struck, it breached the inner defenses of the stronghold, creating a gap with devastating efficiency. This unparalleled divine warrior revealed his true strength, single-handedly breaching the stronghold's defenses as if slicing through vegetables. Under Dian Wei's relentless onslaught, even the geographical advantages could not withstand the army's advance. Die! The divine figure rampaged, his axe crashing into the stronghold. Sun Jin, terrified, attempted to activate the teleportation array to escape, only to find it unresponsive, unable to establish contact. Dian Wei's ferocity surged into the stronghold, and though both were formidable warriors, their combat prowess was worlds apart. In a single blow, he cleaved Sun Jin in two. On Xinming Peak, the commander lay dead. The ferocity of Dian Wei instilled such fear in the defenders that they knelt in submission. Chapter 58. A Blank Sheet. Sent to the Liu family, the intensity of the battle exceeded all expectations. Although only a few main peaks were under attack, General Yang Quan and other commanders were mobilizing their legions to threaten other summits and provide support in various conflicts. Amidst the chaos, Zhang Liang severed the connections between the peaks. Should he break through to the true legendary realm with his abilities, he could indeed seal the flow of time and even open a portal to allow his army to maneuver swiftly. Now was not the time to fear. It was crucial to subdue the enemy, for the next confrontation would be even more challenging. Snow Dragon Peak loomed in the distance, resembling a majestic snow dragon. The Qian mountain range was fraught with complexity. Some areas formed primordial forests, while others remained perpetually snowbound, veiled in a thick blanket of snow. Zhang Liang aimed to sever the ties between Snow Dragon Peak and its neighboring summits, manipulating the flow of time. Snowplain's army, charge forth! Qin Tai exclaimed, exhilarated. Since pledging allegiance to the prince, he had long awaited an opportunity to prove himself. The familiar icy terrain invigorated him, for the snowy environment suited the Snowplain's army perfectly. As they launched their assault, they conjured relentless blizzards, fighting alongside the storm, their combat prowess magnified. The three elders of the Snow Plains also transformed the tempest, intensifying the blizzard to suppress the main peak's formations. Since the Northern Border War, the three elders had been fiercely loyal to Qin Yu, who had promised them the chance to break through to the legendary realm. They believed that the snow spirit pearl and snow spirit fungus they had previously received were unparalleled treasures. Qin Yu was not deceiving them, as his power grew. The system might reward them with extraordinary items at any moment. Using the snow spirit pearl as the core, they aimed to unleash an even more ferocious blizzard. Snow Cloud Mountain, unleash your might. The snow spirit pearl not only aided in cultivation but also altered the attributes of the world's energy, making it a formidable weapon in battle. United in strength, they ranked among the strong in the quasi-legendary realm, and with the snow spirit pearl, they could ascend to the pinnacle of power. Counterattack, counterattack. The defenders atop Snow Dragon Peak were also on high alert. Suddenly, a colossal snow-colored dragon coalesced from the formations. Harnessing the forces of heaven and earth, its magnificent form capable of standing against the quasi-legends. Although Snow Dragon Peak lacked true legends, it possessed an even more formidable snow dragon formation. The synergy of heaven, earth, and humanity erupted at this moment. Humph! The three elders of the snow plain scoffed. Storm! Meng Tian raised his hand, and a tempest of thousands of zhongs surged forth. A giant black dragon roared out, colliding fiercely with the snow dragon, absorbing its power. One arrow seals the snow dragon. Huang Zheng observed that the snow plain's three elders and Meng Tian had effectively restrained their opponent. He slowly loosed an arrow. An embodiment of terror, capable of shaking the world, imbued with the power to slay gods and devils, and it soared directly into Snow Dragon Peak. With a thunderous roar, the city walls crumbled, revealing a chasm 1,000 zhong deep at the summit. The force was overwhelming, sweeping across the peak. The commander of the defending forces was obliterated, reduced to mere fragments. Many soldiers were buried beneath the aftermath. The army seized the opportunity to invade Snow Dragon Peak. Ding! You have captured Xinming Peak and received a reward of 500,000 yuan stones and 30 tianqing fruits. Ding! You have captured Snow Dragon Peak and received a reward of 500,000 yuan stones and a piece of 30,000 year-cold jade. Oh? Capturing these main peaks yields rewards. Qin Yu was somewhat taken aback, though he considered it a fortuitous development. The 30,000 year-cold jade, when cultivated upon, would keep the soul perpetually alert, a crucial aid for any powerful cultivator. The tianqing fruit was a unique fruit with extraordinary effects, enabling those of the heavenly realm to comprehend the grand forces of nature. Continue the assault, do not halt. Qin Yu urged, filled with anticipation. Should the entire Qian mountain range fall under his control, unimaginable benefits would ensue. Alas, the system's rewards were somewhat random. He preferred the prospect of summoning opportunities. Meanwhile, at Qian Pass, the most elite forces of the court were stationed. The swift capture of Xinming and Snow Dragon Peaks by the rebels had sent alarm bells ringing. According to the latest intelligence, after seizing the two peaks, the rebels were pressing forward, and the situation was dire. They had not anticipated the rapid fall of the two peaks. In their projections, the loss of the main peaks was inevitable. Yet it was not supposed to occur so swiftly. They aimed to exhaust the enemy's strength. However, the rebels boasted an abundance of formidable generals and legendary artifacts. What now? The rebels advanced with relentless momentum. If left unchecked, more peaks would fall. Under such pressure, the morale of the army was shaky, particularly among those hastily mobilized. Do not panic. As long as Qian Pass remains in our hands, we have lost nothing. The 18th Prince wields great military acumen. If we overextend our forces as before, what will happen if Chongning falls? They were cautious not to spread their forces too thin. Let them take what they will. Order all defenders of the peaks to hold their ground. Even if it costs every last soldier, we must hold fast. Moreover, where are the experts from the Liu and Ning families? Their progress seems sluggish. The commander guarding Qian Pass furrowed his brow, harboring discontent toward the Liu and Ning families. These two families are not easily swayed. They are not ordinary clans of the Eastern realm. The court must urge them. To mount a counteroffensive against the rebels, we still rely on them. Orders were dispatched from Qian Pass. General, what shall we do? The rebels have already arrived. It is the 4 Divine Beasts Legion, along with the 5 generals of Qin Hai. On Luyan Peak, the air was thick with bloodlust, a tempest approaching. The defenders were in a state of frantic urgency. The various clans stationed there were even more apprehensive. They had received word that Xinming and Snow Dragon Peaks had fallen. With the main commanders slain and countless defenders perishing, they feared they might meet the same fate, dying in vain. The court commands us to hold each main peak. Fighting to the last man, we must not allow the rebels to breach our defenses, someone declared. The commander of Luyan Peak wore a troubled expression as he turned to a quasi-legendary expert. What do you propose we do to defend ourselves? The four Divine Beasts Legion can form a powerful formation to suppress Luoyun Peak's defenses, and Yang Quan is also here. It is said Yuan Hui's legendary armor is in his possession, rendering us vulnerable to their assault. Luoyun Peak cannot withstand this. At most, we can slow the enemy down. The quasi-legend's expression was equally grim. He had been forcibly conscripted. The general must hold the line. This is the court's command. At that moment, a voice interrupted. How do we hold? You tell me. The commander of Luoyun Peak shouted angrily. The rebels were not only powerful, but the 18th Prince was also intimately familiar with the formations of Qin mountain range. I do not know. But the court has commanded us to fight until the final moment. The other continued. He was a military overseer assigned by the court. Not particularly strong, but wielding significant authority, tasked with supervising the defenders of each peak. Defend? Defend what? I do not wish to die at the hands of my own people. Whoever wants to defend Luoyun Peak may do so. I will not. The commander bellowed. General, you must. The overseer urged, alarmed. I will not defend. The commander of Luoyun Peak's eyes hardened, and he severed the overseer's head in a fit of rage, declaring, all soldiers, heed my command. Pledge your loyalty to the 18th Prince. In Qin Mountain, we have no reason to risk our lives. He had long harbored discontent. It was clear that he was being used as fodder to exhaust the enemy's forces. As the army approached, Yang Quan beheld the opening of the city defenses. A smile spreading across his face. The prince's psychological warfare has succeeded. Ding. You have captured Luoyun Peak and received a reward of 500,000 yuan stones and a piece of 5-color divine stone. It is time. Qin Yu received the system notification and took out a blank sheet of paper. He contemplated writing but ultimately refrained from inscribing a single word. Meng Feng. Deliver this letter to the Lu family. Qin Yu handed the blank sheet to Meng Feng. Meng Feng gazed upon a blank sheet of paper, momentarily taken aback. Soon, understanding dawned upon him, and he nodded, saying, Your Highness, rest assured, I shall deliver it to the Lu family. Chapter 59. The Silence That Speaks Volumes. The choice of the Lu family in the Eastern Realm. The Lu family stands as one of the 8 great families of the founding era. An ancient lineage that has endured for millennia. Witnessing the ebb and flow of time, they remain a formidable presence. Such venerable families, with their legendary guardians, ensure their survival. It is no exaggeration to assert that if the Lu family were to sever ties with the great Qin and establish their own nation based on their profound heritage, they could easily emerge as a powerful entity, second only to the 10 nations and 7 sects. This is precisely why the 8 great families hold such significant influence in the great Qin, to the extent that even the former emperor could not directly suppress them. Their decisions carry weight that can shape the destiny of the great Qin. However, recent events within the Lu family have been tumultuous. The imperial edict from Qin Hai has summoned the Ning and Lu families to mobilize their strongest warriors to guard the Qin mountain range. Yet, even Qin Hai lacks control over such ancient clans. The members of the Lu family are not naive. They recognize that the Qin mountain range is a veritable meat grinder. The 18th Prince, brimming with ambition, is determined to seize Qin, deploying a vast army. Should they choose to resist, the toll would be catastrophic. What shall we do, head of the family? The situation at Qin is urgent, and His Majesty has issued multiple decrees. We cannot afford to delay, lest we incur the wrath of the imperial authority. You are well aware that the royal family abhors such insubordination, a group of elders urged, surrounding a middle-aged man. The 18th Prince is backed by legends and formidable generals, including Dian Wei, Meng Tian, Zhang Liang, Huang Zhong, Yang Quan, and the 3 elders of the Snowy Plains, each a force to be reckoned with. As of now, no one knows what further secrets lie at his disposal. It is foreseeable that if we engage in battle, countless family warriors will be lost. One elder expressed his concerns. To oppose the 18th Prince is a scheme in itself. Several prominent families from the central domain have long harbored ill intentions, seeking to extend their influence into the Eastern Realm. This time, the local clans have been summoned to the front lines, and I have heard that the losses have been substantial. After the war, the Eastern Realm will be left vulnerable, ripe for the taking by others. It is a clever strategy to weaken the local power while simultaneously suppressing the 18th Prince. Indeed, particularly the Kai and Su families, who have aggressively expanded in the Eastern Realm in recent years, various elders express their discontent. The borders of the Great Qin have stabilized. The framework of the 10 nations and 7 sects has formed, and in the absence of significant upheaval, they have turned inward. The Liu family has seen a decline over the past millennium. They shook their heads. In the last 1,000 years, the Liu family has not produced any remarkable talents. With scarcely a few on the brink of legend, our strength has waned considerably, and we cannot withstand substantial losses. Flowers do not bloom perpetually, nations do not thrive eternally. Even the ancient clans that have endured for millennia are not immune to decline, gradually being consumed by others. Just as the Tian divine sect, once at its zenith, ultimately crumbled. If the Liu family does not strive for strength, it too will become a mere footnote in history. We must not engage lightly in the battle at Tian. It is predictable that should we enter the fray, losses are inevitable. Should we force the 18th Prince into a corner, it would lead to mutual destruction, endangering the entire Eastern realm. This prince is no ordinary adversary, one elder admonished sternly. But it is easier said than done. This is an imperial decree. Can we truly disregard it entirely? Another elder countered. The discussion grew heated, voices rising in fervor. The current head of the Liu family, Liu Qiufeng, felt a headache coming on. He was acutely aware of the underlying dangers. Ultimately, there was no advantage for the Liu family in this. The 18th Prince's power was formidable. What is the Ning family doing? Have they already gone to Tian Mountain? Liu Qiufeng inquired. Although the Ning and Liu families both reside in the Eastern realm, their focuses differ. The Ning family is more coastal, wielding considerable power over the wild seas, while the Liu family is stronger in the vicinity of the Tian mountain range. It seems the Ning family has indeed departed. One replied, could that group of old foxes truly venture forth so easily? For millennia, they have maintained a low profile, avoiding conflict. Liu Qiufeng expressed skepticism. Head, I have news. The Ning family's departure is merely symbolic. After the fall of the northern region, many Ning family warriors have moved to the wild seas. It is said they discovered an alternate dimension within the Sea of Ruins, filled with treasures and opportunities for legend. Countless strong warriors have gone to seize this chance, intending to present it to the current emperor. Those cunning old foxes. Liu Qiufeng's anger flared upon hearing this. What treasures? I am well aware that the Sea of Ruins is replete with riches. I believe the Ning family may genuinely wish to present treasures. But their early departure before the great battle also signifies a stance. Such political acumen is exceptionally perceptive, relocating their warriors ahead of time. Even if the court were to learn of this, they would find it difficult to criticize. No wonder the Ning family thrives. While their intentions may be genuine, the question remains for whom they are offering their gifts. We must see how the Eastern Realm war unfolds, but they have now thrust the dilemma upon us, he lamented. This expedition by the Ning family occurred without so much as an advance notice to him. Head, someone requests an audience, a voice suddenly announced as an individual entered. Who is it? If it is someone from the court, send them away, Liu Qiufeng replied, irked. Head, this individual is not from the court, he is Meng Feng, the governor of Yinshan and an envoy of the 18th Prince, the messenger informed. Meng Feng. Liu Qiufeng's expression shifted. I understand. The arrival of an envoy from the 18th Prince at this juncture was not lost on him. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to meet with him. In the reception hall, Meng Feng was sipping tea. Upon seeing Liu Qiufeng enter, he rose and said, Head Liu, it has been a while. Meng Feng, you possess remarkable audacity. As a governor of the court, you openly surrender to the rebels and dare to visit my Liu family. Do you believe I would not seize you and deliver you to the court for punishment? Liu Qiufeng declared. That would not be the case. If you intended to punish me, I would not be sitting here enjoying tea, Meng Feng replied with a smile. Speak. What brings you to my Liu family? Liu Qiufeng inquired. I believe you can surmise the purpose of my visit, and I have a letter from His Highness to deliver, Meng Feng said, producing the correspondence. The letter from His Highness. Liu Qiufeng remained silent for a long time before accepting it. Before he could open it, Meng Feng added, I understand the Liu family is currently in a difficult position, but I must emphasize that this matter is of great importance to you. The choice lies with you, head. And you should be aware that His Highness is determined to seize the throne. Liu Qiufeng merely nodded. When he finally opened the letter, he found it contained nothing but a blank sheet of paper. The silence spoke louder than words. He comprehended the unspoken message. The clever understand the subtleties of silence, recognizing that the blank page conveys countless sentiments. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he sat in silence. Meng Feng, aware of the gravity of the situation, did not intrude, allowing Liu Qiufeng the necessary time to deliberate. The stillness persisted for half an hour. Meng Feng, remain here for now. I have other matters to attend to. After dismissing him, Liu Qiufeng proceeded to the family's sacred grounds. Within the confines of the ancestral domain, where the legendary elder of the Lu family resided in seclusion. He gazed at a nearby structure. Such monumental decisions were beyond his purview. They must be left to the legendary elder for resolution. He entrusted the letter to a guard outside. "Head, the elder's intentions are contained within," the guard informed him. One letter was from Qin Yu, the other from the Lu family elder. As Lu Chongfeng opened both letters, he found that they too bore only blank pages, devoid of any writing. Cunning individuals gravitate towards such methods. "Elder, I understand your message," Lu Chongfeng concluded. Chapter 60. The Lu clan, loyal to your highness in silence, the ancestors spoke volumes. The elder remained quiet, yet Lu Chongfeng comprehended the underlying message. The legendary figures would not partake in the decision-making process. Whether to pledge allegiance to the current emperor or to Qin Yu was to be determined by him, the clan leader. He understood the implications. In the face of the legendary figure's silence within the Qian imperial family, though the 8 founding clans might be fierce in their disputes, their legendary warriors could not intervene. Otherwise, the very essence of the conflict would be altered. Should calamity arise in the future, Lu Chongfeng would bear the burden alone, thus safeguarding the clan. Amidst the shifting tides of fortune, with Qian on the brink of monumental change, Lu Chongfeng resolved to act. Clutching 2 blank sheets of paper, he declared resolutely, "Summon all the celestial beings of our clan who are not in closed-door seclusion, as well as those on the verge of legendary status, to meet with me." Figures began to gather. As one of the 8 founding families, the Lu clan, despite its gradual decline over the past millennium, still possessed a considerable number of formidable individuals, many of whom remained hidden from public view. "I have called you here to discuss the war in the Eastern Territories. I have consulted the elder, who has opted for silence. Thus, the decision rests upon us. What do you believe our clan should choose?" Lu Chongfeng gazed at the various clan elders. "Clan leader, you must have already made up your mind. As the head of our clan, please share your thoughts," an elderly man with white hair suggested. "Allegiance to the 18th Prince." Lu Chongfeng articulated his intention. He sought to align with Qin Yu. The fate of their clan was at stake, and caution was paramount. A hush fell over the assembly as they absorbed the gravity of the situation. They were acutely aware of the ongoing conflict in the Eastern Territories. Should they heed the court's summons, the Lu clan's confrontation with Qin Yu would inevitably result in substantial losses. What then would they do? The 18th Prince, too, was exceptionally capable. Having advanced so far into the Eastern Territories, he had triggered a significant shift in the situation. A millennium ago, our ancestor followed the founding emperor, bringing glory to the Lu clan. Now, with the 18th Prince raising his banner, we may once again be on the brink of greatness. We have no other choice. Lu Chongfeng proclaimed. "We vow, for all eternity, to serve Qian faithfully, yet the 18th Prince is of royal blood. We do not betray our allegiance. Should calamity strike, I alone, Lu Chongfeng, will bear the consequences. Do any among you harbor differing opinions?" The elders pondered deeply. In their hearts, they were reluctant to engage in a struggle for power, yet circumstances left them no choice but to express their stance. "We shall obey the clan leader's command." The overwhelming majority concurred. Weighing the pros and cons, aligning with the 18th Prince emerged as the most prudent choice. "I shall meet with Meng Feng. Prepare yourselves," Lu Chongfeng announced, his resolve visibly strengthened. It appeared that clan leader Lu had reached a decision. Meng Feng had been waiting for quite some time. "Meng Feng, I am willing to serve your highness, but I wish to meet the 18th Prince in person," Lu Chongfeng stated. "Very well, that is certainly feasible. His Highness awaits your presence," Meng Feng replied, excitement evident in his voice, having grasped Lu Chongfeng's intent. While he was confident, he also feared the Lu clan might hesitate. Haha, with the Lu clan's support, your Highness will undoubtedly succeed. When you ascend the throne, clan leader Lu, your contributions will be unparalleled." Meng Feng exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "I firmly believe your Highness will achieve greatness," Lu Chongfeng affirmed. The ability to mobilize forces into the Eastern Territories was proof enough that Qin Yu far surpassed Qin Hai in capability. Indeed, greatness is assured, and the sacrifices made now are merely stepping stones to future glory. Meng Feng mused. "What of the Ning clan's situation? Do not concern yourself with them. The Eastern Territories have yet to engage in battle. The Ning clan's elite have long since ventured to the Wild Sea ruins, leaving only a few stragglers behind. They are accustomed to discretion and will not openly declare their allegiance, but there is no need to worry about them," Lu Chongfeng explained. "Understood." Meng Feng, having served as the governor of Yanshan for centuries, was well acquainted with the Ning clan. "However, this is advantageous. While the Ning clan cannot aid your highness, Their neutrality will not assist Qin Hai either. With the Lu clan's declaration, victory in the upcoming battle is assured. Your Highness's strategy has already borne fruit, Meng Feng chuckled. It is essential to recognize that the Lu clan's declaration signifies not only their strength, but also a powerful statement of intent. Consider the implications. If even the Lu clan, one of the 8 founding families, has pledged allegiance, lesser clans will undoubtedly rally to support your Highness. The Lu clan has always acted decisively. We either undertake a task or pursue it to the end. This is the essence of our family. Lu Qiufeng demonstrated his resolute character. What shall the Lu clan do now? Lu Qiufeng inquired. For the time being, we must not make any rash moves. We should appease the court and proceed to meet with His Highness, Meng Feng advised. On that day, Lu Qiufeng followed Meng Feng to the Qin mountain range, the front line of the conflict. Standing atop the mountain, Qin Yu emanated an aura of divine light. A natural presence surrounded him, commanding the clouds to shift, forming an imposing figure adorned in imperial brilliance, exuding an unparalleled majesty. His mastery of the Eternal Emperor's sutra endowed Qin Yu with an immense imperial gravitas. Lu Qiufeng pays his respects to your Highness. Lu Qiufeng approached quietly. Reaching the peak, he sensed the potent energy and felt a sudden jolt in his heart. This was the charisma befitting an emperor, reminiscent of the founding patriarch. The founding patriarch was a true emperor of the battlefield, having fought valiantly to establish Daqian's foundations, far surpassing those who dwell in the depths of the palace. The 18th Prince, too, had arrived through warfare. No wonder he could press so far into the eastern territories. Nor why he commanded such loyalty from formidable allies. Were he in Lu Qiufeng's position, he too would pledge allegiance to the 18th Prince. Please rise. Qin Yu welcomed Lu Qiufeng with a smile. While his tone was gentle, it carried an imperial pressure that compelled Lu Qiufeng to bow his head slightly. The Lu clan wishes to pledge our loyalty and join your Highness in battle to secure Daqian's future, Lu Qiufeng declared. With the support of the Lu clan, I shall be like a tiger with wings. Furthermore, your clan's declaration will spare countless lives in the eastern territories. Daqian cannot continue in this chaos. Order must be restored. Qin Yu asserted with commanding authority. He was not surprised by the Lu clan's allegiance. He understood their motivations well. For human nature is inherently driven by the pursuit of profit. The court had issued multiple edicts commanding the Lu clan to deploy their warriors to guard the Qin mountain range. Indeed, the Qin mountain range is the most formidable stronghold. Clan leader Lu, the court remains unaware of your loyalty to His Highness. Can you manage the defenses at Qin Pass? Zhang Liang inquired. This was the renowned Mr. Zhigang. Lu Qiufeng regarded Zhang Liang, having heard much about his exceptional abilities in strategy and command. Qin Hai, however, was less convinced of his capabilities. Nevertheless, my orders are to have the Lu clan's warriors reinforce Qin Pass and occupy the primary peaks, Lu Qiufeng replied. I have a plan, Zhang Liang smiled. Your Highness, I propose we launch a more aggressive offensive, compelling the court to mobilize the Lu clan's strength and support. Clan leader Lu, once you receive the next imperial edict, you can dispatch troops to each main peak. In concert, we will pressure Qin Pass in the shortest possible time. With this maneuver, our forces could dictate the situation in the Qin mountain range. Let us proceed with Mr. Zhigong's strategy. Qin Yu turned to Lu Qiufeng, clan leader Lu. The swift conquest of the Qin mountain range now rests upon your shoulders. I understand, and I assure you, I will not disappoint your Highness. Chapter 61. A night of transformation. The sky had turned crimson, ablaze with the fires of war, illuminating the land as brightly as day. The conflict in the Qin mountain range raged on ceaselessly, leveling countless peaks in its wake. Yet, the commanding general, Nangongji, remained unfazed by the relentless assaults of the rebels. He was indifferent to the loss of key summits, understanding that their abandonment was a necessary sacrifice. As long as he maintained control over Qin Pass, the rebels could never claim complete victory, and it presented an opportunity for a counterattack. The Qin army, stationed at the pass, was among the mightiest legions of the Eastern realm. The founding of the great Qian Dynasty had come at an exorbitant cost. Recognizing the significance of this pass and controlling the entire Eastern territory, the 18th Prince was launching a fierce offensive, eager to avoid prolonged engagement. However, there was no need for alarm. This was merely a tactic to lure the enemy deeper into their trap. Once they were ensnared and unable to retreat, a counteroffensive could be mounted. Patience was paramount. Numerous formidable figures gazed upon the raging flames of war. The four great families supporting Qin Hai had dispatched a multitude of powerful warriors for defense, even bringing in several elite troops from the central domain. Despite issuing imperial edicts, the Lu family could no longer withstand the pressure, for even the 8 founding families dared not openly defy the emperor's commands. Regrettably, the Ning family had proven cunning, having preemptively diverted their strong forces to the Wilderness Sea. Had both the Ning and Lu families stood united, the 18th Prince, no matter his celestial prowess, would have found it impossible to seize Tian. They were well aware of the Ning family's situation, a member of the Su family. On the verge of becoming a legend, scoffed, the Ning family has always acted thus. It does not surprise me. This is advantageous, as their inaction will not aid the rebels, posing no threat to us. The Su family had long sought to extend their influence into the Eastern realm. Following this battle, the various factions would be weakened, and the Lu family's involvement would only diminish their control further. They could finally expand their reach. Had the late emperor still been alive, such audacity would have been unthinkable. However, the current emperor required their support to secure his throne. The other factions were of little consequence, allowing the Lu family to expend the rebel forces. Your Highness, 5 days have passed, and the Lu clan leader is prepared. Our plans can now be executed. The relentless assaults over these days have placed immense pressure on the defending troops. Zhang Liang stood nearby, exuding confidence. Were it not for the pressing circumstances, the court's intent to use Lu family warriors as cannon fodder would not have compelled such loyalty. Qihua Peak rose majestically, yet the defenders felt a palpable tension. The rebels had commenced their attack, and an imperial decree mandated that they hold their ground at all costs. Those who dared to flee would face dire consequences. At this moment, thousands arrived at Qihua Peak. Though few in number, their prowess was formidable. Reinforcements had arrived. Their expressions shifted as they recognized the Lu family's warriors. Relief washing over them. The Lu family, one of the 8 founding families, commanded extraordinary strength and legendary figures. I am Lu Hai of the Lu family, taking command of the Qihua Peak defenses. Lu Hai, a quasi-legend of the Lu family, ascended the main peak and addressed the commanding officer. With the Lu family as assistants, I feel reassured. The rebels have been ferociously aggressive these past days. We must remain vigilant. You are correct. We cannot afford to be careless during such times. The defending officer replied. Lu Hai, stepping into the defensive formation, surveyed the battlefield aflame with conflict. We must guard against the rebels. No sooner had he spoken than he dashed toward the commander, a heavy force suddenly bearing down upon him, a blade poised at the commander's throat. What are you doing? The commander gasped, taken aback by Lu Hai's unexpected aggression. Was he not one of their own? The Lu family's warriors swiftly followed suit, subduing key figures within the stronghold. This sudden turn of events left many in a state of shock. The tides had turned. Lu Hai displayed unwavering resolve, keeping the commander immobilized as he declared, Everyone, do not move recklessly. I pledge my loyalty to the 18th Prince. The Lu family had betrayed them. The expressions of the strong within the past morphed into horror. Who could have anticipated such treachery? They exchanged glances, a blade at their throats. What could they do? You dare to defect, betraying the great Qian and the emperor. Someone shouted in alarm. The Lu family wasted no breath on such outcry, swiftly executing those who dared to oppose them. The Lu family has never betrayed. We remain loyal to the great Qian. However, the current emperor lacks the merit to be the sovereign. Only the 18th Prince embodies the true essence of the great Qian. Those who wish to live should lay down their arms and turn to the light. Lu Hai proclaimed. We surrender. The spirit of resistance evaporated among the group. Lu Hai had seized control of Qihua Peak. A similar scene unfolded across various locations within the Tian mountain range. The Lu family's actions were so abrupt that many failed to react. They had assumed the Lu family's deployment of numerous strong warriors was to assist in defense, leaving them unsuspecting as the Lu family easily usurped control. By dawn, the glaring sunlight once again illuminated the Tian mountain range. Yet, the landscape had irrevocably shifted. 16 main peaks had fallen overnight. Their once impenetrable defenses had become a mere jest. Qin Hai is unworthy, lacking legitimacy, while the 18th Prince is the true emperor of the great Qian. To restore order and peace, the Lu family pledges support to the 18th Prince in his quest for the throne. Lu Qiufeng announced, his voice echoing throughout the Tian mountain range. Beep. You have captured Qihua Peak, earning a reward of 3 million stone, a piece of divine fire jade, and 10 firestorm pearls. Beep. You have captured Sangmu Peak, earning a reward of 3 million stone and a piece of heavenly wood armor. Beep. You have captured Hammer Peak, earning a reward of 3 million stone, a bottle of divine casting pills, and a bottle of spiritual essence pills. As the system's notifications rang out in succession, beams of light appeared atop the 16 main peaks on the system map. The Liu family's actions were monumental, seizing 16 critical peaks with thunderous might, thereby opening the battlefield for Qin Yu. The effectiveness of this maneuver stemmed from no one anticipating the Liu family would publicly support the 18th Prince. Moreover, the formations atop these 16 peaks were aligned with Qin Yu's strategies, creating a situation of internal and external siege. Your Highness, the Liu family has succeeded. Zhang Liang chuckled. If we had to conquer each peak individually, the Northern Army would have incurred immense costs. Yet, in just one night, they have secured so much. The Liu family has rendered a tremendous service this time. Their declaration holds greater significance than our capture of dozens of peaks, Qin Yu remarked, surveying the entire Qian mountain range with composure. I can already envision the tremors throughout the Qian mountain range, and soon, we shall strive for total dominion. Chapter 62. Embracing the light. Loyal to the true sovereign. One fateful night, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. What had once appeared to be a promising situation for the defending forces swiftly devolved into chaos, akin to a descent into hell. The Liu family's betrayal struck a heavy blow, their defection causing significant repercussions, with the capture of 16 peaks and the coordinated onslaught of the rebel forces. The equilibrium of this conflict was shattered, igniting a transformation in the hearts of the people. In this moment of despair, Qin Yu had long prepared for the offensive, commanding his troops to launch multi-pronged attacks. The radiant glow of legendary artifacts illuminated the Qian mountain range, creating a magnificent spectacle. Naturally, the Liu family exerted their full strength, summoning powerful warriors from their clan and bringing forth several legendary artifacts, thereby rapidly expanding Qin Yu's influence. The defending forces, once seemingly impenetrable, now lay vulnerable and riddled with weaknesses. Most of the guardians stationed at the main peaks, save for a few, had lost their will to fight. Recognizing that against such a brutal assault from the rebels, they were merely foolishly courting death. Boom. Booms of incredible light shot skyward as Qin Yu's army besieged the main peaks, striking with legendary artifacts. The sheer destructive power was overwhelming. Even with the defenders' fervent desire for martyrdom, the mountains began to crumble under the relentless assault. Dian Wei led the charge, his destructive prowess unmatched. Victory! 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 The soldiers roared in unison. The Liu family's defection not only brought forth formidable warriors but also rekindled the fighting spirit in the heart of the eastern region, where true combatants had become scarce in the wake of this civil strife. As the army pressed forward, waves of surrendering defenders cascaded down from the peaks, unwilling to become sacrificial pawns. We shall no longer serve Qin Hai. Even the Liu family, a legendary clan, has pledged loyalty to the 18th Prince, indicating that righteousness lies with him. What is there to fear in our rebellion? Indeed, serving the court had reaped no rewards, but now the 18th Prince required their strength. Resistance meant certain death. To abandon darkness and embrace the light, to choose a worthy sovereign and pledge loyalty. The Liu family's betrayal instilled immense courage in the hearts of the soldiers, solidifying their resolve. In times like these, a leader was essential. Smaller families found it difficult to sway their loyalties, yet the Liu family, as a colossal force, could truly dictate the course of events. The flames of war spread rapidly. No fortress, no matter how strong, could withstand internal disintegration. The army surged forth like a tidal wave, capturing peak after peak, conquering more than half of the Qian mountain range in less than 10 days, a speed that was miraculous. News of their triumph intentionally reached beyond Qian. Their call to arms was one of merit, a cleansing of the rebels. Some were skeptical. Lu Chongfeng openly admitted to his defection, causing upheaval and agitation across the eastern region. How resolute the Liu family is. I had thought they would feign loyalty. Yet they have decisively pledged allegiance to the 18th Prince. While my Ning family lacks such determination, lamented a powerful member of the Ning family. They had deliberately retreated to the wild sea abyss, avoiding the conflict, for regardless of the victor, rewards would be scarce, and trust from the sovereign even scarcer. But this was a prudent path for self-preservation. They needed none of it. Ding! You have captured Thunder Peak, receiving rewards of 300,000 stone and 100 pounds of Thunder Spirit liquid, along with the 9-fold Thunderbolt technique. The system chimed. Thunder Peak had fallen. Qin Yu's expression shifted. The strategic significance of Thunder Peak was paramount, serving as the heart of the main peak's defenses. Its capture would allow direct confrontation with Qian Peak. The 9-fold Thunderbolt technique, Qin Yu briefly examined it, recognizing its immense power, capable of summoning a tempest of thunder. "Accompany me to Thunder Peak," Qin Yu instructed Feng Xiandao. At this moment, a multitude of warriors amassed at Thunder Peak. From afar, their numbers were staggering. Our forces continue to swell. Yang Quan gazed across the sea of soldiers, feeling a sense of unreality. Initially, they had mobilized 1,500,000 troops from Yulong Pass, yet in such a short span, they had drawn countless formidable warriors. Upon entering the eastern region, following several fierce battles, the Princess Call had summoned them, his power growing ever more formidable. These warriors, who once belonged to Qin Hai, were now fiercely loyal to the prince, having been conquered by his brilliance. Silence was a blessing, but once they turned against the court, they would be branded as rebels and would have no choice but to fight to the end. Our prince is the mightiest. Fan Yong admired Qin Yu, knowing that without the princess' favor, he would never have transcended to the heavenly realm. Those with the right path gain support, while those without it find themselves abandoned. Qin Hai's incompetence has led the world as strong to willingly pledge their loyalty to our prince. Zhou Tu remarked, his pupils narrowing in realization, the prince has arrived. Your Highness. All the soldiers, upon witnessing Qin Yu's arrival at Thunder Peak, immediately stood in reverence, bowing to him with admiration. He was no mere emperor like Qin Hai, secluded in the palace. He had been leading the charge from the front lines. Rise, Qin Yu commanded, his presence commanding. At that moment, the power of Thunder Peak surged, and countless bolts of lightning converged, yielding to his imperial might, accentuating the figure of a supreme sovereign. Had he declared himself emperor in that instant, who would dare dispute it? Among the Lu family's warriors, only Lu Chongfeng had encountered Qin Yu before. The others had never seen him. Now, facing this overwhelming authority, they felt both awe and joy, for with such a leader, their confidence was restored. You have all performed admirably. I am thoroughly pleased. In a short span, you have shattered defenses and seized half of Pantheon. Qin Yu surveyed the crowd, praising them. Especially the Lu family. Your contributions have spared my Qian countless strong lives, and you deserve the highest accolades. The Lu family hesitated to take credit. We merely followed the prevailing winds, Lu Chongfeng replied cautiously. He was well aware that the prince differed from Qin Hai, who relied on the strength of several great clans to secure his throne. The prince, akin to the late emperor, did not wish for the 8 founding families to grow excessively powerful in the court, as he already had countless strong warriors by his side, relying less on them. There is no need for modesty. Rewards will be given for merit. Once Tian mountain range is captured, I shall bestow honors upon you all. Qin Yu raised his hand, declaring, with Tian secured, the entire eastern region will lie beneath your feet. The 2 great strongholds of the east, Qin Hai Pass and its geographical advantages, will serve to defend against the Qi kingdom. Indeed, Lu Chongfeng concurred. Once we seize Tian, how many troops can we position to defend the eastern region? The court's forces are already contracting, and having allied with the Lu family, they have lost their initiative. They will inevitably report this to the court, and to secure Tian Pass, I believe the court will send reinforcements in a frenzy. Aware that losing Tian mountain range would mean the eastern region belongs to us, the court will undoubtedly dispatch troops to hold the line, Zhang Liang added. This battle cannot be prolonged. We must seize Tian Pass through both external assaults and internal morale, striking simultaneously to shatter their spirit and resolve. For me, capturing Tian Pass means not just securing a location, but also winning the hearts of the people. Qin Yu gazed longingly at Tian Peak, exuding an unparalleled confidence. Ready to conquer mountains and rivers. Chapter 63, like a fierce tiger, seizing the moment to strike, taking advantage of the current momentum, the troops pressed on relentlessly, leaving no time for the enemy to catch their breath. With the army at its peak and the morale of the soldiers soaring, it was the perfect time to launch a vigorous assault. Qin Yu, now commanding a vast number of troops with the backing of the northern region and formidable allies from the eastern territories, including the Lu family, was well equipped to deploy forces to simultaneously besiege multiple key peaks. The ferocity of the attacks caused mountains to crumble, and the newly loyal eastern tribes displayed an intense eagerness to prove their worth to the prince. They understood that their recent allegiance must be demonstrated through valor, ensuring their families would thrive once the throne was secured. Attempting to ride the coattails of chaos would yield no benefit under such relentless offense. The main peaks of Tian fell one after another, much to Qin Yu's delight as he heard the joyful chimes of success. Among the spoils were many excellent pieces of equipment and elixirs that would aid in the cultivation of the strong. He generously rewarded the frontline soldiers who distinguished themselves in battle. Within Qian Pass, the generals convened. The continuous loss of peaks had torn through their defenses, and the morale of the garrison was faltering, leading to instances of entire peaks surrendering. A quasi-legendary figure wore a grim expression, attributing the current circumstances to the treachery of the Liu family. They had not erred in their strategies, had it not been for the Liu family's defection. The rebel forces would not have advanced with such ease. They brought not only elite warriors, but also the support of the people. If the rebels had faltered, the Eastern warriors would have posed little threat. However, the Liu family set a commendable precedent. The assembled leaders were reminded that the purpose of their gathering was not to assign blame, but to fortify the Qian mountain range and strategize for victory in this war. At that moment, a resonant voice broke through, the voice of Nangongji, the commander of the Qian army and the highest authority on the battlefield. Not only did he possess formidable strength, but he also wielded a legendary artifact, the Qian seal, forged by the Qian divine sect to govern the mountain's fate. This seal, now in the hands of the great Qian, was crucial for the organization of the Qian army. With the Qian seal, one could harness the boundless might of the Qian mountain range. Only the commander of the Qian army had the right to wield this seal. Now, as the rebels launched ferocious multi-pronged assaults, despite their extensive defenses, the legendary artifact allowed the enemy to pierce through and delay their efforts, making it nearly impossible to hold the line unless reinforcements were sent from within Qian Pass. Dividing our forces is out of the question, Nangongji vehemently opposed. Fully aware of the dire consequences of such an action, there was a distinct risk of being gradually consumed. Moreover, many soldiers were intimidated by the imposing presence of the 18th Prince, their fighting spirit waning and making them prone to surrender. The rebels sought to capture every key peak. Much like they had in the north, severing ties with the court. They could not defend every peak. Sacrifices needed to be made to concentrate their forces. The eastern tribes were fickle, and their distance from Qian Pass could lead to treachery. Nangongji analyzed the situation, issuing orders to consolidate their defenses and relinquish the more remote peaks, focusing their strength around Qian Pass. This strategy would prevent the division of forces and stave off the eastern tribes from siding with the rebels. He also ordered the swift reporting of battle updates to the court, requesting reinforcements. If we can hold Qian Pass, the rebels will never be able to seize the entire Qian mountain range, and we shall not be defeated. Nangongji issued these commands with unwavering confidence. The defenses of the main peak were formidable. Even legendary forces would struggle to breach it. In the concentration of legendary artifacts, there was a strategic advantage. Yet, his primary concern remained the fighting spirit of the troops. The other strong leaders concurred, acknowledging this as the most prudent course of action. The current situation was not of their making, but rather a consequence of the Liu family's betrayal. Qian could not afford to fall. This battle was pivotal. Not just for this conflict, but for the entire empire's future. A single failure could reverberate throughout the nation. Meanwhile, in the imperial court, the situation in the Qian mountain range weighed heavily on their spirits. No one had anticipated such a rapid deterioration. Most believed they could adequately hold off the rebels. The eastern tribes, the Liu family. Qin Hai seethed as he absorbed the battlefield reports, furious that events had unfolded contrary to his expectations. He berated his ministers. Is this your strategy to fend off the enemy? Look at the front lines. Over half have been breached. We are left with no choice but to defend Qian Pass. Well done, well done. Qin Hai, despite his frustrations, retained the authority of an emperor, bolstered by the fortune of his nation. The ministers fell silent, hesitant to respond, caught off guard by the swift decline of their situation. The eastern tribes, the Liu family, you are truly my loyal subjects. Qin Hai laughed bitterly in his rage. He understood well the difficulty in mobilizing these two factions. Even learning that the Ning family had redirected their elite forces to the Wild Sea had not incited such ire. For at least the Ning family did not dare oppose him or assist the rebels. But the Liu family had dealt him a severe blow, shaking the very foundations of the great Qian's fortunes. As one of the 8 founding families, they brazenly declared their support for the rebels. Fortunately, Nangongji had responded adeptly, providing a glimmer of hope. He could not fault the defenders of Qian Pass. Your Majesty, we cannot afford to lose Qian Pass. If we do, the eastern region will be perilous, and the entire war effort will be at risk. An elder statesman cautioned. I am well aware of the stakes. Yet you must tell me how we can still win this battle. I demand the complete annihilation of the rebels. Qin Hai pressed. urgency evident in his tone. Should the eastern region fall, it might seem that they still held sway over 3 territories, but such a monumental loss would shift public sentiment, leading to disunity among the tribes and potentially destabilizing his court. He sensed a significant shift in perspective among the factions in the central domain regarding the war, and their resolve was beginning to waver. The consequences of a true defeat at Qian were unfathomable. Moreover, he had sought counsel from the royal lineage, only to be met with silence. The royal lineage was entangled in its own power struggles, ultimately agreeing to abstain from intervening in this war, leaving him powerless. Your Majesty, while the rebels have gained ground in the Qian mountain range, the greatest challenge remains Qian Pass. With the Qian army stationed there, bolstered by the elite forces of the central domain, it is as unassailable as a fortress. No number of legendary weapons can breach it, Kai Jin stepped forward to assert. His words provided a temporary calm to Qin Hai, recalling that even during the conquest of Qian Pass, they faced immense obstacles and incurred heavy casualties. Indeed, the eastern conflict is crucial to the national strategy, and with Nangongji holding the line, we must provide greater support to contain the rebels within the Qian mountain range, Lu Rong added. The key is that temporary setbacks are not insurmountable, but the court must stand united, a single force. He issued a warning to some present. Mobilize the elite forces of the central domain. Rally the tribes of the central domain to head immediately for the Qian mountain range. Qin Hai commanded decisively. The central domain was the most powerful region, without external threats, and had many capable warriors to call upon. It was not like the other 4 regions, which were distanced from imperial authority. Nods of agreement rippled through the assembly as they resolved to send central domain forces for reinforcement. Your Majesty, we can also mobilize a significant number of troops from the southern region, Lu Rong suggested. The south faces little border pressure, sharing borders only with a few small nations that dare not provoke us. Very well, mobilize the southern forces. This time, I will deploy a large-scale mobilization, Qin Hai declared. But that is still insufficient. All tribes of the eastern region must be summoned, united under Nangongji's command. Additionally, the Jinhai army stationed at Jinhai Pass and all military divisions must proceed to the Qian mountain range for the decisive battle. Chapter 64. Qin Hai's Madness. First, secure the interior before repelling foreign threats. What? Mobilize the Jinhai army. The minister's expressions changed dramatically, erupting in a clamor. To consider moving the Jinhai army was unprecedented. It is essential to understand that the 2 formidable elite forces in the Eastern Territory, the Invincible Legions, are the Cunyan Army and the Jinhai Army. Their functions differ significantly. The Jinhai Army is responsible for guarding the coastal frontiers, deterring potential incursions from the Qi state. Thanks to their steadfast presence, Qi has launched numerous wars yet has never managed to breach our defenses. Moreover, Jinhai Pass is fortified with a considerable number of elite troops. Given the recent circumstances, following the Cunyan campaign, many strong warriors have already been reassigned, leaving various regions vulnerable. If even the Jinhai army were to be withdrawn, what would become of our borders? Observing the reactions of his courtiers, Qin Hai coldly remarked, "What? Do you all hold differing opinions? Prime Minister Xiao, what do you think? Your Majesty, ever since the internal turmoil of our great Qian, the Qi state has been watching us with covetous eyes, seeking opportunities to penetrate our defenses. If we withdraw the Jinhai army, I firmly believe Qi will seize this chance to capture Jinhai and sweep through the eastern territories. The consequences would be dire." Called upon, Xiao Qinghai had no choice but to speak. The Qi state looms like a ravenous dragon, greedily eyeing Jinhai Pass for far too long. Jinhai Pass controls the surrounding seas. Although the court has faced relentless assaults and territorial losses recently, he remained indifferent, for these lands were acquired by the 18th Prince. Regardless of the outcome, the spoils would remain within their own domain, not benefiting outsiders. However, should Qi secure Jinhai Pass, it would lead to a significant loss of our coastline. His words incited Qin Hai's profound dissatisfaction, igniting the emperor's wrath. So, Prime Minister Xiao believes the Jinhai army should not be mobilized? Qin Hai's tone was grave. It is not that they cannot be mobilized, but we must deliberate thoroughly. The position of Jinhai Pass is too crucial, Xiao Qinghai replied ambiguously. Minister Xiao, there are matters I can tolerate, but there are also those I cannot. Qin Hai glared at Xiao Qinghai. You think I am unaware of the importance of Jinhai Pass? As the current Prime Minister, you should understand the critical nature of the Cunyan front. To repel external threats, we must first stabilize our internal situation. If Cunyan falls, I would lose the entire eastern territory to the rebels. At that juncture, Could the Qin Hai army still withstand the rebellion? Furthermore, once I suppress the insurgents and unify the nation, we could still drive Qi into the sea. The cost of this moment is justified. Qin Hai understood that if he allowed Qin Yu to seize the eastern territories, the hearts of the people would inevitably shift towards him. However, Qi lacked a foundation of popular support. Xiao Qinghai fell silent. Moreover, I believe this is insufficient. The Li family from the western territories must be dispatched to Kunyan, and all elite legions must rush to Kunyan without delay. Qin Hai even intended to mobilize the elite forces from the western territories. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinghai cautioned. The flames of war in the eastern territories have already unsettled the borders of Great Qian. The western front faces the threat of Zhao state directly. The troops we have nearly reached their limits. If we draw more main forces, it will leave the western front vulnerable. Among the 10 kingdoms, Zhao and our Great Qian are sworn enemies, having fought countless battles over millennia. The Zhao army is fierce, like wolves and tigers, without a garrison in the west. They will undoubtedly cross the chomping line, directing their blades towards the citizens of Great Qian. In that case, the western territories could erupt into chaos. Xiao Qinghai knew that the Zhao army was even more brutal than the Qi army. He recalled how the 18th Prince had previously sent troops to pacify the barbarian tribes, thereby intimidating them and affirming the wisdom of a truly enlightened ruler. Elder ministers stepped forward, hoping that Qin Hai would reconsider his decision regarding the western troops. Are you questioning my decree? Qin Hai glared at them, then turned to Xiao Qinghai. The elders do not dare to question. They are merely concerned for Great Qian. Xiao Qinghai replied. Concerned for Great Qian, but are you not also concerned for me? Qin Hai retorted. I commanded. Xiao Qinghai did not regret losing his position as prime minister, but feared the uncertainties of the future. El Rome, however, chuckled, recognizing that taking a leave would essentially remove him from the court of Great Qian, paving the way for him to become the new prime minister. Is there anyone else with differing opinions? Qin Hai scanned the ministers. Ultimately, he temporarily dismissed them from their posts. Unable to dissuade Qin Hai, the ministers refrained from further protest. My will is resolute. Comply with my commands. Qin Hai declared. Understood. The court dispersed, the atmosphere heavy with tension. At this moment, it was no longer merely a struggle for the throne. Jinhai Pass stood majestically, overlooking the boundless sea. The ocean breeze brushed against the face of a formidable general clad in deep blue armor, who gazed out over the waters, addressing his deputy. Are we fully prepared? Are we truly to mobilize the entire army to Kuntian Pass? Yes, General. We are prepared. But I have heard that the Qi state has amassed troops and is ready to march. If we leave, Jinhai Pass will fall into their control. And many soldiers are displeased with the order to move to Kuntian, replied the anxious deputy. This is the Emperor's command. We cannot disregard it, General Xie responded. He had recently taken command of the Jinhai army, having been appointed after Qin Hai ascended the throne and replaced the former commander, Ling Tianqiu, who was closely associated with Qin Yu. Those who disobey military orders shall face the law. In critical moments, we may execute without hesitation, Xie declared resolutely. If Ling Tianqiu were still in command, he might not directly betray the 18th Prince, but he would certainly not follow orders. Xie was different. He was promoted by Qin Hai himself. Understood. The Jinhai army prepared for departure. Xie would also take with him the legendary artifact, the Jinhai Pearl, to join the Kuntian battlefield. Accompanying him were the elite legions surrounding Jinhai Pass, along with the garrison forces and warriors from various regions of the Eastern Territory. Jinhai Pass lay desolate, left with only remnants of soldiers. In the Western Territories, a similar situation unfolded. Qin Hai had anticipated this scenario, replacing those who were disobedient or too close to Qin Yu. Following his orders, elite troops had already been dispatched to the Kunyan Mountains. Even though he recognized that the withdrawal of the army would pose significant risks, the imperial edict was absolute. Even Xiao Qinghai had been sidelined. As they headed towards Kuntian Mountains, the Western Territories braced for imminent warfare. Bloodshed would flow like rivers, and every household would hang white mourning cloths. The fierce Zhao troops would never miss such an opportunity. They had been waiting for this moment. Li Jian sighed, contemplating the need to submit a memorial. His disappointment was palpable. Patriarch, many elders of the Li family wore troubled expressions. I am not concerned with the battle at Kuntian. My focus is solely on the Western Front. How the Kuntian conflict unfolds is merely an internal struggle of Great Qian. We must keep a close watch on Zhao state during this time. While the imperial command is difficult to defy, our Li family must comply. But the scope for maneuverability is vast. We cannot follow blindly, we must express our stance. Sending only a portion of our forces is still compliance. And upon reaching the Eastern Territory, we will act according to the situation. Unless absolutely necessary, do not engage in battle. The greatest enemy on the Western Front remains Zhao State. Simultaneously, we must prepare for war with Zhao, Li Jian ordered solemnly. We understand. The elders nodded in agreement. This was a time of turmoil for Great Qian, a period of peril. They hoped this war would conclude swiftly. The nation could not endure such chaos any longer. Li Jian sighed, knowing that under the continuous defeats, the current emperor was nearing a state of madness. Chapter 65, The Essence of War Lies in Swift Action. Breaking through all with thunderous might upon the summit of Thunder Peak, the entire army assembled. They were well aware of the court's reinforcements. Nangongji, a formidable figure, was adept at stalling for time. Initially, he stabilized the situation, then consolidated his forces to forge a defense, ensuring that their lines of communication remained unbroken. The Qin Hai army had unexpectedly been diverted to the battlefield. How audacious! When news reached them that the Qin Hai army and the elite coastal troops had arrived at Kunyan Pass, Lu Chongfeng was taken aback. Did this not imply that no formidable legions remained at the coastal borders? This would expose them to the full might of the Qi forces. Qin Hai Pass was in peril. Lu Chongfeng understood the Qi nation's insatiable desire for Qin Hai Pass. He believed they would not let this opportunity slip away. Should Qin Hai Pass fall into Qi's hands, he, Qin Hai, would be eternally condemned as a traitor of the great Qian. Meng Feng's expression darkened. This was madness. They dared to commit such an act. Others remarked that while Qin Hai Pass was crucial for the great Qian, for Qin Hai, all his ambitions were for the prince, who directly threatened his imperial position. If they were to lose at Pantheon, he would have nothing left. Regrettably, General Ling had been reassigned, and Xie Ziyue was his subordinate. Otherwise, the Qin Hai army would never have departed. Zhou Tu commented that this was hardly good news for them. Kunyan Pass was already a difficult stronghold to capture. Of course, all depended on winning the battle at Pantheon. The harsh reality was that many would suffer for the ambitions of one. Yet, those who sought supremacy were all too familiar with treading upon the corpses of the fallen. Zhang Liang contemplated the broader situation. Your Highness, based on intelligence from our clan within the court, not only has the Qin Hai army been mobilized, but elite forces from across the central domain are also in motion, with many powerful figures from the southern front acting as well. Moreover, over half of the elite forces from the western front have been summoned. Lu Chongfeng replied. This is truly madness. With over half of the western elite forces withdrawn, this presents an opportunity for the Zhao state. What will happen when the Zhao army launches an attack? They understood that Zhao was even more ruthless than Qi. Qin Hai asserted that to fend off external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. For him, as long as he could suppress the prince, everything else was worth it. However, he believed this would not go smoothly, especially since the so-called reinforcements from the Western Front might not heed commands, given their lack of discipline and Qin Hai's waning authority. Zhang Liang asked, Your Highness, what course of action should we take? Nangongji has already fortified Kunyan Pass. The generals awaited Qin Yu's directive. The map of the realm unfolded before them. Qin Yu surveyed the vast expanse. The troops from the Eastern Front were gathering swiftly and would arrive shortly. Although Qin Hai had issued multiple edicts, the great Qian territory was vast, and even with the aid of teleportation arrays, it would take time for the army to mobilize. Not all legions could be in position immediately. Thus, reinforcements would arrive in waves, which was why Nangongji had opted for a comprehensive defense. Qin Yu's words illuminated the situation. Your Highness means to launch an immediate assault on Kunyan Pass, denying them the time to regroup and reinforcing their forces. Capturing it swiftly will sever their lines of communication, preventing reinforcements from reaching the battlefield and minimizing our losses. Qin Yu's eyes gleamed with determination. Your Highness, the Mu family is the strongest in the southern region, Lu Chongfeng suddenly realized. Do you suggest we court the Mu family? Yang Quan inquired. No, General Yang. The Mu family will not pledge allegiance. They only heed the imperial authority. Faced with the court's edicts, they must respond, but I can discreetly contact the Mu family, appealing to their sense of reason and the greater picture, making them aware of the shifting tides. If we can secure Kunyan Mountain, even if the Mu family cannot reach the battlefield, they will not be deemed insubordinate. Lu Chongfeng smiled. I believe that in this situation, the Mu family will be reluctant to sacrifice themselves for Qin Hai, and I will offer them this opportunity. Qin Yu approved this strategy. As for the Western reinforcements, He continued, the Western Front does not directly border the Eastern Front. They can only traverse through a circuitous route, causing delays in their arrival. Ultimately, the Cunning battle must conclude as swiftly as possible. Your Highness, the latest battle report, Meng Tian announced as he entered. Nangongji has relinquished control of several main peaks. As you can see, they are focusing on Cunning Peak, controlling only 10 surrounding main peaks, thus constraining their operational range. Each of these peaks is fortified with numerous strong combatants. The strong warriors exchanged solemn glances. This was a classic defensive strategy, akin to a turtle retreating into its shell. They would need to overcome each obstacle one by one. Nangongji still harbors thoughts of a desperate fight. Yang Quan scoffed. By controlling Cunning Peak, Nangongji could freely maneuver his forces within the 10 main peaks. He understood that he could not fully obstruct the prince, yet this would inevitably prolong the conflict. Lu Chongfeng furrowed his brow. No matter how difficult, we must press forward. Your Highness, I volunteer to lead the charge. Meng Tian bellowed. I too wish to join the fray. The voices of the generals resonated throughout the hall. The essence of war lies in swiftness. A simultaneous assault and feigned attack were to be executed. Lu Chongfeng, you shall lead the Lu family's elite in a feigned attack on this peak, while Meng Feng, you shall command the eastern clans to engage in a feigned assault on that peak. The main offensive will be spearheaded by the 4 Divine Beasts Legion, with the fearless army and the brave combatants as the primary attackers, targeting Dongling Peak. Dian Wei, it rests upon you to secure this peak in the shortest time possible. Yang Quan, keep watch over the periphery, Qin Yu commanded. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall capture Dongling Peak, or I will present my head, Dian Wei declared with confidence. Your head is of no concern to me. Go forth, Qin Yu replied, handing Dian Wei the protective golden bell. He understood the critical importance of this initial battle. For Nangongji was sure to retaliate fiercely. What shall we do now, Your Highness? Some unease permeated among those unmentioned. The Great Qian Iron Cavalry, Golden Fire Cavalry, and other northern legions are primarily cavalry forces. Engaging in mountain assaults will not allow you to showcase your strengths. Do not rush. You have your own responsibilities. Once the battle commences, your task is to support the frontline troops and exert pressure on the defenders, Qin Yu instructed. Your Highness, our clan possesses numerous powerful prohibitive talismans that can be utilized in this battle, Lu Chongfeng proposed. Save the prohibitive talismans for the assault on Cunning Peak. Remember, I have never underestimated the outer defenses, Qin Yu stated calmly. At that moment, the battle preparations were complete. Merely 2 moments had passed when flames of war ignited on 2 main peaks. Nangongji was compelled to deploy strong warriors for support. Although he discerned the feigned attack, failure to defend would turn it into a genuine assault. At Dongling Peak, the air trembled with the roar of battle. Like celestial warriors, multiple elite legions designated for the main assault shattered the heavens, their might echoing like rolling thunder as they launched a fierce attack on Dongling Peak. From the very outset, this offensive was intensely ferocious. Qin Yu, leading the charge, arrived at the front lines to oversee the battle personally. Chapter 66, Terrifying the flames of war spread across Dongling Peak. Countless armies surged forward, charging relentlessly. This place had become the focal point of the conflict. A thunderous roar echoed as the assault began, shaking the very mountains. And many smaller hills were flattened in the process. Countless counterattacks erupted from Dongling Peak. Hold the Dongling Peak. I do not demand that you completely withstand the assault, but you must suppress the rebel forces' momentum, delay them at Dongling Peak, and lower their morale, commanded Nangongji urgently. At the front line of the battle, Qin Yu stood atop the mountain, personally overseeing the fight. We must capture Dongling Peak as swiftly as possible. The beginning is always the hardest. They will not easily retreat. But once we seize this peak, we can unleash a sweeping momentum, Qin Yu stated confidently, placing great expectations on Dian Wei, recognizing him as the key figure. Your Highness, surrounding Tian Peak as an isolated island with no support will inevitably lead to a collapse in the defenders' morale, Zhang Liang cautioned. Now that we control 10 peaks, there remains a glimmer of hope in their hearts. The battle for Tian will be pivotal in determining the fate of the imperial army, Qin Yu replied, fully aware that a victory here would tilt the tide in his favor. The battle at Dongling Peak was fierce. The 4 Divine Beasts Legion advance. With the 4 Divine Beasts Legion as the main force, they transformed into the 4 legendary beasts, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, each unleashing their unique powers. Without the 4 Divine Beasts Legion at the forefront, it would be exceedingly difficult to advance. You shall not set foot on Dongling Peak. roared the imperial army fiercely, those most bound by their interests with Qin Hai being the loudest. Prepare the Divine Bao Battalion. Huang Zhang, a seasoned veteran known for his steady demeanor, commanded the Divine Bao Battalion to provide battlefield support while wielding his legendary Bao, capable of striking from afar. His long-range support placed immense pressure on the defenders. Even those in the heavenly realm hiding within the stronghold would find it hard to escape his lethal strikes. Charge! 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 Numerous legions surged forth. In narrow encounters, the brave shall prevail. The bloodshed only fueled their fervor, rendering them fearless in the face of death. For your highness's ambitions, kill, kill, kill. The 5 generals of Qin Hai bellowed. With them at the forefront, the eastern troops erupted with tremendous valor and formidable fighting spirit. They understood that following their prince meant that if they failed, each would face the dire consequences of treason. A victory would grant them rightful legitimacy. Attempting a war of attrition at Dongling Peak to hinder us, your highness, we must let General Dian take the field, Wang Jian stated solemnly. It is time for Dian Wei to strike, Qin Yu affirmed. Now the battle had reached a critical impasse, with both armies clashing fiercely. Cover Dian Wei. Breach their main peak, Qin Yu commanded. Boom. Numerous beings from the realm of life and death, along with those from the heavenly realm, soared through the air, bringing with them overwhelming pressure. Zhang Liang also took to the skies but did not directly engage in the battle at Dongling, instead standing at the center of the void, wielding 2 legendary artifacts to intimidate the reinforcements from various peaks. Huang Zhong, with bow in hand, had already revealed the might of his archery in previous battles, accompanied by several near-legendary figures. Be cautious. The rebels are about to launch a fierce assault. Hold Dongling Peak. Avoid direct confrontation with them. Rest assured. Nangongji will mobilize the forces of heaven and earth to support us with the Kuan seal, roared the defenders. While their words were resolute, anxiety gripped their hearts, as consecutive defeats had cast a shadow over their perception of the rebel strength. Among the defenders on Dongling Peak were various clans from the eastern realm, their fighting spirit dwindling. They yearned to pledge allegiance to Qin Yu but found themselves unable to do so at present. Meanwhile, Nangongji could not mobilize substantial reinforcements, as several other main peaks were also under attack. A mere Dongling Peak dares to obstruct our grand army. If you cannot take it, how can I conquer the entire Tian mountain range? Dian Wei, bring me victory. Qin Yu rallied the troops. Unlike Qin Hai, who issued orders from the imperial palace, he stood at the forefront of the battle, his immortal form visible to all. Your Highness has commanded the capture of Dongling, with Dian Wei here. Who dares to obstruct us? The air was filled with a ferocious roar as a colossal shadow of a demon god towered over the battlefield, with Dian Wei charging forth, axe in hand, eager for combat. Caution! It's Dian Wei. The powerful figures exclaimed, their expressions shifting. Renowned for his ferocity, Dian Wei was the foremost general under the 18th Prince, having once severely injured the Jade Prince even before breaking into the near-legendary realm. Who dares to face my axe? Dian Wei shouted, cleaving the heavens and earth, creating a deep fissure on Dongling Peak. He entered a state of fury, instilling fear in others and rendering them reluctant to resist. With his unparalleled might, Dian Wei's ferocity surged. Charge! The spirit of our troops is rejuvenated. Launch an even fiercer assault. Cowards! Only daring to hide inside, unwilling to fight me, Dian Wei proclaimed boldly. The defenders' faces flushed with anger at being directly insulted. Yet faced with Dian Wei's overwhelming presence, they felt no courage to retaliate. Watch me. Dian Wei soared into the sky, targeting the stronghold built along the mountainside, unleashing the power of near legends with a single strike. Boom. The stronghold began to crumble. How infuriating, they lamented. While Dian Wei may be ferocious alone, he was still encircled by numerous rebels supporting him, preventing him from rampaging unchecked. In an instant, several near-legendary figures soared out from within the stronghold, maintaining their positions near the stronghold to form a defensive line. Dian Wei grinned wickedly and ascended further into the sky. Facing the 5 defenders, he remained unperturbed, launching a furious strike. Dian Wei grew even more ferocious, making it nearly impossible to stop him. Meanwhile, Lu Chofeng observed Dian Wei's valor, lamenting that such a general could rival countless brave soldiers. Alone, Dian Wei, in his peak battle prowess, could stand against a group of near legends. As the head of the Lu family, he possessed a legendary artifact passed down through generations, yet he realized that he could not match Dian Wei's ferocity in battle. Your Highness is strategizing meticulously. Dongling Peak is bound to fall. Lu Chofeng's gaze was resolute. Once Dongling Peak is captured, It shall be the moment for my Liu family to conquer this peak. Humph. My Liu family is one of the 8 founding families. We cannot fail to seize this insignificant peak. On Dianwei's end, the battle raged on with increasing intensity. The defenders within the city were left in shock. This fellow is terrifying. We are merely relying on the terrain for defense. Should we confront him directly, we would be cleaved in two. Defending the 10 peaks is a perilous task. Yet the military orders were absolute, and none dared to disobey. Knowing it would lead to death, they still pressed forward. Did they truly believe Dongling Peak could be taken so easily? Suddenly, the skies above Dongling Peak darkened as a vortex of annihilation appeared, unleashing endless thunderbolts that converged upon Dianwei, descending with a terrifying beam of extermination. Chapter 67. The unstoppable force of nature. A tempestuous storm of thunderclouds erupted within the vortex, embodying the celestial power of the Qian mountain range. Previously, Nangongji had refrained from mobilizing his strength, as he had not anticipated the rapid deterioration of the battlefield. Premature engagement would have adversely affected the subsequent conflict. Dianwei gazed upwards, undaunted. With a mighty swing, he aimed to pierce the heavens. The soldiers guarding Dongling Peak were electrified with excitement, hoping to vanquish Dianwei, or at least to inflict grievous harm upon him. Amidst the roiling black clouds, a concentrated beam of lethal light descended. The thunderous crash reverberated as this strike bore the weight of destructive force capable of obliterating a near-legendary warrior. Though Dianwei was clad in legendary armor, which rendered him impervious to a single blow, multiple strikes would prove overwhelming, pushing him back and easing the intensity of the battle. Moreover, while he could not completely thwart the assault, he could indeed delay its momentum. Nangongji wielded the Qian seal. At this moment, the formidable warriors of the Eastern Realm were largely assembled within the Qian mountain range, while a small contingent of reinforcements from the central domain was en route, with the majority still in the process of mobilization. The distances from the southern and western realms were vast, and the congregation of troops required considerable time. Thus, he needed to endure a while longer. Meanwhile, Dianwei had already withstood one strike. His form quaked in midair, the illusion of the great demon god wavering slightly. If he could withstand one blow, how many more could he endure? The thunderclouds churned, the annihilatory power converging to unleash over a dozen strikes. One was formidable enough. How could he possibly withstand 10? Yet, as the beam of execution descended, a protective shield enveloped Dianwei, activating the golden bell of defense, rendering him immovable. The strength of this defense was such that, for a brief period, it could withstand a legendary assault. Just this. Dianwei laughed heartily as he charged forward, cutting through layers of obstruction and crashing into the fortress gates. The vortex above was now rendered ineffective. Using it would only facilitate Dianwei's conquest. As Dianwei surged forward, wreaking havoc, a colossal wave of energy coalesced, forming a gigantic dragon of essence that encircled the peak, resisting Dianwei's onslaught. Unfazed, Dianwei drove onward, his massive axe striking the essence dragon, erupting in a shower of sparks, while the dragon relentlessly attempted to ensnare him and thwart his destruction of the fortress. Qian seal. Qin Yu's piercing gaze transcended time and space. Spotting the floating Qian seal, Dianwei, the prince grew anxious, realizing he could not afford to waste time here. With arms raised to the heavens, Dianwei cleaved the air, engaging in a furious melee. Remarkably, he seized the essence dragon directly. With a tremendous roar, his unparalleled divine strength erupted, tearing the essence dragon asunder. The defenders, wide-eyed, marveled at such ferocity. Break it down, Dianwei bellowed, channeling every ounce of power, his axe light manifesting in the void, crashing down and shattering a significant portion of the city wall, which could not withstand his ferocity. Leading the charge, bolstered by the golden bell shield, Dianwei plunged into the fray. He swept his axe across, cleaving through a swath of enemies, leaving behind a trail of devastation. Those struck were often bisected, as if he were mowing down grass. General Dianwei has breached the defenses. Follow him. The outer defenses crumbled as the main forces surged forward. Dianwei's relentless assault not only breached the city but also obstructed the Qian formation, obliterating Nangongji's strategies. The onslaught was indeed fierce. The opportunity has arrived. Zhang Liang, who had remained silent, smiled. The two artifacts, disrupting the flow of time and space, hampered their swift relocation. Retreat. Dianwei, an unstoppable force, pushed through, lacking the command skills of Meng Tian or Yang Quan. Yet few could rival his individual valor. He plunged into the ranks of powerful adversaries. Do not flee. Dian Wei locked onto a near-legendary warrior. Despite the trials of time, the warrior trembled under his gaze. Steeling himself, he engaged Dian Wei, but the latter was terrifyingly powerful. A single punch sent him flying, his internal energies thrown into chaos, rendering him unable to rise. Accompanied by the illusion of the great demon god, Dian Wei showed no mercy. His fearsome axe descended like a reaper's scythe. No, please. The near-legend quaked in terror. He too was a powerful figure from the central domain, summoned under duress, yet had achieved nothing before losing his life here. With a single stroke, Dian Wei severed his head, blood splattering across him, enhancing his ferocity. Having slain a near-legend, the remaining warriors were paralyzed with shock. The divine strength displayed was beyond their capacity to resist. Chaos ensued. Effective defense crumbled. Seal the void. Zhang Liang initiated a void sealing. Nangong Ji, witnessing the state of Dongling Peak, wore a grim expression. Yet, he refrained from striking. Continuing to marshal the forces of heaven and earth. Salvaging Chapter 68. The tumultuous heart of the people and the shaken morale of the troops. Qin Hai Pass, a formidable bastion, stands like an iron fortress, guarding this crucial location. Its significance is self-evident, as its presence has long prevented the naval forces of Qi from breaching its defenses. Recently, with the outbreak of the Eastern Front conflict, even from distant lands, one can sense the earth trembling and the ferocity of the Qian mountain battle. The atmosphere within Qin Hai Pass has shifted from tranquility to palpable tension. Across the vast ocean, countless dark silhouettes emerge. Upon closer inspection, they reveal themselves to be numerous warships. We have arrived at Qin Hai Pass. It is indeed the warships of Qi. In shipbuilding, Qi stands unrivaled among the 10 nations. General, we have confirmed that the Qin Hai Navy has departed, and the majority of the formidable fighters on the Eastern Front are engaged in the battle at Qian Mountain. What remains are merely remnants of soldiers, leaving the area exceedingly vulnerable, reported a subordinate. The commander of this campaign is Tian Dawi, a near-legendary figure. Wielding extraordinary weapons and belonging to the royal family of Qi, overseeing the naval forces. Qi is somewhat unique. For millennia, the royal lineage was not the Tian family. However, the Tian clan has usurped power, replacing the former royal family and establishing themselves as the sovereigns, curiously receiving little resistance from many ancient families within Qi, who now regard the Tian family as their rulers. This illustrates the Tian family's prowess. It is time to seize Qin Hai Pass, which has held us at bay for so long, Tian Dawi declared, his eyes sharp. We have more troops yet to arrive. Should we wait for their arrival to ensure our success? Suggested a subordinate. No more waiting. Opportunities like this should not be squandered. We must take Qin Hai Pass first, then station our forces to await the arrival of our strongmen. I fervently hope that the Qian battle inflicts maximum devastation upon the kingdom of Qian, while my greatest concern is that the 18th Prince will secure it swiftly and intimidate the garrison. Tian Dawi stated. The lands controlled by the Great Qian consist of prime territory. Understood. The Great Qi warships advanced toward Qin Hai Pass. Soon after, the sight of numerous warships filled the waters. Qi's naval forces were preparing to assault Qin Hai Pass. Quickly, light the beacons. Chaos erupted within Qin Hai Pass. Boom. Cannons thundered as they unleashed their fire upon the fortifications. The remaining defenders were merely an ordinary regiment, no match for the formidable Qi army. We shall defend Qin Hai Pass with our lives. Yet, despite their resolve, they displayed no fear, their eyes bloodshot as they braced for the oncoming onslaught, igniting their fighting spirit. What of the man is trying to stop a chariot? They were unafraid. Death was but a consequence. The people of the Great Qian feared not death. In the face of the 18th Prince, they might have been terrified, lacking the will to fight to the death for no matter the outcome. It would be their own kin battling one another, and the excellence of the 18th Prince was known throughout the land. However, confronting an invading enemy, surrender was not an option. They prepared for a fierce defense of the city. Yet the disparity in strength was overwhelmingly vast, rendering their efforts futile. General Ling, had you remained at Qin Hai Pass, would you have allowed it to fall, letting these Qi forces set foot into our Great Qian? An old soldier roared to the heavens. Filled with rage at the court for relocating General Ling Tianxiu and appointing Xie Ziyue as the commander of the Qin Hai Navy. This was swiftly followed by a piercing sword strike. Qin Hai Pass fell. The defending forces were entirely annihilated, their blood staining the land. Tian Dawi strode forward coldly. Stepping upon the head of an old soldier, these Qian people are indeed fearless in death. Had the Qin Hai Navy not been withdrawn, capturing it would have been exceedingly difficult. But now it is ours. He commanded, Send orders to sweep the coastal areas surrounding the Great Qian. Having lost Qin Hai Pass, he received orders from the ancestors to resist the Qi forces and stabilize the coastal situation as much as possible. However, with the Qi army advancing en masse, one could only hope the Qian battle would conclude swiftly. At that moment, a large contingent of Great Qian warriors appeared in the eastern territory, hastily arriving not to support Qian, but to thwart Qi's actions. The royal family could remain neutral during internal strife, achieving balance through agreements. Yet against foreign invasion, they were compelled to send forth their strongest fighters to protect the realm. With Qin Hai Pass lost, the legendary Ning family sensed the gravity of the situation and shook their heads. Internal strife amidst foreign invasion is not merely a matter concerning Qi, but an encroachment by a pack of tigers. A moment's carelessness could herald the decline of the Great Qian. The elite of the Ning family were concentrated in the wilderness of the abyss. The royal family had also dispatched their resources. These aged figures were in a precarious position amidst the internal conflict, now focused on stabilizing the eastern region. He felt powerless. Should he take action? The legendary figures of Qi would inevitably respond. Though the 10 nations were embroiled in conflict, direct encounters among the legendary figures were scarce, for they represented the nation's might. However, there had been exceptions. The western territory of Zhao had witnessed legendary battles, resulting in the deaths of legendary warriors on both sides. The Qian mountain conflict remained intense. Within a few days, over half of the 10 peaks had been captured, yet Nangongji remained a formidable opponent, continuing to consolidate defenses and impede the advance of Qin Yu's forces. Your Highness, bad news. Someone rushed in, breathless. Just days ago, the Qi army crossed the sea and has taken Qin Hai Pass. Along the coastline, they are launching assaults, but the Ning family is putting up resistance. And unfamiliar strong figures have also appeared to impede their advance. What? The Qi army has attacked and captured Qin Hai Pass, a stronghold that has never fallen for millennia. Now in the hands of Qi, Lu Qiufeng exclaimed in fury. The strongmen of the northern territory shared his sentiments, as Qin Hai Pass held a status akin to that of Yulong Pass. If it weren't for Qin Hai's decision to relocate the Qin Hai Navy, how could we have lost it? And with the original commander Ling Tianxiu also reassigned, how could the Qin Hai Navy have fallen so easily? Meng Feng bellowed. With Qi launching an offensive, the surrounding territories were also on edge. The western region was likely to face an invasion from Zhao. The northern territory fared better. Having previously vanquished 3 million barbarians and re-established defenses, they might instill some trepidation in the enemy. However, should the conflict continue to stagnate, the northern territory will also face turmoil. The urgent matter is to swiftly conclude the Qian battle, Wang Jian intoned solemnly. The unfamiliar strong figures that have appeared are likely from the royal family's reserves, Zhang Liang remarked. Send word for the entire army to accelerate their offensive. I grant you 3 days. Within this time, we must advance to the main peak of Qian and initiate a decisive battle. Qin Yu commanded. Charge. The urgent military orders were issued, and the entire army surged forth. With the reduction of the main peaks, Qin Yu could now assemble a more advantageous force for the attack. Meanwhile, on Qian Peak, Xie Ziyue also received word of Qin Hai Pass's fall. He felt a heavy heart and self-deprecatingly smiled. He was the first in millennia to lose control of Qin Hai Pass during his tenure as the commander of the Qin Hai Navy, appointed by Qin Hai himself. Conceal this information. The soldiers must not learn of Qin Hai Pass's fall. Anyone who dares to spread rumors and disrupt our morale shall be executed, Xie Ziyue declared, while they braced themselves for Qin Yu's most furious assault. A day passed, and they lost 3 more peaks, leaving only 2 in their possession. Nangongji convened the strongmen. The shifting tides of battle left them restless. General Nangong, the rebels are advancing with the ferocity of a storm, breaching peak after peak. Forget the planned month. We cannot hold out even for 3 days. One strongman lamented. The upper echelon understood the changes occurring in the eastern territory. We must hold out for as long as possible. The court's forces are gathering rapidly, Nangongji said, casting a complex gaze toward the enemy's position, his tone lacking its usual fervor. Yet the teleportation array had become inoperative amidst the chaotic surroundings. One commander asserted, as long as we defend Qian Pass, even if we cannot directly teleport reinforcements, we can still launch a counterattack on the rebels from the periphery, encircling them in the center. At that point, we may still have the chance to retaliate. Nangongji replied, but some remained silent. The decaying state of affairs had begun to sap their will to fight. Their hearts wavered. What significance does this battle hold? Nandongji is aware, yet what more can he express? He solemnly stated, "Now, we shall abandon all peripheral defenses and consolidate our forces at Qian Pass. There is little purpose in holding the two remaining peaks. If we do not lose the main peak, Qian will not fall." At that moment, Zhang Liang reported to Qin Yu, "Your Highness, Nagongji has proactively relinquished all peripheral defenses, and the entire army is retreating to Qian Pass, preparing for a final stand against us. It appears he understands that maintaining layered defenses has become futile." Qin Yu responded, "Let our forces assault Qian Pass and resolve this matter in the shortest time possible." The recent upheaval at Qin Hai Pass has disheartened many local inhabitants of the eastern territories. They are merely holding on now. This presents us with an optimal opportunity to seize the moment and shatter their final illusions. Chapter 69. Your path has strayed. Zhang Liang orchestrated the strategy. The Battle of Pantheon is the most significant confrontation in the eastern territories, and it serves as a pivotal moment in His Highness's quest for the throne. Securing Pantheon will render the court incapable of mounting a counteroffensive. With the momentum of this great victory, we shall retaliate against the Qi army, reclaim Qin Hai Pass, win the hearts of the eastern populace, and unify the region. Ultimately, with an overwhelming spirit, we shall force the central domain to yield, seize the imperial capital, and ascend the throne in one fell swoop. This is the strategy that lies ahead. The tides of war are ever-changing. No battlefield remains constant. A distinguished military strategist must adapt plans according to circumstances. At this moment, atop the majestic Qian Peak, which rises like a slumbering dragon when viewed from above, lies the potential for a devastating onslaught. The mountain is not only home to imposing fortifications, but also numerous palatial structures. In the shortest time, we must regroup the entire army, maximizing our combat readiness. All siege weaponry has been mobilized to the front lines, bolstered by the Liu family's substantial resources. The soldiers are filled with unwavering resolve, their expressions steely, as their fighting spirit ascends to the heavens, piercing the void with beams of light. In an instant, the sky darkens as if engulfed by shadows. Such fervor, harnessed from the collective might of the army, would obliterate even the most formidable foe upon impact. The defenders of Qian wear grave expressions. Despite their numerous strong warriors, the ferocity of the enemy's assault hinders the timely arrival of reinforcements as previously planned. It is evident that Qin Yu's forces will advance with unparalleled ferocity. Nagongji gazes back at his army, shaking his head slightly. Compared to the rebels, his troops lack fighting spirit and the will to fight to the death, merely obeying orders. Within a few hours, the rebels will launch their assault. Our only hope for victory lies in steadfast defense, waiting for reinforcements to strike from behind the enemy. I will rally our strengths in advantageous terrain and celestial conditions. Nagongji inspires his troops. Meanwhile, Qin Yu reaches the front lines, clad in armor and wielding a long spear, exuding the commanding presence reminiscent of a founding emperor in battle. His arrival incites cheers from the army. Qian Peak must be taken, he murmurs. Your Highness, everything is prepared, and we are ready to launch the attack. However, the teleportation array cannot reach Qian Pass directly, and even if reinforcements arrive, they can only enter from the periphery. Zhang Liang explains. Teleportation carries risks. The void is fraught with peril. In such chaotic conditions, the failure rate is high, he continues. One battle will determine the fate of the realm. Qin Yu slowly points his spear forward, issuing the command to attack. Kill. In an instant, the army surges forward, launching their assault from all directions like an overwhelming tide, their ferocity astonishing. Even the recently subdued Eastern soldiers unleash an unmatched fighting spirit. In times of chaos, heroes emerge. Dian Wei, as the vanguard, wields his massive axe, charging ahead without fear of the formations, like a bulldozer. Although the numerous forces gathered within Qian Peak possess the advantage of terrain and celestial conditions, they hesitate to charge forth. Terrain and celestial conditions? Qin Yu coldly surveys the battlefield and declares, but man can conquer heaven. The emperor commands the heavens, and the forces of nature are merely tools in the hands of the strong. What an audacious ambition! Lu Chongfeng trembles, even as a quasi-legend. He is awed by such might. His Highness possesses the aura of the founding emperor. The founding emperor of Daqian, a sovereign of a millennium past, was wise and valiant, endowed with unique charisma that even Lu's ancestors revered and served. Yet, he sees this same aura in Qin Yu. At this moment, the direct assault is the most brutal. Close combat ensues. Relying solely on the forces of nature cannot completely suppress the enemy. It can only assist. We must engage the various legions in battle with the rebels to defeat them. Boom. The mountain glows, and countless counterattacks rain down like meteors. Charge! The 5 generals of Qin Hai roar. They aim to overwhelm the enemy with sheer momentum, sparing no effort to take Qian Pass, drawing upon their family as heritage. Lu Chongfeng reveals his intentions without reservation. In the past, he may have been cautious, but this battle concerns the fate of the Lu family, and he will not hold back. Rebels of a nation, you are all warriors of Daqian, yet you follow the treacherous. A strong voice bellows. Huh, everyone serves their master. What treachery? The victor is the true winner. They scoff. Despite leveraging terrain to mount layers of resistance, the army's ferocity is relentless, advancing step by step toward the peak. Many strong clans from the eastern territories, previously compliant to the court's orders, now reveal their full strength. With the Lu family leading the charge, legendary weapons are mobilized. Beings from the celestial realm and quasi-legends unleash waves of attacks. With His Highness here, do you dare to resist? Surrender your weapons and yield, lest you wish for Daqian to descend further into chaos. Ming Tian shouts, aiming to psychologically dismantle the enemy. Many falter at his words, their resolve shaken as they behold Qin Yu's presence, filled with dread. The Qin Hai army attacks. Czus stands at the forefront. The Qin Hai pearl absorbing boundless energy, transforming into a vast ocean, eyeing Dian Wei, understanding his ferocity, thus preventing him from charging forward. Indeed, the Qin Hai army is formidable, employing the power of the Qin Hai pearl to thwart the advance. This battle is arduous. Nangongji's expression is grave. The Lu family has revealed their full strength. Although the prominent families of the central domain have sent reinforcements, they cannot match the Lu family's total commitment. Among the powerful allies under the 18th Prince, Zhang Liang poses the greatest challenge. This master of the void path possesses 2 immensely powerful legendary weapons, requiring tenfold strength to suppress him. As the battle rages for an hour, the army ascends the peak, their fighting spirits surging. Even knowing that each step forward is paved with blood, they press on undaunted. Nangongji, do you see? This is the invincible army, the true Daqian legion. His Highness is destined to be emperor. Your resistance is futile, merely prolonging the bloodshed and draining the strength of Daqian. You must abandon your dark path and cease all resistance. Lu Chongfeng proclaims from the front lines. He understands that this battle is not merely a clash of arms, but a contest for hearts and minds, aimed at shattering the enemy's resolve. What a noble decree. Who truly is the emperor? Your actions are misguided and will be met with disdain by the people. Look at the hearts of the masses. Qin Hai has deployed the Qin Hai army to Qian Pass, and now the Qi state has already breached Daqian's borders. Qin Hai Pass has fallen, and the coastal prefectures are engulfed in flames. Lu Chongfeng shouts. What? Qin Hai Pass has fallen? Is this true? The Qin Hai army, who had been holding the front lines, is struck with disbelief. Rumors had circulated that the Qi army was approaching, but they had been suppressed. The Qin Hai army, proud of their legacy, had never lost Qin Hai Pass. Do not heed their nonsense. Qin Hai Pass has never fallen. Czus realizes the gravity of the situation. Would I deceive you? Lu Chongfeng retorts. The status of the Lu family head carries immense authority in the eastern territories, and they begin to believe him. The realization that Qin Hai Pass has been compromised causes their already dwindling fighting spirit to plummet further. Nangongji, your path has strayed. Do not engage in futile resistance. Qin Yu's overwhelming aura erupts, his piercing gaze fixed upon Nangongji. Chapter 70. In the identity of the future emperor of the Great Qian, his voice reverberated with an immortal imperial might. And Qin Yu was enveloped in an ethereal radiance that caused many souls to tremble. The renown of the 18th Prince had spread far and wide, not only within the Great Qian, but across various nations and sections. Prior to seizing the northern territories and advancing upon the Qin Tian mountain range, it would have been unthinkable for them to lay down their arms willingly, met with derision and disbelief. Yet now, the 18th Prince stood before them, more regal than even Qin Hai himself, causing their spirits to waver. Nangongji felt a sense of foreboding. A seasoned warrior, he had engaged in countless battles throughout his life, yet he had never encountered such a scenario. The hearts of the people and the soldiers were aligning. They were to consider whether to stand with Qin Hai against the prince's advancing army or to abandon the darkness and seek the light, ensuring stability for the Great Qian. After all, wise birds choose their trees, and wise ministers choose their rulers. Qin Yu stood at the forefront of the conflict. As he uttered these words, the resistance at Qian Tian Pass weakened significantly. Indeed, what could they gain by dying here? Future generations would not sing their praises. Should Qin Yu truly ascend to the throne, history would remember them as incompetent failures. They were the legions of the great Qian, loyal ministers and generals, meant to clash with foreign foes on the battlefield, not to engage in a deadly feud with their own kin. Lay down your arms and surrender to His Highness. The army roared. This was disastrous. The morale of the troops was faltering, thought Nangongji. At that moment, the army surged forward with renewed vigor. Under the wavering resolve, many commanders, bound by imperial decree, dared not surrender outright. Instead, they intentionally allowed the main forces to pass. Your Highness. Scouts dispatched by the Liu family report. The latest intelligence indicates that while the southern armies are responding to the court's summons, their progress is slow as they await the outcome of the Qian battle. They may not arrive in time, Qin Yu acknowledged with a nod. The southern powers were indeed wise, recognizing that entanglement in this turmoil would yield no benefits. We have also discovered that some legions have reached the eastern front. He continued. The western legions are arriving, compelled by imperial orders. Yang Quan, you are to lead the cavalry to intercept the western reinforcements. We need not engage in battle. I understand their fighting spirit is lacking. Provide them with a graceful exit. The cavalry's role in such a battlefield was limited. As you command. Yang Quan promptly set off to execute the order. Meanwhile, the battle at Qian continued unabated. Although many were wavering, there remained diehard loyalists, particularly those vested interests supporting Qin Hai, who resisted fiercely. They were acutely aware of the stakes. Their support of Qin Hai's ascent meant that should he fail, they would lose their benefits and harbor enmity towards Qin Yu, risking the decline of their families. Figures akin to Xie Yue, who had only risen to prominence due to Qin Hai's favor, knew their positions were precarious. Qin Hai had elevated many such individuals, binding their interests to his own. Legendary figures soared through the skies, while the armies below clashed in a tumultuous display of attack and defense. In this endeavor to thwart Qin Yu, a plethora of legendary artifacts had been brought from the central domain, while Qin Hai had also mobilized some in his capacity as emperor. Meanwhile, in the eastern domain, a substantial force emerged. Halt! Li Qin commanded, having rapidly traversed from the western front to the central domain before teleporting to the nearest battleground. He beheld a multitude of figures ahead, none other than the Great Qian Iron Cavalry. Great Qian Iron Cavalry. Li Qin's expression grew solemn. He was well aware of their formidable reputation as the premier cavalry of the Great Qian. Yang Quan, have you gathered your forces here to obstruct me? It was not difficult to discern their point of origin, for this location was the quickest route to the Qian mountain range. Taking a longer detour would mean arriving after the war had concluded. Yang Quan retorted, as a quasi-legendary figure, should I successfully block the reinforcements from the western front, my value would surpass that of the Qian battle. What authority do you possess to issue commands? Li Qin inquired. His own family's position was precarious. Defying imperial orders would be tantamount to rebelling against royal authority. Even if Qin Yu were to ascend the throne, he would harbor suspicions about Li Qin's loyalty. In the identity of the future emperor of the Great Qian, Yang Quan declared. The future emperor of the Great Qian. Li Qin's heart quaked at the proclamation. Though your iron cavalry is unparalleled, you alone cannot fully impede my western legions. His Highness is granting you an opportunity. He understands that you are compelled to act in accordance with the court's orders, thus allowing me to engage you here. Your presence serves to restrain my cavalry, thus fulfilling your task. Yang Quan, a man of intellect, understood this well. Li Qin fell silent. The Great Qian could not afford to continue this way. The eastern forces had already invaded the Qin Hai Pass, while the situation in the west was dire, for Zhao was even more ruthless than Qi. You must comprehend the gravity of the situation, Yang Quan asserted. Li Qin remained mute, confident in his ability to break through Yang Quan's blockade. Yet, even if he reached the Qian mountain range, what would it accomplish? It would merely prolong the conflict, leading to further casualties among the western forces. All units assume defensive positions. Li Qin, the leader of the western armies, issued the command, preparing to confront Yang Quan's cavalry. Strangely, however, both armies merely observed one another without launching an attack. I must provide an account to the court, Li Qin murmured to himself. At the Qian mountain range, vast expanses of terrain were flattened. Legendary artifacts clashed, and powerful beings engaged in brutal combat. Waves of battle cries echoed across the heavens. Strong figures such as Lu Chongfeng shouted fervently, attempting to dismantle the morale of the opposing forces, as though they were the rightful ones in this conflict. Meanwhile, the defenders of Qian were committing an egregious error. Many warriors summoned from various regions found their fighting spirit waning as the conflict dragged on. They were reluctant to expend their lives in such a civil war. Qin Yu was aware of this, allowing them to falter. He sent forces to target the staunch supporters of Qin Hai, systematically eliminating them one by one. Under such pressure, divisions began to lay down their arms and surrender. Qin Tian seal. Nangong Ji bellowed, infusing the artifact with power. This Qin Tian seal, initially palm-sized, rapidly expanded, transforming into a miniature version of the Qin Tian mountain range. With rivers and mountains intricately depicted within, endless cosmic principles surged forth, forming a torrent sweeping across the battlefield. Legendary artifacts were not only prized for their material worth, but also for the profound truths imbued by legendary power wielders, touching upon the essence of natural laws. The Qin Tian seal, once a sacred artifact of the Qin Tian divine sect, had been refined over millennia through the efforts of numerous legendary figures, its might surpassing that of ordinary legendary artifacts. Zhang Liang sensed the very fabric of time and space shatter under its influence. The Qin Tian seal, a sacred artifact, depicted the Qin Tian mountain range. Its presence in the mountains could harness the forces of heaven and earth, amplifying power to an unparalleled degree, unmatched by ordinary legendary artifacts. Under such overwhelming circumstances, he found it increasingly difficult to harness his own strength, as the domain he conjured suppressed the quasi-legendary powers of Qin Yu's side. With the Qin Tian seal in place, the heavens and earth are mine. You shall not breach this. Yet Qin Yu merely cast a glance, indifferent to the display. With a flick of his wrist, a glittering bracelet of starlight shot forth from his arm. Chapter 71, The Mandate of Qin Tian. A defeat like a collapsing mountain, Qin Yu exuded an unparalleled authority. A mere 4 words encapsulated boundless ambition. The star chain erupted forth, unleashing a dazzling torrent of starlight, akin to a resplendent sea of stars. Originally a simple bracelet, it rapidly expanded, manifesting into 18 colossal celestial bodies. The collision of these stars with the Qin Tian seal generated ripples of distortion and annihilation. This was astonishing. Nangong Ji's expression was one of shock. The Qin Tian seal was a rare treasure, a paragon among legendary artifacts. Yet, the bracelet released by the 18th Prince seemed even more formidable, as if it drew upon the very power of the stars. This was certainly not crafted by a mere strongman of Deqian. The eastern wilderness, with its long history, had birthed innumerable kingdoms and sects over countless years, alongside the desolate seas and ruins. Now, with the star chain countering the Qin Tian seal, the oppressive pressure dissipated. But it was not so simple. Nangong Ji was reluctant to concede. A roar reminiscent of a dragon echoed, as boundless vital energy surged from Qin Tian Peak, coalescing into a colossal dragon of primal energy, fierce and powerful. This was the dragon of the mountainous terrain. Meanwhile, other peaks erupted in radiant light, forming additional great dragons. These dragons roared as if obeying a command. Under such circumstances, how could one hope to breach their defenses? Yet Qin Yu remained as composed as ever. The world heeds my command. Vital energy is at my disposal. Amidst the vast and brilliant starry expanse, an astonishing scene unfolded. An immortal emperor materialized, resembling a celestial sovereign. Gradually emerging, this immortal emperor possessed the might to encompass mountains and rivers, controlling heaven and earth. This was astounding. Many were left in awe. What coalesced was the visage of an ancient emperor, paralyzing those who hesitated. His aura was terrifying, although Qin Yu was merely at the life and death realm. The Immortal Emperor Sutra inherently possessed the power to triumph over adversity, further amplified by the might of a peerless sovereign. Standing there, he radiated a force capable of overwhelming the very heavens. The sacred mountain held a spirit. The gathered vital energy dared not approach Qin Yu too closely. Should he reach the heavenly realm and master the power of transcendent beings, he could seize the vital energy of heaven and earth for his own. Even now, he could still intimidate the cosmic forces. If he remained inactive, it would be one thing, but once he took action, the world would tremble. Such grandeur compelled even the defenders to succumb to the urge to kneel in reverence. Following the shock of this imperial visage, the morale of our troops surged. As if imbued with the purest imperial might, each one assured of the righteousness of their choice. They were the true heirs. The Qin Hai army did not relent. They cast down their weapons to conserve strength for a counteroffensive against the Qin Hai Pass, driving the Qi army into the sea. Qin Yu, with overwhelming might, commanded the Qin Hai army. Stunned, they stood frozen, confusion etched upon their faces. Stay calm, form the Qin Hai formation, and slay. Xiezu's voice rang out with urgency. However, after a brief moment of bewilderment, the Qin Hai army laid down their arms. Their hearts were no longer in the fight. They contemplated how to push the Qi back into the sea. "General, you have disappointed us greatly," one leader of the Qin Hai army lamented. Xie control over the Qin Hai army faltered, leaving the soldiers disillusioned and no longer inclined to follow his commands. "You are my opponent." Meng Tian approached, sword in hand. "Ready to battle, Xie? Get lost. You think you can fight me with your mere ninth heavenly realm?" Xie roared. He unleashed the power of the Qin Hai pearl, summoning the boundless ocean. Yet, without the support of the Qin Hai army, the Qin Hai pearl was merely a commendable legendary artifact. Meng Tian stirred a tempest of boundless fury, transforming into a black dragon. Though not yet a true legend, his overwhelming force surged forth, overturning the seas and fiercely confronting Xie. Upon their clash, Xie realized the ferocity of his opponent. He found himself unable to withstand Meng Tian's onslaught. Moreover, the Qin Hai army had ceased to heed his commands. Meng Tian wielded his killing weapon, shrouded in the imperial might of Qin Yu, his lethal power intensifying as he drove Xie into a series of retreats, rendering him utterly outmatched. Xie dared not flee. Yet, Meng Tian was relentless, a general of the army. Amidst the ocean, the black dragon surged forth. In an instant, a sword of cold light pierced through Xie's defenses, causing him to crumble under its force. Though his heart had not yet ceased, Meng Tian swiftly delivered a second strike, extinguishing his life source. Unyielding, Xie fell. What a formidable warrior! All praised Meng Tian's strength, having slain a near legend. It was noteworthy that Xie possessed a legendary artifact, yet he was no match for Meng Tian. "General Meng, you are magnificent," Qin Yu commended. "General Meng, formidable." The army roared in unison, their voices resonating through the heavens. With this victory, the forces surged forward. The Qin Hai army had surrendered, delivering a heavy blow to their morale. Qin Yu stepped forth, still enveloped in the vastness of the starry sea, the immortal emperor's command resonating throughout the realm. As the ethereal dragon of vital energy shattered in succession, he appeared so divine, yet it also fractured the hearts of men. "The situation is settled. You still do not lay down your arms and surrender." Qin Yu's voice echoed across the universe. Glances were exchanged. Many soldiers no longer wished to fight, awaiting their commander's orders. The Ding Ding army, named for establishing stability in the world, a formidable force in the central region, should you lead them to destruction, you will erase their very essence. Qin Yu's voice thundered. I. Wang Jinshan, commander of the Ding Ding army, appeared conflicted, gazing at Qin Yu. His troops were reluctant to continue fighting, and as Qin Yu had stated, persisting could very well eradicate the foundation of the Ding Ding army. "Cease all resistance." Wang Jinshan commanded his troops, ordering them to lay down their arms. The surrender of the Ding Ding army triggered a cascade of reactions, prompting many brigades summoned from the central region to abandon their resistance. Furthermore, those not belonging to the army hastily fled, transforming into beams of light. Defeat was akin to a mountain collapsing. The tide of fortune had turned. At this moment, Qin Yu stood at the forefront, his presence the most intimidating of all. His words resonated like celestial edicts, the royal mandate. This was the manifestation of overwhelming momentum. Civil strife within a nation could easily spiral into an unstoppable force, effortlessly dismantling countless armies. Qin Tian had fallen. Initially, a handful of diehard fighters remained. Yet upon witnessing the unfolding scene, their expressions turned blank. They could scarcely believe that Qin Yu had so effortlessly seized control of the situation, compelling their forces to surrender. "Quickly retreat," they shouted, fleeing from the Qin Tian mountain range. Qin Yu's gaze sharpened. The generals understood the signal. In an instant, numerous formidable warriors descended upon them. Nangongji. Qin Yu had ascended to the mountain peak, his piercing gaze directed at Nangongji. "Your Highness, you have triumphed. The momentum has shifted. Continuing to fight is futile. And as the vanquished, I hold no right to speak further." Nangongji's heart trembled, realizing he could not afford to err again. He immediately bellowed, "For the stability of the Qian, lay down all weapons and cease resistance at once." Chapter 72, Cleansing the Shame. Regaining your lost pride, Nangongji fixed his gaze upon Qin Yu, ultimately lowering his proud head. He had been defeated, utterly vanquished, and found himself uttering the words of surrender for his entire army. In truth, he could have continued to resist, but what purpose would that serve? His soldiers were unwilling to fight, even if they were to hold out to the bitter end. It would merely result in the mountains of Qin Tian being stained with the blood of the Qian people. By relying on the Qin Tian seal as a foundation, he could trigger the explosive wards that pervaded the mountain range, unleashing a cataclysmic array. Such an outcome would lead to mutual devastation, only causing the Qian to bleed and weep, while he himself would gain nothing. As the battle unfolded, every defensive line he had painstakingly established was ruthlessly dismantled, none of them proceeding as he had envisioned. Previously, he had only heard tales of the 18th Prince's remarkable talents. Now, having witnessed him firsthand, it was clear that he was not merely capable in both civil and martial pursuits, but possessed an innate imperial demeanor. When compared to the current emperor, Qin Hai, he fell woefully short. The moment his fighting spirit began to crumble was when the star chain erupted with power, its immortal imperial aura altering his original intentions entirely. Were such a figure to serve as the sovereign of Qian, he could elevate the nation to unprecedented heights. Upon glancing back, the once magnificent Qin mountains lay in ruins, riddled with countless deep craters, and the ground was littered with corpses. Had the mountains not been so unique, they would have been reduced to mere plains. He could not bear the thought of being branded a traitor to Qian. He understood that should he detonate the destructive wards, he would be shrouded not in glory, but in infamy, eternally marked as a sinner of Qian, forever nailed to the pillar of shame. In that eventuality, no Qian person would ever regard him as a hero. Of course, had the enemy invaded, his actions would undoubtedly have earned him the title of hero. But in that scenario, it would be the states of Qi and Zhao, alongside the various nations of the eastern wilderness, who would revel in laughter, while only the Qian would weep. He was unafraid of death. The weight of a man's demise is not compared to the weight of a mountain, and he knew it would never hold such significance. Years later, he would be condemned by countless subjects. I am willing to surrender, Nangong Ji proclaimed, presenting the Qin seal before Qin Yu as he knelt. His act of submission did not evoke shame among the defending soldiers. Rather, it brought them a sense of relief. Qin Yu accepted the Qin seal, and in that instant, he could manipulate all the formations within the Qin mountains. His presence on the front lines aimed precisely at this, to assert his dominance and demonstrate to the people of the Qian who was truly worthy of being their sovereign. I understand that the Qian cannot continue fighting like this. If I persist in resistance, the nation's strongest will perish in mutual slaughter, and the enemy will inevitably invade. In that event, every household will bear the burden of sorrow. And the Qian must swiftly conclude this war, Nangongji stated. To speak candidly, he was profoundly disappointed in Qin Hai, who displayed no semblance of a true sovereign. The war must be brought to a close in the shortest time possible. Qin Yu's gaze was sharp. At this moment, Nangongji had surrendered. The defending soldiers began to relinquish their resistance, standing still and awaiting orders. Ding! You have conquered the entirety of the Qin mountains and received rewards. 100 million stone, a piece of angry dragon scale, the map of mountains and rivers, legendary. Blood god wood, 3 thunderlight cannons, and a bottle of ancient spirit pills, along with 10,000 pounds of cold water, the system's voice announced. The tremendous rewards were astonishing, 100 million stone and an angry dragon scale. Qin Yu observed the scale, which was several feet in size and engulfed in flames, emanating an ancient dragon's might that was terrifyingly potent. The ferocity of the flames was such that any ordinary person who approached would be reduced to ashes. Only a legend could hope to harness it. True dragons were now a rarity, rumored to exist in the depths of the wild sea. The map of mountains and rivers was a legendary artifact, encapsulating myriad worlds within a single scroll, possessing its own spatial domain with boundless power capable of unleashing fearsome area suppressions. The other rewards were also commendable, and the system's offerings were indeed a delightful surprise. Qin Yu recognized the immense value of the map of mountains and rivers, with its internal world laws capable of driving even legends to madness. Your Highness, the Qin mountains have been seized, Lu Chongfeng reported. Their victory had been largely attributed to His Highness's charisma, which had subdued the formidable forces of Qian, compelling the defending soldiers to abandon their futile resistance. Otherwise, countless lives would have been lost as they were pushed back step by step. Furthermore, Qin Hai had unwittingly presented them with a grand gift. Aside from a few who managed to escape, a vast number of troops had surrendered. They had witnessed His Highness's strength and, filled with admiration, were ready to follow him into the central domain to dethrone Qin Hai. Once the momentum had been built, it would sweep through like a tempest. Presently, it was evident that Qin Yu was beginning to harness this great tide. We must seize the entirety of the eastern region, a general voiced from the side. The Battle of Qin was a victory for me, yet for Qian, it was a total defeat. Adding to the mockery of foreign nations, the Zhenhai Pass had fallen, and the coastal prefectures had been lost. The Qi people had already invaded. Qin Yu spoke slowly. Zhenhai army, present, they replied, flames of determination burning in their eyes. Qin Yu declared coldly, "Those who trespass upon the lands of Qin shall be slain. Those who trespass upon the lands of Qin shall be slain." The battle spirit erupted from the Qin Hai army. Zhang Liang noted, "The situation in the eastern region is now entirely within our grasp. Yet, His Highness chose not to first capture the various prefectures. Instead, he opted to establish authority over the Qi people, mobilizing the local troops to strike against them, thereby winning the hearts of the eastern region. Just imagine this prince leading them to drive the invaders from their homeland." The people's sentiments were profoundly swayed. While Qin Hai had lost the Qin Hai Pass, Nangong Ji shook his head. Qin Hai's strategies and courage were far inferior to those of the 18th Prince. The decision to relocate the Qin Hai army had been a grave mistake, pivotal to the loss of the Tian Mountains. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. If the hearts of the people do not align with him, even if he appears to be a ruler, the strong he commands will not heed him. How could he possibly contend with the 18th Prince? "Your Highness, we wish to engage in battle and attack the Qi army." At that moment, the surrendered soldiers erupted with astonishing battle spirit, eager to cleanse their shame with the blood of the Qi people. Permission granted. This battle is also your opportunity to earn merit and atone for your sins. Nangong Ji, you have erred once already. This is your chance to prove yourself. If you cannot seize the Qin Hai Pass, what will become of you? I understand. Nangong Ji trembled with determination. He would unleash his wrath upon the Qi people. Chapter 73, A Family Dispute. Unyielding to outside interference, the Tian mountain range has been conquered, yet this does not signify the end of the war. The eastern territories remain unclaimed, and the Qi forces have yet to set foot on the seas. Qin Yu has an abundance of tasks before him. The act of capturing cities and plundering land is not merely about territorial acquisition, it is equally about winning the hearts of the populace amidst the civil strife. He understands well that while many have pledged their allegiance to him, a significant portion does so due to the relatively low intensity of the internal conflict. To truly earn their loyalty, he must secure victory in the Battle of Qin Hai. Preparations for the Qin Hai Pass campaign are underway with remarkable speed. The morale among the eastern strongmen is soaring, while the Qi army's progress, despite initially seizing Qin Hai Pass and several coastal cities, has met with considerable resistance, igniting the resolve of the Qian people to defend their lands. They are not like Qin Yu. Upon his arrival, he can pacify the local garrison, leading them to surrender without a second thought. "My lord," Zhang Liang approached, "we have received the latest intelligence. A considerable number of Qi troops and strongmen are crossing the sea, gathering forces at Qin Hai. Upon learning that the Tian campaign has concluded, they have begun to consolidate their strength. It appears Qi intends to firmly hold Qin Hai Pass." Qin Yu's gaze sharpened. While it is unlikely that the Qi forces can amass the same scale at Qin Hai as they did during the Tian campaign, surrender in this battle is out of the question. "Indeed," Qin Yu affirmed. "My lord." At that moment, Lu Chongfeng arrived. Although he still addressed Qin Yu as my lord, in his heart, he regarded him as an emperor. "The Qi have sent a letter." "Read it," Qin Yu commanded. The letter stated that they were willing to cease further aggression and consolidate their forces at Qin Hai Pass. It further indicated that should Qin Yu agree to siege Qin Hai, they would refrain from attacking and even assist him in seizing the throne. Otherwise, if he insisted on taking military action, they would resolutely defend their position. Lu Chongfeng remarked, "It is astonishing that Qi would offer assistance to Qin Yu in seizing the throne. They only desire Qin Hai. The treachery of human hearts is perilous. Qin Hai Pass is the gateway to the Great Qian. Without its control, they remain under constant threat. Moreover, Qi is not fully prepared, if given more time. Their strongmen could be continuously mobilized, even legendary figures stationed. Regaining control would become a daunting task. Furthermore," Qin Yu continued, "if I allow the Qi to assist us in seizing the throne, how can I unify the hearts of the people? By combining internal strife with external conflict, I can ensure unfaltering success, compelling the people of the central domain to pledge their allegiance." Qin Yu declared resolutely, "Regardless of how fierce the battle may be, it is an affair of our own. I shall not permit outsiders to interfere. Not only Qin Hai Pass, but even a mere city shall not be surrendered to them." His firmness inspired great respect in Lu Chongfeng. Indeed, this is an internal matter of the Great Qian, much like a dispute among brothers. No outsider should be allowed to meddle. Within Qin Hai Pass, the banners of Qi have been raised. Powerful figures stand atop the walls, with numerous iron warships positioned behind them. It is unexpected that the Tian campaign has concluded in such a manner and so swiftly, leaving many of our arrangements only half completed, Tian Dawi lamented. He hoped for the Great Qian to engage in mutual destruction, inflicting maximum casualties upon each other. However, he never anticipated Qin Yu's strength and high esteem would lead to the surrender of the Tian garrison. Then let Qin Hai continue as emperor. He would be more suited than Qin Yu, Tian Dynasty stated. Indeed, Qin Hai's incompetence has led to his downfall, having squandered the early advantages he once possessed. Now pushed into such a dire situation by Qin Yu. The more incompetent the ruler, the better it is for the Qi. The Tian family, representing Qi, has concealed formidable power, capitalizing on the royal family's decline and ineptitude. They favor Qin Hai's type of monarch while harboring disdain for Qin Yu. One of the vice commanders scoffed, once consumed, one cannot regurgitate. Though Qin Yu has surprised us, we are prepared. Tian Dynasty coldly retorted. Let the great Qian descend into chaos. We must not allow their civil war to conclude easily. It is best to prolong their division. What shall we do? If we fortify Qin Hai Pass and Qin Yu proves strong, we shall support Qin Hai. Qin Yu will inevitably aim to advance into the central domain. And Qin Hai will not remain idle, while we shall ensure he cannot stabilize the eastern territories. If he dares to mobilize troops, the situation shall descend into chaos. This is the Tian family's specialty. If the great Qian swiftly resolves its turmoil, how will they reap their rewards? Tian Daoi's expression was one of deep scheming. Internal strife combined with external turmoil will ensure that the great Qian remains unsettled. In the imperial capital of the central domain, Qin Hai raged, traitors. You are all traitors to the great Qian, betraying me and the nation. I shall have your heads. His incompetence left him in a state of shock following the Tian campaign. Despite deploying a vast number of troops, he suffered defeat. And even Nan Gongji surrendered to Qin Yu. He is the emperor of the great Qian, yet the subjects do not wholly rally behind him. Anxiety gripped him. His ascension lacked national support. If he could decisively suppress Qin Yu, he could gradually win their allegiance. But now, both the northern and eastern territories have been lost. And too many strong figures have pledged loyalty to Qin Yu, rendering him incapable of exerting control. The southwestern regions offer no hope either. If Qin Yu advances into the central domain, what then? Will the local garrisons not surrender en masse, welcoming Qin Yu? My lord. The rebel forces are preparing to counterattack Qin Hai Pass and engage in battle with Qi, Kai Jin announced, his expression dark and foreboding. Engage Qi in battle? Qin Hai's expression suddenly brightened. It would be ideal if Qi could restrain him. According to reports, the southwestern regions are also unstable, Kai Jin continued. My immediate objective is to suppress the rebels. That is of utmost importance. Other matters can be set aside. Qin Hai commanded. The old minister understands, Kai Jin replied slowly, retreating with considerable disappointment. Today's turn of events was indeed unforeseen, and yet Qin Yu's power has left him feeling increasingly out of control. The fate of the great Qian may soon change. He must begin to contemplate a path for the Kai family. Otherwise, if the new ruler ascends, what shall become of them? Meanwhile, within the court, the atmosphere was eerily tense. Even the more radical factions lacked their previous fervor, and some began to intentionally distance themselves from Qin Hai. They understood that after the Tian campaign, the court could no longer suppress dissent, even with large-scale troop mobilizations. How much fighting spirit remained? Likely, it would crumble at the first confrontation with the rebels. Ironically, the so-called rebels are now gathering forces to engage Qi in battle at Qin Hai Pass. Chapter 74. The Outbreak of War at Qin Hai Pass in the Tian mountain range. Wang Jian and Zhang Liang stood side by side. Your Highness aims to forge an invincible myth in the hearts of the people, a timeless imperial presence. In the face of such a myth, boundless faith will be born, and the genesis of this myth relies on a series of military victories, Zhang Liang articulated. Wang Jian nodded in agreement, and this necessitates the diligent efforts of us, the subjects. Once Your Highness ascends the throne, future conflicts will arise with the various nations and sects of the eastern wilderness. At that time, the general will be able to fully demonstrate his prowess. Zhang Liang remarked with a smile. In this realm, Your Highness is the sovereign, Wang Jian affirmed. At this moment, Zhang Liang's expression shifted. New intelligence had arrived. They promptly sought an audience with Qin Yu. Your Highness, the latest battle reports indicate instability in the southern territories, with forces encroaching, Zhang Liang reported. Although the south is connected to several minor states, they are backed by sects that are now inciting discord, aiming to fracture the southern part of the Qian kingdom. In the north, the Dali and the barbarians are also stirring. While we have retained some military strength, we cannot ensure they will not strike. The most pressing concern lies in the west, where Zhao has audaciously launched an offensive amid troop movements. Their ferocity eclipses that of Qi, wreaking havoc across multiple counties and inflicting severe damage on various western legions. Moreover, I have heard that the royal reinforcements destined for the Eastern Front have departed for the West, Zhang Liang stated solemnly. The Zhao Kingdom is an age-old adversary of the Qian Dynasty. They have prepared for years to secure the Chongping region, initially intending to bide their time. However, the shifts in the Qin campaign have compelled them to act, he continued. From scant reports, one can discern the current devastation in the West. Yet, the court remains fixated on suppressing Qin Yu, leaving little thought for reinforcements. In this eastern wilderness, interest reigns supreme. Any nation or sect perceiving an opportunity will strike without mercy. The West stands against the full might of Zhao, while the various nations and sects of the eastern wilderness desire to see the Qian dynasty remain in turmoil. Their intentions are nefarious, and the current strength of the West is insufficient to withstand this onslaught. Although Qin Yu has not directly engaged with Zhao's forces, he is acutely aware of their brutality. The West is engulfed in flames of war, Wang Jian sighed. In past Western conflicts, the formidable warriors of the Qian kingdom would rush to support. Now, the West cannot rely on the court and must depend solely on its own strength. Strategic changes are at hand. The armies in the east must launch an assault on Qin Hai Pass and seize it in the shortest possible time, Qin Yu commanded. In response to the fires of war in the west, Ming Tian shall lead the Golden Fire Cavalry, along with the Tian Mo Army, Beihe Army, and Mo Hai Army, to swiftly support and confront Zhao. Zhang Liang nodded in agreement. This distinguishes Qin Yu from Qin Hai. All forces heading to the west are cavalry, which may not serve well in the east, yet they can unleash their potency in the west. Although it appears to be a defense against the west, it is akin to a campaign in the west. The west anticipates reinforcements, yet they will not be from the court, but from Qin Yu's forces. At that juncture, the true imperial army will be evident. Your Highness employs this strategy to decisively claim the west. However, Zhao has long prepared for this. While I shall dispatch troops to the west, it will merely alleviate the situation. True stability for the Qian dynasty awaits until I can command the national landscape, he added. Inform the Ning family that while they may abstain from participating in the Qin campaign, they must cooperate in the assault on Qin Hai Pass. Securing Qin Hai Pass will stabilize the east, paving the way directly to the imperial capital. Straight to the imperial capital, he resolved. There could be no delays. This conflict transcended mere personal rivalry with Qin Hai. It was a struggle against all nations. His prowess had instilled fear, and many wished to prevent his ascension. Fearing the emergence of another formidable sovereign like the Qian Taizu, convey our strategic objectives to the senior military leaders, ensuring they understand their roles and responsibilities. Qin Yu instructed further. We comprehend. Wang Jian hurriedly set to work. The Grand Army prepared in the shortest possible time frame. In this brief period, the various counties of the Eastern Front successively submitted. Families and officials alike recognized the shifting tides of the East, while the Qian dynasty faced invasions from foreign adversaries, wreaking havoc upon their realm. Ding, ding, ding. As the counties capitulated, the system's notifications echoed repeatedly. One city after another, one county after another, the rewards flowed ceaselessly. The yuan stones amassed in an overwhelming abundance, alongside numerous other accolades, such as battle formations, weaponry, divine techniques, rare materials, cultivation elixirs, and countless others. Yet, Qin Hai Pass remained dim, a missing piece that left one unsettled. The system had bestowed upon him a plethora of formidable siege weaponry, including powerful cannons. Qin Yu organized the siege artillery within the system's space. These cannons, though seemingly cumbersome, wielded tremendous power, serving as vital instruments for breaching fortifications. The offensive against Qin Hai Pass was about to commence. Rising slowly, Qin Yu knew that to inspire his troops and bolster their morale, he must reach the front lines and demonstrate his invincible presence. At this moment, the Grand Army advanced, encircling Qin Hai Pass from three sides, leaving only one flank exposed to the vast and endless sea, also the route for Qi's retreat. Your Highness, Qin Yu arrived at the front. The soldiers greeted him with fervor and enthusiasm. He nodded slightly, gazing at Qin Hai Pass, which stood like an iron wall, guarding the coastline, with the most robust fortifications erected at its center. The Qi forces were audaciously flaunting their might. Beyond Qin Hai Pass, one could see the Qi warships dotting the sea, bolstering their defenses. Your Highness, all soldiers are prepared for the assault, yet Qi has heavily fortified this position, and reinforcements continually arrive by sea. Qi possesses numerous islands that serve as their staging grounds, Lu Chongfeng remarked, having clashed with Qi multiple times and understanding their tenacity. Humph. Qi wishes to cling to this position. They are courting death. A powerful figure from the Eastern realm expressed with disdain. To seize Qin Hai Pass, We must not rely on cunning but launch a direct assault. Lu Chongfeng added. What of the Ning family's stance? Qin Yu inquired. The Ning family is indeed conservative. He was informed. Your Highness, the Qin Hai army requests to take the lead in this battle. A prominent figure from the Qin Hai army proclaimed. The entire Qin Hai army roared in unison, with Xie Ziyue slain and Ling Tianqiu in the central domain. The highest-ranking officer from the army would temporarily assume command at Qin Hai Pass. This offensive would see the Qin Hai army at the forefront, with all legions launching a fierce attack to encircle and annihilate the Qi forces. Qin Yu raised his hand, issuing the command to attack. In the territories of the Qian Dynasty, we shall concede no ground. Today, I shall stain Qin Hai Pass with the blood of the Qi people. Chapter 75. Redeeming sin through valor, crush them. The sound of slaughter reverberated through the skies, bringing forth an air of annihilation. Countless soldiers roared in unison, their faces, especially those from the Eastern Front, etched with madness as they fixated on Qin Hai Pass, a formidable stronghold that had weathered countless storms for the Qian kingdom. Now poised for an assault, the entire Qin Hai army surged forward, having previously overturned the heavens, granting others an opportunity to exploit. Yet now, under the unified command of the 18th Prince, they moved as one cohesive force. The combat prowess of the Qin Hai army was indeed formidable. Their true strength had not been fully manifested during the resistance at Kunyan Pass, barely reaching half their potential. It was no wonder they could withstand the might of the Qi army. At this moment, the Qin Hai army harnessed the power of the Qin Hai Pearl, surging forth like a turbulent sea, each wave crashing forward, threatening to engulf Qin Hai Pass. The civil strife had sapped the soldiers' fighting spirit, redirecting their hatred and grievances towards the Qi forces. Qian Dynasty clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed on this army, well aware of their formidable capabilities as a longtime adversary. With Qin Hai Pass as their bastion, I have my fleet in reserve, and powerful allies are gathering in the desolate seas. Qian Dynasty remained composed, knowing that the strongest warriors of Qi were continuously arriving. Is that the 18th Prince of the Qian Kingdom? Suddenly, he spotted an individual standing atop the heavens, exuding an unparalleled elegance and an overwhelming imperial aura, akin to a sovereign lord exerting dominion. Though he sensed this figure was merely at the life and death realm, the pressure he exerted was immense. It was known that Qian Dynasty was formidable even among the near legends, yet this mere life and death realm individual could instill such dread. No wonder he possessed such magnetic charisma that led the Qin army to utter defeat. If this person were to ascend as the Emperor of Qian, it would spell disaster for mighty Qi. Qian Daoi's expression turned grim. If it were possible to pay a price to slay Qin Yu, he would gladly do so. However, he was aware that this individual possessed a treasure capable of shielding him with the might of 9 dragons, rendering him impervious to near legends. And even if true legends were to act without regard for their reputation, it would be futile. It was not that they feared an escalation of conflict. They simply lacked the capability. Not to mention that the legendary figures from the Liu and Ning families were watching closely, and he had legendary protectors by his side. At this moment, the troops had already reached Qin Hai Pass. Countless siege engines bombarded the stronghold, with celestial beings manipulating the forces of heaven and earth crushing down heavily. They were determined to seize it. Qin Yu declared coldly, "Launch the most ferocious assault. I will not become ensnared in a protracted struggle here, but will instead break through Qin Hai Pass in the shortest time possible with overwhelming force. Negongji, your opportunity to redeem your sins has arrived. Go forth. As you command." Negongji bellowed, as the 2 mightiest armies of the eastern wilderness, the Kunyan army and the Qin Hai army, stormed onto the battlefield. All troops of the Eastern Front, charge with me. The Eastern Front soldiers, their eyes ablaze with fury, surged forth like a raging flood. The previous battles had been filled with frustration, igniting a fire within them that demanded release. Huang Zhong led the Divine Archery Battalion, maneuvering across the battlefield to take down the defending generals atop the walls. Without the Qin Hai Pearl, many formations of Qin Hai Pass cannot be utilized. They can only rely on the fortifications of the pass, Lu Chongfeng scoffed. Such a direct assault would undoubtedly incur tremendous casualties, an inevitability they could not escape. Zifang, lock the void and coordinate with the army in battle. Dianwei, the task of breaching the fortress falls to you. Qin Yu commanded. Higi, your highness, rest assured, there is no city I cannot break. Dianwei eagerly charged into battle, entering a state of frenzy upon arrival. Dianwei, the great demon god. The sight of Dianwei sent tremors through the hearts of the eastern soldiers, clearly still haunted by his previous onslaught. That is Dianwei, be cautious of him. Qian Dynasty did not dare to underestimate him. having heard tales of Dian Wei's ferocity, and immediately ordered several strong warriors to halt his advance. Dian Wei paid no heed, embracing his ferocity, under the strict orders of His Highness to engage the Qian forces. He restrained himself somewhat, but against enemy nations he unleashed his full ruthlessness, aiming to slay as many as possible. The towering figure of the great demon god emerged, resembling a colossal giant. With a furious strike, Dian Wei's axe cleaved through the air, crashing down upon Qin Hai Pass, creating deep fissures and sending forth a blinding light that annihilated numerous Qi soldiers. The cries of despair echoed continuously as the boiling blood of the Qi people splattered against Qin Hai Pass. So vicious. Qian Daoi's expression darkened. Previously, he had only heard of Dian Wei's might, but upon direct engagement, he now understood his terrifying power. Void Storm. Zhang Liang conjured a storm of void energy, while the Tome of Heavenly Words unleashed continuous spells. Meanwhile, the various near legends of the Eastern Front charged forth like madmen. This time, a considerable number of near legends were mobilized from the Eastern Front. Their presence was overwhelming, shaking the very heavens and earth. Their immense power akin to a relentless tide pressing towards Zhenhai City. The near legends of the Eastern Front. Qian Dynasty sneered. Although there were many, he remained unafraid. For the Qi kingdom had long anticipated this and had accounted for such contingencies. With the might of an entire nation, the Qian kingdom was currently embroiled in internal strife. Having lost many to infighting, compounded by threats at the borders, and the Qin forces were unlikely to allow their strongest to join the fray in the Eastern Front. He felt confident in his position. A cascade of near-legendary lights soared into the sky, the brilliance of numerous legendary artifacts flashing. This was their source of confidence. Were it not for the swift conclusion of the Cunnian campaign, they could have summoned even more powerful figures from within the kingdom. Zhenhai Pass was critically important to both Qi and Qian. The fierce offensive descended, but immediately a layer of black light emerged, astonishingly repelling the onslaught of powerful warriors. It was vaguely discernible that this was a massive shield resembling a turtle's shell. The deep-sea mystic turtle shield, a legendary artifact. Lu Chongfeng's expression shifted. This shield was forged from a legendary deep-sea tortoise slain by the Qi kingdom's legends. Its sole purpose was its terrifying defensive capabilities. Nangongji fought valiantly at the forefront, striking down with the Cunnian seal. Yet, while the Cunnian seal was the pinnacle of legendary treasures within the Cunnian mountain range, its power would diminish significantly without the geographical advantage. Kill, kill, kill. Dian Wei roared, his massive axe swinging in an attempt to shatter the deep-sea mystic turtle shield. But the shield's defense was too formidable, capable of withstanding his furious blows. Qian Dynasty spoke confidently, the 18th Prince of the Qian Kingdom. The deep-sea mystic turtle shield is forged from legendary materials, capable of resisting even the light of legends. What can you, a mere near legend, accomplish? Come forth, Qian warriors. We have prepared many grand gifts for you. Do you think a single deep-sea mystic turtle shield can withstand our might? Qin Yu's expression was cold and merciless. Advance. Crush them, and let them understand your power.